to the public hearing of February 16, 2017 of the Public Health Committee. I now call the the public hearing to order. I am State Representative Jonathan Steinberg, co-chair of the Public Health Committee, here today with my co-chair, Senator Mary Abrams. We will immediately ask if anybody chairs or rankings wish to comment, and then we are going to get into protocols and rules. So I'll be glad to entertain any opening comments, but we'd like to get to the matter at hand. Senator Abrams.
Welcome, everyone. I appreciate you all being here today. I know we're going to hear some interesting testimony, and I would just like to preempt Representative Steinberg's comments about the procedures for today by saying that I think it's all of our intention that we hear from as many people as possible during this time. So I would ask that you consider that and keep your comments, if any, very brief. Really, comments can be held back for when we debate this issue, and consider that also when you're questioning someone. For every person we keep on for a long time, it's one less person that we get to hear from. So I just ask for your consideration of that as we move through the day. Thank you all.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment. Unless the list has changed from yesterday, I would just voice the comment that I'm a little disappointed that I haven't seen any representatives from the Department of Public Health or the State Department of Education to be present for the initial part of the meeting, so that members could ask questions concerning details of this going forward, and would ask when you finish obtaining comments from the other rankings and vice chairs that we review the rules. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I do know that the department will be submitting written testimony. Senator Summers.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I too just wanted to say that I'm disappointed that the DPH commissioner, the SDDE commissioner, the governor's office, who are saying this bill is so critical, are not here in person to testify for us to be able to ask questions. And I will hold my comments till after you go over the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. This is a committee bill. This is not a governor's bill, and they will be submitting testimony. So I'm quite confident they'll fulfill their obligation to inform them as to their point of view. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. As the new co-ranking member, I was really eager to learn and hear testimony today from all the impacted shareholders on this issue, as I brought up in the organizational meeting. That's what we do in a representative government, for the people, by the people. No matter where you stand on this emotional issue, there's only one loser in today's public hearing process: transparent and representative government. I want to be on the record to say that this 24-hour limit of a public hearing, where the majority of the nearly 2,000 people who have signed up to have their voices heard will not have it. They will be denied. So I want to be on the record to cite that this process, in my mind, is disrespectful and insensitive to the people it personally impacts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. We are eager to hear from all stakeholders as we go along here today. We will do the best we can, and we'll get to that part forthwith. Let me now continue with discussion of the rules and protocols we will use for today's meeting for those unfamiliar. Now, for legislators and for testifiers alike, make sure your microphone remains on mute prior to entering the meeting and when not speaking, so we can maintain etiquette and not talk over one another. Committee staff will help keep members on mute, and also members of the public, but our objective is to hear from them, not to mute them. Members must go to the participant icon at the bottom of your screen and click on raise hand. We've had some issues with raise hand before, but that should be functioning, and that's the best way to make sure you have a chance to ask a question. If you're having a problem, please alert the administrator or clerks. Use of emoticons like clapping hands or thumbs up are not allowed in the context of this hearing. Equally important, the use of the chat function on Zoom, either public or private, is not allowed. All those records are saved by default, part of FOIA. Let's just not use that modality. Let's talk to each other using Zoom. Please be reminded that committee meetings and public hearings will be live streamed and recorded in accordance with CGA requirements. My understanding is this is being live streamed today by CTN. I don't know if they're going all 24 hours or whatever, but they are paying attention. Committee meetings and public hearing documents will be shared electronically. This is an important point. We will talk today about not everybody getting a chance to testify in person, in virtual person on Zoom, but everyone is not only eligible, but encouraged to submit written testimony. We've received, I think, close to 1,000 pieces of written testimony already. We've also heard from many constituents via email. As far as transparency goes, Senator, we offer a means for written testimony, just as if you couldn't come up to the Capitol under regular circumstances, you would have that alternative. So every voice can be heard, even if in written form. For roll call votes, legislators, always keep your camera and microphone on. We need to see your faces as you vote. All responses must be heard and members must state their name and be visible to committee staff. So remember to state your name. For voice votes, the chair will make an announcement asking members to please prepare yourself for a voice vote by unmuting your microphone. So wait for that. If you lose your connection or you get closed out of the meeting, please rejoin using the link provided. Again, if there are any problems, please contact the administrator or the clerks. All righty then. As we have in the past, we will reserve the first hour for the testimony of public officials. I believe we currently have a half dozen, plus there were 2 others, I understand, who did not use their official government email and were missed. We will try to fit them all into the first hour. Now, the tradition of this committee has been to alternate with the public after that. The official rule is to wait to the very end of the meeting for elected officials if they miss that first hour. I submit we can try to do the rotation basis because there are relatively few elected officials eager to testify today. Something else for the benefit of those testifying, you will not be allowed to switch out to somebody else that you did not register. The person who is entitled to speak for 3 minutes, and I should make it clear, you get 3 minutes, is the person who signed up, not somebody else. For legislators, our goal is to get through as many witnesses to testify today as possible. In order to do that, I strongly recommend that you consider not making commentary at this juncture. If you recall, we will have ample opportunity when we bring this bill forward for a vote in committee to debate the merits, to discuss things. If we spend a lot of time on commentary, that's fewer people we're going to get to hear. My co-chair and I have debated whether or not we should limit the number of questions per legislator, per speaker. We are not going to do that, but we really put it on you to be respectful not only of your colleagues, but of those who desire to speak. And it would be in our interest to limit the number of questions being asked each person. Now we get to the matter at hand. The chairs have decided, in the interest of practicality, to limit this hearing to 24 hours. As far as I'm aware, in modern era, no hearing has ever gone 24 hours. Last year went 21 and a half. We were very explicit about making sure that we went even longer this year. At the time, we were not aware of how many people were intending to sign up. But I would submit, based upon 1,931 people signing up, that our concerns about impracticality were borne out. Many have noted that if we were to hear everybody for 3 minutes, have no questions, absolutely no glitches, no time between witnesses, it would take us 4 days straight in order to get through all these people. Now, if you look at what happened last Wednesday when we had fewer than 80 people, it took us almost 12 hours to get through that. So if you extrapolate that over 1,931 people, we would be talking in excess of 10 days. So we're probably in the range somewhere between 4 and 10 days. To my mind, that is the definition of impracticality, particularly as we offer every individual an opportunity to testify in writing. So the rules for today's meeting are to limit testimony for 24 hours and encourage those who may have missed their opportunity to testify in Zoom person to submit it in writing. Is anybody unclear about these rules? If not, we will go forward with the meeting proper. The first,
Senator Summers has her hand raised.
oh, I did not see that. My apologies. Senator Summers.
Yes, and thank you for your explanation of how the hearing is supposed to proceed today. I appreciate that. Although many of my colleagues do not agree with the chairs limiting this for 24 hours, we feel that it's important that of the nearly 2,000 people that have signed up to speak in person, that they have an opportunity to do so. Therefore, under Rule 5C of the joint rules, we need a motion to be able to end this at 24 hours. So I would like to make a motion that we will hear this, keep this public hearing open. We can take a break in between until every person who is signed up on this list, which is 1,961 people, has an opportunity to speak to us via Zoom as they would if we were alive in or live in the public domain of the LOB. I believe that we have heard repeatedly from citizens that they feel, whether they can submit something in writing or not, that they are being cut out of this process. And I would ask for a roll call vote. So my motion is that we continue this hearing until the last person is heard, that we do not end in 24 hours.
Deb Goffin seconds that motion.
The motion is made and seconded. Let me just state that the chairs are confident that we have the ability to make this decision, but in the interest of comity in the committee, we will entertain the motion. Comments, Representative Betts, your hand was up before the motion. Do you wish to comment on the motion? No, okay. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a procedural question. Right now we are in a public hearing. This is not a committee meeting. So I am questioning whether it is even appropriate for motions and to be introduced in a public hearing as opposed to a committee meeting.
Thank you, Representative. You raised a good point. It is the purview of the committee to, in some ways, consider rules. So even though I think that in terms of the letter of the law, you're probably correct, we're going to entertain the motion anyway so we can get past this. Representative Terziak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was under the impression that in the past, public hearings have been closed early when our building has closed and people have been asked to leave. If memory serves me right, we have had committees that both went on with their public hearings and committees that said, thank you very much. Everybody be careful on the highway and get home safely. There's nothing new there's very little that's new under the sun, and that includes in our legislature. I don't understand this complaint that when people act like it's the first time since Adam and Eve that anybody's ever been told that the time is up and it's time to leave the room. Just my comment. I don't see anything new about limiting the meeting except for saying ahead of time, we know when the storm's going to hit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Terziak. Representative Terziak, you certainly have a longer-term memory of the history of this institution than I do, but it does not surprise me that there have been any number of instances where a public hearing has to be ended at a particular point. We have no precedent for a public hearing going on multiple days, beyond 24 hours. Are there any other comments before we have a roll call vote? If not, let me remind everyone, we need to see your faces and you need to be ready to unmuted at the time your name is called, and you must state your name before indicating your vote. Representative Administrator, please move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, point of order, Mr. Chair.
Can you just a minute, Ms. Representative D'Amico. Representative Steinberg, can you just repeat what everyone's voting on?
Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right. Maybe that was even what Representative D'Amico was going to ask. The motion before us is to impose no time limit on the hearing today. Have I had that correct, Senator Summers?
Yes, actually, to keep this public hearing open until the last person who is signed up has an opportunity to speak to us via virtual, so we don't have to worry about storms, and until they have an opportunity to speak to us in this format, and not close at 24 hours. And just for a point of order, according to the lawyers, a hearing is still a meeting for the purpose of motions. So you are allowed to do motions within a public hearing, just so everyone's clear.
Thank you, Senator. And by the way, it's also true that if the LOB is closed, we would not be allowed to continue with the hearing. So weather is actually a factor, believe it or not, when we do this. So again, just to be clear, the motion before us is to impose no time limit and to continue going until all those who signed up have a chance to testify, however long that might take. And we know that's a matter of many days. And we now move forward, Madam Administrator, with the roll call vote.
Senator Doughty Abrams,
Senator Darty Abrams votes no.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes no.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes no.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes no.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes no.
Senator Wong,
Senator Wong votes yes.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Pettit,
Representative Pettit votes yes.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes no.
Representative Berger Givalio,
Representative Berger Gervallo votes no.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes no.
Representative Dauphiné,
Representative Dauphiné votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes no.
Representative Elliott,
Representative Elliott votes no.
Representative Foster,
Representative Foster believes her constituents want her to work and not be here for 7 days and votes no.
Representative Django,
Representative Jenga votes no.
Representative Green,
Representative Green votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes no.
Senator Castle,
Senator Casser votes no.
Senator Castle, I miss seeing you on the screen.
I'm here. Can you see
Thank
me?
you.
Thank you.
Representative Cavros DeGraw,
Representative Cavros DeGraw votes no.
Representative Kennedy,
Representative Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Clarice Dechair,
Representative Clarice Detrier votes yes.
Representative Lanahan,
Representative Linehan votes no.
Representative McCarthy,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes no.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes no.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Scanlon, Representative Terziak,
Representative Terziak votes no.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes no.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes yes, and a few of our hands are not working to be raised. So could somebody please check into that for us? Thank you.
We will do that.
Representative Scanlon,
Madam Administrator, do we have a tally?
Total voting 32, those voting yea 21, those voting nay 11. The motion passes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Total voting 32, voting yea 21, voting nay 11.
I'd like you to check those numbers again, please. The motion was to have an unlimited time frame. So the yea vote would be to hold it open indefinitely, and the nay vote would be to limit it to 24 hours. Madam Administrator, I just would like you to check your numbers again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Those voting nay 21, those voting yea 11. Sorry.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Madam Administrator.
Sorry about that.
A question from Representative Betts, relevant to this conversation?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. I just had two comments. One is, I wish we could have split up the committee like we have in appropriations and other ones, because it would have allowed more speakers to be heard. And I think that would have been pretty close to meeting what your goals were as well. And that would have been, I think, a smart thing to do and a fair thing to do with people. The other is, I really, well, I'll speak for myself, but not for other people. There is no possibility that I will have the time or the energy or the interest with my other legislative responsibilities of reading 1,000 pieces of testimony after this hearing is closed. So unless somebody's a speed reader and they just have some skill to be able to go through that many, I don't think it is fair or accurate to say that they can send it in and that we're going to be reading that, because I know I won't be able to. And I think the people who send it in should be aware of the fact that we're not going to be able to do that. If I do, I usually respond with a text or an email. So that's why I won't be responding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. I take your point. I, for one, will try to read all the testimony I can. That is indeed what each of us should try to do. And I understand there may be some limits to that, but I would also argue that compared to the practicality of reading through testimony at your leisure versus sitting here without a break for 5 days, I think reading testimony is actually far easier to accomplish. Are there any other comments before we begin the public hearing proper? If not, we will begin with elected
Mr.
officials.
Chair.
I'm sorry. Representative Dauphiné, I guess you're having problems.
Representative Carpino had her hand up.
Again, I didn't see that. Okay. Representative Carpino, followed by Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's because my raise hand function was glitching already in this hearing. The very virtue of a public hearing is to hear from the public, so I'm very much disappointed by the vote. However, to that end, I'd ask that you clarify the rules. Every member of the public official list that is taken after the first hour reduces the number of public members we can hear testify, and the joint rules seem to indicate we can't do that. So if you or LCO could clarify, the goal is to hear as many people as possible, and I'd just like to make sure we all understand the rules as we move forward during the next 24 hours.
Thank you, Representative. You're correct. Technically, after the first hour, according to the tradition of the rules, that we hold legislators to the end. That would mean that we would have to, at some point before the conclusion of the 24-hour period, stop hearing from the public and then switch back. We could just informally agree at, say, 8:30 in the morning tomorrow to start hearing from legislators. We thought we'd afford them a little courtesy by rotating, but if there's an objection, again, the chairs really have discretion on this aspect of the rules. But to your point, the traditional way of doing that is to hold them to the end. It's just a little bit more complicated with the length of this hearing. Representative Dauphiné.
She already answered my question. I do know that the other legislators that were on the list that were misplaced on the list are not aware that they can speak in the beginning. So I guess I'm a little bit concerned about that. And I also wondered if we should consider allowing or maybe making a provision that this bill not come to committee for a vote for at least 7 days, so all of us have an opportunity or some opportunity to read all of the testimony, since there's going to be so many.
Thank you, Representative. We'll take that under advisement. Yes, there were a couple of elected officials who did not use their official email and were missed. We will append them to the list. We have 6 legislators who would like to speak, so that would take us up to 8. We will try to accommodate. Again, I had intended to rotate, but if we want to save them for the end, we can reserve the last 20, 30 minutes tomorrow morning for that purpose. I am presuming we're going to go to tomorrow morning. If not, we'll move forward as quickly as we can. The first hour is now beginning of testimony, though we are now close to 9:30 already. Representative Dubitsky, followed by Representative Lanu.
Good morning, members of the Public Health Committee. Compelling mothers of this state to violate their deeply held religious beliefs or else have their children's constitutional right to an education stripped from them by government force is wrong. It's morally wrong, it's scientifically wrong, and it's legally wrong. The proponents of these bills and the departments of health and education are even refusing to face questioning before this committee to support these terrible proposals. You're about to hear testimony of hundreds, if not thousands of parents and experts from across the country to explain why these proposals are so wrong. I'd like to introduce my constituent, Jessica Miglio, to explain it from her perspective as an educator and a mother.
Hello, and thank you for having me. My name is Jessica Miglio, and I am here today to oppose House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 568. As a board certified behavior analyst and licensed special education teacher in the state of Connecticut, I believe strongly that every student has a right to a free and appropriate public education. By removing the religious exemption to vaccination, many students would no longer be able to attend public schools based on their religious beliefs. This blatant discrimination would result in many students being unable to access special education services that they are entitled to. Throughout school closure and remote learning, many students have experienced regression because they are unable to access high-quality special education services. It pains me to imagine what would happen to these students should they be excluded from school permanently. It is unjust to think that these students should be homeschooled as their only alternative to an education, as we know that separate is not equal. Parents do not have the necessary training and educational backgrounds in the variety of specialized services that children can access through multidisciplinary teams in place in public schools. In addition, all children desperately need to be around peers in order to form friendships and learn crucial social skills. Peer socialization is vital for development and mental health, and removing this right is a severe overreach by the government in attempt to hold public education hostage and to discriminate against a minority population. This bill would also deeply impact my family as an encroachment on our personal religious beliefs. Since last year's public hearing, I have faced many sleepless nights thinking about how this bill could impact our ability to live in the community we love. If my children were denied the right to participate in school and daycare, my husband and I would be unable to work our full-time jobs in order to educate and care for them, and this could lead us to leave the state. Like many families in our position, we would not change our religious beliefs and vaccinate our children. We would learn to live differently to navigate the barriers forced upon us. My 4-year-old daughter has thrived as a preschooler in our local public school and deserves the right to continue her education alongside her classmates despite our beliefs. As a professional that has dedicated my entire career to educating children with special needs in public schools, I hope that my children can be afforded the same constitutional right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Ms. Miglio, for your heartfelt testimony. We really appreciate it. Questions, Representative Delphine.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jessica, thank you so much for your testimony. I wondered if, as an educator, if you could just speak to the specific challenges that this virtual setting of education that we've been faced with the COVID has brought, in particular, to special ed children.
Sure, absolutely. So many of our students who are functioning well below grade level need hands-on education in order to learn vital skills. For many of the students I work with, a bulk of their day is spent doing activities of daily living where they require instruction from multidisciplinary teams in utilizing hands-on instruction, and this is simply not possible through virtual learning.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you for highlighting the challenges that would bring to those special needs children, really leaving them out of the loop with regards to education. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions? If not, thank you again, Representative Iskey and Ms. Miglio, for your testimony today. Next up is Representative Lanu, followed by Representative Fiorello.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Brian Lanu from the 45th House District, representing 5 towns of Eastern Connecticut. I want to echo the comments of Representative Dubinsky. I too am strongly opposed to HB 6423 and SB 568. These bills erode religious freedom and parental rights. I think it is both morally wrong and wrong in the name of public policy to go after these cherished freedoms. With me is a constituent of mine, a parent, and somebody who's very concerned about this legislation, Catherine Kramer of Griswold. I will turn the camera over to her.
Thank you, Brian. My name is Catherine Kramer, and I am here to testify to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. I am the signatory of the petition to oppose this very virtual hearing to remove the religious exemption with nearly 15,000 signatures from Connecticut residents. The lack of transparency created in a Zoom environment makes this application an inappropriate place to be discussing such controversial and contentious legislation. HB 6423 aims to remove all children with a religious exemption under 7th grade from school. However, the school immunization survey data located on the Connecticut DPH website confirms the use of the religious exemption declined in 2019 and 2020 from the previous year, from 2.5% to 2.3%. Per the CDC, for 2019 to 2020, the national exemption rate remained low at 2.5%, and 2.5% is the national average of kindergartners that have at least one vaccine, have at least an exemption for at least one vaccine on file. Connecticut exemption for the kindergarten entrance checkpoint is 2.3. Again, that is below the national low average of 2.5. The kindergarten school-by-school data is filled with inaccuracies. There are 15 schools in Hartford alone with 0 exemptions on file that fall below the 100% vaccination rate. These schools are the Sand School in Hartford has no exemptions on file, yet only a 60% vaccination rate for the MMR. The Burr School in Hartford has no exemptions on file for the kindergarten entrance checkpoint, but only a 74.1% vaccination rate for the MMR. The Nair School, the Nair Academy, has no exemptions on file for kindergarten, yet only an 89.9 vaccination rate for the MMR. These numbers are atrociously lower than 95%, and if your aim is truly to increase the vaccination rates, why isn't this committee focusing on the children that are non-compliant or the children on an in-progress schedule? Why isn't there a data set for children on a catch-up schedule?
Excuse me, you hit your 3-minute mark, if you wouldn't mind concluding your remarks.
Sure. These are serious questions that needed to be answered by the Department of Public Health Commissioner, and it's a shame that the commissioner is not here to testify to answer these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Questions, Representative Dauphiné, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Do you conclude the data really shows an enforcement problem and not an exemption problem?
I believe that if we have a 40% error or inaccuracy for one school for the MMR vaccination rate, we shouldn't be looking at the 2.5%, especially when we have so many inaccuracies in this data. How could this committee ignore 40% of missing data and go after 2.5% if the aim is truly to increase vaccination rate?
Thank you for your testimony, and I can assure you many of us have those concerns as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Summers.
Yes, thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. I was surprised when I looked through the data to see these rates in the Hartford area. So these are folks that just have not complied to submit the information. They could be vaccinated, maybe, they maybe not, but they just haven't submitted paperwork. Is that correct, from what I understand?
There are 4 categories of people. There are children on the catch-up schedule, the in progress. There are children that are non-compliant. There are children that are using the medical exemption, and there are children that are using the religious exemption. The only data sets we see in the school immunization data are the religious exemptions and the medical exemptions. Anything else is just a discrepancy. There should be a data set for the children on the in progress schedule and the non-compliant, because that is where we're seeing the biggest gaps in this data.
I agree. So the data in the Hartford area in particular is striking. It really sticks out. That is all below the 95 percentile because of outside of an exemption. That has those children are not taking exemptions and they're still falling below. So therefore, removing a religious exemption is not going to do anything to impact these numbers. And if you think about it, I'd love for you to weigh in on this. If we proceed with this bill, we will successfully displace all of these children out of school so that they are no longer counted. And when we look at our data, our vaccination rates certainly will rise because we have put all our outliers outside of what we're counting. So we are absolutely inflating vaccination rates within our schools, but doing nothing about increasing vaccinations.
You're allowing the people that aren't following the rules to go to school. And you're telling the people that followed the rules and use this exemption that they're no longer allowed to school with this bill.
Thank you very much. And your daughter, do you have children that are in the school systems?
I have children that will all be removed from school. I have 1-year-old twin sons and a 6-year-old daughter that is in 1st grade that would all be removed from school and daycare with this bill. And I did what Representative Linehan suggested that I do last year. I quit my job to homeschool my kids. And I will tell you that it did not work with 1-year-old twins trying to homeschool a 6-year-old child in 1st grade. You can't teach phonics when you have kids screaming in the background. And we're not all wealthy enough to hire someone to come in 5 days a week to watch the babies so that we can educate our kids.
Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? If not, thank you, Representative Lanoue, and your constituent for your testimony today. We appreciate it. Next up is Representative Fiorello, followed by Representative Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am State Representative Kimberly Fiorello of Greenwich and Stamford. I will be submitting written testimony in opposition to HB 6423 and SB 568. The constitutional right to a public education is sacred in our state, and the freedom of religion is sacred in our country. Our government, as a constitutional republic, is designed to protect the rights of the smallest, weakest minority, the individual, and in this instance, individual parents who know their children better than anyone else. Today, we have more than 2,000 individuals waiting to speak, many of whom are here to plead for the protection of their rights. With your permission, I yield my time to fellow Greenwich resident, Mr. Lindy Urso, a lifelong Connecticut resident, a veteran of our Connecticut National Guard, a father of 3 school-age sons, and a member of Informed Choice Connecticut and Health Choice Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Let me start by talking about what a sham this whole process is. Representative Steinberg, Senator Abrams. First, you are ignoring a petition that now has 15,000 Connecticut resident signatures merely asking to shelve this enormously consequential bill until such time as you can have a real in-person hearing. Here, next, we're in the middle of this COVID pandemic with its countless public health challenges, and you people are making this committee's #1 priority, what is by far the most controversial issue probably ever before this committee. And you're doing so despite the fact that the DPH released exemption numbers from last school year, 1920, that show the use of both the religious exemption and medical exemption have gone down. And it has nothing to do with COVID because the exemptions were due September of 19, the beginning of the school year. So our overall vaccination rate is somewhere around 98%, got to be among highest in the nation and well above the CDC's goal of 95%. So in short, you're proposing this draconian solution to a problem that doesn't exist. So why are we here attempting to desecrate one of the first freedoms that our forefathers came to this world seeking to exercise? Another remarkable thing about this your blind determination to pass this obviously farmer-driven bill is that it's brought 2 firsts to the State House. Last year, we had the longest running public hearing in Connecticut legislative history. And this year, for the first time ever, you have put a time limit, a cap on the public hearing. So you can avoid looking at your constituents in the eyes. I can't even see you right now with this ridiculous process as you attempt to destroy their children and their lives virtually, but you're disenfranchising the majority of the 2,000 people that have signed up to the hearing. Perhaps worst of all, you're pressing ahead with this bill at a time when all children in the state have already suffered immeasurable psychological harm from the pandemic. Here you are kicking while they're already down hundreds, if not thousands of children who will be forcibly removed from schools and likely uprooted from the state if this corrupt, filthy piece of un-American pharma-bought garbage makes it to Ned Lamont's desk. And who's the driver of this tyrannical bus? House Speaker Matt Ritter, your boss, who's been pushing for the removal of this exemption since he became a partner at the pharma law firm of Shipman and Goodwin a few years back. Thank you. Not coincidentally, his father runs the largest lobbying firm in the state, and they
I'm
represent.
going to
the
stop
same
you now,
guys.
sir. We're not interested in personal attacks on members of the
It's not a
legislature.
personal attack.
You need
It's
to
a
maintain
conflict issue.
civility. If you do not stop attacking individual members of the legislature, we will mute you going forward. I'm sorry,
Speaker
sir, it's
Ritter.
inappropriate. That is disrespectful and inappropriate, and that is the rule of the chair.
Very well. It's just conflict information, but that's fine. Ritter is also on record in the Journal Enquirer.
I asked you to stop talking about members of the legislature in that fashion. If you do not stop, your testimony is now over, sir.
You don't want to hear me. When did the Democrat Party become the party against the free exercise of religion and medical freedom? When did the Democrat Party decide my body, my choice only applies to abortion? When did your party decide to abandon civil liberties? When did the Democrat Party giddily jump inside the enormous deep pockets of Big Pharma? There's no good reason to pass either of these unscientific, unnecessary, unconscionable, and unconstitutional bills. Vaccine mandates and religious exemptions can coexist as they have
Sir,
done.
you were asked to conclude your remarks
60 years.
well over a minute ago, and you're still not
Yeah,
concluding your
Well,
remarks.
you interrupted me. One more point. Please, I ask everyone, surprise your party leaders, do what's right, stand up for religious liberty, equal access to public schools, for human rights and bioethics. As John Adams once wrote most poignantly,
I'm sorry,
liberty,
sir, your time is
once
now up.
lost, is lost forever.
Before I get to questions, I would like just to make clear for everybody on this committee and for purposes of all those paying attention to this proceedings, that we will not tolerate personal attacks on legislators, and we will adhere to our 3-minute limit with appropriate deference to allow you to conclude your remarks. What we've just seen is neither of those things, and we really are going to be very firm about that going forward. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Are you concerned about kids unable to be vaccinated because they are immunocompromised?
I think that's really a non-issue. I don't think anybody can point to a single case of an immunocompromised child being injured by a healthy, unvaccinated child. I think that's just a talking point. So I'm not concerned about them at all. And I think there's a tragic irony because a lot of those immunocompromised kids probably got that way from vaccines.
Thank you. And as an attorney, what's your take on the legality of this initiative?
Well, I can tell you, there are people, including me, that are preparing for a potential, if this thing does get through, we're preparing for a legal challenge, and we like our chances very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? If not, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Representative Hennessy, followed by Representative Howard.
Good morning, co-chairs Abrams and Steinberg, vice chairs Anwar, Kushner, and Gilchrist, ranking members Wong, Summers, and Pettit, and members of the Public Health Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 568. My name is State Representative Jack Hennessy of the 127th District from Bridgeport. I'm sorry, but not surprised to have been denied the ability to remain on the Public Health Committee due to my opposition to this move to remove religious exemption. Once again, I state that government has no business interfering with the parent's right to make medical decisions where there is a possibility of harm. Parents have a First Amendment right to protect their children. Connecticut, the Constitution state, needs to defend the Constitution. When we took the oath of office, we swore to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Connecticut. How is it leadership is so eager to infringe on religious liberty listed in the First Amendment? How is it that they are so eager to violate the constitutional right of a child to receive a free public education? Informed consent is a cornerstone of medical ethics. People of the state of Connecticut are informed, and if this bill passes, people will be leaving the state of Connecticut. Vaccine manufacturers have no product liability. Billions of dollars have been paid out with taxpayer dollars for vaccine injury by the court set up to adjudicate vaccine injury, thus relieving the pharmaceutical industry from liability. It's been proven that Black individuals are more susceptible to vaccine injury than white people. Given our country's systemic racism against Black people, I call upon the Black and Latino caucus to oppose this. Thank you, and I'll be glad to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Hennessy, for your long career in public service, and I really do miss you on this committee as being new on here. I think you represent a clarion call that this is not a partisan issue. This is a philosophical and a personal right issue. And I want to applaud you for speaking out and having the courage to potentially speak your mind rather than on behalf of any party structure. So I just wanted to applaud you for your long career service and your courage in being able to stand up for what is right and principle. So thank you, Representative Hennessy.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you, and thank you, Rep. Hennessy, for your statement and testimony. And I would reiterate with what Senator Wong said. I know that you were removed from this committee most recently, and you had a desire to serve on it again. And I know that it takes a lot of courage to stand up to the status quo. What would you have to say to other freshmen that are new to this with regard to being in that position and how to kind of move forward when you have such a controversial bill to respond to?
Well, when we get elected to be a legislator, it's pretty exciting. And I remember being a freshman over 16 years ago. And there are times and moments and votes that are more important than others. And I would suggest that this is a really important vote that's going to be taken, and to consider the impact that you have on future generations of children. There is vaccine injury. It's clear through the billions of dollars that have been paid out by that court. And I suggest that you allow this to go, religious exemption to go forward, to not be party to opening up harm to children today and in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Rep. Hennessy, for your testimony today.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Summers.
Yes, good morning, Representative, and thank you for being in your car testifying. I hope you're not driving. That's my first concern. But I wanted to ask you a question because you brought up a topic that is something that I'm really concerned about. You spoke about children of Black and Brown communities that tend to be vaccine hesitant to begin with for good reason of the history. But in the information that I've been gathering, the people that I've been talking to, is it your opinion those communities will be more severely impacted by the passage of this bill? That's what we tend to get in the data that we're collecting from talking to different communities. But could you speak to that? You touched on it a little bit. Could you speak to that a little bit more?
Well, it's my understanding that Black people have a more of a possibility of being vaccine injured than white people. So that was what I was speaking to. And also, if they are denied the ability to go to school, that people, Black people have more difficulty in homeschooling. So that is problematic also.
Okay, I just want to follow up with one quick question on that. So I'm not speaking to the fact on the injury side at all. I was speaking like logistically that the data that we have been able to see, although it's early data, seems to be certain areas, just either it's access or education on vaccines could be an issue. But I did also want to touch on what you just spoke about, which I've heard repeatedly, that if this bill does go forward the way it's written, for those who have religious exemptions for maybe one of the series of vaccines that is required, and they are forced to homeschool their children or teach them virtually, it really is discriminatory on some level because you have people that just can't afford to keep their children home. They have to go to work. They are not, wealthy individuals that can afford to have a nanny come in or somebody supervise their children. Are you hearing that also? Because that's very concerning to me.
Yes, absolutely. It will negatively impact populations more than others. And that is a concern, which is why I'm calling on the Black and Latino caucus to protect their people by not supporting this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Summers. Is there any other questions for this person? If not, thank you, Representative, for your testimony today. Representative Howard, and then we'll have the three who didn't register, three legislators who did not register under their legislative emails. Representative Francesco, Representative Anderson, and Representative Case. But first, Representative Howard, good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Senator Abrams, Senator Wang, Senator Summers, Representative Pettit, and esteemed members of the Public Health Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. The issue on today's agenda is controversial in our state and emotional for many. Like many of us, I've heard from constituents that are troubled by their inability to testify themselves given the logistics of this hearing. In order to advocate for them to the best of my ability, I yield the rest of my time to Mr. Carl Kanthak, a gentleman with relative expertise who will make points that these constituents would make themselves if given the opportunity. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carl Kanthak. I am the Executive Director of Educators for Responsible Vaccine Policy, speaking to oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. Everyone agrees that we want children to be as healthy and safe as possible. Vaccination is not 100%. The intent of exemption elimination is that there will be no susceptible people in schools. This is not achievable because vaccines are not 100%. Primary vaccine failure is when the recipient never develops immunity, 3 to 12% depending upon the vaccine. Secondary vaccine failure is where the vaccine wanes over time, some fall to 0 in as little as 5 years. Antigen escape is when the circulating infection strain mutates out of control of the vaccine. Therefore, there are vaccinated but still susceptible individuals of all ages in schools. That makes the true test for attendance is vaccine receipt, not immunity. To use immunity, all students would be tested every year, and vaccine failure students revaccinated or banned from school. During the 2015 Disney measles outbreak, the majority of the cases were in adults, and most were documented or self-reported being vaccinated. So many fully vaccinated and antibody-tested healthcare providers contracted measles that now the California Department of Public Health directs all healthcare providers to ignore their vaccination status and use full PPE when exposed to measles cases. Clearly, if fully vaccinated healthcare providers can contract and transmit measles, so can fully vaccinated students and teachers. Immune compromised. Any student who is so immune compromised that a vaccine-targeted infection is a threat is also vulnerable to dozens of other infections without vaccines that circulate in public spaces. Also, why would for education over exempt students? Connecticut law recognizes this and provides instruction under the homebound program. The statistics of the religious exemption have been misrepresented. The 25% increase in RE use was the relative increase from 2 to 2.5% for an actual increase of only 0.5, or about 187 students level in kindergarten coverage. When the average Connecticut school has only 60 students, they're 1.3% or more. Helen,
Mark, if you wouldn't mind including your remarks.
yes. And then 26 of the 134 schools with less than 95 has 0 religious exemptions. That's due to a disharmony between the dose scheduling of the second MMR dose and when we're measuring. They have until the 7th birthday to receive it, and kindergarten enrollment is age 5. And I'm happy to take questions. I've been doing this for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative Pettit.
Thank you for that testimony. And how would one child impact the numbers in a very small school if one child took the exemption and weren't vaccinated? The percentage.
Well, that's funny. That's how I became involved in that. I'm a school board member, and I'm in a micro district, and we have only 8 kindergarten students. And so one of the students opted out of the chickenpox vaccine, and then because 1 of 8 is 12.5% of the student body, we all of a sudden had a 12.5% exemption rate. And that's what originally prompted me to become educated about how this works. And I will just say that the families that are using exemptions are very committed to that choice, and that it must be understood, this is not going to increase vaccination rates. You're going to push these exemption using families out of the schools. That's the small percentage that are using an exemption is an indication of this. The pressure to vaccinate is so extreme that no one is doing this casually. There's no one that's going to shrug their shoulders and say, well, they caught us, I guess we're going to do that now. And only those that have no other option are going to do that.
Thank you for
But
that.
the percentage usage in these small populations, Connecticut has a really, really excellent vaccination rates. You have some of the highest confirmed rates in the country, especially when you look at the older ages.
Thank you for that. And I was just particularly intrigued when you were talking about primary failure. And I think the numbers you gave were 3 to 12% would be affected by primary failure. So are you concluding that we will never, even with 100% vaccination, reach the 95% target number that the state is trying to achieve?
It's quite difficult because everybody has a different immune response. That's why, there are no longer any single injection vaccines, except perhaps for the annual flu, but that's annual. So that what you have is, again, because of that primary failure rate, the mumps is at 88% is what they consider to be immune after 2 doses. And then that's the one that's declining, which is why you're seeing all of the cases in college students when they're living in the dorms especially, and sharing cups and doing things that college students do that have saliva. So it's a moving target. And the other part is that your immunity wanes over time. And back when we had natural infection circulating, then when you were exposed to someone after you'd had contracted and recovered from an infection, your exposure was a natural booster. And one of the reasons that they're saying now that there is so much shingles in the older population is that now that when they came out with the chickenpox vaccine, that has reduced the incidence of chickenpox in the young population. And so now that older people aren't being exposed to kids with chickenpox, they're losing that immunity level and are experiencing symptomatic shingles at a rate that they wouldn't have otherwise. So absolutely, 100% vaccination rate does not mean 100% immunity.
Thank you. Thank you for that testimony.
Thank you, Representative.
In my packet, I submitted.
I'm sorry, sir. We're going to continue now. Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kanthak, for your testimony. I wonder if you could comment on the comparison to the other states. Apparently, there's about 4 or 5 states now that have eliminated all exceptions other than medical. And I wonder if you had any comment on the aggregate data in terms of the states that have removed all exemptions other than medical and the states that maintain religious and/or philosophical exemptions in terms of its impact upon the percentage of people vaccinated.
Well, there's a couple issues here. One of them is the overall health outcomes, and the states that have eliminated non-medical exemptions do not have superior health outcomes. The one that has had the longest history of no non-medical exemptions is Mississippi, which is 40th, 9th, or 50th across the scale. So there is no direct correlation with eliminating non-medical exemptions and improvements in health or reductions in infection rates. And when it comes to vaccination rates, one of the issues that is that you have, when are the students being measured? And they're being measured at one point, typically at the beginning of the school year. And in the kindergarten, that's quite problematical because up until the mid-90s, all of the vaccines that a person would receive to be considered vaccinated for life were received before their 4th birthday. You had a 1-year grace and then you enrolled at age 5. Since the mid-90s, they've added 4 additional injections that are CDC scheduled between the 4th and 7th birthday. We're measuring kindergartners who turn 5 by December 31 in Connecticut, and they still have 2 years left on the administration window to receive that. And there is no in-process category. So you're either complete for the 2 on the day they measure it, or you have, or they call you some type of out of compliance, or in this case, they're just calling these schools that have less than 95% rates. And that's inaccurate because you have a student with 1 MMR used to be complete for your entire life. And it's only been the last, since the late 90s that it was required too. So in 26 of your 134 schools with less than 95% MMR, they have 0 exemptions. And the reason that they're below 95% is because some percentage of those younger kindergartners have gotten the first shot. They're not going to exempt, they're going to receive the second at some point in the future. So if we simply push the measurement point back to 2nd grade, when all of the students are 7, you would see a greater improvement, or use the 6th grade numbers. We're measuring children that are too young to be fully vaccinated in many cases. And pushing students out of the school might raise the school's immunization rate, but it doesn't raise the community rate if those families aren't going to vaccinate, which is the case. These are extremely committed families. That's what I ran into in my work in the schools.
Thank you, Mr. Kanthak. And Mr. Chair, I've received a text from Representatives Case and Master Francesco. They may be held up at a Human Services public hearing.
Thank you for that, Representative. That may mean that they fall to the bottom of the list. Are there any other questions? If not, I believe Representative Anderson is available, and I understand Representative Michelle, who also signed up earlier but didn't use his official address. So if Representative Anderson is available, please continue. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed members of the Public Health Committee. As the legislators, we take an oath to the state and U.S. Constitution. The state Constitution guarantees a right to an education, and we have the First and 14th Amendment that protect the liberties of our state citizens. I'm not anti-vaccine. My sons had all their vaccines. I spent a long career in the Army and had more vaccines for exotic things that I can count or remember. All of my constituent responses have been against these bills, and we should not approve this bill. And I give the rest of my time to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? If not, thank you for your testimony. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here just to concede my time to Dan Flug. I don't know if he was having problems getting in, but I'd also just voice my concerns with the bill and that I will not support House Bill 6423. But can Beverly find Dan Flug? I think he's number 81 on the list, and he had a problem, needed to be moved earlier.
Well, thank you, Representative. Sorry for the confusion with the email addresses. I think we'll all know in the future that we should all be using our official email addresses in order to make sure we get our opportunity to speak as elected officials. I don't know if your constituent is available currently.
He had to log back in. He should be in. I believe he would be in now, but I'll leave it up to Beverly. I'm not in control.
Right.
Oh, he's under the name Daniel Joseph, I guess. He couldn't.
Okay, so he's under a different name, which also makes it more complicated. I think we're all learning today that it's much easier if you use your own name and an appropriate email address if you want to be recognized. I don't know if that's going to help matters to now know what name he is operating under.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mr. Joseph, please continue.
Yeah, let me get my video going here. Sorry. Hi, I vehemently oppose these bills. I'm a dad who works full-time with a wife who has multiple sclerosis, a neurodegenerative autoimmune disease. Vaccinating our children at this time is not an option. All of the healthcare professionals in our lives have advised against vaccination, as there is a great deal of peer-reviewed research that shows our children are more at risk of vaccine injury due to a family history of autoimmune disease. While my children should qualify for a medical exemption under the current bill language of the HB bill, it has been impossible to find a doctor willing to write a medical exemption because they fear repercussion, possibly losing their license, as is currently taking place in California. As for my wife, she's a phenomenal mother, but her disease causes her extreme fatigue, and all of her energy goes into taking care of our children's basic needs. So homeschooling is not an option due to her disability. If you remove the religious exemption, I will be forced to uproot my family and leave Connecticut. There's one key point I want to bring to your attention that you are probably not aware of. I have repeatedly heard legislators talk about how the unvaccinated are a threat to the immunocompromised. This argument is severely flawed. In 2017, my wife received high-dose chemotherapy. In her discharge paperwork, she was told to avoid, quote, avoid contact with any individual who has had a recent live vaccine for 6 months, end quote. The reason for this is that live vaccine products like the MMR, chickenpox, nasal flu shot, etc., can shed the virus to others. That's end quote. We know all about this asymptomatic in times of COVID. I attached this paperwork to my testimony. Please note there's no mention that my wife should avoid contact with an unvaccinated child or that such child poses a risk to her health. So to the legislators who are claiming that they are doing this to protect the immunocompromised kids, my question to all of you is, who is looking out for my child? I was never politically active before, but now this is personal. I refuse to live in a state where my kids are treated like second-class citizens. I've always been a registered Democrat. I'm now a single-issue voter. I've met with legislators in the Public Health Committee. I'm being told by them that they agree this is not an emergency, and Connecticut should not be forcing families to leave the state They're willing to go vote this bill out of committee.
If you wouldn't mind concluding your remarks.
Yeah, I just heard you're willing to vote this out of committee due to your commitment to democratic leadership. Please think for yourself. This isn't an emergency. It's not an imminent threat. Kicking kids out of school should be your last recourse, not your first recourse. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Senator Wong, followed by Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan, great to see you. And I think it's important, as I said earlier, this is not a partisan issue. And as a lifelong Democrat, you and I talk quite a bit in regards to political philosophies. This is deeply personal. And for you to spend time and to go through this effort, what does it mean for you and how this has impacted you and how this political process has impacted you and how you truly feel?
It's really opened my eyes. I mean, I didn't really follow politics that closely. And like I said, I was a Democrat and I'm still a registered Democrat, but this, I'm learning about certain legislators. I won't name them. Their father is a lobbyist for Big Pharma. Other legislators in the committee have spouses that work for Big Pharma. Conflicts of interest should not be influencing legislation. I feel like this is very dangerous.
Well, I just want to focus on this issue and not assign individual points, but I want to just go back to you from the standpoint of how you feel as an individual that deeply cares about your family, and I believe your wife suffers and struggles with a medical health issue. You're keenly aware of your health and well-being of your loved ones. Is that what drives you on this more than anything else? And you feel that we as policymakers are bridging your passion and desire to protect your loved ones?
Exactly. I mean, medicine is never one size fits all. And I understand you guys want to protect public health, but you can't legislate a bill like this. And it leaves families like mine. My wife has multiple sclerosis. It's in the bill. Autoimmune kids should get a waiver through this bill, but none of our medical providers will write a medical exemption. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. My back is against the wall, literally.
And you talked about it from a medical aspect. We've gotten some testimony from the medical profession, which articulated some of the support of this. But for you,
What's the easiest step?
the deeply personal viewpoint, do you feel that your rights and your ability to protect your family is being abridged by people who know nothing about your family?
100%.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Dan, thank you for your passion and having your voice heard. And maybe one more additional question. You appearing in person, you also submitted written testimony. It's been articulated the fact that not having an opportunity for everybody to voice their viewpoints, that they have submitted written testimony being suffice. Tell me what it means to you to have your voice, your emotions, the authenticity of that presentation being heard by people, even in these difficult times. Obviously, you would have preferred to do it person to person, but how important is it for you to have your voice not only seen on written materials, but for people to see how passionate and how emotional you are in protecting your family?
It's very important. I was there till 5 a.m. Last year testifying with 5,000 other people at the Capitol in Hartford. I don't know what to do at this point. I'm praying that you guys can just hold back on this and focus on COVID pandemic issues and not this issue, because it's not an emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan, thank you, and bless you and your family.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dan, for your most passionate testimony. I just wanted to clarify, your immunocompromised wife was told to avoid the recently vaccinated. Was there any mention of avoiding a non-vaccinated individual?
No, I uploaded the paperwork. It hasn't been uploaded to the website, the CGA website, but she was supposed to avoid anyone who's recently received a live vaccine, like the MMR nasal flu shot. I contacted the DPH about this issue and I said, why aren't you, to protect immunocompromised kids, why aren't you addressing that issue? And the response that I got over the phone about a year ago was, oh, that's kind of difficult to track. I don't know what to do. I I think you should circle back to the DPH about that issue if you really want to protect immunocompromised kids. There's no mention that the unvaccinated posed a risk to my wife's health after she received the high-dose chemo.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Summers.
Yes, thank you, Daniel, for your testimony. I was going to ask a similar question. I'm very familiar with MS, and that is sort of standard of care. If you are receiving that chemotherapy, you have to try to avoid a newly vaccinated individual with the MMR because the vaccine sheds the virus, and they don't want you to come in contact with that. I just wanted to circle back. We heard earlier from a doctor about the vaccines not necessarily being effective for extended period of time. You know, some have a 60% vaccination rate that provides protected immunity versus immunity. And, you know, I heard you speak about your children in schools. If they are forced to obtain, I know you said that, you know, your family is very serious about the exemption that they have, but if they were required to get the vaccine to go to school, which they are without the exemption, but if the exemptions are pulled away, would it also make sense that everybody working in that school system should also have to have updated vaccines rather than just the children? Should they all have to get titers to find out if, you know, every teacher has immunity against MMRs? Could you speak to that at all?
I would think you would want all the teachers, janitors, anyone in the school to get up to date. The full schedule has 72 doses that kids now receive. I don't think anyone on this gallery view has received 72 doses of their shots. I would think you would need to do that as well.
Okay, and if you could speak to a little bit about your wife has MS, which is an autoimmune disease, and your children are not vaccinated, but can you talk to how you said that you could not get a medical exemption? Now, I know I am not somebody who's against vaccines. I am married to a clinician, a heart doctor. All my kids are vaccinated, but could you speak to the fact that you could not get a medical exemption for your children? That seems to be a recurring thing that happens here. We hear that from individuals because doctors are taught, vaccines cure diseases. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, we've consulted with, we have our pediatrician, then we have other health professionals for my children. And we've been advised that a child's autoimmune disease is not fully developed till they're at least 6 years old. However, none of the health professionals in our lives will write this medical exemption. They see what's going on in California, where doctors are getting some backlash. I don't know how you can make a bill to address that problem, because this bill does not. So if you pass this bill in this current language and form, I will have to leave the state.
Okay, and just one other question. The way that this bill is written, it talks to 7th grade and above being exempted. If you have a religious exemption, you can keep it. 7th and below, you can't. You have to get the vaccines. And if this is, as you said, a compelling health interest, public health interest, where we are going to remove a religious right, there has to be a compelling health interest. Can you speak to the fact that 7th grade and above is okay to have the exemption, 7th grade and below is not, even though we've seen the number of religious exemptions decline in the past year? Does that make sense to you?
I was a little confused because this committee, many of the members are the same, voted out the amendment to the bill that would grandfather kindergarten and above. And then the bill was changed by the chairs to only grandfather 7th graders and above. And we didn't have the new data at that point when that change was made. And I didn't get a clear explanation as to why that change was made, even though I inquired. So there's some, I don't know if games are being played. I know Senator Anwar said based on the data, he would grandfather families with younger siblings. But I don't know if that's being considered as well. And now we have 2 bills, a Senate bill and a House bill, one with grandfathering, one without. So which are, what's going on? It's very stressful as a parent. We're losing sleep.
And your children are below the 7th grade, so they wouldn't be grandfathered in.
Correct. I have 3 children.
Okay. have you heard from other families I have that if they have a seventh grader, but then they have somebody who's a kindergartner or second grade, half of the family has the exemption and half does not. So your colleagues are that, can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, it's, people are actually, and I don't know if she's going to get a chance to speak, but people are actually not thinking of having a kid in Connecticut. This is a real issue because they don't want to deal with this. People that are thinking about having either one child or more. I know one woman was going to have her first baby. She's now thinking about holding off because of all this stress.
Thank you for your testimony today, and good luck with your wife with what she has to deal with MS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Miko, followed by Representative Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Joseph, thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate the difficulty that your family is going through. I just wanted to be clear. So did I understand you correctly that the denial of the medical exemption for your children was based solely on the fear of the doctors having action taken against them, or was there a medical justification given by the doctor as to why your children did not qualify for the medical exemption? I'm a little unclear.
I believe doctors are following CDC guidelines, and they don't provide an exclusion if your wife or a sibling has an autoimmune condition like MS. But based on my doctor's recommendations and what she's seen in her patients, it would be a danger to vaccinate my kids at this time. And she's worried about the repercussions.
It would be a danger to vaccinate your kids at this time because
of my wife's autoimmune condition, and it could trigger, because vaccines trigger an autoimmune response. It can injure them.
I see. And that was so according to the law, they do qualify for the exemption?
Under your bill, they qualify for the exemption. Under the CDC guidelines, they do not qualify for a medical exemption.
I see. Okay, I'm going to have to get a little more clarity on that, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I saw a hand previously. Representative Betts, no need to ask a question, or are you ready?
No need to ask a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? If not, thank you for your testimony today. Any other comments from the representative? If not, I also do not see Representative Mastro Francesco or Representative Case. So we have completed our public officials part within the hour stipulated, and we'll now move on to the members of the public. First up is Madalena, I'll get this wrong, Sirigmata, followed by Jeffrey Bowden. Good morning, madam. Please give us your testimony. Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed committee members. My name is Madalena Chirignota. That was actually pretty well pronounced. Thank you. Thank you for the sacrifices that you and your family make to represent us. I'm here this morning to strongly oppose House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 568, which would remove the religious exemption in Connecticut and thus violate my children's right to a free and adequate public education. I would like to point out that the religious exemption form specifically states that in the event of an infectious outbreak, a child who is unvaccinated for that infection is required to stay home. Is it really necessary to bar that child from all access to school, even if there's no outbreak? Please keep in mind that children with HIV, hepatitis, and HPV absolutely have the right to attend school with active infections. Yet those without the corresponding vaccines cannot, even if they have no infection. Why does an infected person have the right to school, but an unvaccinated one does not? I am a highly progressive feminist, and I am raising my 3 children to use their voices to advocate for themselves. I have always instilled in them that others may not do things to their bodies without their consent, and my consent until they no longer need my advocacy. I am their most committed advocate. I conceived, bore, birthed, and breastfed each of my children with my own body. I live for them. I am their fiercest and most capable advocate because I am more invested in their well-being than anyone on this earth. When a fellow progressive looks me in the face and tells me that I shouldn't have the right to say no to a pharmaceutical for my children, I am beyond disappointed and disillusioned. I'm also outraged at their hypocrisy. Why does my body, my choice not apply to vaccines? Why do we trust women, but not if they decline a vaccine? Pro-choice means respecting all choices. If we only extend the right to choose to those choices that we approve of, we aren't actually pro-choice. I have an inherited gene mutation that lowers my ability to process toxins. Consequently, I have a long history of overreacting to pharmaceuticals, from antibiotics to anesthesia to pain medications and so forth. Since I have passed this gene mutation to my children, I owe them enormous diligence when making medical choices for them. I will not be bullied into medical choices that may be detrimental to my kids. Unfortunately, the overwhelming majority of pediatricians systematically deny families like mine healthcare unless we are willing to accept all 72 doses of the 16 vaccines on CDC's pediatric schedule. How am I supposed to get a medical exemption when I can't even get an appointment with a pediatrician? I had one medical office tell me that unless I caught my children up on the first day of my first appointment, they wouldn't let me make an appointment. In addition, CDC has documented. Oh, wow, that was quick. So I emailed the entire committee a long list of documented conflicts of interest, from Attorney General reports to majority staff reports, in which the government itself outlines many conflicts of interest. I just want to point out that as a parent, in conclusion, I am highly educated, and I bear the right and the duty to make choices for my children without duress. And removing my children from public school is an extreme duress. I implore you to vote against these two bills. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative Betts.
Representative.
Representative.
Sorry. Thank you for your testimony. Have you been refused medical care for your children in spite of your convictions?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I had trouble. I actually just see a family doctor at this point. I had so many pediatricians tell me that unless I accepted every single vaccine for all three of my children, I couldn't even make a first appointment when I first moved here, which was 6 years ago at this point.
Obviously, your convictions to not vaccinate are very strong. With valid reason, what are you planning to do if this bill passes? Will you leave the state, or?
We would have to. We would have to. I simply am not in a position to homeschool my children. I work, and I'm not going to do something for them that may be medically detrimental to them. I've nearly died from things as simple as anesthesia. I'm certainly not going to just give them 72 doses of 16 vaccines. It can't happen. I love my children too much.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Betts, followed by Representative Zupkis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for your testimony, which I find extremely compelling. But there are a couple of things I just wanted to ask. There's been a lot of debate about these vaccines. Are you aware of this being a huge problem in the state of Connecticut? And if so, where have you seen it, or where have you heard about it?
I don't quite understand. What is the huge problem? Do you mean the denial of health care to individuals?
No, the effort to have everybody take vaccinations because there's some kind of public safety issue, health issue. If they don't take it, then they don't want people to go to school.
Oh, I think it's a huge problem. I would call that duress. You know, we have the right to make our medical choices based on our families' individual histories, on our knowledge of the vaccine program. One of the things that has really concerned, because I've had to be so careful about which medications I allow for my children in the first place, I've really looked into the vaccine program, and there's very little discussion about the conflicts of interest within our guiding agencies in the first place. And, you know, even without any medical condition, I, as a parent, have the right to say that I'm not comfortable with the fact that the CDC Foundation takes billions of dollars from pharmaceutical companies that they supposedly should be supervising and overseeing. So there's so many issues involved. And ultimately, I am the most invested in my children's well-being. No government agency is going to take responsibility if they're injured. That will be my responsibility. And so that's my choice to make.
And I totally agree with you about that because whether it's this issue or the right to die or other issues that have been taken up by the Public Health Committee, I think universally, it's not a question of Republican and Democrat. I think universally, the overwhelming majority of us believe we should have the final say in terms of the development and the health care of our kids and our family. So I clearly understand where you're coming from. And it would be highly disappointing, I think, if in light of all the people who are going to be testifying now in the controversy, it'd be very, very disappointing if this moved forward. But thank you.
Thank you, Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you for testifying. Your testimony was very compelling. And to me, this is, progressive, Republican, right, whatever. It's not even about that. It's about our children. And I'm not an anti-vaxxer. My kids are vaccinated, but I, like you, have the right to say what my children get vaccinated with or not. So I just wanted to thank you for coming in to say this is not a partisan issue, in my opinion. It is about our children and we are their parents. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you again for your testimony today. Next up, I believe, is Jeffrey Bowden, but I've been advised perhaps he is not in the House, so to speak. If that's so, we're going to move on to Amaryllis Sanchez, followed by Mary Owens. Ms. Sanchez. I can see you. If you could just unmute.
Unmute. Hello.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Hi. Can you see me as well?
Not yet, but that's okay.
Okay. Can I begin or?
Please.
Oh, okay. Good morning. My name is Amaryllis Sanchez, and I oppose bills SB 568 and HB 6423. I grew up and still live in the city of Hartford. I also pay taxes here. I am a concerned mother. I have 2 small children. My son is 4 and my daughter is 2 years old. My children are perfect and very healthy. It is my deepest religious belief to not vaccinate. Our body is a temple and should be treated as such by not injecting things into our body that can harm. I'm afraid of what the future holds for the state of Connecticut. We live in a constitutional state, but for some reason it doesn't feel like it. These bills goes against everything the Constitution stands for and everything that it should be protected under. Going against our human rights, going against protecting our children and against giving them their rightful education is not right. How is this even legal? These bills are not just about the unvaccinated children. It's bigger than that. It's about our religious beliefs and medical freedoms being taken away. Why is my right to choose being taken away? My children, as well as others, won't be able to go to school and even attend college if they don't comply with getting vaccinated. Are you okay with that? No one should be okay with that. It is not right to mandate anything, especially something that is not 100% safe and effective. Vaccine injury is real. Vaccines are not a one-size-fits-all. Please educate yourselves on that. Then you wonder why a lot of our children are sick, especially our Black and Latino population. It is so sad that some patients have not yet linked it to the possibility of it being from a vaccine. The saddest and scariest part of it all is that no one is held liable. I question what is going to happen to my children. They are not in school yet, but soon will be. They both, like many others, deserve the right to a rightful education. There are so many children right now that have a religious exemption in the state of Connecticut. What's going to happen to those children? Are those children going to be placed in a separate classroom if allowed to stay in school? That's discrimination. Our children's vaccine and medical status need to be protected. and shouldn't be treated any different. Lastly, I want to say that the grandfathering in for those specific ages and grades is not fair. What about my children and those children being born thereafter? Why are those children being neglected? How are you okay with that? Selling our home, moving out of state, and homeschooling, it's not an option for us. It is time for you representatives to start representing us, not the pharmaceutical companies. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony today. We really appreciate it. Next up is Mary Owens, followed by Aaron McWilliam. Ms. Owens.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Public Health Committee. My name is Mary Owens from Goshen, Connecticut, and I strongly oppose the Senate Bill 568 and the House Bill 6423. The health of my family is important to me. My husband and I have been doing research on the history of vaccination since before our 4-year-old son was born. Most people have no clue about the precarious history of vaccinations and the legislation that has passed in the last 50 years to protect the manufacturers of these risky biologics. The Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986 was passed because of ongoing injuries caused by vaccinations. This legislation stripped liability of these products from the vaccine companies to the taxpayers of this country and created the vaccine courts and the Vaccine Adverse Effects Reporting System, VAERS. Since 1989, $4 billion in climbing has been paid out for vaccine injuries, 25% of which is from the flu vaccine alone. Also, the number of required doses since 1989 has gone from 24 doses by the age of 18 to over 72 doses in today's CDC schedule. Further, Johns Hopkins University performed a study which found that VAERS was only 1% reporting of the total number of vaccine injuries since the beginning of the system. You do the math. That's an incredible number of people and taxpayers' money that has been affected by these safe and effective vaccines. One cannot logically conclude that there is no risk associated with receiving these injections. All vaccines have side effects. Read the inserts. They are all listed. Some people have mild reactions while others have severe reactions, including death. I choose not to play Russian roulette with my health and definitely not the health of my child. Vaccines have several ingredients that should give pause to those that actually care to learn what is injected into our children. From aluminum, a known neurotoxin, as an adjuvant, to formaldehyde as a preservative, to aborted fetal cells as the platform to grow the viruses. I am 100% against abortion. The free people of this country will not be forced either politically or physically to take them. Where there is risk, there must be a choice. This agenda that is being pushed down our throats is sickening and unethical. It comes down to money and control, and we won't stand for it. We are not for sale. We are not guinea pigs. We are children of God. How dare you give parents an ultimatum to either take the god-awful experimental COVID vaccine that could alter your DNA, give terrible side effects, or kill you, or not be able to attend school. It's unacceptable. It would be a disgrace of you as legislators to abolish our God-given rights for medical freedom and the start of a political war that you will not win. My body, my choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we move on to Aaron McWilliam, followed by Catherine Zigmond.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please continue.
Good morning. My name is Erin McWilliam. I'm from East Haven, Connecticut, and I am a mother of 4 children, ages 9, 7, 5, and 3. I ask you to vote no on HB 6423 and SB 568 because it takes away our rights in a free country to decide for ourselves what we think is best for our children. No government should be allowed to dictate that to us. We are supposed to be a government by the people and for the people. This bill goes against both of these positions. This bill also violates the First Amendment, which states Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. By removing this, you are removing our religious freedom, which our country's founders put in place in order to keep the government out of religion. The government cannot penalize us for our religious beliefs, and this is what this bill will do. My children and many other children will suffer from this bill and that they will no longer be able to attend school. My children love their school, their friends, and their teachers. They will no longer be able to attend if this bill is passed because their health and our beliefs are of utmost importance to our family. They will be ripped away from their school, their friends, and their teachers because of a government that is trying to control aspects that should only be controlled by each family individually. Please do not discriminate against our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on. Catherine Zygmunt, followed by Priya Suri.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Zygmunt. I oppose HB 6423 and I also oppose SB 568. I'm here with constituent Ian Cadieux and he's going to read his testimony.
Hello. Representative Steinberg advised me to sue my pediatrician. Last year, I told how my daughter experienced consistent, severe, and coincident reactions to her vaccines. I told how multiple pediatricians at Stanford Pediatrics denied the existence of those symptoms and refused to document them. I told how Stanford Pediatrics threatened to deny further care for even questioning vaccines. I told how multiple other practitioners believed she could not be further vaccinated. Finally, I told how these other practitioners refused to grant us a medical exemption because they feared for their licenses. After that testimony, Representative Steinberg took an interest in my case. I'd like to thank him for his efforts and his compassion. After months of work, however, he ultimately told me the best chance for my children to attend school is to sue my pediatrician. Representative Steinberg reviewed my daughter's medical records. He read our HIPAA complaint documenting the omissions in those records. He reviewed the pediatrician's denial, which claimed her records were accurate and complete. He reviewed our rebuttal, which included documents straight from the CDC, FDA, and the pediatrician's own website counseling to stop vaccinating if you experience those exact side effects. Representative Steinberg even offered to mediate a meeting with Stanford Pediatrics to correct the issue. Through a lawyer, they declined. Representative Steinberg was appalled. He helped me. He used his power with his contacts at the DPH and elsewhere to see what options we actually had. Ultimately, there are no options. He advised me to sue my pediatrician. The problem is, I don't want to sue my pediatrician. I don't want money. I want my children to attend school. I want them to be afforded the same education as any other child, regardless of medical or religious decisions. I am the living example of why this legislation is awful. I am successful and Yale educated. I can afford top-notch medical care. I'm savvy enough to enlist the help of multiple legislators, and I'm committed to my children's health and education. I'm not some fringe thinker. I believe in expertise and I trust science. Yet, I am who you are sacrificing for the greater good. This legislation is not effective policy. It coerces medical decisions by banning children from school, and the language around medical exemptions provides no protections whatsoever. If you can kick legislators off of the Public Health Committee for voting their conscience, imagine what you can do to doctors who are fearful for their license and their own livelihood. It regresses religious freedoms for the most vulnerable, and it ignores all the input given over the past years to improve this legislation. Please vote no on both of these bills. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel the need to comment. I did review the materials that this gentleman provided. I am neither a lawyer nor a medical professional, and just offered him my personal opinion because I was upset with the way that he was treated. So I was not serving in any role, including that as chair of the Public Health Committee. I was just having a conversation with a constituent. Secondly, I want to make clear, because I clearly didn't earlier, that only the person who is signed up to testify may testify after we've had the elected officials. So we allow this to happen, but we will not allow it to happen again. Only those who have signed up may testify during those 3 minutes. So we allow this one because there might have been some confusion, but we will not allow so in the future. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to ask you, do you feel like, or have you been told or heard among those that want to choose not to vaccinate or have similar situations as you, a feel of desperation among the individuals in this community?
Absolutely. I think this is shared our story with multiple people, and I think this is a common refrain with many of the people who are affected by this bill. I also would add that I think there's a sense of desperation amongst the practitioners who recognize this issue and want to practice unfettered medicine and like personalized medicine with their people under their care. And they feel like they're coerced and bullied from from this same perspective and are unable to practice in the way they think is most effective for their constituents. And so I think that's a huge issue. And the thing I'd point out is that like the protections that this bill tries to offer are actually no protections at all. Is it just reinforcing things that are already the pediatrician's job? They're already supposed to be looking at these things. They're already supposed to be doing that, and yet they can't. Proper legislation would afford real protections, such as saying that you cannot kick a child out of your practice for their medical decisions. That would prevent that coercion. It would prevent things like, even keeping kids in school would prevent a huge amount of this coercion, and protecting practitioners who are willing to have this issue on medical grounds. Like we've heard from other people raising autoimmune disorders, MS, family issues, and those are not recognized issues. And so those become bullied and prevented from having appropriate medical care that is not personalized for those families. And so this is a huge issue. It's turned into a political, mess, and just way too charged of an issue to allow people to have appropriate and tailored personal and medical decisions for their families.
Thank you. I've had hundreds of people reach out to me. Many of them have already had injuries as a result of vaccines, and I am sensing this sense of desperation. They have nowhere else to turn, and ultimately they may make a decision. And for some of them, it's going to be very hard to move the state, but that is what they're looking at. So thank you for that testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank both of you for making the effort and sharing your viewpoint. And one thing is for certain, you are compelled and passionately supporting the well-being of your children. And as parents, I would always defer to parents in that role. That being said, you also raise a logistical question that I want to point out and am troubled again by, is the fact that if an individual who has signed up out of the nearly 22,000 people who signed up, and we have a randomized lottery, you may have many people who have compelling stories that I want to hear from and learn from that are not going to get an opportunity. What I just heard the chairman cite is the fact that if people freely and willingly want to give up their spot for others that are willing to speak, and we're not affording them that opportunity, it is again another point that I want to put on the record that raises significant concern that transparency and due process is being denied. So again, if people wanted to exchange their spot, because by the randomized lottery system that we have and limiting debate, that they're now not able to do so, I'm deeply troubled by it. So I would hope that the chair strongly consider his initial thought idea. Thank you.
Senator
Thank
Wong,
you, Senator.
I wanted to address that.
No, that's not a question for you, ma'am.
Okay.
Let me address that question because this is a point of process. This is the second time this session, Senator, that we've been having this conversation about your making an objection well after the point in which you might have registered it earlier. We spent a lot of time right at the beginning making very clear what the rules were. And had you an objection about that particular rule, that would have been the appropriate time to bring it up. But if you want to bring it up in the middle of the hearing and start addressing process that we've established as a rule, I'm going to have to say that you missed your opportunity. That should have been registered at an appropriate time when we were going through our process and establishing the rules. I'm sure there are all sorts of things that may come up in the next number of hours that you may not agree to by way of process. But that
Well, I
opportunity
appreciate
came
that, Mr.
earlier.
Chair. And duly noted. And I might have missed that as a detailed presentation of the rules that you might have cited. And if I did, I apologize. But nevertheless, I hear the process, and I will respect the chair's prerogative on that. But as you say that, if I may,
Please.
I would like to ask, through the prerogative that I have, to ask the people testifying their reaction to this process, if I may, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, is there a question there? I just want to be clear.
Yes, I would like to direct it to the people giving the testimony, and not me invoking my objection to the rule, but how they felt about that process, if it is germane, Mr. Chair.
Well, we want to spend time during this hearing, not hearing testimony, but discussing the process. That is indeed members of the committee's option. It does mean that fewer people will get hurt. but the testifiers may comment.
I'll be very quick. I drew a high number. I have been submitting testimony in opposition of the removal of the religious exemption since March of 2015. This is well before COVID. There have been no measles outbreaks. It shows that this smacks of political agenda. So when somebody with young children had the opportunity, and I'm here with him, he has far stronger internet than I do, I ceded my time to him. We are physically in the same, so it's not the same technicality as bouncing around Zoom calls, which I was trying to be very cognizant of.
Thank you. Any other questions? And not, again, thank you for your testimony today. I understand Priya Suri is not available, so we'll move to Catherine Ambrose, followed by Lynn Ann Conrad. Ms. Ambrose.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Catherine Ambrose, and I'm here to oppose SB 568 and HB 6423, as well as any other bill that may infringe on my religious freedoms. In my homeschool lessons with my child this year, we've been learning about the United States Constitution. He has learned that Articles 1 to 3 clearly break out the federal government's duties of making, carrying out, and evaluating laws in order to have a balance of power. These distributions of power are also written in the Connecticut Constitution in Articles 2 to 5. Given this division of responsibilities, I have to ask why legislators are making statements such as Representative Steinberg's comments on Face the State on February 14th, charging people with using the religious exemption for other reasons. Statements like these leave me feeling that my faith and my God does not matter here in Connecticut. I cannot imagine the disappointment my son will feel if I have to tell him that he will not be able to enroll in camp or school next year because our religion doesn't matter to the state. But know that we will not change our convictions to comply with an unconstitutional law if this bill is passed and will move out of state. My son has also learned that the First Amendment to the United States Constitution prohibits Congress from making any laws that prohibits the free exercise of religion, which is also mirrored in the Connecticut Constitution in Article 1, Sections 3 and 20, as well as Article 7. I would like to know what part of the Constitution enables the government to discriminate against us by refusing to educate our children because of our religious beliefs. Is it public health? If so, what studies are there to support that a healthy, unvaccinated child poses a threat to others in the school? When was the last vaccine preventable illness outbreak in the school? I will also express my disappointment that the Department of Public Health Commissioner was not part of earlier testimony to answer these questions. And I mirror Catherine Zygmunt's comments about how she's been giving testimony since March of 2015, as have I. And I have not had any part of any outbreaks in the school since then. Absent any scientific studies supporting the answers to these questions, there is no problem to fix here. The current laws regarding vaccination requirements and the exemption to them for religious beliefs are working. Please vote no on these bills. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam. Are there any questions from representatives? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We'll move on to Lynn Ann Conrad, followed by Jan White. Ms. Conrad, please.
I'm sorry, I've been muted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, my name's Lynn Ann Conrad. I'm a resident of West Hartford, Connecticut. I'm here today to oppose the bills HB 6423 and SB 568. I'm an immigrant from Scotland. When I first arrived in America, I heard so many people speak with pride in this country. They were extolling the greatness of living in the land of the free. Indeed, freedom and pride in American freedom and pride in America's efforts to bring freedom to other parts of the world was a recurring theme in conversations as a new immigrant. So I was completely taken by surprise when my husband and I became parents and I learned about mandated vaccinations for public education. There are no vaccine mandates for school in Scotland, where I come from. There, without any mandates at all, they have some of the highest childhood vaccination rates in the world. So you can understand my surprise at mandates existing in this land of the free, America. I was even more surprised when I started to see this land of the free attack and attempt to remove the religious exemptions to vaccine mandates. How can states like Connecticut, that helped to form this country, states that made this land of the free, now seek to remove the free exercise of sincerely held religious beliefs so that their children could enroll in public education. I'm asking this committee and this entire legislature to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. Please don't take away the freedom that your forefathers fought so hard to protect. Don't force families to choose between their sincerely held religious beliefs and public education. Please protect the religious exemption. Please continue to let freedom reign and vote no on HB 6423 and SB 568.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for taking the time to share your point of view today. We will now move on to Jan White, followed by Rachel Butova.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing me today. I want to start out by apologizing as a member of the public to all those citizens today who will never get out of the waiting room because of the 24-hour public hearing limit, and they are going to lose their voice today in our state government. I'm asking the members of the Public Health Committee to oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. And I really don't understand how this bill language could possibly move forward. I don't know if the Public Health Committee has considered how traumatizing the execution of this bill would be for families, educators, and administrators around the state. The expulsion process is a painful process. It's a traumatizing process. And to expect the school system to have to go through that, to expel students for holding religious beliefs when you've already heard the data that the justification for this bill is not supported by numbers, is pretty outrageous as a member of the public. I would hope that anyone here today of the Public Health Committee who decides that this should move forward, I ask that you be present at every single expulsion hearing so you can be there face to face with families when healthy children are kicked out of schools. I also would like to say that people who would want to homeschool are already doing so. So taking away school choice is not giving a choice. Forcing homeschooling or forcing families to leave is not a choice that parents can make. People will not comply. You're taking away a lot of dollars from the economy as tuition money decreases because kids go to other schools and spend money there. Private school tuition decreases because people move out of state. Have you considered the economic impacts this will have on community colleges who are already struggling? And people who cannot afford that option of moving out of state, what quality of their homeschool could they possibly afford? And how is the state going to adequately fund homeschooling options? In writing my public testimony, I had to come up with words I never thought I would use in a public hearing, like bigotry, coercion. These are words attached to this legislation because of its discriminatory measures. Whole families should be able to stay together in the state. We love this state and we want to continue to send our kids to school. These are healthy children and the numbers you have do not support removing them. And it forces the school system to do the dirty work of expelling those kids. And that is not fair to the school district. It's definitely not fair to the kids. Students are at an all-time high for anxiety, suicide, depression. How can we possibly explain in this cultural climate, the tone deafness?
You hit your 3-minute mark.
Thank you. The tone deafness of this bill when we are trying to promote inclusion and this does anything but include children. How do you explain the isolation when kids are removed from school because they will not comply and they will not compromise their religious beliefs? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If not, again, thank you for your testimony. I believe we're to Rachel Butova, followed by Melissa Sullivan. Ms. Butova?
Hello, hello.
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. Please continue.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Last session, we had thousands of people show up in protest of stripping First Amendment rights, and we had hundreds voice opposition through testimony. We had doctors, scientists, parents, we had outrageously qualified, incredible people hitting the Health Committee from every single angle. We bombarded the committee with facts, emotional pleading, constitutional refreshers, human rights issues, and a lot of that fell on mostly blank faces and deaf ears, as was indicated by the fact that it was pushed through. We sat through 24 hours of people bringing you some irrefutable evidence and firsthand experiences, and it didn't sway you. So today, I'm only going to speak to one point, and that would be constitutional issues. And when it comes down to it, your job as elected officials, at least from my view, you have one duty, and that is to uphold the oath that you swore to when you took office. And that would be defending the Constitution and the liberties of the people that you represent. So before you cast your vote on this bill, I beg you to ask one question of yourself. Does this bill require me to break my oath to defend the Constitution in order to support it? And if the answer to that question is yes, your vote should be no every time. It's not a complex issue. It's pretty clear in black and white. The fact that we're even here having to defend our constitutional rights, which is actually your job to do, you guys should have blocked this before it even hit the table. It's indicative of the disgraceful failure of our legislative system. So I beg you to kill the bill. And I know that you're going to do what you want to do anyway, but I would hope that you can look into your heart and really pray or meditate on what is the right thing to do here. And that's all. And I hope that somebody else gets a little bit more time, since there's about 2,000 people behind me who'd like to speak as well. Thank you.
That really depends upon how many questions we ask. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative Cook.
Yes, and thank you for your testimony. If this bill passes, would you vaccinate your children, or would you force the state to expel your children?
I would never vaccinate my children. That is a hill that I would die on. I will never vaccinate my children. I plan to homeschool my littlest one. My daughter is older. So personally, my household is not affected by this, other than my grandchildren who are not here yet and the children around me. I care about all children, not just my own. So I would fight for this for all of them, not just for my own personal household. I want to leave the state, and that would be my plan. The fact that we have to defend our First Amendment rights here fuels me to want to leave anyway. Whether this bill goes or not, I think we're in dangerous territory in Connecticut, so I don't want to stay here.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rachel, I'm sorry that I can't see your face. I'm trying to see your
I know,
screen,
I don't know why you can't see it. I'm sorry about that.
So there's a couple of questions. I hear that you say that you would be interested in changing your states if this bill passed. Where would you go? If you don't mind.
Well, I've been looking into states that value above all else liberty and constitutional rights. And right now it's looking a lot like South Dakota or Florida. But I mean, I would literally go anywhere. I will follow freedom anywhere. If we can't fight for it here and get it here, I'll go anywhere for freedom.
Thank you. I just want to make it, I think it's extremely important, especially early on in this, because I believe for the next 23 hours or so, we're going to hear that this is a constitutional violation, that in at least 5 other states, they have removed the religious exemption. One of those states was West Virginia, which I find to be one of those overly freedom states. So I don't believe that it is a violation of your constitutional rights if those states have had this pass and it has not been raised and struck down in the highest of courts. So I just want to make that clear and get that out there publicly that, you know, there are many states, more than 1, more than 2, more than 3, that have removed the religious exemption and have not been fined in the constitutional violation. So as we move forward, I think that we need to ensure that we really look at the value of the merits. And I understand that if you have concerns about violating, about not vaccinating your children, I think that that's one thing. But I think as we argue constitutionality, I don't believe that as we are sitting here trying to dissect the reasons why we're doing this, that it does violate the constitutionality of things. But I do respect your views and your opinion. And I thank you for being here and giving us your concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time, and thank you for testifying.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, and the representative is correct. This particular kind of legislation has survived constitutional challenges on more than one occasion. Any other questions? If not, again, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Liam Castro, followed by Jennifer Berluti. But did I forget Ms. Sullivan? I apologize. My mistake. That was not intentional, Melissa. I just got
I
lost.
hope not. I wouldn't think you would ever do that to me, Representative Steinberg. Thank you, Chairperson Steinberg and Abrams, and members of the Public Health Committee for hearing testimony today. I am here to testify in opposition to HB 6423 and SB 568. Honestly, I'm quite appalled that the state thinks that this is even a good idea at this juncture. You know, we're in a dire place here as a country and as a state already. And the fact that you're going to cut off testimony on these two bills after hearing almost 24 hours of testimony last year, and having close to 2,000 people want to testify today. I'm sorry, it's nothing short of abhorrent. I don't know how you guys are going to sleep at night having voted to do that. And Representative Steinberg, you had a clear conversation with Representative Elliott that this was not going to happen. Transparency and due process it's germane to this whole thing, and it's desperately needed. So the fact that you're doing this way and via Zoom in a building that we as taxpayers have a right to go into by our choice, even during a pandemic, and you're choosing to do this via Zoom, it's just terrible. I'm so appalled that you guys think this is okay. This state, you know, really has no compelling evidence. And you've heard many people testify already. I'm just number 18. And you've heard many people that say that there is no evidence for you to do this. You're going to be removing healthy children out of our schools, children that are already so taxed right now. We have mental illness that's gone through the roof, suicide rates climbing with all of this nonsense. And we also know that you have no compelling reason to do this unless you are planning on mandating further vaccines, such as COVID, such as HPV, and such as the flu vaccine. And don't sit there and tell us that that's not what's going to happen. That is what's going to happen. Once you remove this religious exemption, that opens the door for you to mandate any vaccine you'd like to in order to attend public and private schools. I'm also appalled at the fact that you think it's okay to segregate and discriminate against some children. If I have a 5th grader and a 7th grader, I'm going to sit down my children and I'm going to tell my 7th grader, honey, you can continue to go to school. And I'm going to then turn to my 5th grader and say, I'm sorry, the state doesn't value you. You are going to be homeschooled.
Hit your 3-minute mark.
Always so fast. I could talk for another hour. In wrapping up, I'd just like to say, you know, 72 doses of a vaccine, not one of you sitting on that panel, with the exception of maybe you, Representative Linehan, has had all of those doses. One size does not fit all. My body, my choice means my body, my choice. That falls and carries over into my child, my choice. Do the right thing here. Put this to bed once and for all. We don't need one bill. We certainly don't need 2 bills. We need no bills. This is inappropriate. Do your jobs and vote no.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Haskell, followed by Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Melissa. I don't have a question. I just want to make a comment to put on the public record. I think it's important, given the fact that the life-saving COVID vaccine is in the news lately. Many constituents have reached out, perhaps confused that this bill in some way implicates the COVID vaccine. But for the purposes of absolute transparency and frankly, for the purposes of public health, I think it's critical to note that the COVID-19 vaccine, both the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccine, have not been tested or approved for minors. So I think it's dangerous to conflate the two in the course of this public hearing. And I just wanted to make that brief comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And while you're mentioning it,
Representative, I'd like to respond to that if I may.
you may.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Haskell. I appreciate your comments on that. Are you aware that trials are being conducted as we speak for 12 years old and up?
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to respond, although
You're not
typically the
required to
elected
answer any
officials.
questions. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I'm happy to respond. I do understand that there are ongoing trials concerning whether or not the COVID-19 vaccine, various variants, are safe for children. Typically, I think the elected officials on the panel do the questioning, but perhaps the constituent and I can speak offline. I just want the public to understand that this bill does in no way implicate the COVID-19 vaccine.
Thank you, Senator. And to your point, this is another instructional moment for us in our long day. Members of the public are not afforded the opportunity to ask questions of legislators. It may seem like a one-way street. We ask the questions, but you feel free to address such questions to one or all legislators under other circumstances. I hope that's clear.
Thank
And
you,
by the-
Representative Steinberg. It is clear. I think that, you know me. I've been around for a while. I've testified many times, and I appreciate the senator answering my question, but we have Matt Ritter on, on tape saying that he will, or he actually, I think it was a newspaper article that he said that, the COVID vaccine is coming. None of you can sit there and promise us that this vaccine isn't coming. So the senator's remarks are way out of line. You don't have a crystal ball, and you don't have control over what bills are being introduced, which is probably why we have a House and a Senate bill, because you guys can't even work together enough to do one bill so that we don't have to, testify for two bills. And another part of due process, we're not getting 6 minutes, we're only getting 3. So, I'm sorry. I think that the rules that you guys have kind of gone out the window.
I don't know where to begin with this, Melissa. You have been around a while. And it's always been 3 minutes, and I don't understand where 6 minutes even came from.
Well, there's 2 bills. So if there's 2 bills, I should be able to testify as a citizen of this state for 2 bills.
Well, that is indeed your opinion. Unfortunately, that's not the rules of this
I know,
committee.
and so many rules that we're following right now, right? We're following so many rules. There's so many rules that you guys are following.
All right. Well, you may object to the idea that the committee has rules, but they are the rules of this committee.
But
and there are a number of other statements you made, which I could also contend with. But in the interest of moving forward, I am going to move on to further questions. There have been a lot of allegations here that are unsubstantiated. And as far as some of the other things you mentioned, if you'd like to talk about mental health or suicide preventions, I invite you to testify on those bills when they come before this committee, because we are taking on those issues as well. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Melissa, for your testimony. I just wanted to probably speak a little bit to what you were just talking about. I believe there was an OLR report. And additionally, Speaker of the House, Matt Ritter, did make comment about the COVID vaccine. And we also know that this bill does not prevent adding further vaccines to the schedule. So, but that being said, my question was, is there currently protocols in place for the outbreaks in the state of Connecticut that you're aware of?
Well, yeah, I mean, part of submitting a religious objection to your child's school is that when an outbreak, if an outbreak, because let's be very clear, and many have testified already, there has not been an outbreak. I've been doing this for years. We have not had an outbreak. So, but let's say there is. If there is, the school nurses are instructed to do one of 2 things. Remove your child if you have filled out the form, which quite frankly, I don't recommend to parents to fill out because it was created by Public Health Committee outside of our law. So they can call a parent and say, you know, we've got a chicken pox outbreak. And then it's that parent's right to decide, yes, I'm going to send my child to school and take the chance that my child is going to have a very benign childhood virus, or keep their child home. So, you know, at that point, but I mean, the state has definitely compelled parents and school nurses to remove these children in the event of an outbreak. So there is definitely that already in place, Representative. So it's certainly there. I want to be honest too, I'm not taking a religious exemption here for my child. My child has a medical exemption. I have no skin in this game. I just firmly believe in a parent's right to choose a medical procedure for their child.
So could you clarify that protocol? So if in fact there were an outbreak, the unvaccinated children would be sent home to stay for a period of quarantine time. Would also that include those with primary failure? Would they be included in that?
No, and that's a really great question because, you know, as has been discussed here, you know, we have numbers in our state that just don't add up, right? We have, you know, 2.3 to 2.5% religious exemption. We have some children like my own who's taking, who has a medical exemption. And then we have children, many children that are just not compliant. And that simply means that, you know, school nurses are chasing down these families to get them up to date. But those children, if these bills pass, are not going to be removed from school. And that is where we really have the discrepancy in our numbers. So we have a very small percentage of kids. In fact, last year, DPH and this committee could not answer how many children would actually be removed from school if HB 5044 had passed. So, I mean, we don't even know how many kids we're talking about, but we should not just be focusing on the children that are taking religious exemptions, but also the children that are non-compliant. And no one's talking about the adults in those buildings. None of the adults in our schools have the 72 doses that our children have received. So we need to get our school unions involved, and we need to vaccinate our teachers, because it's not just children that spread disease. As we see with COVID, our children aren't being affected by COVID. In very, very rare circumstances have we had any children with complications from COVID. But we do know that our teachers are so afraid of COVID that they don't want to go back to work.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Representative.
Representative. Senator Summers, followed by Representative Cook.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. I actually just had to say one thing to the chair, which is we keep getting reports that CTN and YouTube live streaming keeps going off. I guess some reporters have been tweeting about that. I don't know if there's anything we can do. I just wanted to make you aware. And some of our reps that are watching us keep saying they can't find the public hearing on CTN or live streamed on YouTube. So I just wanted to let you know. I did text Bev too, I believe, just so you're aware of that. I just wanted to say one thing to this speaker, which was we haven't had an outbreak, but an outbreak is very ill-defined in the statute. It's just defined as more of the disease than we typically see. There's not really a clear definition. And we do have a protocol in place because you sign that when you sign your religious exemption on an affidavit saying that you will, if there's an outbreak, you will keep your children home and you will quarantine them. The Department of Public Health has that power right now to quarantine. They do. You're shaking your head, but they do. I think that's important that we understand that there is a backup should there be, quote, an outbreak, that children would have to remain at home and not be able to return to school until the outbreak has passed. That being said, I do believe I want to follow up with Senator Haskell. There is confusion on this bill as far as the COVID vaccine, because I think that there have been people that have been interviewed that have stated things about the COVID vaccine in the context of, that's something that they would like to see required in school, but that is not in this bill. However, this bill does give the Department of Public Health Commissioner the right to add whatever vaccine they would like to the schedule. And there is trials going on for 12 and above, but I don't think that those results will be even available until the summertime. So this bill does not include the COVID vaccine, but it does give the commissioner the right to add whatever vaccine they would like in the future. So I just want to be clear on those things. And I do think the confusion is because interviews that have been given by different legislators, we all know that you can't control what the media says, but those have gotten into the reports and that is confusing people. So I'm glad that we have clarity on that. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
I'd like to respond to that, please, Representative Steinberg.
I didn't hear a question there, but go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So Senator Summers, first off, I'm not confused. I'm very informed. In actuality, you need to understand, as our current statute is written, there is no form for parents to fill out in order to obtain a religious exemption. Right now, our statute is very clear that parents just need to write something saying that vaccines are against their religious exemption, have it signed by one of several people that witnesses just their signature. However, that has not stopped the Department of Public Health from creating and I guess kind of trying to fool parents that a form is necessary to take a religious exemption. So uninformed parents fill out this form because it's on the website for DPH, and they fill out this form, and in filling out this form, they have agreed that if an outbreak, which you are 100% correct, an undefined outbreak happens in our schools, that they will remove their children from that school. Having said all that, of course, DPH has it in their purview to remove a child or anyone from school and quarantine them in the event of an outbreak. So I want to be very clear that part of this bill, the House bill, is to create a form as well. So, you're misinformed as far as a form. There isn't one right now currently. And so, and then in the form that I think that is going to be created is probably for the medical exemption. And what you guys are looking to do an overhaul with the medical exemption is quite interesting too, but that's a whole nother topic. But I want to be clear. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I also want to comment on the senator's concerns with regard to CTN and YouTube. My understanding from a variety of sources is that YouTube is just fine. It is true that CTN has crashed on a couple occasions. Can't explain why, but I do want to make it clear that this committee does not control either of those media. CTN can even decide whether or not to cover this hearing. So these things are not within our control. They are not officially part of our hearing process, just to be clear. But I understand everything.
So in other words, even less transparency is what you're saying. Thank you for that. That's good to know.
No, that's not what I'm saying, ma'am. And I certainly didn't address a question to you. I was talking about the use of these applications to further amplify our ability to reach people. So I believe your statement is grossly incorrect. Representative Cook.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it is very important that you understand that everybody understands that we don't control the internet. We don't control the media, and we don't have that ability. Quite frankly, we are all Zooming from a variety of different locations, and we could also lose our service at any given time. It doesn't mean that we're not interested in paying attention. I do want to take pause for a moment with the statement that was made, my body, my choice. I believe the situation that we have with that is all fine and dandy when we're talking about what's happening to you. But if your decision for your body and your choice affects somebody else's health and well-being, that becomes an issue of public health and safety. And that has also been tried in a court of law. So at the end of the day, as much as I understand and respect everybody's personal opinions, I also think that we have a moral and ethical obligation to protect every citizen in the state of Connecticut, not just a certain body. So for me, I think that we need to be respectful, have an important and distinguished and respectful dialogue, not talking over everybody, but also remember that when we use and abuse the words of my body, my choice, it also lessens what women have fought about for many, many, many years, well before I was born. So I would like to stay on par and on point at this conversation and really watch how we're, categorizing a slogan that has been used for women's rights as opposed to what we're talking about, in essence, is a public health situation. We have the issue that we're having right now when we look at COVID vaccines. I think it's grossly misrepresented that we're forcing you to have a COVID vaccine. We're not forcing anybody to have that. And I would also think that it's also very important to state that even if we didn't put that in here now, and a legislator in 10 years could force another vaccine. We have made it very clear that we're going to follow CDC guidelines. They are the overreaching body on what is important. And at the end of the day, I have 4 kids. All of mine have been vaccinated because I think it's my job to ensure their safety and the children around them. But I also know too, once they went to college, if they did not have their vaccines, they weren't getting in. So, your parent, your choice, but I also think that we need to take a step back and realize it's other children that might not have a choice. And then we also have to take into consideration the people that have been vaccinated that are shedding those vaccines because they have come down with a disease that they cannot fight. So there's no question there. I need no response there, Mr. Chairman. I just think that we really need to look at how we're handling our statements and our words and be as clear and specific as possible. Thank you. And I'm sorry for the time.
Thank you.
I would like to respond to that representative. I understand she doesn't want a response, but she took more than 3 minutes. She basically just testified.
I will offer you an
Madam,
opportunity.
by no means do you have the right to tell me how much time I took, as I'm a legislator sitting on this committee, and I am not restricted
You
to
can
3
ask me
minutes.
any questions.
All right,
I did not.
Melissa, I'm going to afford you a moment. I ask you to be brief in your response, but we will afford you that opportunity.
Thank you. So I don't even know where to start with that. So my body, my choice. If you can't see the hypocrisy in that, representative, I'm not sure really where to go, except to tell you that in public, not one of us is afforded the right to be safe. Anything can and will happen in public. When we talk about vaccination and vaccination rates, the majority, and I mean the vast majority of adults roaming our state and our country are unvaccinated. You need to understand that the childhood vaccines that you got, which were probably 5 or 6, do not afford you lifetime immunity. That's not how this works. We are unvaccinated. Anything can happen. Anything will happen. You are not guaranteed safety in public. You can't, as a legislator, legislate safety for me. That's not how this works. You can't legislate it for my children. They are mine. They are not yours. You don't tell me what I can put into their bodies. My child is vaccine injured. He will die if he gets another vaccine. I'm fortunate to be able to have a medical exemption for him. Representative Liz Linehan said to a parent a couple of years ago, because she was testifying and I was sitting behind her. She said, just ask Melissa Sullivan how you get a medical exemption. Well, it's not that easy. My child had to almost die.
Okay, Melissa, I think we've given you a fair chance to respond. You've got off on another topic as well. So are there any other questions? If not, thank you for your testimony today. We're going to move on. I see Liam Castro has been waiting very patiently for a while. She is up next, followed by Jennifer Berluti. Welcome.
Hello. Liam's feeling a little timid today, but he's got some drawings that he's going to show you, and he will be.
Could you turn up your volume just a little bit, please?
I don't know how to do that. Let's see. Can you hear us better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay. This is Liam Castro. I'm his mother. He's feeling a little timid today, so he's going to read from his testimony, and I will be holding up some pictures. Liam is 7 years old, and he's a constituent of Senator Haskell. Can you wave to Senator Haskell? All right, Liam will start.
Oh, okay.
Louder.
Hello, my name is Liam. I am 7 years old. I love school and I love learning. I am smart, I am a good friend, and I am healthy. I want to go to school. I will really miss my friends and it will make me sad if you kick me out of school. Please vote no. Thank you.
Liam, that was amazing testimony. You did a great job. I couldn't tell that you were in any way scared or afraid because you sounded really strong. And thank you for your testimony. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say thank you, Liam. What a great job you did. So many of us are very intimidated to talk, and you were very impressive. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Haskell.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it brief just to say, well done, Liam. Great to meet you and a pleasure to represent you and your family.
Senator Wong.
I just wanted to follow up with that comment and follow along the suit of Senator Abrams and say, great job, Liam.
Well, Liam, you certainly got everybody's attention. Congratulations on your strong testimony. Thank you for taking the time today to share your thoughts with us. We are now going to move on if there are no further questions. Jennifer Berluti, followed by Priya Suri.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Berluti, and I oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. I come to you today as an elementary school teacher. As an educator, I am most concerned about the isolation of our elementary school students who have a religious exemption. This is the public school as well as the private school and religious private schools. Choosing which grade levels can be grandfathered and which can't proves that unvaccinated or partially vaccinated students do not pose a public health threat. These bills will ultimately affect our most vulnerable population, our elementary special education students. Students who are identified for special education services for prevention or early intervention will now lose their opportunity to be identified and receive their needed therapies. If families are lucky enough to have birth to 3 services, they eventually rely on the public school to pick up where birth to 3 left off. Many of our students receive multiple services: occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy, reading intervention, one-on-one paras. It's not feasible for parents to obtain these services outside of school. And as a parent who has private therapy for my child, private therapy is extremely expensive. All students, especially our special education students, deserve the right to be in school. Remember our most vulnerable children as you vote no to both of these bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you for your testimony. I just wondered, as a teacher, if you could speak specifically to what you know of or have seen or heard of with regard to what the COVID isolation has done to so many of our children to date.
Yeah, so right now I'm doing distance learning. I see students one-on-one and they are struggling intensely. They're special ed students. Some of them don't even know how to appropriately use the computer. They're really struggling. I've had parents who have had to quit their jobs so they can be the one-on-one aide for their child. So they're really struggling. It's been so hard on all levels, and teachers are doing the best they can to provide, everything that we have possible, but it is just not the same.
Thank you for that. And just one other question. You talked about those of less means not having the ability to get the services that perhaps you can. How many children are you fearful that will be affected by that in terms of not falling into that category of being discriminated against, via what their means are?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I don't have exact numbers for you, but I can say that we have many students who receive multiple services. So my child receives only speech, so it is doable. If he needed occupational therapy and physical therapy, we wouldn't be able to afford that out of pocket. So what a really great question. I wish I had the exact numbers for you, but I do know that many students receive a few services.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer, first, thank you for being an educator and all that you guys are doing. I know that it's been a difficult time during the last several months. And I have a son that's special educated and is now a junior in college. I'm blessed to have had all this, all the needs that he has had. I just do have a simple question. Have you looked at the other states that have removed the religious exemption? California, West Virginia, Maine, Mississippi, New York, just to name a few. And to see how they handle their special education students with the removal of their religious exemptions and how that's hindered their educations. Because I'm thinking that if there was things that were overly concerning, that wouldn't have been able to have been passed. So I'm just curious if you had looked into that.
I have not.
Okay,
That's a great question, though.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? If not, thank you again for your testimony. We really appreciate it.
Thank you
Priya
for the time.
Suri, followed by Paulette Aguirre. Priya, welcome.
Hi, my name is Priya Suri and I would like to stay in school. I will miss my friends and my teachers if I get kicked out of school because I didn't get my vaccination.
Thank you, Priya. That was the model of a very succinct and clear testimony. I think all the adults should be paying attention to how well you just testified. I think we would all benefit from that. Representative Dauphiné.
I just wanted to say thank you, Priya. Thank you for your courage in coming out and talking to us and sharing your disappointment if this bill should pass and not being able to go to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? If not, Priya, again, thank you for participating in this process. We really do appreciate it, and we certainly take your point of view very seriously. Thank you. Paulette Aguirre, followed by Donna Lee.
Hi, can you hear me?
We certainly can. Please proceed.
Thank you. I absolutely oppose HR 6423 and SB 568. This bill is a blatant discrimination, segregation, and infringement on our religious freedom as Americans under the Constitution. As Americans, we have a constitutionally protected rights to protect public education, private education if we choose, and religious freedom. It should also be noted that the Constitution does not say that religious beliefs must be a part of an organized religion, nor does it require religious beliefs be proven to anyone protected under the law. Science proves that vaccinations distribute a live virus which sheds the disease and can cause outbreaks. And there is no evidence that removing the religious exemption for vaccinations will improve outcomes. My children have been in a Christian elementary school since September 2020 with no problems whatsoever. Students and teachers wear masks and take all safety precautions, including social distancing and hand and surface disinfection. There have been no problems, outbreaks, or illnesses. This is proof that this bill is a severe overreach and is not needed. Our children do not need to be injected with a cocktail of items and chemicals that their parents do not approve of. Some of these items include aluminum, formaldehyde, and fetal cells from aborted babies. I abhor even the suggestion of this. This includes vaccinations for flu, HPV, COVID-19, and others. This is a severe overreach of power and abuse of our freedom. I would expect that the Connecticut legislature would support the people of this state and not the agenda of Big Pharma. Vaccinations are not 100% safe, and it should be the parents' choice to decide what is administered to their children and not withhold education. Many will be forced to move out of the state if these bills are passed. Our religious freedom will be ignored, and this is unconstitutional. It is evident also to note that this bill is discriminatory toward the unvaccinated. It promotes and encourages hate speech toward people that oppose vaccinations for either safety or religious reasons. I have been a Connecticut taxpayer since 1992, and I have been an American citizen for my entire life of 48 years. I vehemently oppose HR 6423 and SB 568 and expect my constitutional freedoms as an American upheld. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Senator Haskell.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I know we're trying to keep questions to a minimum, but Paulette, I'm wondering, I feel as though we're looking at different bills given your testimony. I've got the bill in front of me, and I assume you do too. Can you point to the line that incites or encourages hate speech?
It's not, I can't do that. There's no line that incites hate speech, but if you look at what's happening in our country, even commercials for vaccines are saying if you don't get vaccinated, you don't care about your fellow American or your fellow neighbor. And to me, I care about everybody. That's why I'm speaking out, because this is my freedom. And and it's been not proven that children need vaccinations. They're not, especially with COVID-19, they're not in a class where this is spreading. But it will encourage over time hate speech and toward people that are not vaccinated. It will be discriminatory. I mean, maybe hate speech not right now, but it's along that path of being discriminatory toward those who don't want to get vaccinated. I have already experienced this in my life, in my job. Oh, you don't want to get vaccinated? You must not care about your neighbors. You must not care. You must be a religious freak. I get that all the time, and that is hate speech. So no, it doesn't say it in the bill, but I've experienced it myself just with vaccinations. And I don't want to go down that path. Respectfully, I don't.
Well, I appreciate that, Paulette, and I appreciate that that's your perspective. I do just want to be absolutely clear to members of the public that there is nothing in this bill that incites, encourages, or in any way lessens Connecticut's strong protections against such hate speech. So I just wanted to make that perfectly clear.
I totally understand. I don't think the bill would obviously say that. I'm saying as a result of this, it is discriminatory. As a result of this, I've personally been discriminated against because I am against vaccinations of this sort because of religious, reasons, and I have been discriminated against. So it's just a very slippery slope of what will happen. I know that is not the intent.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you for your testimony. So what you're saying is you've already been ostracized and mocked and discriminated against already, and this bill hasn't even passed yet. And you're really concerned for all the children that are going to fall into that. And we do live in an environment right now where those sorts of things are very, touchy. We try to be very considerate of how we use our language and what we do and how we do, what the words that we use. So I understand your concern. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I wish more people would be careful with their words. Thank you for that sentiment, Representative. Yeah. I understand that Donna Lee and Lisa Templeton are not available to speak, so we'll move on to number 24, Scott Sarvardi, followed by Christopher Shaw. Mr. Sarvardi. I'm going to give a little bit more time. He was probably surprised he got called so quickly. Mr. Sarvardi. I can see that your mic is working.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm just in opposition of these two bills, the HB 6423 and the SB 568. Just, I'm a father of 3 little girls, and I feel that we should be able to make a decision on what goes into their body and how to raise them and what's best for them. And I don't think it's the government's right or the state's right to tell us how to do that. I also think that they have a right to a public education like every other child, whether they are vaccinated or not. I think that's it's very important. We want to educate all children, whether these kids are vaccinated or not. They still play together in the playground. They still are out in public together. People don't need to know who's vaccinated and who's not. I think we are all one in society. Everybody has different reasons why they can or cannot or want to vaccinate their child. And like I've heard, adults aren't vaccinated. We all got vaccinated as children, but we've never got the boosters or more shots as we've grown older. So technically we are walking around unvaccinated. We don't know the state of all the teachers and their vaccinations. And I'm nervous about this this passing and the HPV vaccine coming down the pike. It's a very scary thought that they could be forced to get this vaccine, and it's to prevent cancer in cervical cancer, from what I understand. And I just don't understand how we'd want to protect them from cervical cancer, the females, and the government will allow, say, tobacco to be sold, which is known to cause cancer in individuals or humans. So I think there's another way to resolve this issue, and it's not to force these two bills.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Number 25, Christopher Shaw, followed by the Reverend Catherine Mercado. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Good morning. I think you've seen the statement I provided, the written statement, so you know my credentials. I am a scientist, a neuroscientist by training. And I want to say at the very beginning that I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I appreciate the process you're going through. And I know it's a hard process, but I think what you're doing is serving the people of Connecticut by having an open and informed discussion about these bills. And I really respect that you have a time constraint. So I'll try and be like the little girl who talked a little while ago and try and be very concise in my statements. I think there are two main things that I would address in any legislation that is attempting to mandate any procedure for human beings, a medical procedure. And the first is when we're talking about vaccination, and I think we know this fairly well, and I can certainly provide a mathematical model to demonstrate that it's true. When you're talking about mandatory vaccination to prevent some disease, you're looking at the underlying assumption tends to be that you're trying to provide herd immunity. The problem with herd immunity in vaccinated populations is you can't get it. And the reason for that is, as I think it was Mr. Kantak said earlier, said earlier in the meeting, you're facing secondary vaccine failure. And that's almost an inevitable part of vaccination. That's why people have to go for boosters. So when you're trying to vaccinate the children, you're going for the low-hanging fruit. And even if you achieve 100% vaccination status for the children, you still have all those other people whose immunity has worn off due to secondary failure. And with something like measles, yes, it's a fairly long time, but it's not infinite. And so you have a very large fraction of the population that will be susceptible to measles and to spreading it. So unless you're going to also mandate all the adults and all the people in the school and all the other people get it as well, you're not going to achieve your goal of creating herd immunity. And if you start mandating it for adults, now and even for children, you're walking down that slippery slope that I think you don't want to go to in a democratic state. And Connecticut has that history of being a democratic state and a democratic nation. When you start telling people what medical decisions are being made for them by someone else, then you're talking about what's called state of exception. A state of exception means where a ruler or legislators decide that they know better what's better for you, and for the common good, you're going to take a medical procedure. That is the opposite of any kind of democratic freedoms that I think people in America expect to enjoy. And I think you need to be very careful that you do not slide into a state of exception mentality where the choices that adults make and the choices that adults make for their children are being dictated by the state. And I think that would be a terrible mistake to go that path. And that's why I would oppose these bills, and certainly would oppose them here where I live in British Columbia. And I respect the people who are coming to you today and voicing their opposition, because I think their opposition is very well held. And with that, I will finish because I know you're on a tight schedule.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I wasn't aware that Canada did not also impose limits on its citizens. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chris. Can you just quickly repeat your credentials for me?
Yes, ma'am, I can. I am a professor in ophthalmology and neuroscience and in pathology at the University of British Columbia. And I have a PhD in neuroscience. I run a very large laboratory that studies, among other things, the impact of aluminum in various forms and aluminum in vaccines on the human body, both in older people as well as in children.
Thank you for that. I'm a nurse, so I'm in the medical field, and I often hear so many people say, you need to believe the science. And throughout my career, I've heard doctors on both sides of many issues, and many of them experts in their field. Do you take offense to that when individuals suggest that you're practicing fake science? And maybe they don't say fake science, but if they're suggesting that you have to believe the science, they want you to believe the scientists that they regard. Do you take offense to that?
Well, I do, but I think the push behind this is really not scientific. I think there's various speakers have raised that there's a pharma agenda here, and you don't see this in other fields of science in the same way. And I don't want to cast aspersions on other speakers, but frankly, there is what happens in the world of vaccines and mandates. People tend to choose the science they like and denigrate the science they don't like, and that happens a lot to people like me and other scientists who have raised safety concern. And I will stress that I am not anti-vaccine. I think it's a matter of choice. I think vaccines can help. I just don't think they fit for everyone the same way antibiotics don't. And so to raise any concerns at all about safety, all of a sudden casts some scientists and lay people as well into the mold of being anti-vaxxers. And I think in most cases that's not even true. I tend to find that people tend to know the science quite well, as many of your speakers appear to do.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, we talk a lot today about genome and how everybody has a different genome. And I think you just spoke to that. We're all very, very different with a very different body makeup. We know that some individuals have spent their entire life smoking and have had no effects from them, ill effects. They've lived to be 100, and others have died at a very young age. We're seeing that every day. We know that people make a lot of different choices with regard to how they treat themselves medically, versus having a surgery or not having a surgery, taking chemo or having the tumor removed, seeing one doctor versus another, getting a second opinion. So I'm really glad that you brought that up. I did want you to expand a little bit though on the aluminum, because you said that it's your expertise, or alluded to some expertise in it. We know that the claim is that aluminum in trace amounts is not harmful, but I look at 72 doses of trace amounts, and you've got to ask yourself, is that really a trace amount? And can you speak to that?
I mean, yes, it is an individual vaccine. Something like 2/3 of the vaccines in the pediatric schedule have aluminum as the adjuvant. And the reason you have them there is because it is meant to hyperdrive the immune system, which it does. It's very good at what it does. But we now know that the nervous system and the immune system have a lot of crosstalk. And when I was a graduate student, that wasn't considered to be realistic, but in fact, it is quite realistic. So when you're saying it's a minuscule amount, yes, individual shot is a minuscule amount compared, let's say, to a cup of tea, but it's going into the body in a different route, and is not going through, through your kidneys and your liver and being excreted. It's going into various parts of your body, including your brain. Those minimal amounts that people talk about, remember, those minimal amounts can activate your immune system. That's precisely what they're there to do. It's not furniture. It's not just a scaffolding for no purpose. If you can stimulate the immune system as well as an aluminum adjuvant will do, you can also stimulate brain cells. And we know from the work of Romain Guerardi in Paris and others that aluminum is picked up from the site of injection by macrophages, and some of it winds up in the brain. Aluminum has no role in biological systems on Earth, maybe in other planets, but not here. And so we did not evolve with aluminum being a freely available compound in our world. So there's no biological role for aluminum on Earth. Therefore, when it goes into a place like brain or other places in the body, all it can do is harm. Now, it becomes a dose response function, of course, and some people can get away with having a lot and some people cannot. I'm not suggesting that aluminum in vaccines is causing any particular range of diseases, but for some part of the population, as you suggest, it is not going to be safe. And therefore, when you mandate that a certain number of people take this thing or face consequences, you are also violating really the most fundamental of human rights, which is security of the person. It's your right to choose what happens to your body in a democratic society. Who owns your body? Who controls your children until they reach majority? It's you, or it's the state. And if it's the state, then you're not living in a democratic society. So aluminum, and knowing what the ingredients in vaccines are, such as aluminum, which I think is a primary problem, is really one of the things that I think we all should be much more aware of and address, and rather than blindly assume that you can give the same thing to everybody, because you can't even do that for antibiotics. We now appreciate that in antibiotic use, you have to not understand the history of the person. You have to understand any allergic possibilities. And we know that for generations, we overused antibiotics, and there are consequences to that. I think we're seeing the same thing with aluminum in vaccines. That's my opinion.
Well, thank you for that. I know that there's been many studies done with the ingestion of aluminum and the relationship to Alzheimer's, via your pots and pans or your cans that you're drinking from. Some people make comments that, a small amount of mercury and from tuna is harmless, but I know you spoke about it being injected, but we also know it passes the blood-brain barrier when it's injected. And that's really a big concern of mine. If you can ingest and eat aluminum and it's harmful, imagine what it's doing when it's passing through the blood-brain barrier. Do you think this legislation will have any impact in achieving herd immunity?
No, I do not. I think you will basically be having this conversation a few years from now when your herd immunity has not budged. And that's because a secondary vaccine failure is unrelenting. And if the committee wants to see it, I'll send you a mathematical model that's very, very visual, and you can see how it works. When you have secondary vaccine failure in as much of the population as you almost certainly do, because it's true anywhere, and all you're doing is vaccinating 23% of your population from 0 to 18, you're going to fail. And that's almost a guarantee. And that's why the numbers for the required numbers for herd immunity keep rising upwards, because they can't get there unless you're going to revaccinate everybody. And I can't imagine the state of Connecticut doing that, honestly.
Are there any examples where that herd immunity has been achieved through vaccination? I mean, you said it can't be achieved. I'm assuming you don't know.
I know of no such examples by vaccination. I know, of course, a natural herd immunity does exist, but I do not know of any examples where you have achieved herd immunity through vaccination. Which doesn't mean you can't, but then again, you have to mandate everybody to take it.
Thank you for that. And can you just explain secondary vaccine failure for those of the individuals that may not understand that? I know that's sometimes a little bit complex.
It is. Basically, secondary vaccine failure means that over time, for many vaccines, the antibody levels and the memory cells in the immune system decrease. So while you initially have a robust immune response, usually to a vaccine such as, let's say, a pertussis or measles. Measles, by the way, measles vaccine does not have, the MMR has no aluminum. Okay, so you initially have a very robust immune response. Your memory cells are created, antibodies are created. So again, the principle in terms of immunity works, but the problem is that this declines for many people over time. So when you're looking at something like whooping cough, pertussis, the decline in immunity is on average about, you fall to below effective levels in about 8 years. And that's why they recommend booster shots. Measles is longer, it's about 15 years, but the statistical spread of the data suggests that you have an awful lot of people who are no longer immune based on a vaccination compared to those who had the natural disease. So you're going to lose immunity for many of these things through vaccination over time. And the only solution to that is to revaccinate. And that's why they recommend that people go get booster shots every certain period of time. For example, my wife was studying to be a nurse. She went and the requirement in the school was that she take a measles shot again or basically have antibody titers. And she did. She'd had the 2 vaccines as a child. And she discovered when she did the antibody titers that she had no immunity left. So they made her take the MMR. And of course, she's a person who turns out to have severe impacts from vaccines of various kinds. And she went into a series of autoimmune conditions. So it's not necessarily safe to do that. So when you're talking about trying to solve the problem of secondary failure, you're going to have to revaccinate basically the entire adult population, or at least everybody who didn't have measles as a child. I don't know how you're going to do that.
So would you say that all those that have primary and secondary failure would be like an unvaccinated individual? Because they have no immunity to whatever they're receiving failure to.
Well, the primary vaccine failure, when one of the speakers was talking about 3 to 12%, I've heard it's more like 3%, but I'm not going to argue about that. But yes, I would imagine they have no immunity to that disease. The people who are unvaccinated, if they have the disease, now should be immune for life. The people who have lost the immunity due to secondary failure will also be likely to carry it and spread it. So again, you're vaccinating your children, trying to get to that mystical place, but it's not going to provide safety for the unvaccinated, or the safety for the 3% primary failure. If the janitors are not vaccinated, and the school teachers are not vaccinated, and the neighbors and the postman, you just can't get there. I mean, it's essentially a math discussion. And our own public health officer here once said that she believes that if you get the 2 measles shots, for example, you're immune for life, and that's simply not true. I'm afraid she's sadly mistaken, because there's quite a literature on this, and it's not true. So no, you're going to have to go that whole route and revaccinate pretty much every adult, unless they can demonstrate that they have the disease. And and that's the people over 56 years old. How many people remember? So I think you're heading down a slippery slope trying to achieve herd immunity through a vaccine mandate.
And from your experience,
I'm sorry, Representative. I believe you're up to over a half dozen questions now for this particular speaker. Would you yield for a little while and let somebody else ask a question?
Sure. If I may come back with another question, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make clear, this is not an interview. We are trying to ask questions, and I appreciate this particular speaker is of interest to you, but I would like to afford other people to ask questions as well. Representative Foster, followed by Senator Anwar.
Hi, Dr. Shaw. It's a pleasure to meet you. I also have a PhD, so if you don't mind, I'm going to just take a few minutes. So you and I, neither of our doctorates are in immunology or infectious disease. So I just feel like that's an important place to start. Would you mind, just for as briefly as you can, explaining what the peer review publication process is like to establish credibility as an expert in a topic?
Well, peer review process is the way one judges a paper that's submitted to a journal or a book. And it can be very rigorous, and it basically involves scholars, but not necessarily people in a particular science field, submitting a manuscript that, if the editor chooses, goes out for a review process. And usually there are 2, sometimes even 3 or 4 reviewers that have a look at the paper. They discuss amongst themselves and with the editor the scientific merits and demerits of the paper, and then the editor comes to a decision. And the decision can be the paper is acceptable as it is, which is rare, or it needs revisions, and the reviewers will provide sometimes lengthy lists of critiques that have to be addressed. And once those have been done, if the editor is satisfied that you've addressed the critiques, the paper is then considered to be in press and is going to be published. And so that, in a nutshell, is how the process works.
So I appreciate your sharing of that description. So in essence, you would agree with me in saying that someone who has credible expertise on a specific topic would have papers published in peer-reviewed journals related to that expertise. Is that true?
That would largely be true, yes.
And do you feel like, in general, people whose work is credible and well-respected in their fields of expertise, it tends to get published in high-impact journals?
Well, that's a little tougher question, and the reason is because high-impact journals are not necessarily the best journals, and the reason for that is there's sometimes monetary restrictions that go into publishing a paper, let's say in Science or Nature. Other journals really kind of become the house journals of certain associations, such as the American Academy of Pediatrics. Who have
relatively high impact factors. I'm in the field of nutritional sciences, so of course those impact factors feel light years ahead.
And that's true. And so you have this ranking of journals based on their impact factor, and there is some credibility to that, but sometimes I think it gets overused. I think, frankly, let's say you have a new journal that's just starting out. It may have a very low impact factor because no one's heard of it. That doesn't mean it's not a good journal.
Certainly, That's true. And also we have this sort of really risky thing in the academic sector right now, these predatory journals that are fake and are sending folks information saying, hey, we know you, you're the expert, come publish here. But by and large, I would say people with a lot of credibility in the scientific community are aware of predatory journals and sort of judicious about publishing for solicitation. So while we were here, I've been sort of trying to figure out, your expertise, because this is out of my scope. And I've been trying to spend a lot of time in the last week or so, familiarizing myself with what is the really most credible science on this topic in this day and age, particularly the type of science that's designed in a way that it can influence policy. And so I would just like to ask you, in moving forward in the conversations that you have, to consider that you are making very spurious claims. And I just would like to tell my colleagues what that means. So I can say that by and large, two factors are associated, right? Like we know that in the summer, rates of murder are higher. Guess what else is also higher? Sales of ice cream. Sales of ice cream and murder rates have nothing to do with each other. We call those spurious correlations. And so I think that many of the things that Dr. Shaw has been sharing are overstatements of his understanding of the science in a field that I think treads outside of his own. So I would just ask you to please, sir, be very careful. We're in a global pandemic. Our healthcare system and infrastructure could not possibly withstand a blow of a vaccine preventable illness spreading by and large in the community. And I think we have to be judicious about how we throw around our credentials to establish credibility, particularly when we're using science in a way that overstates things that are not well established in the scientific community. And we say, and this is my opinion, following summary of scientific literature, because many of the things you shared, you said, and this is my opinion. And I think that is dangerous in the scientific community when we use our credentials to establish ourselves on authorities of things that we are not the authority of. And I don't need a response, sir, but thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate your lending your time and your ear to us. Thank you.
If you'd like to respond, please.
I appreciate your comments. I think you're wrong, but you have a right to say them.
Thank you. Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Shaw, for your testimony. Dr. Shaw, it's a yes and no question. Are you an immunologist?
No, sir, I'm not.
Are you an epidemiologist?
No, sir, I'm not. I'm a neuroscientist.
Have you done an epidemiologic study on vaccines?
Allow him to finish his answer, Senator, if you would.
Sorry, Senator, I didn't hear the last of your question.
I was saying, have you done any epidemiologic studies on vaccines on humans?
Yes, I have actually.
On humans?
Yes, we did a study in 2011 that came out in the Journal of Inorganic Biochemistry, which is not, by the way, a predatory journal. So, listen, I'm a neuroscientist, and what that meant back in the day when I was in graduate school was that you trained in various fields. There was almost nobody who got a degree in neuroscience. You came to neuroscience through various
in the interest of time,
I was trying to answer you.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt for a moment. Senator Anwar, you have to afford him a little bit of time to respond to what you asked.
I have
if you feel that he's
question. I want to respect the time for other speakers.
I'm going to afford him another couple of seconds to respond, and then we'll get to your next question.
Senator Anwar, if you're suggesting that because I don't have a degree in immunology or epidemiology versus neuroscience, that I'm not qualified to speak, well, some people would take that view. I don't think that's true. I think scientific training allows one to go into various fields and address them.
Senator Anwar. Thank you so much. Dr. Shaw, do you know of a Dr. Michael Gardam, who actually has said very publicly that you falsify data and you have manipulated data, and he's been in newspapers speaking about some of your techniques have been not acceptable in science, and there are journals who have retracted many of your publications. Do you
That's not true.
Can you tell me outside of a conspiracy theory about this?
No, sir, listen, we had one paper retracted, okay? And that was retracted by me, by the way, not by anybody else, not by the journal, and not by the university. It was retracted by me. And that was because we discovered that there had been manipulation by one person in our laboratory. And because we could not verify that it was correct, I pulled it out. It didn't have to take anyone else to do that. That is the only one that I have from my laboratory has been retracted. The rest are still out there in the journals. You can go look for yourself. So there's not a wave of them. It's no conspiracy. What happened was a screw up in the laboratory. I took full responsibility for it, and that's over. That hasn't happened again. We now have other papers on much the same subject, and they are still in the journals where they were put. And no, these are not predatory journals.
Well, there are journals and the doctors who actually would not agree with what you're saying, but I appreciate your answer. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné, for the second time, continuation of the former dialogue.
Just a couple more questions, and I thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. And I think the point was made that I made earlier with regard to science, right? We see science evolving all the time, and we see many individuals who embrace one group of individuals versus the other. So I think that point was just made. But I wanted to know, have you seen a rise in the vaccine preventable diseases that correlates with the vaccine exemptions on the rise?
Well, since vaccine exemptions are very rare, no, I haven't. Again, I am an experimental scientist. I'm not a medical doctor. I don't treat people. So no, I haven't. But I don't believe that the exemptions that exist have contributed to a rise in those diseases. I don't think they contributed to the measles outbreak. I know people like to demonize the former Dr. Wakefield, but seriously, I don't think that really happened. I think that the concerns that others have raised. There's a statement out there that behind every anti-vaxxer is someone who has a vaccine-injured child, or they themselves are injured. And I think that's largely true. I think people don't come to this casually. One of the speakers said that. I don't think people just decide to take on the medical establishment for fun. I think there's a reason for it. And so if people are choosing not to vaccinate their children, they generally have valid reasons for that choice, in my view.
Yeah, and I think you could probably confirm that there's no medication or treatment or drug out there that's 100% foolproof, safe, and effective. And I think that answers that question. But one final question, from your experience in biomedical research, do you think this bill conflicts with any international agreements regarding informed consent and human
Yes, thank you for asking that question. Okay, because someone mentioned COVID earlier, and that's not particularly relevant to the discussion here today. But essentially, if you cannot achieve herd immunity through vaccination, what you're basically proposing is an experiment. You're saying, if we do this experiment, we can get there by vaccinating all the children, and then if you have to go further, vaccinating all the adults, and just keep doing that, and we'll get to herd immunity. That is almost the definition of an experiment. You don't know that's going to happen. And because you don't know that's going to happen, you are now proposing to put yourself in violation of Nuremberg and Belmont and Helsinki and a host of other declarations that the United States is a signatory to. So, that's human experimentation without informed consent is, frankly speaking, illegal, internationally anyway. So does the state of Connecticut want to be in that place to do that? I hope not.
Thank you, Doctor. I really appreciate your expertise, and I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Before I go to Representative Lanahan, I just have to comment. I find that last statement incredible. To suggest that we do not have certainty about the outcome of any particular action constitutes an experiment that violates the Nuremberg Agreement, it to me is incredibly outrageous. And I find it remarkable that this is actually being said. I don't know what goes on in Canada. I don't know about international agreements, but I do know that we do have a problem in this country with people following not the preponderance of comments and opinions of scientists and medical professionals. They follow scientists and medical professionals who cherry pick their data. And in the United States, people have died by following that advice. We have a real crisis when it comes to following the science in our country. And we may not totally agree among scientists about what the conclusions are, but it is very clear the preponderance of evidence and opinions are on one side of this. And I think we need to be very careful when we start using false equivalencies between my science and your science. There are reasons why people have ignored good science in this country, and people have died because of it. Representative Lanahan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do want to echo your recent sentiments. That was a bit of what I was going to say. So thank you, sir, for saying that for me. That leaves me with just a few quick questions. Mr. Shaw, I apologize that I signed on a little bit late as I was in another committee meeting making some votes. So I missed a little bit about your credentials. Can you just tell me, where are you here testifying today on behalf of yourself or on behalf of another group?
I'm here on my own. And one of the reasons I have done this, compared to potentially testifying in other states, is because I actually have family history in your state, and so what happens there concerns me. And so I have my maternal grandparents were both born there, so I have a little more interest than I would in other places. So yes, I'm here on my own. I'm not testifying for anyone.
Okay, thank you for that information. And at any time, have you ever received any payment or compensation for testifying on this bill or any other bill?
No, I have received compensation for being in vaccine court once, but that's the extent of it.
And so when you publish your papers in journals, whether they be respected journals or predatory journals, do you receive any monetary compensation for those publications?
Hardly. I end up paying out. And now one of the reasons I know I don't publish in predatory journals is because I would have to pay for it. And I pay for it anyway. But no,
okay. And when you right, sorry. And then when you do your when you write your papers and you do these experiments, do you receive any monetary compensation for any of the research or experiments that you do?
No, my salary is paid by the university. I am not actually allowed to take any funds for other things without declaring them, and I don't. And we go through various grant agencies and private donors that have funded our research over the years.
And what university
and I
is
take
this?
none of that money.
What university? That's part of what I missed.
University of British Columbia. I do not have any outside money that goes into my pocket personally, except as I mentioned for the Department of Justice for one testimony in vaccine court.
And do you do any other research outside of vaccine research?
Yes, I do. Primarily, and this will come back to my credibility in neuroscience. Primarily, I'm a Lou Gehrig's disease researcher, and we have done a lot of work over the years in Lou Gehrig's disease. So I feel pretty comfortable in that field. And actually, that's what led me into looking at aluminum in the first place.
So do you believe that vaccines are correlated with Lou Gehrig's disease?
In some cases, I think there's a correlate, and we all recognize that correlation is not causality. And we did a study back in 2007 that looked at Gulf War syndrome and the number of cases of ALS within the Gulf War syndrome. And we did a simple experiment in which we saw that if you gave aluminum injections into mice, you would get a loss of motor neurons and a change in motor behavior. Does that mean aluminum gives ALS? No, it doesn't.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no questions, thank you for running the gauntlet with us today. We appreciate your testimony. I do see one more question. I just want to also encourage you. You made mention of your models and studies. We would appreciate seeing any further information you can share with us.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. If you just have someone send me the best address to send it to, I'll send our model system with a little description of how that works.
You can find the appropriate place to send it on the CGA website for this committee. Senator Summers.
Good morning. I just had a question. What do you consider, or everybody's talking about this, I've never heard this term, predatory journal? Is that where can you explain what that is?
Well, I think various speakers and Representative Steinberg have mentioned this. There has been a wave of, in a whole bunch of fields, a range of new journals that have popped up. And basically they'll publish anything. They'll publish, they say they're peer reviewed and they're not.
So they're not peer reviewed journals.
Well, they can be, but they turn a paper around in a day, or in the comments you get, and what I've seen from people that have fallen into this, and a lot of younger investigators, especially, have fallen to this. And then you get a paper back with no comments, and then you get a little suspicious because nobody's paper is that good at first blush, and then they send you a bill. So it basically, you're paying to put it into a journal that's not credible. I know that they exist. They certainly
Got it. I just wanted to be clear that it hasn't been that long, but nothing was really considered valid in my background for biotech unless it was truly peer reviewed, et cetera.
Yeah. And I would agree. I would fully agree with you. I think the peer review process needs to be rigorous, and complete. And that's why you have a number of reviewers, and a good editor will make sure that what finally goes out into print is credible. It may not agree with consensus science, it may not agree with everybody else in the field, but at least it's gone through the process.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw. I think that concludes all the questions that we have. Have a nice day.
Thank you, you too.
Next, we have Reverend Catherine Mercado, followed by number 27, Heather Johnson.
Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Reverend Catherine Mercado. I'm a pastor and a licensed minister with the Assemblies of God. I'm also a resident of Connecticut. I oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. These proposed bills threaten my family's religious freedoms, members of my faith community, and that of thousands of others. I've heard it said that vaccines don't violate religious beliefs. This is unquestionably wrong. No two people will ever share completely identical religious beliefs, even in organized religion. My religion is my own personal relationship with God, and all of my life's decisions, including medical decisions, are impacted by my religion. Any person who seeks to use the religious exemption in Connecticut does so with sincerity in their heart, following their personal religious beliefs. Other states have caused divide and religious segregation with the removal of the religious exemption. Please do not model other governments' harmful, inequitable, and prejudiced legislation as means to rationalize religious discrimination in Connecticut. When we look at some of the most horrific injustices of our nation's past, they were once legal. It did not make them moral, ethical, or just. Why are we fighting racial injustices and seeking to heal from our past mistakes of segregation, only to create religious divide and segregate based on religious beliefs? The removal of religious exemption will not increase vaccination rates. Those with religious convictions will not be willing to abandon their beliefs in the face of discrimination, segregation, or hardship. Consider the perhaps unintended consequences of this bill. I see that if this bill passes, it will segregate children based upon their religion, expel healthy children from school, cause emotional distress to children, and create lawful cause for children to be bullied for their faith. It will create unnecessary financial hardships for families, create religious refugees as people sell their homes and shutter their Connecticut businesses only to move to another state. It will break up families. It will remove children from their grandparents and cause emotional distress. It may cause mental health crises. It may cause some private schools to close, and it may eliminate jobs across the state of Connecticut. And it will eliminate opportunities worldwide for some to attend our Connecticut colleges and universities. With the aforementioned consequences, this bill will persecute Connecticut residents for their faith. And I submit to you that the tens of thousands that have asked you to oppose this bill for themselves and for their families, they will not choose to abandon their faith. Persecution is not new for people of faith. When we see people around the world, thank you. When we see people around the world being oppressed, tormented, and even murdered for practicing their faith, we can clearly say that governmental coercion does not work. Please don't persecute innocent Connecticut children, students, and residents for their faith. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Mercado. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I just wondered if you could speak to, it's often mentioned that there's no formal religion that believes that vaccines are not permitted or a problem or an issue. They often will go to the Catholic Church, the Jewish faith, the Protestant faith. Can you just speak to the personal creed of religion and how each and every person has their own religious beliefs and it doesn't have to follow under the guise of a formal church specifically? I know in Connecticut, there is no litmus test for your religion. Can you just speak to that a little bit?
That's correct, yes. You do not have to be a part of organized religion to have religious beliefs. I have chosen to be a part of a religious organization, but that doesn't mean that my choice doesn't match, or my religious beliefs will not match in they will not completely match even another pastor in my organized religion, because my religion is based upon my relationship with God, upon me reading the scriptures, upon me praying and seeking the Lord in all matters. And what I may conclude after prayer and faith and scripture reading as part of my moral and religious beliefs may not identically match somebody else's, but that does not mean that it's any more or less valid than somebody else's.
I thank you for explaining that. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Reverend, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next, I believe that Heather Johnson is not here with us, so we'll move on to Alexander Anakiv. And I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Please.
My name is Alexander Anakiv. Please say no to these two bills. I want to do things that other kids are allowed to do. And I really enjoy Cub Scouts, and I want to become an Eagle Scout one day. I want to go to summer camp for an entire week where I would stay in the forest with my friends and have lots of fun, because I know that it should be fun because of my siblings. They went and they really enjoyed it. I'm homeschooled right now, but I plan to go to school when I'm older. My sister goes to school and likes it. Please let me go to school when I decide to. And can my sister read hers now? On my time she signed in, and her number is 1517.
Go ahead, hon.
I can, thank you.
I make
good day,
esteemed children.
Good day, esteemed Public Health Committee. I urge you to act in opposition of these two bills. I am a sophomore at Brookfield High School, involved at 6 clubs, currently a leader in 2, and I'm running for Student Council President and DECA State Officer. I am also a straight A student whose grades put me at the level of BHS High Honor Roll. If these bills were to pass, there's a chance I would not be able to attend school because I wouldn't violate my religious beliefs for my education. However, I find it unfortunate that everyone would even be presented with a choice between their religion and their education. So forcing me to partake in something that's against my religious beliefs is, I feel like, a violation of the Constitution, at least to some extent. Therefore, I must ask, how can you pass a bill that would be religiously discriminatory in nature? Even though in the current bill that would let me personally continue my activities because of the grandfathering system, it could still be removed. And even if it were to pass, my younger siblings and my younger friends would not have the same opportunities, which would be simply unjust in my opinion. Creating a state in which youth with certain religious beliefs are deprived of what their older siblings and friends with other beliefs have is unnecessarily cruel. Now that you have heard my argument, I must once more implore you to oppose these bills so that my family and I can continue to participate in community activities and contribute to our society while continuing to practice our religion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. What's your name?
I'm Katerina Anakiv.
Katerina, can you ask your brother to come back? Alexander,
yeah,
is he right there? I just want to say that you both did an amazing job, and it's not easy to testify, and you did a wonderful job expressing yourself. So thank you so much for being with us today. I really appreciate it. Hold on 1 minute. I think we have a question for you. Representative Dauphiné.
I just wanted to reiterate what the senator just said. Thank you so much for your courage and your good testimony. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I hope that this is the first of many times that you find issues that you want to talk about and speak up about, because you're very good advocates. So thank you so much, both of you. Yeah. Have a great day.
You too, thank you.
Next up is number 29, Julia Sales, followed by number 30, Beth McGilvray.
Good afternoon. This is Julia Sales. Can you hear me all right?
I can. Go right ahead.
Perfect. Good afternoon. I'm here with my daughters, and we strongly oppose both of the bills and ask you to vote no as well. As a young mother, I used to vaccinate my children. Before I knew all the risks and before I knew it actually went against our religion. Both of the children did have certain vaccines and had injuries. None of our doctors at the time could explain what happened and how we could reverse the injuries. We worked tediously for a number of years to fix their gut flora, fix their immune system, allergies, and still fighting that fight. The vaccines are made using aborted fetus cells, using aborted fetal body parts, as well as animal DNA on certain vaccines, maybe not all. And this goes strongly against our religion. Since we discovered this, we stopped vaccinating and our kids have slowly regained their health. In 2019 school year, they missed under 10 days of school. And this past year, up until now, they have 0 missed school days due to illnesses. These kids are not sick kids, they're thriving in good health. This bill will strip them of their constitutional rights and religious freedoms. Our kids are not a threat to anyone, whether that would be teachers, staff, or their peers. If you vote yes, this will ostracize our children. They will not be able to participate in school events, fundraisers, school field trips, homecoming celebrations. They will not be able to be valedictorians of their class. They won't be able to walk down for their graduation. Our children will not be able to make new friends and build long life friendships or have a role model in a teacher or staff who could impact their life in a positive way. Stripping our kids of public or private education will have damaging effects on their future, both personal and professional. In my mind, this is not American. If we pass this bill, myself included, and most parents can't afford to homeschool. We can't afford to hire home teachers. I'm not equipped to be a teacher. That's why I rely on specialists to educate our kids. How will the state guarantee that our kids have a future? You have the power to preserve this right for them, for us, and ensure our children have a flourishing future with proper education, without discrimination, due to our religious belief. I don't know if I have time. I don't know if kids want to say something. They're being shy.
Your time is up, but would you introduce your daughters, please?
This is Serafina. She's almost 7, in 1st grade, and Sophia is in 3rd grade.
And where do you go to school?
Bolton Center School.
I'm sorry, couldn't.
Bolton Center School.
Thank you. Well, you've given them a powerful example, Mom, of standing up for what you believe in. So thank you for that. And girls, thank you both so much for being here. And yes, your animal is adorable. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you. I just have a quick question, and thank you for your testimony, Julia. If this bill passes, would you vaccinate your children or force the state to expel your children from school?
Absolutely will not vaccinate.
Okay.
We will either continue to fight the fight in Connecticut or move out.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much for your time and testimony today. Thank you, girls, for being here. Next we have Beth. Next we have Beth McIlvray, followed by Victoria Lawler, number 31. Beth, if you're off mute now, if you'd like to go on camera as well, that's fine. If not, go right ahead.
I don't know if I can. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Beth McGilvery from Greenwich, a resident of 18 years. Speaking to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. I have 2 points to make. 1, to the legislators who think that a lack of constitutional challenge to bills like this makes them therefore constitutional, I say you have very flawed logic. Do you acknowledge that there is freedom of religion in this country? And in the state, we have a constitutional right to a public education. Then passing a law that removes religious exemptions to refuse vaccines and denies a parent and their child access to public education is plain as day unconstitutional. Just because the constitutional rights of citizens in New York, California, Mississippi, West Virginia, and Maine were violated, and that there are no constitutional challenges yet, does not mean that the citizens of Connecticut cannot cite and claim their constitutional right to freedom of religion and the right to their taxpayer dollar funded public education as valid reasons to oppose these bills. 2, for the record, there are many places that do not coerce their citizens to get vaccines. They inform and educate. Australia does not require children to get vaccinated for school attendance, but if there is an outbreak, unvaccinated children are asked to quarantine. Japan has a no vaccine mandate. They recommend some strongly, but not all vaccines. In fact, Japan banned the MMR in the 1980s when they found evidence it harms children. Britain, Italy, and France have no immunization mandate either. These are first world countries that do not force injections into their citizens. As for US states, there are 44 states that allow for exemption from vaccinations due to religious concerns, according to the Pew Research Center. And Minnesota allows it more broadly for personal beliefs. The components of these vaccines, whether it be derivations from pigs and aborted fetuses, among the varied ingredients in the many, many vaccines that are available now that are reasonably prompting religious concerns. Reasonable minds can be on both sides of this issue, weighing public health and private freedoms. In America, the trust is in the individual to make wise decisions for themselves, not the government. It is not for you to infantilize us adults. We can make decisions for ourselves. I expect you to respect individual rights first and foremost and vote no on HB 6423 and SB 568. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. I don't see any questions, so have a wonderful day. Next up is number 31, Victoria Lawler, followed by number 32, Calvin Tracassi. Victoria, you're unmuted. Go right ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Victoria Lawler, and I ask you to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. As I prepared my testimony yesterday, my 10-year-old asked what I was doing. I said I would be testifying to protect the religious exemption. She asked, "Didn't you already do that?" I said, "Yes, many times." She asked, "Why does this keep coming up?" And I said, "Fear, I think." In 2015, when I first went to Hartford for this issue, it was explicitly stated that the religious exemption would be gone in 5 years. What really is pushing this agenda? What is the risk? What are the outbreaks in our state? Where are they? And we have an extremely high and scientifically accepted vaccination rate. What we have seen in school children is an increased rate of obesity, autoimmune diseases, diabetes, allergies, the list go on. These are the conditions on which I would like the Public Health Committee and the Public Health Department to spend more time, not one size fits all forced vaccinations. If you were to remove the word vaccine and talk solely about someone having to submit to a medical procedure in order to receive a constitutionally guaranteed right, you would not be thinking you were talking about the United States of America, but we are. The fact that many of you don't seem to recognize this scares me to my core. Last year, the hearing, while cordial, was not impartial. Scientific proponents used the word safe, and never once did you ask what that means. Like a marketing phrase, all natural, the label safe bears no scientific definition and can't be measured. The HHS website lists more than $4 billion paid for vaccine injuries, which is as low as 2% of actual vaccine injuries per the CDC. This is a measure of safety, or rather risk, presented by the government yet rarely acknowledged. Personally, I have an Ivy League degree and I'm in my final semester of a clinical nutrition master's program. With this degree, I hope to address the public health crises I mentioned. However, if these bills pass, I won't be able to do that because our 2 children will be removed from school. Why? In addition to these bills challenging our own beliefs, our pediatrician recognized our children's underlying risks and advises against the vaccine schedule for them, but can't write a medical exemption given the guidelines and fear of repercussions to their practice. So we will need to homeschool them or leave the state, thus losing both my ability to provide services necessary in this community and my income. I have been a lifelong Democrat, but am extremely disheartened to watch this issue be driven almost entirely by them. Representative Ritter stated, and I quote, "It's not complicated by the facts, but probably more complicated by the emotion. At the end of the day, you have to fall back on science," end quote. I agree, but these bills are driving the emotion and the science reference is not settled. For every story of a child harmed by disease or virus, I will provide you a story of a vaccine-injured child, life-threatening, brain-erasing injuries, many I personally know. I ask you to please oppose these bills. Thank you for your time, and I almost made it to the end without losing it.
Thank you, Ms. Lawler. Thank you for being here today. Next is number 32, Calvin Turcos, followed by number 33, Colby T. Mr. Turcos, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Calvin. I live in Woodbridge and I am 8 years old. Please vote against these 2 bills, HB 6423 and SB 568. I don't want to be kicked out of school. All my friends are in school and I would miss them if I couldn't see them every day. I really like being in school in person because we learn more than at home. Last week we had a snow day and we had to do distance learning. I barely learned anything new. When I am in school in person, I learn a lot of new things every day. When I grow up, I want to be a pro baseball player, an astronaut, and an architect. If I don't go to school, I can't do any of these things because my mom and dad can't teach me how to be an astronaut or an architect. If I don't go to school, I can't play organized sports to help me become a baseball player. The Bible says, "Your Father in heaven is not willing that any of these little ones should be lost." Matthew chapter 18, verse 14. To me, this means that no children or living things should be lost or hurt to make vaccines or any other kind of medicine. It is against my religious beliefs to get vaccines. My dad is number 1870, so he is not going to be allowed to testify. So I have some comments that I will now read. I've only ever heard supporters of this bill really talk about or care about one of the 3 issues at stake, that being public health. The other 2 issues are the ones actually guaranteed by the state and federal constitution, religious freedom, and the right to an education. These can only be taken away after compelling interest is proven and by the last restrictive means. Those standards have very clearly not been met here. There is no evidence that a child with a religious exemption has ever caused harm. Throwing thousands of healthy children out of school should be the absolute last resort. It is beyond belief that it is even being considered, especially with everything else going on in our world. We will not comply. These bills will not improve public health and will only cause severe hardship for numerous families, including ours. Thank you.
Calvin, you did an amazing job. I cannot believe that you are only 8 years old. You read so very well. And I don't know if you've ever testified before, but you should do it again in the future because you're very, very good at it. And I believe all those things that you mentioned, I think you could do anything you want with your life. You are an amazing young man. So thank you very much for being with us. Hold on one second, Calvin, okay? Representative Dauphiné?
Thank you. I just wish my dad and brother would have had a chance to testify too.
Well, you did a good job on their behalf. Representative Dauphiné?
Yes, thank you. Just an amazing job, and thank you for that testimony. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Next, we have number 33, Colby T, followed by number 34, Laura Scrutch.
Good afternoon, Public Health Committee. My name is Colby T, and today I'm urging you to please oppose bills SB 568 and HB 6423. There are many reasons why I oppose these bills, but today I want to address the issue of vaccine data. I have been a pediatric nurse in Connecticut for almost 5 years now, and from my personal experience, I believe that vaccine reactions are vastly underreported, and therefore the data is seriously flawed. Throughout my entire career, I have never once witnessed any healthcare professional discuss, let alone report, a vaccine reaction to VAERS, which is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. The purpose of VAERS is to gather vaccine data in order to make them safer. I was never encouraged or even taught how to report to VAERS. Yet healthcare professionals are mandated to report certain adverse reactions and really are encouraged to report all of them following vaccination. I have seen personally patients come in with new onset symptoms like seizures or apnea events within 24 to 72 hours of vaccination. I have seen newborns go apneic and cyanotic, requiring oxygen shortly after receiving a vaccine prior to going home, and thus keeping them in the hospital longer. Adverse events do occur, but they aren't reported simply due to ignorance of the system's existence. I say all of this because this is the data that's being used to suggest that there is minimal risk with vaccines, and therefore it's really for the greater good for people to push aside their personal religious beliefs in order to protect others. It is our job as healthcare professionals to provide the facts and then allow parents and patients to weigh the risk versus benefit and make their own informed medical decisions. I'm not advising whether or not to vaccinate, but that this decision belongs to parents alone with consultation from their pediatrician. In Connecticut, children are now being kicked out of their pediatrician practices and being told to bring their children to the emergency room if they are sick. This puts extra burden on hospitals and deprives parents of a safe patient-doctor relationship, thus providing quick visits by doctors who do not know their children. Most of these parents have done vast research on vaccines, and many of them already have a vaccine-injured child. They shouldn't be forced to violate their religious beliefs by doing something they think will harm their children. I urge this committee to please, as a mother and a nurse, to oppose these bills. They will hurt parents and their children, forcing many to leave the state and coercing them to do what they believe is harmful and against their religious beliefs. Instead of enforcing policy that is based on flawed data and removing the religious exemption, we should be working on getting more accurate data by clarifying and enforcing mandates to report side effects in order to make vaccines safer and for there to be more accountability from vaccine manufacturers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry, my house alarm is going off. Hold on just a second, please. I'm sorry, I almost forgot my question.
It's okay.
I just wanted to know if you could speak to us with regard to the pressure that many of the individuals have spoken about with regard to pediatricians not wanting, pediatricians or doctors not wanting to take on individuals in their practice that have not been vaccinated.
So from my understanding, I work in a hospital, not in a doctor's office, but we do get a lot of patients who are there who either were kicked out of pediatrician practices. So either they're told to go to an urgent care or a hospital because these doctors will refuse to see them in the office and bring them in the office. So that does bring extra burden on the hospital system. And I do know a lot of parents who aren't vaccinated, who bring their, who do have to bring their kid to the hospital, but they have a lot of fear that they will be, guilt tripped or accused of being negligent and fear mongered. So it's hard to see parents, trying to advocate for their children the best they can, but a lot of times are made to feel like they're terrible for choosing to not vaccinate for whatever reason.
Can you just speak a little bit to, we know that doctors come with many different sets of opinions and beliefs in their science studies. And can you just speak a little bit to the fact that we have many scientists and doctors and physicians and epidemiologists and virologists that believe one thing about vaccines, and many of the others perhaps are concerned about some of the safety factors and the effectiveness? Can you just speak to that? Because I think that oftentimes we're told to believe the science, but we know that that you know, depending on what doctor you're going to talk to, they may have a different opinion. Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, I can only speak from my experience, and I just know that there are, you know, doctors and nurses who may question vaccine safety or certain vaccines or the schedule, but there is a lot of fear to come forward and even question that, because you are made to feel like you're anti-science, that you're a conspiracy theorist, that you know, there's something like wrong with what you believe to even question it. So that's really all I can speak to. But I do know, even me trying to research like this issue for many years now, there are major, you know, doctors that totally disagree on certain issues regarding vaccines and the immunocompromised. There's a lot of debate in the field. So I do see that, yes.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Next is number 35, Renee Lozad.
Madam Chair, I just had a quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand, Representative.
That's right.
I
Did she
apologize.
leave?
Go right ahead. Yep, go right ahead.
Oh, there she is. Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump. Kobe, thanks for your testimony. I just had a really quick question. So I hear your conversation about pediatricians and vaccinating and not vaccinating, which has been a huge concern of mine, of pediatricians removing patients from practices. Is that something that you believe, from what you've seen in your professional opinion, that was directed, or was that an individual choice?
You mean like
for each pediatrician's office to remove their patients if they were not vaccinated?
So from my understanding, pediatricians are encouraged to have, you know, whether it's like 90% or above vaccination rate. I don't know, again, I can't really speak to private offices, but I know that just from what I've heard from doctors and pediatricians, that there is a pressure to have all the children in their practice vaccinated. And I do know people personally, because of COVID, that, you know, maybe had one child that missed an appointment, and so when they went to the pediatrician, they were told, okay, well, now your child has to get 6 vaccines right now and catch up. And when they said they didn't want to do that, they were kicked out of the practice, and so were the 2 other children who were fully vaccinated.
Thank you for that. I think it's important to be clear that we as a state never directed practices to remove patients if they were not vaccinated. I think that's extremely important. That wasn't our directive at all. But I also think that it's important, and I've had conversations with the chairman on this, that we do put pressure on pediatricians and doctors' offices the like to ensure that they do not remove patients, but figure out a way to work with them. And that I believe that as we're moving forward, when we talk about crafting this legislation, and I hope it's, you know, I think it's very important that everybody that's listening knows that this is a proposed piece of legislation and that we can alter some things as we move forward. So what you see may not be exactly what is voted on somewhere down the line, but it is vitally important, I know, for a good amount of us to ensure that pediatricians work with their patients and find a navigating way through, so children are not removed from a practice just because they haven't been vaccinated for whatever reason or the other. So as the chairman and I have spoken on that, that is a commitment that I'm working on, as well as trying to continue to work on grandfathering. But thank you for the clarification. I was just trying to understand what you were kind of alluding to, whether it was something you thought was directed or something you thought they were making decisions on their own to do.
Right. And yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I don't know the doctor and like physician side, but I just know countless of parents and patients who are kicked out of their doctor's practice. So I wouldn't think that's just coincidence. So I don't know if it's like pressure from, you know, insurance companies that they want a certain amount of their kids to be vaccinated in a practice. I've heard mixed things. So again, I can't really speak as an expert or anything, but I think it's more than just preference. I think there is something behind the scenes where doctors are feeling pressure to make sure their children in their practice are totally on the CDC schedule without variants. And yes, and mentioning grandfathering, I would ask that even though that might be in the bill now, we know that there's a chance that could be taken out, and that doesn't help, all of under 7th grade that have beliefs that, being forced. So I appreciate the thought with grandfathering, but that is not something that, it just seems like a compromise. I don't think it would be a good option, because it would, any children not born yet now, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not really fair. But yeah, I appreciate everything you said.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate your sentiments. And again, like I said, I just wanted the clarification and put it on record that we as a state never directed any practice to not take children or whoever that was not vaccinated. I just think that's vitally important that we get that out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony, Colby.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cook. And I won't take offense that you called me Mr. Chairman. I know. Representative Foster. Oh,
I'll be quick. Two things. One,
she left. Representative Foster, she left. So if you have a question for her, I apologize that she got
I'll make
off.
a statement if that's okay then. Is that all
Go
right?
ahead. Go ahead.
So I think waiting room safety is an important thing to note that I'm sure lots of pediatricians are considering. Like my micro preemie who weighs 4 pounds, a little teeny baby in a waiting room next to an unvaccinated child is probably a problem a lot of pediatricians are considering. So I'm sure their medical training would support that as a practice. So I think that's just an important thing to note, even if it's not a standard of practice required. The other thing is, I wish she had stayed on for a moment. If you're not the vaccinator, you wouldn't be reporting in VAERS. So she's not in a pediatric practice providing vaccines. We wouldn't expect her standard of job training to be that she was trained in VAERS, because she's not the vaccinator, and that responsibility lies on them. So I wish I could have had an opportunity to ask why she would have expected that to have been the case, but thank you.
Thank you. My apologies for that. I don't see anything else. So next is Laura Scutch. I'm probably mispronouncing your name, but please join us.
Hi, my name is actually Brooke Jordan. Laura Scutch and I have switched positions. I was a little later, and so she allowed me to take her spot, and she's taking my spot because today is my son's birthday, and I am in New York State. Can you hear me? I just want to make sure you hear me. Okay. I am a parent of 3 children who have been kicked out of school due to the loss of the religious exemption here in New York State. And I can tell you that almost 2 full years later, it really has not gotten much easier in terms of trying to educate my children while working a full-time job, while also having my husband work a full-time job. I will say that ironically, the pandemic, which has caused a lot of people grief and distress, has actually been a blessing to me because it brought me home to where I can be here while my kids are being educated. I just like
in 1 minute, Ms. Scratch. I'm being reminded that we're not allowing people to switch places. So I'm going to have to stop you there. Okay.
I thought it was that if you weren't, I thought it was that my understanding was that if I was not registered that.
No, we're not letting people switch places. So I was just reminded of that. So I apologize for letting you start, but I'm going to have to stop you there.
So
thank you so much for being here.
At 453.
Yeah, thank you. Next we have Renee Lozada, number 35, followed by Jeannie Galvin. I don't see Renee here, so we'll move on to Jeannie Galvin.
I'm here if you can hear me.
Yep, I can. Go right ahead.
Okay. My name is Jean Galvin, and I strongly oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. I have 4 children who are all fully vaccinated, but I strongly oppose a mandate to do so. Removing religious freedom, removing the religious exemption paves the way for many more vaccines to be added to Connecticut's mandated schedule. And the government has no place to tell people to do so. It is unconstitutional. Because I have many other family members who are much later on the list and will not be able to speak today, I'm reading a statement from my sister that she asked me to read because her number is 1,915. Her name is Jennifer Sheriff. My name is Jennifer Sheriff from Fairfield, Connecticut. To say that I am disappointed to be here again is an understatement. After nearly 22 hours of testimony last year, 90% or more of which was opposed to this bill, here we are again. You have heard compelling data time and time again. Unvaccinated children pose no threat to immunocompromised children. Vaccination rates in Connecticut are among the highest in the country, and the newly released data shows they are even higher than last year. So why are we here again trying to force a mandate? If your true concern is what you claim to protect the very few immunocompromised children, then why don't you mandate teachers and staff members in schools to have required up-to-date vaccinations, as well as tracking those who have recently been vaccinated with live virus vaccines? But you are not doing that. If the religious exemption is repealed, outbreaks will still occur in fully vaccinated schools. There will be no change in health data. The children you are targeting will still not be vaccinated because their religious beliefs are still their religious beliefs. You cannot change them. You will, however, be discriminating against a very small minority of children, taking away their constitutional rights to public education. Children will become depressed. Children will commit suicide because they cannot attend school. They will be pulled away from their families if they're forced to move to a different state where they can attend school. You will be breaking up families. Additionally, I have a question on the grandfathering. The way that the law is written, my sister has two children, 7th grader and a 6th grader. So her 7th grader will be allowed to stay in school, or will be allowed to stay in school, and her 6th grader will be kicked out. So I have a question on that. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions. So we'll move on to number 37, Nikki Aducci, followed by number 38, Alyssa Allegrini.
Hello, my name is Mikey Aducci. I strongly oppose SB 568 and HB 6423, and well, I am a 4th grader for now, and this is my brother Leonardo Aducci. I like to express myself through variety shows, and I am like kinda, well, not really. My mom signed me up for this, so I am on the behalf of my mom, and on number 29, we have some similarities because my mom, my brother, and me at least had one autoimmune disease, and my brother. Okay. So, I am in the variety. I like variety shows. I like science fairs. I like hanging out with my peers. And then all of that is taken away if you write the bill. If you say yes to the bill. If you say yes to the bill, there is strongly opposing to lots of things. It is strongly opposing to not, like, it's cutting you in half. It's cutting you in half, and then a good way. My mom was thinking about a good way to do this is segregation, and we had to create a failsafe. If you oppose this, we had to. Dang it.
You want me to speak?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
I'm sorry, hon, but he's the one testifying, so he has to finish. I think your time's almost up though, Mickey, so. Thank you so much for being here and is this the first time you've testified?
Yes, and this is why I'm having space in my words.
Well, you did a good job. So where do you go to school, Mickey?
Mikey.
Mikey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I go to school at Highland Park School, and I just feel like I want to have the same experiences as someone who was vaccinated. I want to have the same experiences. I want to have
Mikey, your time's up, honey. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. Next, we have number 39, Robert McCarran, followed by number 40, Janet Flowers.
Hi there, how are you?
Thank you, welcome.
You can hear me, so great. This is also my first time testifying, so thank you for the time. So had a couple thoughts. One, I have a 5th grade daughter, an 8th grade son, also a junior at UConn. So, part of me says, how do I explain to my daughter that she can't go to school where her big brother Kyle can, right? So that's a problem. And I'm assuming that decision, that arbitrary cutoff, was not based on any type of scientific data. It makes zero sense, at least to me. I haven't heard anything today that would clear that up for me. So I had a couple other thoughts, but first, I've been taking notes throughout. One of my questions was really around, how many vulnerable children there are out there, because that seems to be a big reason for this bill. Representative Cook kind of made what I thought was a shocking admission that she has no idea, right? She said, maybe we'll help some people. We might be able to save somebody. Tells me she doesn't really know. Representative Linehan was asking, I forget the doctor's name, a lot of questions around his compensation, which I'm assuming was designed to somehow say he had some ulterior motive. I would throw the same question back to her, back to the committee. In terms of any compensation she or anyone else within their families have received from Big Pharma, would be interesting to hear. The one thing that jumped out at me, the biggest one, and this is my final thing. Senator Haskell, in referencing, again, I didn't take the mom's name, but he kind of flippantly asked, where in the bill exists the language that incites hate speech? Clearly, that's not in the bill. But I would simply point to a lot of the moms and dads on this call who have taken days off work, like me, to testify and hear others testify, were referred to as the American Taliban by a senior Connecticut employee. No longer with the state, but had nothing to do with that comment. American Taliban. That's hate speech. I'm not anti-vax. I'm pro-family, pro-choice. I'm pro letting a mom and a dad make decisions about what's in the best interest for their children, for their family. And I would question how anybody could be against that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarran. Are there any questions? If not, thank you for your testimony today. Let's see who's next up. I have number 40, Janet Flowers, followed by 41, Lily Bourdain. Ms. Flowers.
Good afternoon. I'm Miss Janet Flowers. I'm here today to oppose both SB 568 and HB 6423. I'm both a mom and a public school teacher. In my opinion, removing children from school based on vaccination status is discriminatory. I see no positives resulting from this policy. After witnessing firsthand what hybrid and full remote learning has done to the mental well-being of my students during this time of COVID has been both concerning to me as an educator and as a parent. Separation from peers, separation from daily direct contact with qualified teachers has proven disastrous during these days of COVID and the teaching method. Removing the religious exemption would mean further separation for these children, and this is just not equitable. At last year's hearing, we heard from New York families and how disruptive the removal of the religious exemption was for many of them. After spending almost a year with an altered way of schooling, we all now know how difficult homeschooling is for families, especially for single parents, children with special needs, and parents who do not have careers in the teaching field like myself. If you listen closely at last year's hearing, over and over, we heard stories from families about how doctors were not willing to write a medical exemption for their child despite very concerning reactions after a vaccination. So therefore, those families' only option are to use the religious exemption. Connecticut has had no outbreaks, and the religious exemption has been around for decades. In my opinion, there isn't even a problem to fix here, but instead we will be creating issues. I strongly believe that the government should not be involved in medical decisions, and where there is risk, there must always be choice. Just like in my classroom, I allow all my students the opportunity to have their voices be heard. I sincerely hope that the same opportunity is afforded to all those who signed up for the hearing today. I urge you to strongly oppose both of these bills, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I do find it interesting and a tad ironic that we talk about the fact that we haven't had an epidemic in the past years, and then we are still indicting vaccines for that. Isn't it possible that the reason we haven't had an epidemic in many past years is because of vaccines?
That may be the situation. However, one size does not fit all for everyone. Just like antibiotics, you can't take an antibiotic with 5 people and have the same reaction. You have to leave choice to parents for them to make that with their medical providers.
I agree that absolutely that decision should be made with their medical providers. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you for your testimony. I just wanted you to speak to the increased other issues that have occurred since COVID with regard to children being isolated, staying at home, not socializing with their peers. We know that suicide's on the rise. We know that there's some issues with domestic violence and the like. So can you just speak to that a little bit with regard to your experience as a teacher?
Yeah, absolutely. It is very, very evident that this model of separation is very negatively affecting even students that you would never necessarily see. Ones that typically do very well academically are struggling significantly. So to put a bill in place that would isolate these children is not, in my opinion, going to be anything that's positive. I just had students the other day that came in to do a test. I teach English as a second language, and once a year we have to administer language proficiency tests. And I had students come in that have been full remote. They came into the building to do the actual test in person when the other students were not in the building. And it was clearly evident that they have been struggling significantly, and not having eyes on those children, seeing them in a classroom every day, it's really concerning as a teacher to see how much they have struggled significantly. And to be doing this day in and day out, it's very, very concerning to me to be putting in legislation that would separate these children.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony. Next up is Lily Bourdin, followed by Aaron Umstead.
Good afternoon. My name is Lily Bourdon. The issue of medical freedom is perhaps the most personally impactful to me and most other parents that I know in Connecticut right now. I'm a lifelong registered Democrat. Liberal values such as equal LGBTQIA rights and alternative energy and environmental sustainability are some of my core intrinsic values, but they do not come before what I deem to be the health, education, and overall well-being of my child. When we found out we were pregnant a year and a half ago, we planned to move from New York to Connecticut in large part because of religious exemption here. We have a core group of 10 families that we've become close with. And of those 10 families, several I know have discussed moving out of Connecticut based primarily on this issue. 3 of them are going to visit Florida just this month. One of them is there right now as they make concrete plans to move their families there if bills SB 568 and HB 6423 pass. My belief in freedom of choice with regards to vaccines and the heavy-handed approach represented in bills like these is bending my politics to the right, and I am part of a growing demographic. With respect to Governor Lamont and Democratic members of the respected committee, how long until we reach breaking point and you lose your voting base? Please do not pass these bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I understand the next 2 people are not available. We move on to number 43, C. Marcella Kurowski, followed by Michael Drozdik. I'm sorry, C. Marcella was not available. We're going directly to number 44, Michael Drozdik. I'll give you a minute to get ready, followed by Kristen Diekman. Mr. Drozdik, I'm sorry that we ended up skipping a couple because they're not here. Are you available? Okay, we're going to move along. Maybe we'll cut him slack if he gets back to us real shortly, but number 45, Kristen Diekman, followed by 46, Claudia Ventura. Welcome, Ms. Diekman.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for actually pronouncing my last name right too. Good afternoon, members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Kristen Diekman. I am a resident of Ellington, a registered Democrat. First, I just want to express my disappointment in this being capped at 24 hours because I know there are close to 1,400 people who are not going to be allowed to testify. And I think that's very wrong. But since I do have the opportunity to speak to you today, I want to ask you to please oppose House Bill 568 and Senate Bill 6423. I am a small business owner and a single parent to a 5-year-old who will not be able to attend kindergarten with his peers if these bills are to pass. We were already forced out of our pediatrician's practice because of our beliefs, which I just wanted to speak to Representative Foster talking about the waiting room area with sick children and babies possibly next to unvaccinated children. The pediatrician's office that we were forced out of did have separate waiting rooms, so I don't think that would be an issue, but they never asked us to do that based on vaccination schedule. We are now, our right to public education is going to be lost for these same beliefs. Religious freedom is not just about the right to worship in a church or a synagogue. It's about not having to violate your core beliefs to conform to culture or to government. Removing the religious exemption will not change my values or beliefs around vaccination. It will, however, force myself and many others like me to consider leaving the state to maybe one of the 44 other states who still keep their religious exemptions. When the religious exemption has been in place without issue for 60 years in Connecticut, including times where vaccination requirements and compliance rates were significantly lower than they are now, this seems to be a misguided endeavor. Given all that is facing our state right now, there's no emergency here. These bills are not necessary, and they will only serve to deprive more children from receiving an education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so thank you and have a good day. Next up is number 46, Claudia Ventura, followed by number 47, Alicia S. Oh, okay. So Claudia, are you with us? Go right ahead. Claudia, you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. Go right ahead. Claudia, we still can't hear you. I see that you're unmuted, but Claudia, are you there?
Hi.
Oh, good.
Can you hear me
Okay.
now?
Yes, sometimes it's a little harder on the phone. Thank you, Claudia, for your patience.
I
Go right
apologize.
ahead.
I was trying both ways. And I wasn't sure what way was going to work best.
Go right ahead.
Okay. My name is Claudia Ventura from Seymour. I'm an early intervention therapist for children that are delayed or have special needs. I oppose bills SB 568 and HB 6423. I oppose the removal of our religious exception because it goes against our constitutional right to practice any religion without persecution. My family moved here to the United States over 20 years ago from overseas to have a future of freedom and choices, where myself and my brothers have received public school ESL support. What will separate us from other countries? Nothing. These bills will hurt so many families and deny my child her constitutional right to a free public education. My family will be forced to leave the state after my husband and I worked so hard to have our home and careers here. I ask you to if you think this bill should pass, I ask you to reconsider, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Claudia, for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Next up is Tyler Young. Is Tyler on?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Tyler Young, and I am a concerned mother who is here today to oppose bills SB 568 and HB 6423. While I can't change the fact that I've already allowed my children to be vaccinated in the past because I was not made aware of the dangers or the exemptions available, I will not consent to them being vaccinated in any future vaccine product or to be given boosters for prior vaccine products administered. It's concerning that we're not told the full ingredient list and their side effects is readily available to us. I was shocked when I did my own research and learned that most vaccines contain such harmful ingredients such as formaldehyde, a known carcinogen, mercury, polysorbate 80, egg protein, ethanol, aluminum, and MRC5. With the current and continued discussions about making the flu and new COVID vaccines mandatory for school, I wanted to take the time to speak out against this government overreach and to remind people that we are not required to consent, comply, or contract with vaccine manufacturers or with the state and local municipalities attempting to mandate these products on our children. To my knowledge, there have been no cases in which a child in government school utilizing the religious exemption has caused any health issue to a vaccinated child. In fact, there are many studies showing unvaccinated children are overall healthier than vaccinated children, and also that vaccinated children are still able to both contract and transmit several diseases and viruses. I believe it is our right to question the integrity and safety of a trillion-dollar industry that buys legislation making them free of any liability. I believe that we are not being transparently informed. I also believe that we must retain the right to decline all attempts to alter our God-given biological material, which is unique from our Creator. I believe that where there is a risk, there should always be a choice. I am not in the position to homeschool, and doing so would create hardship for my family. We should not have to choose between our children's right to an education and our religious beliefs. The complete MMR vaccine insert includes several paragraphs labeled precautions and adverse reactions. Even though the MMR vaccine has been linked to pancreatitis, diabetes, anaphylactic shock, arthritis, meningitis, pneumonia, and nerve deafness, and even death, we are still not given the full list of ingredients and all of their side effects prior to the vaccine being administered. And the MMR vaccine is just one of the many listed mandatory vaccines for government schools. To require we take these extreme health risks in order to attend a government school is blasphemous. The religious exemption is essential and should remain. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Don't see any questions, so we'll move on to number 52, Donna Kozarowski. Donna, I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. Go right ahead.
You did just fine. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and see you. Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Abrams and Representative Steinberg, for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Association of School Nurses of Connecticut It looks like at this point, we're the lone voice in support of Senate Bill 568 and also House Bill 6423. I have submitted my written testimony to you, so I won't address that, except that I'm not sure why the term religious exemption was used, but it started back in the 60s when we did have an epidemic of polio. So there is some rationale in where this came from. I do want to take the opportunity to comment on a few things I heard. It's very interesting to be allowed to hear other people that testify because you know, you learn things, and there's a couple of things that I want to address. First of all, one of the speakers suggested that pediatricians or other healthcare providers should be forced to keep patients in their practice who don't follow what the pediatrician truly believes. I don't believe that the pediatricians are looking at compensation or keeping a certain ratio of vaccinated kids. Regardless of whether you're a pediatrician or an adult practitioner, you do have the right to suggest, I wouldn't use the word kicked out, but suggest that perhaps a different provider would be appropriate, because if you don't want to comply with the treatments that I believe in, regardless of whether it's immunizations or cancer treatment, then there are other options for them to explore. As far as the speaker who said there's no form for religious exemption, there is such a form. It does exist. Although we can accept either the state form or we can accept a note from a parent. The responsibility of the school nurse, when she does receive any documentation that parents choose not to vaccinate their children, we absolutely have to educate them on what that means in terms of if there is an outbreak. They're very clearly, if there is a school nurse in the building, they're very clearly told what that means in terms of an outbreak. The last thing I want to talk about is perhaps religious exemption and I'm speaking for myself and some of my colleagues, maybe not all of them. I think it's a misnomer. I think people are resorting to the religious exemption because they have no other option. As a school nurse with the experience of having to co-sign on the religious exemption form, I really object to the fact that I have to sign something where I know that the parent is truly not being honest. They're not being honest because they have no other choice. I'm a Catholic. I've had parents who are Catholic tell me that it's against their religion to vaccinate their children. So although we're told that we're simply acting as a witness, that the person that's signing it is the person that they present themselves to be, I think there's more to it than that. Finally, I think I can speak to a little bit, but I defer to Mick Bolduc, who's going to speak to you later from the Department of Public Health regarding an outbreak. It depends on the disease, but one of the diseases, and I can't remember which one occurrence is enough to be considered an outbreak. So you might want to talk with Mick a little bit later on when he testifies. I really don't have anything else to say other than if this bill does not pass, I suggest that you consider renaming it to make it more realistic in terms of what these parents are telling you. It's really a personal objection. For many of the parents, in my experience anyway, it's not a religious exemption. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in support of the bills. I'll be interested to see if there's any speakers that follow me that support it, because you've got a lot of people that are in opposition.
Well, there are a lot of people who want to ask you questions. So if you'll stay with us for a moment, Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kozorowski, for your testimony. Do you mind if I clarify a couple of things? I know that you're mentioning that you're a part of Association of School Nurses. When you speak, are you speaking personally or on behalf of the association?
I'm speaking on behalf of the association, not as an individual.
Okay, thank you. And that's very helpful. Now, how many members are in this association?
In Connecticut, I think the last membership count we had was about 363. I believe there might be, last count that I know of, 11 or 1,200 school nurses. So our membership is not reflective of the total population.
Okay, but it's a very large or overwhelming majority of the school nurses are part of this group.
Yes, well, a percentage of them, yes. Probably a third to maybe a quarter.
Okay, and the reason I ask this question is sometimes my colleagues may say, well, there's some nurses who believe in this and some nurses who do not. and then there are some doctors who believe in something and some are not. There's their cultural views. You're basing that based on the majority of your members, overwhelming majority of all of the members believe that vaccinations have a role, and they are supporting this bill.
That's correct.
Okay, this is very helpful because I know there is diversity in opinion, but there's a probability of the diversity in opinion. And that's why it's important to make sure that just one person who may have certain credentials, who believe certain things passionately, doesn't mean that the entire organization or that profession would believe in that view throughout.
Right.
Is that fair? Okay.
I can't say all
again,
300, and I haven't polled all 363, but the majority do support what my testimony presents.
Okay. Well, I think that there's so many more people who want to ask you questions, so I'm going to stop here. I appreciate you coming in, and I think organizations of professionals who deal with this, when they come in, they bring more credibility. I know there are individuals who feel passionately as well, but sometimes healthcare organizations have to take a stand and take some positions. But I appreciate your coming in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Next is Representative Lenahan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate your testimony. I just have a few questions for you. How long have you been representing the Association of School Nurses?
I'm trying to think. Probably since at least 2000, probably 20 years. I'm their government relations chair, although I am, I was their president for several years, and the past president for several years.
Right, and you and I have a little bit of a history in that as the chair of the Children's Committee, you came to testify on a bill that I had before the committee in 2017, correct?
Was that the?
I believe that you did. So it was the bill that would require the CDC to use CDC information in a brief video in order to explain to parents the safety and efficacy of vaccines.
Yes, I remember that.
Right. And in that testimony, you actually gave us a really great idea. And you had said that many of your school nurses had a hard time accepting these waivers because it put these school nurses in, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but it put them in this terrible position that they would have to go against their sworn oath as a nurse, that they felt uncomfortable allowing someone when they really felt it wasn't actually a religious exemption, because these parents would see that there were some vaccines that kids were taking and some that they weren't, and they would ultimately be told by these parents that they felt that they were dangerous and that they didn't actually have a religious exemption or religious reasoning for it. Is that still correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that's why I suggested changing the name of the exemption to personal exemption.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And based on your testimony back in 2017, we then changed the bill to allow school nurses to not have to accept that, and that they wouldn't be signatories on that anymore, and that it simply instead be a judge magistrate. There was a bunch of others that could sign the bill, but you ultimately wanted school nurses off. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, yes. I'm aware of some districts that still do require the school nurse to sign off on it. The administration has made that choice, but you're correct.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I think the reason why that's important is members of this committee have debated and talked about saying that this bill probably isn't necessary, and that instead we should first try to educate parents about the safety and efficacy of vaccines. And by having this conversation with me today, I think that you've shown that we've actually tried that already. We tried to do the CDC video so it would still allow the religious exemption, but we would try to educate to see if we could move the needle on getting these unvaccinated children vaccinated, so they might feel more comfortable hearing from experts. And then we looked at just removing nurses so that they wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. So I mean, thank you for your testimony here today in support of the bill, and thank you for your past testimony in helping me and others create legislation that does go to do exactly what they had said. And those have been knocked down at every turn. So I think it's just fair to say that at this point, we are where we are, even though we have tried multiple times to take an easier, less restrictive route. And we haven't been able to do so. And so I'm very glad to see that you support this bill again, after you've supported the last two that we've written to try to educate. So thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony here today.
Can I add something to that? I have to say that I have never seen parents come together in such numbers and so passionately as with this issue. I sat through the testimony last year too, and I'm not sure if any amount of data or scientific evidence is going to change their minds. So I may be wrong, but I don't see that as something that at least now is a realistic goal.
Well, thank you very much for that, because that your input on that is extremely important, extremely valuable. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you, and good. I think it's good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony. I too am a nurse, and I've been a school nurse as well. I've worked in acute care. I've worked in camps and the like. And what I know about signing off on those vaccine exemptions are that the individual is simply signing off that the person is the person. So because you may see the parents when they come in and bring their child and bring in that form, you're just verifying the identity of the person signing it. We know notaries also sign off on that, and they're not making a judgment as to whether someone is religious or not. My question to you though is, can you share with me the data that you're referring to that it sounds like you have a concern with unvaccinated children attending school, that unvaccinated children are a risk to others?
I don't see that as a something that I can comment on. What I can tell you is my experience with, I was a nursing supervisor in West Haven. So our community was, I don't know how to say that, probably less aware of the religious exemption that was available to them. However, I will tell you that part of my responsibility as the nursing supervisor was to assess students with special needs that were going to come into one of our programs. And I have seen children come from countries that don't require vaccinations, that have been exposed to either childhood diseases themselves, or one student that really stands out in my mind, her mother contracted German measles during the pregnancy, and the student ended up being deaf and had other disabilities. So I do see the impact of what these diseases can do. The numbers are, somebody said the numbers went down last year, and like all survey data, it's as accurate as it can be. Because there's not always school nurses in every school, maybe some of the data is not as comprehensive as you would want it to be. So yes, if we have had, not very often, but sometimes chickenpox. I was a school nurse for a long time, so before the second varicella was required, I did see kids that experienced chickenpox and were exposed other kids. We had to notify the immunosuppressed students in the class. The parents would keep them home, and somebody mentioned, I think it was one of the legislators, you have to wait until the last student has the disease and the period of communication or communicability is over. So I have seen where sometimes unvaccinated kids are at risk in school.
So are you familiar with primary failure?
I am not, other than the conversation that I heard today. So if you want to define it a little bit, that would be appreciated.
So the data shows us that 3 to 12% of the children that are vaccinated experience primary failure, which means that the vaccine doesn't really take effect.
Okay, yeah,
So,
I am aware of that, but not with that terminology.
So were those children also removed from the school in your experience with regard to being at risk for passing around a communicable disease?
They were not, primarily because we weren't aware of those kids who had that, what you term primary failure. We don't do titers, nor do pediatricians do titers after you vaccinate kids. So, we weren't aware of anybody that we would have to exclude for that reason.
So can you identify any outbreak that you've seen with specifically that's occurred due to children or a child that has taken the religious exemption in your career?
No, I have not.
Okay. I was just curious as well. What is the problem that you see then with unvaxxed children attending school? If you have unvaxxed children attending school and have taken the religious exemption, and then we have children that have primary failure and are not immune to that, you know, what exactly is the problem that you see with regard to that if you've never experienced an outbreak?
I can't address that because I've never seen an outbreak, but I think as more and more, and right now, I can't say I've seen an outbreak because there's unvaccinated kids, but if the numbers increase, we're going to begin to see, as we did in other states, pertussis, measles, that were mumps, that were considered an outbreak and had some impact on the population at large.
I just wanted to confirm the numbers that you were referring to with regard to the Nurses Association. I mean, I've been a nurse for over 35 years and I never joined that association. I know that there are a small group of nurses that do. You were talking about a quarter to a third of the nurses in the state, and I think it was school nurses, have joined that association, and you're not even sure that all of them agree with you with regard to this bill. Is that correct?
We didn't do a formal survey, but in terms of speaking to our membership, and you're right, it's I think last count was 363 school nurses. And no, we did not do a poll for all of the school nurses, but the majority that I'm aware of do support the bills that you're proposing.
So that would be the majority of those in the Nurses Association, which is only a quarter to a third of the nurses, correct?
That's correct. But I do have interactions with nurses who are not members either. And some of them support the legislation as well.
I just wondered if you could share with me, what is the process that school nurses follow to confirm students who are on the catch-up schedule are getting those vaccines?
We're responsible for doing that. You know, the pediatrician's office or the clinic will tell them to come back at a certain time. But when we know that they're on the catch-up schedule, we have to follow what that schedule is. And if we don't get the documentation that they've followed through with their follow-up visit or their next visit, we're obligated. We put it on our calendar and we'll call them and we'll talk to the parents. And if it's a problem with parents accessing a healthcare provider, we try to help them with that. So we do follow up with that. It's something that we keep on our radar.
Do all the schools follow the same procedure to ensure all students are on the catch-up schedule?
I can't speak to all schools because I really don't have experience with all of them. I would hope so, but I think, again, we don't have a school nurse in every school, nor do we have a good preparatory program for nurses that are coming into the school setting. It has nothing to do with the discussion today, but I've been an advocate for assuring that school nurses have some type of standardized preparation, mentorship, orientation, which they don't always get. So I don't know if everybody, I've been in 2 districts and have spoken to some nurses in other districts, but I can't speak for all of them.
Last year, it was said that the number of students who were on a catch-up schedule was significantly higher amount than the students using the religious exemption. Wouldn't focusing on these students getting the vaccinations they need increase the vaccination rates more than removing those with the religious exemption?
Well, it certainly would increase the rate, but I'm not sure how we assure that that's going to happen if you don't have nurses who are able to, to follow these families and these kids. We have, and again, I'm speaking from my experience in West Haven, we had a lot of kids that were coming in from other countries. A lot of international families were moving to the area for a lot of different reasons. And a lot of those kids were on the catch-up schedule.
Is there anything that we can do to help?
Representative, I'm going to have to stop you there because there's other people that want to ask questions. Thank you. Representative Claire Distretria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Donna, for testifying today. So I'll get right into my questions. So if we got rid of the religious exemption and we had to take all these kids out of our schools, do you feel that this would artificially increase our vaccination percentage? Because now you'd immediately go up to 100% vaccination rate, correct?
Well, I don't know if it would necessarily do that because some kids aren't adequately immunized, even though they are on an immunization schedule. And that it really is difficult to include that in the data in the way the survey is right now. Mick Bolduc probably could address that better than me in terms of, what they do with the data after they receive it, but it's medical, religious, and I think it's students in progress. That's what they call it on the survey.
Right. Well, I think that's a pretty important question. And then once these kids are out of the school system, it's just the school system. So they're still in our community. They're in our supermarkets, they're in our parks and our teams and our churches. So we're taking them out of our schools, but they're still around everybody.
Agreed. Yep. That's correct.
So it's that artificial sense of security that these kids are now vaccinated. So it's real. We're just taking them out of our schools and we're putting them somewhere else. And then what about our staff in schools? Do you feel now that all our teachers, our managerial staff, our maintenance staff, our cafeteria workers all now have to be vaccinated and up to date on their vaccines? Because now they'll be around people that may not be vaccinated.
Well, it's highly recommended that they are, but as a school nurse, we have no way of knowing that because we don't have access to employee health information. And that would probably have to be something I would assume that would have to be, I don't know if you would have to legislate that. I did speak to legislators in the past about issues not related to this. And when I asked about parents, that rather than, doing something with the children, I was told, well, they can't legislate what parents can do. They can only legislate what parents must do on behalf of their kids.
Okay, thank you. And then earlier, and I apologize if I didn't hear you correctly, but you stated that you feel in your school, or I don't know if you were saying in your school or in your organization of nurses, that people are abusing the religious exemption, that you felt that people are checking the box, but truly aren't using it as a religious exemption.
Yeah, I wouldn't, well, maybe I would use the term abusing. I think it's because they don't have any other option. And we have no way to, we're not allowed to ask about religious beliefs, nor do I feel that we should. I think with a lot of the parents, if not all of them, because I listened to the pastor who talked about her relationship with God and that kind of thing. I never thought about it like that before, but there's no organized religion that we could identify that objects to immunizations, but I think parents use it because there's no other way for them to avoid the vaccines that they need to have their kids in school. So that's their only option.
But you understand that by definition of religion, it is a belief. So it doesn't have to be, it's your belief, that's your religion. So it doesn't have to be Catholic, Protestant, Jewish, whatever it is. That's your belief. So if these parents truly believe that they should not vaccinate their kids, that's my point, that I just think I just think it's some misinformation out there, but thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think maybe a belief should be recognized in terms of what you call the exemption. It's a personal belief, a personal philosophy, rather than for some of them, a religious belief.
But that's the definition of religion.
I understand that.
Clearly you don't, but I'm just letting you know what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Representative D'Amico.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kozarowski, for coming and testifying. And thank you for the important work that you and your fellow school nurses do. It's very important work. So I wanted to acknowledge that. So I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions for clarification. Did you say that when you and your fellow school nurses are signing these documents, you're simply attesting to the fact that the person who's requesting the religious exemption is who they say they are? That's all you're actually attesting to?
That's what we're told that means, yes.
I see. Okay.
You had mentioned a couple times, I guess, that many of the parents who are asking for these religious exemptions have no other choice or no other option. Do they not have the ability to avail themselves of the medical exemption possibility?
No. Medical exemptions require that the child has some kind of disease that prevents them from getting vaccines for a medical reason.
Okay, and the parents that you had interaction with, I'm just trying to understand the people that you have the experience with. They're not claiming that their children have a medical problem. They just want the religious exemption, and they're not even attempting to get a medical exemption. Do I understand that right?
Well, they come with the religious exemption request. For students or for kids who really have a true medical issue, they'll come in with a signed letter from their physician or their healthcare provider, which is what's required. So the only other one, if they have a true medical illness, they'll get it from the healthcare provider. But if they have a suspected concern, I've heard some of the parents talk about they're concerned getting their children vaccinated for reasons that occurred to other people. The physicians aren't going to write a medical exemption for them.
But just so that I understand, so in your experience, there are some children who do get the medical exemption if their parents are able to work with the doctor and demonstrate to the doctor that they have the need for this medical exemption. That in your experience that does occur?
Yes, they do. And there's two medical exemptions. One is permanent and one is temporary. It could be that a child is undergoing chemotherapy. So that would be a temporary medical exemption. And when the chemotherapy is ended and the child is well again, they may begin to be vaccinated. If it's a permanent situation, for example, sometimes kids with kidney disease or those kinds of diseases can't get vaccines. That would be a permanent one. So there's two different types.
So that's where I'm confused is I keep going back to this phrase that they come to you asking for a religious exemption because they have no other option. But you've just demonstrated to me that they have two other options, a permanent medical exemption or a temporary medical exemption, and that those are granted according to what you just told me.
Right, but they have to be truly related to some kind of medical condition, not simply because the family doesn't choose to vaccinate the child.
And shouldn't that be our goal ultimately anyhow, Ms. Kozarowski?
I'm not sure what you're referring to as far as a goal.
That the exemption be given for someone who truly needs it because of medical reasons.
Well, that's the intent of your legislation, yes.
Okay, all right. Oh, and thank you. And the only other thing is, I think you said, I don't want to misunderstand, but I think you said that you, in answer to one of my colleagues' questions, that you personally haven't seen any outbreaks, significant outbreaks. Would it be fair to say that the reason that you and others haven't experienced significant outbreaks is because of the fact that we have such a robust and strong vaccination administration program and have had so throughout the years?
Yes, I would agree with that. Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time and for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next is Senator Summers.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony. I have just a couple questions for you. I heard the good representative Lenahan say that she felt that we had exhausted all of our educational push for vaccines. You had instituted, I guess, a video from the CDC talking about the pros and the cons of vaccinations. I personally don't think we've exhausted those educational efforts. And I wanted to ask you about a bill that is a companion bill for this. It is a bill that would compensate physicians their time, reimbursement from the insurance company to talk about the pros and the cons of vaccinations, because many times parents go to the pediatrician and it simply is, okay, time for your vaccine, and there comes the nurse because the pediatrician doesn't give you the vaccine, and time for this, this, and this without really a conversation. I wanted to get your thoughts on that. And then also, if you could speak to the fact that if you look at the recent data, we have schools that are falling well below the recommended vaccination rate in pockets of Connecticut, mostly outside of Hartford, and not one of those children is taking an exemption. So is it really an exemption issue, or is it really an educational issue to get those kids that are on the schedule to be, come in compliance with the schedule, or to be boosted for that particular vaccine they may be falling behind for? So I'd like to speak to that. I am not an anti-vax person. I'm married to a heart doctor, but I also think that, I know clinicians, they take an oath. There's an ethics that, you have to respect a patient's autonomy, and not supporting their religious beliefs is something that violates that ethics that they have. So I want us to be careful when we all speak today about people choosing religious exemptions versus not, because I know personally, I cannot say of the people that I've met that take an exemption, a religious exemption, that they are doing it, but they are doing it because of other reasons other than religious reasons. And that, the Supreme Court has upheld decisions that you don't have to fall into a category of religion. You could pray to trees. You have your own autonomy to pray to whatever you want. So I want to be careful that we don't overstep and say that people are taking exemption for something that may be personal for them. I don't have a way to prove that they are not, they're taking it for some other nefarious reason. But if you could speak to an educational push as far as how you feel about compensating for the time, so pediatricians have the time to go over the pros and the cons of vaccines.
I wasn't aware of the companion bill that you're talking about. I will say originally, if I may, the religious exemption, if you claimed a religious exemption, you had to have it co-signed by a pastor or a minister or some religious leader. So I think that's where the philosophy that school nurses have is it's still based on that type of religion. But with education, originally, again, I think that with some people, education will be effective. I think you've heard the passionate parents today, that as much data and education as you give them is not going to change their minds. However, it will be more informed, because I did hear somebody prior to this say that she wasn't aware of the ingredients and the risks. There is a form, because I worked in a pediatric office too, there is a form that parents have to sign giving permission. I think that you would be well said if you could convince pediatric offices to provide that type of education. But I think it's bigger than just saying it's a good idea, because you have to get the insurance companies to go along with that. Originally, when you talked about education, it was going to be that the schools or somebody was going to educate the parents. In the district I was in, that would have been challenging, because we had multiple languages. We had parents that didn't have computers, that didn't have access to technology, were had less learning or education than people. They wouldn't be able to understand it. But if pediatricians believe that educating might impact some people, that might be appropriate. How that's going to be done, I don't know. And it would have to be the type of thing where you'd have to update that education from time to time, because vaccines change, the current situations change. So I think that's probably a long-term goal, although I'm not saying that it's not a good goal. More education sometimes helps parents make better decisions. But again, I think based on what I've heard today, you can provide as much education and data as you want, but some people are, and I'm not being critical of them, believe me, I'm not, because I think that the way they've gathered around and they've provided you with a very long day today, I'm not sure that it's going to be successful, but at least it would be an attempt.
Okay, and could you speak to what other question? I've talked to a bunch of different school nurses. I'm not sure if they're all part of your association or not, but one of the things that they have said to me, it's a big job for a school nurse to have to update and file and keep track of every student's vaccinations, and there needs to be a better system for it, because school districts are all doing it in different ways. And could it be because of the reporting, some kids are not due for their second round of XYZ vaccine at the time frame when you're doing the survey. So you could, and if the way that DPH's data is reported, if you are missing one vaccine, you're considered unvaccinated. So it skews the whole data points for us to look at. It would be, I think, more appropriate for us to really drill down to find out which vaccines, if there's particular ones, are causing the most controversy and people not wanting to take them, and try to do an educational push on that particular vaccine. I mean, it's been years. We're out now promoting the information on the COVID vaccine, what the ingredients are, what the side effects are, the risks associated with it. And we're seeing that people, after having that information, are starting to be willing to take the vaccine. So I would like to hear from a school nurse's point of view, what you think about that kind of approach, because we really have not done that. Public health hasn't done it. It literally is, okay, time for your vaccine, and the nurse goes and comes in and gives your child the vaccine. Very, very rarely the pediatricians just don't have the time. So that's why I think there's a push to compensate them to have that conversation. Maybe there's even a form that's signed, yes, I heard all the pros and cons of this vaccine. So could you talk to the fact that it's really difficult for you to keep, not you personally, but for nurses to have to keep track of all that data? That's what I hear repeatedly. Every school system has their own way they do it. There's no consistency following up, getting a hold of the parents. Could you speak to that? Because I think that's something that needs to be addressed also.
Yes, I can. And probably what I really want to say is a conversation for another time with you, and I would appreciate the opportunity, because I've been advocating for school nurses for a long time. Representative Steinberg has heard me speak a lot on behalf of school nurses, because again, I'm going to go back to the preparation. There's no accountability for the experience or the knowledge that a school nurse has. There's school nurses who cover multiple schools. Some of them have 1,300, 2,000 students. So you can't possibly, as much as you want to do a good job, you can't possibly do that, because record keeping isn't the only thing. We have to keep the kids safe. If they come in sick, if they come in hurt, there's a lot more to it than people think. And I'm sure that Representative, and I always pronounce her name wrong, Dauphiné, is very aware, if she was a school nurse, that the responsibility is getting larger and larger, and more responsibility is being put on the school nurse for certain things. So if we had, and I thought that the vaccine registry was going to be a vehicle for school nurses to either get the information or share the information, because kids do get vaccinated in a lot of different places, particularly our kids that go to clinics. There might not be a consistent, other than the school record, a consistent record. Last that I know, because I am retired, I've been retired for a couple of years, we could see the vaccine registry, but we couldn't put anything into it. So that might be something that might help get the information to be more accurate. So I would say it's as accurate as the school nurses in Connecticut can give you, but it's probably not as accurate as you would want. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, which is why I think we need the accurate information before we move forward. But thank you, I appreciate it, and I'd love to talk to you offline sometime.
Great, thank you so much.
Representative Carpino.
Thank you, ma'am. Donna, thank you for your dedication to the public health of all of our kids over the years. I just wanted to ask you a question as an adult in the school system. I think you might have an interesting perspective. I know at point in recent history that some of our neighboring states required some documentation of the adults that were going to be teaching in the school system. For instance, TB tests were required not too long ago. Are there any other either vaccines or health tests that are required in the public schools that you know of for the educators or the adults that are working with the kids? The conversation keeps coming up during the vaccine hearing as to what we should ask of our educators. And I just would love your perspective on what is current or what you might have seen or proposed.
I can tell you that, and again, my point of reference is West Haven, because that's where I was for most of my school nursing career. The employees are all required to have a pre-employment physical, and included with that physical is a TB test. I normally did not have privy to that information. When it came back, it went to Human Resources. But if there was a question about the TB results, the HR person would come to me and we would talk about whether the way it was managed was something that we needed to act on, or if everything was appropriate and the employee was able to work. As far as any other vaccines, I'm not aware of anything that was provided with the employment physical. The healthcare provider maybe did a history or, and the only other thing I can tell you about adults in school is a lot of the teachers that were either are or were becoming grandparents were getting the pertussis vaccine because it was, you probably always saw the advertisements on TV that, little babies are prone to being at risk for pertussis. But other than that, no, we don't keep track of any vaccines or immunizations for employees.
Thank you. And I'm assuming it was TB because of the infectious nature.
It's kind of interesting. I guess it's interesting that that's the one that's singled out. But yeah, because if you have a positive test, it has to be explored further to see if your test is just positive or if you actually have the disease. Most of the time the tests were positive, but the employee wasn't diseased.
Thank you. And I think it's an interesting point that there seems to be some precedent for having requirements for the educators in our schools as well as we continue this conversation. So thank you for your perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné. Just a reminder that we have a lot of people who want to testify. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator, and I appreciate the opportunity. I just wanted to make a few comments. And again, Donna, thank you for your testimony. And I do agree with you that nurses have a very large job in the schools to keep up with the data. I can attest to that myself. And I think that speaks to the very challenge that we have with the data that's been given to us that's so inaccurate. It doesn't speak specifically to who actually took a religious exemption. You can, I'm sure you've heard about the numbers or read them, but they are very inaccurate and don't really reflect what's really going on. And I think that we need to get to the root of that. You also made a comment that you said that parents were, needed to be aware of the data, but many of the parents that came on and spoke were actually speaking with regard to the side effect profile and their concerns for safety and maybe some experiences that they had had. And when I asked you about the data and if there were any outbreaks that you were aware of where children were exposed because of unvaccinated children or children taking the religious exemption, you said that you weren't aware of any. And then another point is that the recent pertussis outbreaks that have occurred actually occurred in communities where the children were vaccinated. Those were the incidences that occurred recently. And finally, again, I just wanted to remind everybody, as a nurse, it's not our job to decide whether someone is taking a religious exemption or not. I mean, we have a code of ethics we have to follow, and we are to honor everyone's religion, regardless of who they are. So when you're signing those forms, it's simply just to verify the identity of the parent. It's not our job to evaluate and assess whether they're really, taking a religious exemption or just using it for their convenience. So thank you again. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. I don't see any more questions, and I really appreciate your patience and answering and listening and talking with us today. Thank you so much.
Good luck to everybody. You got a long day.
Thank you. Next is Jack Ross, number 53, followed by Laurel Dolan. Mr. Ross.
Thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony in support of Raise Bill 6423. I'm an infectious disease physician of over 35 years, have given thousands of vaccinations, and actually have evaluated in the last decade over 800 medical exemptions. I offer this testimony representing the members of the Connecticut Infectious Disease Society, a professional society that consists of infectious disease physicians, pharmacists, and public health professionals. I also represent the Connecticut State Medical Society as a member. This testimony has been reviewed and has been supported by our executive board and represents the opinion of our members, but not the opinions of affiliated hospitals or academic institutions. As ID physicians, infectious disease physicians, We testify as for our patients as well as our colleagues that we've encountered in our careers collectively. We have witnessed tremendous advances in the fields of infection prevention, acknowledging the life-saving advances in vaccination since the early 1800s. Unfortunately, we also provided care to those who have suffered from vaccine-preventable illnesses, many of whom have been left with debilitating lifelong consequences, and some who have not survived. We've seen the devastating impact of mumps and measles, including patients who have suffered permanent neurologic injury, infertility due to mumps. We've seen patients die from meningococcemia and the devastating complications if they do survive. It can be prevented by vaccinating groups at high risk for infection. We've also provided care to families and patients who have died from whooping cough and tetanus, both of which are preventable today. We provide care for those whose immune systems are weakened, including HIV, those on immunomodulating therapy for autoimmune rheumatologic conditions, and those receiving chemotherapy for cancer. We also provide follow-up care for those who have undergone bone marrow and solid organ transplantation. These patients are particularly vulnerable to infectious diseases, are more likely to die because of their immunosuppression. Many of them cannot receive their vaccines for 6 to 24 months after their procedure, and they're contraindicated initially to get live vaccines. Society must protect these individuals as we depend on the immunity of us to protect them. Infants are often too young, below the ages of 6 months, to be immunized. And as we age, our immune system wanes, putting our elderly, our grandparents, particularly at risk and susceptible. We have to maintain infections in our immunity in our community. Otherwise, those who cannot be vaccinated will suffer dire consequences if exposed. From a scientific perspective, understanding the contagiousness of these infections is imperative. The literature demonstrates measles has an attack rate of 95%, meaning that approximately 90% of people exposed when they enter a room where measles has been present within the last 2 hours, 9 out of 10 will become infected if not vaccinated. Herd immunity, which you've heard a great deal about.
You hit your 3-minute mark.
Herd immunity, the resistance to the spread of infectious disease in society, requires that all of us are able to protect those who are around us. The economy, supply chains, healthcare facilities, and public health agencies and budgets are strained when we do not have appropriate levels of immunity. And this may result in school closures, mental health, and social isolation. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We ask that Connecticut take a proactive rather than reactive approach to public health issues, which have the potential to endanger the lives of our most vulnerable residents and produce an unbearable cost to Connecticut's hospitals and health systems.
Thank you, sir. Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ross, for your testimony and patience. A couple really sort of global questions. One, have you had an opportunity to review the recently released DPH vaccine data that just came out at the end of last week?
Yeah, I've seen the stuff from the school survey, Representative Pettit, for 2019-2020. What that represents is actually a decrease from 2012-2013, which many people I don't think today recognized or realized. It also people perhaps did not look at the difference between public and private schools. Public schools are at about 96% and private schools are at 92% for kindergarten. As well, medical exemptions have remained constant over the last 8 years, whereas religious exemptions have actually increased by 1% from 2013 on.
A number of people have brought up the issue of others being vaccinated. This bill obviously is aimed at the school children, but a number of people have brought up the issue that if we're going to hold the children to a high standard, perhaps teachers, staff, and other people should be held to the same standard as the Infectious Disease Society, or do you personally have any opinion on whether that would be effective in terms of a public health measure?
I actually will speak on a personal level, not for our society. On that one, I would harken back to healthcare workers. About 75% of the healthcare systems in this country require that healthcare workers be vaccinated, either at their own expense or per the system. It makes common sense that if you're going to have vulnerable populations, be it chemotherapy, high-dose steroids, surgical patients, transplant patients, HIV patients with T cells less than 200, in those facilities, you want them vaccinated. Perhaps in the schools, we have the same situation. If you have children who have HIV with low CD4 counts, if you have children who have undergone chemotherapy, if you have adolescents with inflammatory bowel disease or juvenile ankylosing spondylitis and are on immunomodulating therapy, it would behoove us to recognize that and to protect them as best we could with vaccination by employees.
Thank you. And finally, quickly, a number of people have brought up the issue that we are currently protected, that is to say, if a child is in school and unvaccinated, the state has the ability to remove that child when there is an outbreak. Do you think that would be a reasonable approach to this, to allow those children to continue in school, or are there flaws with that hypothesis in terms of allowing them to stay until an outbreak is spotted?
Representative Pettit, that's faulty logic. The simple reason being that these infectious diseases have incubation period. It may be 10 to 18 days. Many times there's transmission and spread prior to the onset of symptoms. 4 days before the rash with measles and up to 4 days after. For mumps, it may be anywhere from 2 to 9 days before you get the swollen cheeks. There's no way in my crystal ball to tell when that person is infectious and potentially spreading to that 8% in private schools, perhaps 4% in public schools who have not been immunized. It's a good question.
Thank you, Dr. Ross, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Pettit. Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ross, for your testimony, and thank you for your patience today. Dr. Ross, I wanted to touch on a few of the parts that you mentioned in your. Now, a lot of people are saying we don't have a problem, but I think what you are also alluding to is that in public health policy, we don't wait for a problem. If you wait for a problem, it's too late. Can you expand on that a little bit?
I certainly can, and I would refer you back to my written testimony that represents our society and also the written testimony of the Connecticut State Medical Society. In both of those, we mentioned measles and measles outbreaks. I'll speak to the one in New York City. If you remember correctly, we had large outbreaks of measles in New York. The reason was due to a population with less than 84%, with 84% of the people unvaccinated. The median age was 3 years. That epidemic alone cost $8.4 million and required 7 to 10% of the people who work for the New York City Health Department to get involved to control this. It's better to be prepared than to be reactive, hence my final statement in our testimony.
Good. And there was a conversation about herd immunity. I'd heard somebody from British Columbia say that herd immunity is not a real thing, if I heard him correctly. Can you tell me a little bit? You were talking about that as well earlier.
Herd immunity goes back to a concept from a veterinarian a couple centuries ago. And what they realized at that point is you didn't have your herd, domestic animals, be slaughtered by disease if you could get a certain number of the population, which varies for every disease, to have had the disease, or at that time they didn't have vaccination. Today it would be by vaccination as well. I'll use COVID as an example. We're very familiar with that. COVID right now, we probably have about 30 to 35% herd immunity. We've accomplished a roughly 12 to 15% of that by vaccination, and probably 20% by actual disease. For certain infections, you don't need a great deal. For something like measles, you're going to need 95 to 96% for herd immunity. I also have to acknowledge and recognize the comments about primary vaccine failure. Unfortunately, and as a realist, there's no way to determine that across the United States for the vast number of people getting immunizations today during the school age period.
Yeah, and if we were to argue about that, the fact that there could be primary failure in 2 to 8% or people, the vaccine, not taking the vaccine, it's a fail essentially at that point. So could you speak a little bit about the probability issues? Because in a public health perspective, there's not anything that's 100%, but you reduce the probability of infection and propagation.
Yeah, the risk of any outbreak or infection, and again, an outbreak is just when you have a number of diseases, which may be one, or it could be several, above what is expected in a given population. That comment's been made this morning a few times. Essentially, what you want to do is get it up as high as possible so you don't have an outbreak situation. Primary vaccine failure may be 2% to 3% for measles. It may be as high as 12% for mumps. It may be 8% for hepatitis B vaccine. But you have a majority of your population now that has been vaccinated. And if you do end up in an outbreak situation, which did occur in California, which did occur in New York City, which I am not aware of as having occurred in Connecticut, to answer previous questions, you're in a much better setting than if you're trying to play catch up. The outbreak in California went on for 10 months as they played catch up when unvaccinated people.
And my final question is, we have a real issue. We have like 1,900 people, and majority of them are against this bill. And a lot of them have hesitancy for one reason or the other. But can you help me understand the reason of this rapid increase in the number of people who are getting concerned with vaccines? What is the causation of that?
That is an interesting question that I've thought a great deal about over the last 20 years, particularly as I've seen a steady increase. A part of it is complacency. Most of you have not seen at this point post-polio patients. Very few of you have seen meningococcemia. You haven't seen somebody with viral pneumonia due to measles, may have due to COVID. We as a society have become complacent. We do not understand the implications of these diseases, what the devastating side effects of these diseases can be. That's number one. Number two is misinformation. Any of you can go to the internet, and we see this in medicine all the time. I was also a primary care doc, as well as an ID doc, HIV physician now for almost 40 years, until I retired recently. The amount of misinformation goes up astronomically each year on the internet and that people have access to. It is dependent on the search engine that people get. People also have a couple of personal biases within personality psychology or social psychology. They have the bias of admission. They will tend to overlook facts that may support a contradictory stance. And they also have the bias of compatibility, where they will look for information to support their stance. A lot of things that are out there that are today considered rumors and myths, if you actually do due diligence, which most providers don't have the time to do, and go back and look at these, you will find that much of it has been already looked at, adjudicated. Bradfield Hill's rules of causality have been applied, and you can see that there is no causality there. Someone earlier today mentioned the association of perhaps of, and I'll use a different one, of polio in the summer and ice cream cones in the summer as well. I call that true, but unrelated, or more simply, association does not mean causality. A lot of folks have a hard time understanding that or getting to the root of that expression. There are actually ways to evaluate that. One other thing that I think I would like to comment on, and I think lastly, part of it is, it may be the difference in our society today. We are a very polarized society. Some of it comes from perhaps the politicalization of vaccination, which is actually the wrong thing to do. And part of it is, I think, more the generation of we the people has become many times me or I or my or me. Sometimes we forget about the social contract and the need to do well for ourselves, but also for those around us and protect the most vulnerable in our populations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next is Representative Foster.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ross, for being on today. I really appreciate you sharing your wealth of expertise with us. I'd like to, I know we've talked a lot about the science and safety of vaccines and about how there's a lot of misinformation out there that makes it challenging for people to feel like they're making safe choices. I empathize with those parents who have those sentiments, but I think that the science is pretty resounding. Do you think you could spend a minute and try and help me touch on a different note that hasn't really been, you touched a little bit about it in your speech, but about the cost of an outbreak, both in the impact on the state and Department of Public Health in overseeing it, the cost that might be exist in a hospital setting, and to a community. Because I think right now, in an era post-COVID, we talk about, this time of vaccinations, we're in a post-elimination era. I don't think a lot of people know what that means. And I think it's sort of frightening that we have a construct like that exists right now. Do you think you could talk a little bit about that and what it might mean both financially, human resource-wise, and an impact, to society as a whole if we had an outbreak of a preventable disease before we recover from COVID?
I think, again, I would refer you to our written testimony and the 2 articles that we do cite in that written testimony. What many people don't realize is just the cost, both in terms of manpower and dollars, to the public health infrastructure. I think what most people don't realize is that a median case of measles costs $32,000 in an outbreak setting. In terms of tracing one contact, it's $223. That may not seem like a lot, but compound that on top of everything else, particularly right now with COVID. In terms of the personal costs, it's a lot more, I think, broad than that. And I think all of you have experienced this since last March. And sadly, I hate to say it, but it's true. You have experienced the isolation of social distancing. You've experienced the death and dying and illness of your friends and perhaps your family members. You've seen your neighbors who are healthcare workers who are stretched to the breaking point. They appreciate the hearts on the pallets, but they also appreciate decreasing numbers right now of new COVID cases. Try to layer this on top of another. We could not handle right now an outbreak of avian influenza in this country. We could not handle an outbreak of MERS if it were to come to the United States like it's been in Saudi and other places now for the last 8 years. If we had a particularly bad flu season, which all of us were deathly afraid of this year, the hospital capacity is not there, nor are the caregivers there, nor is the Tamiflu there, nor are the testing reagents available or masks to take care of a situation such as that.
I appreciate you talking about that. And I did, your written testimony is excellent. And those articles are often behind a paywall. So I did share the full PDFs with everyone on this committee to read so they can see the original work. Because I know, that's just the challenge of academia. Our work is behind paywalls, but I appreciate you talking about that. There's one more piece of information that has been shared by a couple of people. People are messaging it and emailing it. And I was hoping you could sort of give us a clear and finite answer on. People are implying that if you are vaccinated, even if it's not by a live vaccine, and I think there's a lot of misinformation out there about which vaccines do what and how they function, and it's a lot of science. I think sometimes it's complicated for folks to get, but they're saying that once you're vaccinated, you're an active agent for community spread. And a couple of people have brought this up, and therefore you're more dangerous than the unvaccinated folks. Can you talk about that?
I can easily speak to that. Of the inactivated vaccines, you do not develop infection. You do not have the capacity nor the ability to shed nor spread. And it can't be said any clearer than that. For the active live virus vaccines that are attenuated, they are particularly attenuated to stop that process. If you want to actually look at the scientific literature for the amount of shedding, out of the first 50 million cases of varicella vaccines, there were 11 cases of shedding. If you want to look for any other live virus shedding, you have to go back to 1955 to the Qatar polio vaccine. It was supposed to be an inactivated polio vaccine. Tragically, part of it was not inactivated. That would not happen today. But unfortunately, tens of thousands of cases resulted in that from shedding of the oral polio vaccine. Those are the only 2 I know of, and I have looked at the literature. I have seen some of the hypothetical one-off measles and one-off mumps that don't have good documentation nor provenance.
And Dr. Ross, I just want to ask you 2 more questions, if you don't mind. One, someone tried to defend the work of someone who was formerly had the title of Dr. Wakefield. Can you talk a little bit about why the scientific community, by and large, has debunked his work?
Yeah, Andrew Wakefield published an article with 11 co-authors back in 1998 in The Lancet. He looked at 12 children that he attributed having received MMR and autism. What most people don't realize is he actually was paid by litigants against that vaccine. What they don't realize, the data was fudged. The Lancet on 2 occasions initially retracted the data, and then secondly, totally redacted the article. Of his co-authors, 10 out of 12 asked to be excused and to be redacted from that article. That article, I believe, represents one of the greatest hoax in the last 100 years in the scientific literature. It has had enormous impact in generating fear in the community towards vaccines. I think many times, again, something you mentioned earlier today and I've mentioned, but people don't understand the concept of causality. They don't understand that just because something might seem to be temporally related, it doesn't fulfill other postulates, such as the degree of scientific, the reproducibility of it, how strong the association was. Is it biologically plausible? These are the factors that we consider when we do look at medical exemptions for individuals. And again, I think from doing medical exemptions, every medical exemption, every pediatrician, every physician, when we're asked to do this, we do this in a compassionate way. We cannot lie. We have to have integrity in the process. And many times it comes down to spending time with people, telling them that, no, this is not plausible. No, this is not a side effect of action. No, in actuality, you have an incredibly good indication to get this vaccine. Therefore, I cannot give you a medical exemption. I'm sure this is what the pediatricians face on many occasions. A previous speaker from the school nurses mentioned that many times then people resort to other means, and it may be a deeply held philosophical belief that they then go to in terms of being able to not have their children vaccinated.
And my last question, a few speakers have mentioned that they feel like you cannot attribute outbreaks to the construct of a religious exemption, that there are no tracing back to original outbreaks to that. But I think in the data out of New York, that is exactly where the outbreak was rooted. But please correct me if I'm wrong. That was not, I would love it if you could speak on to the sort of contact tracing of that outbreak.
You are absolutely correct. If you go back to the New England Journal article about the New York City outbreak, they were initially closed communities in the Orthodox Jewish community that had not been vaccinated. So therefore, it did occur due to religious, quote, exemptions or lack of vaccination. You can go to the Netherlands and other places in the world as well and see similar outbreaks within congregations. So yes, it does occur due to a de facto or perhaps a formalized religious exemption.
I really respect your time sharing your expertise with us. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Haskell, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Ross. I'm so grateful for your patience today and appreciate this opportunity to ask just a few questions. I want to dig into the concept of herd immunity, which you mentioned at the tail end of your testimony and which Senator Anwar asked briefly about. Now, my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the CDC recommends 95% immunization rates in order to achieve herd immunity?
That is correct.
Understood. So for those who have testified earlier today, Dr. Ross, and said there is no problem here in Connecticut, it is your professional medical opinion that it is a problem, that in a variety of elementary schools in my district, South School in New Canaan, Redding Elementary School, John Reed Middle School, Ridgeberry Elementary School, Greens Farms Elementary School, my alma mater, Coleytown Elementary School, each of them have immunization rates with an exemption exceeding 5%, meaning they fall below that 95% herd immunity. You would categorize that as a problem or a risk in those communities?
I would, and I'd refer you to the folks who did your school survey for the state of Connecticut, but particularly in those schools with 8% in the private schools for kindergarten. That is a risk to the individuals in that school, those children in those schools, and potentially older children within the families perhaps that have not been vaccinated due to religious exemptions.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. You read my mind as to where I was going next. It's easy to get caught up in these numbers of 95% or so on in terms of herd immunity, but I want to drill into actually who it impacts on an individual level. I received an email from a constituent who's a pediatric transplant hepatologist. She, in other words, treats kids who require liver transplants. She said that unless we do something to increase immunization rates, unless we achieve herd immunity, it's not safe for her patients to attend public school. Would that sync with your medical understanding and the necessity of this bill? I'm sorry, I missed you.
Yes.
Understood. Well, thank you for helping to put that in concrete terms. Thank you for helping to explain that there is a problem we seek to address here. And I'm grateful that you bring your expertise to this committee today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next is Representative Claire DeStitria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ross, for being here today. We know that we're giving you a ton of questions, so I'm going to add to them as well. So my question to you, and hopefully you have some insight for me, how do our vaccine rates today compare to vaccine rates in the last 20 to 30 years, percentage-wise?
I think overall, if you go back, and I'll use measles as an example, that's probably the best studied, best presented. Where we had vaccine with measles, we saw a remarkable reduction of 99%. In the last 7 or 8 years, I'd refer you to the CDC website and look at the slides for the number of cases of measles we've had each year. Last year, the preliminary data is only 13, so remarkable reduction. Off the top of my head, but 13. The prior years before that, it was over 1,200. Years before that, it was much lower. So we are seeing a gradual increase in the number of cases in this country to vaccine preventable diseases.
Right, but back to the question, in the, say, 70s or 80s, what was our vaccination rate? Was it where it is now?
I do not have the answer for you for that.
Okay. And then when you were talking about shedding of the live viruses, if shedding of the live viruses, from what I understand you said, isn't a concern, correct?
Not for vaccines, with the exception of what happened in 1955, which would not happen today. We don't use oral polio vaccine in this country now.
Okay.
And then number two, with varicella vaccine, it is incredibly rare, 1 in a million.
So then why do hospitals have their signs when you're walking in that said if you've had a vaccine, and they give you the list of whatever those vaccines are, that they don't want you to come in because of that? So
they really shouldn't. And I can tell you, I was responsible for infection control, infectious diseases for 7 hospitals up until a year ago. We never had those signs. We never would have had those signs because it's not correct. The one vaccine that is commonly given in adults would have been flu mist, and in children as well. That is shedding, and that you would want to keep away immunocompromised individuals. Much of what I heard earlier today, and you can go to the CDC website and you can go to the primary articles, in terms of keeping people who are immunocompromised away from those who receive MMR, is not true. And you can look that up yourself.
Okay.
I'm surprised if hospitals did have those signs saying, don't come in if you had varicella vaccine, don't come in if you had MMR, do not come in if you had flu mist. I have not seen those in 40 years.
Okay, thank you. And then what about other diseases that there are no vaccines for? How do we protect the immunocompromised people then? Like hand, foot, and mouth, flu, strep throat, they're still going, and they're compromised. Can't get it out today. Sorry.
I'm not being facetious when I say this, but it basically goes back to the things you learned in kindergarten through 6th grade. Basically, if you're sick, stay home. If you have a loved one and you're ill and they're perhaps at greater risk of getting influenza and they may not respond to the shot, stay away from them. If you have norovirus, a diarrhea, vomiting illness, use a separate bathroom. Good hygiene. It comes down to basic public health, but more basically good personal health. We try to get healthcare workers to stay home when they're not ill, but out of a sense of duty to their patients, to their other employees, perhaps out of issues with no sick time left in their sick time banks. About 3/4 of the time, they may come to work sick. That's not the case with COVID because of the screening we do, but we generally don't screen. So it goes back to the basics, basically, of public health, sanitation, and common sense.
Dr. Ross, I couldn't agree with you more. If people would just wash their hands, stay home when they have a fever, don't send their kids to school, and continuously wash their hands, that still adds to, we're still attacking our religious exemption people. But if you're sick, you stay home. And I think that's one thing we've gotten out of coronavirus this year is more people are staying home, will be staying home when they're sick, will be washing their hands and doing all those things that we should have been doing right along.
Ma'am, I'd also harp to masking. We have no influenza season in this country this year. The Southern Hemisphere had no influenza season this year. It's a simple reason. It's all those things you just mentioned, plus social distancing and a mask.
Or because we've been stuck in our houses for 6 to 8 months too. That was part of it too.
It is.
Thank you, Dr. Ross.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lenahan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Ross, for being here. I do just want to say really quickly before we move on that I do agree with hand washing as needed to keep people from being sick. However, I have to say that hand washing is not a substitute for effective vaccines. And the good representative did bring up strep throat. And I will say, as someone who has literally died from strep throat, that I would do anything for a vaccine against this virus, or rather an infection that literally did have me die for 18 minutes back when I was 20 years old. So for people who think that there are childhood illnesses out there that are not necessarily deadly, I can speak from experiences that they are. But moving on beyond that, you had mentioned, Dr. Ross, in your testimony about pertussis and your concerns about pertussis. And since we started this conversation regarding vaccines for school-age children in the past couple of years, I don't believe pertussis has received as much attention as it deserves. And we're seeing that the vaccination rates for kindergarten children are dropping, while the rates of the religious exemption are going up for kindergartners. And it is probably easy to say that a kindergartner is more likely to have an infant at home than, say, someone in high school. So I'm wondering if you can take a minute to explain about pertussis, this vaccine preventable disease, and explain exactly how it might present in someone older, and then how it could affect someone who is too young to be vaccinated, so that people do understand the real issue behind this vaccine preventable disease.
I included in our written testimony about tetanus and pertussis for that particular reason, ma'am. I personally know of a family that their infant died because of one of the other children developed pertussis, as the entire family was unvaccinated due to deeply held philosophical beliefs. It is devastating for the family members, for those who care for them, and those around them. The way this can happen is the pertussis vaccine, the immunity does wane. You need a herd immunity about 80 to 90% for pertussis. Off the top of my head, 80, 90%, 80, 94%. But the immunity does wane. The way it presents in adults, and I have seen this, is basically, I call it the 100-day hack. You basically cough. The first 3 to 4 weeks are terrible. You may retch, you may vomit when you have the coughing. You may think you just have a bad flu or a bad cough, and then you continue to hack for the next 100 days. For 3 to 4 weeks, you are putting everybody who's unvaccinated at risk, because that's the period you're shedding. So you have a 21-day period where you're putting folks at risk. I don't know why it hasn't quite got the attention. I think probably is because this is one where the vaccine science is probably not as great in terms of boosters and things such as that for adults.
I received my booster before getting pregnant. So, I found that to be very important. And I always remind people when we have a new baby in the family, how important that is. But from the research that I've done, and please correct me if I'm wrong, so pertussis would first present in someone older, like a school-age child, as just maybe cold symptoms, right? So runny nose, a slight cough at first, and then they are coming into school, because how many people have sent their kids to school with a cold. If you think it's just a common cold, you think, oh, it'll be fine. You know, we're not really spreading much of anything. But when in fact, then comes the 100 days of the cough and the real danger to these unvaccinated individuals and especially infants, right?
You're correct. And part of that with the children going to school with these what appear to be innocuous cold and viral illness syndromes is families where both people work, where the daycare may not accept them, where they don't have the time off, they can't afford to take the time off. They send their children to back to school or to the daycare setting. Yes.
And when you've seen these babies with pertussis, I mean, it's heartbreaking, right? I mean, it even just watching it, hearing it, it's awful. It's an awful sound, and it's one that I can't get out of my head after I've heard it. So I just wanted to, I appreciate you taking the time to discuss this because, you know, I think stopping the spread of measles is important when we're talking, you know, a lot of times when we talk about this, it's the MMR vaccine and the spread of measles and how highly contagious it is. But I just believe that we cannot forget pertussis. And that I really believe it deserves more attention than it's been getting. I appreciate your time so very much. And I will say, since you've been here with us and your testimony, I have received countless text messages and emails from constituents and colleagues and former colleagues of yours, actually, who wish to say that you are an incredibly trustworthy individual. And they thank you so very much, as do I, for your time and for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next is Representative Berger Gervalo. I will learn to say your name. Thank you.
It's fine. It took me 20 years to figure out how to say it too. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Ross. During previous testimony, it was stated that if unvaccinated children were out of school, they would still be at grocery stores, playgrounds, and other public places. Can you speak to the difference between those places and a school setting and whether it's fair to compare them or if schools carry a risk of transmission? Can you just differentiate those settings, please?
I actually think it's a fair comment with qualification. Generally, transmission for anything is going to be much greater within an enclosed space, sharing and breathing the same air. The risk out on a playground, on a ball field, is going to be a lot less. Is there a scientific way to quantify that? No, I cannot. But generally, the risk would be greater indoors, within a car, within a, say, a Cub Scout meeting in someone's basement, than it would be out on a playground or on a soccer field. But yes, they would still be a risk.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No. Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Hey, Dr. Ross, and thank you for your questions. I wanted to start off, thank you for your testimony. I wanted to start off with asking you, in 1999, Jody Rell praised Connecticut as having the highest vaccination rate in the country at 90%, touting how safe we were. We are currently at 97.5%. Why do you think we are so much worse off now?
I think, again, it's globally versus locally. Globally, as a state, we have high areas of vaccination penetrance and achievement. In other places, as I heard today, and I was actually surprised, in many cities with no religious exemptions, we are at 50, 60% from what I think I heard earlier today. That is just not unacceptable. I think you actually have asked questions too about, in terms of, you've got populations that's not due to exemption, or one of your colleagues did, but it's due to the fact that you've got a large pool of people who aren't vaccinated in your public schools in some locations in Connecticut.
So can you share with us any kind of outbreak in Connecticut that's occurred with, due to the individuals taking the religious exemption? Because nobody's been able to verify that with me at all. There has not been, to my knowledge, any outbreak that's the reason caused by the religious exemption.
Ma'am, you are correct. As I've said twice before, you can look at New York City, our close neighbor, for those of you in Fairfield County, in terms of religious exemption or lack of vaccination due to religious or philosophical beliefs, leading to a very large outbreak. Within Connecticut, I am not aware of one.
Not in our state. Can you speak to primary failure and the risks that they would pose as well? And we know that those individuals are not protected either, and we're making the claim that the religious exemption individuals are a risk to us, but you haven't mentioned anything about those that have no protection with regard to primary failure.
Primary failure, again, running anywhere from say 3% for measles to 12% for mumps, 10% to 8% for hepatitis B vaccine, just to mention a couple, is a concern. We do not titer. It is not practical to titer. So there's always going to be that pool of people that you can kind of lump in with those children under 6 years old, those who cannot be vaccinated due to a previous serious adverse reaction, or those who are on immunocompromising therapy like steroids, chemo, radiation, or new diagnosis of lymphoma, leukemia in children that can't be vaccinated. They do get lumped into that pool. They theoretically are also a nidus or a place for infection to start or to trigger an outbreak. Is there a practical way to determine that? In an ideal world with unlimited resources, I guess you could titer every single individual who'd ever been vaccinated, but there's not the resources in terms of money, laboratory capacity, nor staffing to do that.
And, you know, to my knowledge, the New York outbreak was occurred within adult population, not with children.
No, that's not true. I have to correct you on that because I've heard that twice today. That was true for Disney. Someone cited earlier today in their testimony, Disneyland and that outbreak. The median age there was older. It was 18 to 22 years. So that was true for those 111 people initially out of Disney. That was not true for New York City. The median age there, meaning half the people who got the disease were under that age, was 3 years old. And that's something I've heard repeatedly ever since 2015. I don't know where that comes from. I heard it again today earlier in someone's testimony, but that's not true for the New York City outbreak.
You mentioned the California outbreak, but as I recall, that was not due to individuals taking the religious outbreak either. That was, I think, 41% had the vaccine strain or the...
What happened there, that was due to imported cases, and you had a low percentage of vaccination in those who developed disease. There's actually a good, again, a reference for those of you who can get through the firewall or get it from UConn. Just look at the MMWRs from 2015 about the California outbreak, and then the summary in, I think it was April of 2015.
There's been other outbreaks that have occurred that have, you had mentioned that having everybody vaxxed in a community really protects everybody, but we know there was a pertussis outbreak that occurred in a completely vaxxed community. Would you, I guess I was also saying, would you say that those that are have that primary vaccine failure would be at risk as well and should be removed from school, and that we should be doing titers?
I think at the highest theoretical level, that would be true. But the problem is the horse before the cart. You have no way of determining those primary vaccination failures. I've done travel medicine I did for 30 years. We give a lot of vaccines, sometimes as many as 6 as a visit. But I never had a way to know who theoretically could get a disease because they were a primary failure to some of the vaccinations. We always cautioned them to the ancillary things they had to do. They had to practice good dietary habits, boil the water, watch the food, wash their hands, avoid insect bites in terms of yellow fever, because we had no way to know. I don't see a solution to that population of primary failure. I know it's gotten a lot of attention today, but I don't see a solution to that. I really don't.
You talked about the herd immunity levels and the desired rate to be 95 to 96%, but can you share with us the study that reflects that? Because I haven't been able to find any studies that say that if you have a 95 to a 96% herd immunity rate in your community, that provides the efficacy you're speaking about.
It actually goes back to a concept known as the R-naught, and it's NAUGHT. JAMA had a nice article where they're looking at it in terms of trying to formulate it for COVID, but each disease based on the R-naught determines what the herd immunity level is. People say, well, what the heck is R-naught? R naught is such that if I have the flu, I'm going to infect 1.3 to 1.6 other people. If I have COVID, my R naught is going to be 2 to 2.3. If I have measles, the R naught is 2 to 18. And those have been determined, and there's literature for all of those. They then use that, they can calculate and formulate what percentage of your population has to be immune to stop that process. That's what herd immunity and R naught are interrelated. There's a nice, simple little JAMA article, probably last November, that starts that. It will have references where someone could dig much deeper and go back a lot further. But for measles, the R naught, if I get measles and I'm with 25 people that are uninfected, unvaccinated, I'm going to give it to 12 to 18 people if I'm in an enclosed space with them for 15 to 20 minutes.
And I thank you for that answer. I've done a lot of research and I still haven't seen like a specific study that, determines that, but I just want to move on. I know we had an individual spoke earlier about his wife having MS and the doctor advising her to stay away from vaccinated children. You spoke a little bit about that with regard to the hospitals and the signs that they put up. Are you saying that doctor is making a claim that just isn't true?
That is not true, and there's great literature on that. In terms of shedding in activated vaccines, you don't shed in activated vaccines. You don't develop disease. You develop an immune response to the vaccine agent given without replication. The second piece of that is for live virus vaccines. Although there is a theoretical concern of shedding, that has actually been looked at. The best one is varicella. I also mentioned the Qatar 1955 experience because to do due diligence and to be fair, yes, that happened due to a vaccine in 55. But varicella, it's 1 in a million. Theoretically, you can isolate measles virus after vaccine, the vaccine strain, in the lungs and the nasal tissue. There are no documented transmission cases of measles from that material. So I think that individual is incorrect. I understand where it comes from though. I've spent my whole life dealing with people who care deeply for their patients. Someone mentioned the pediatric hepatologist that wants everybody vaccinated to protect those poor kids. But many times it's just, if someone's gone through chemo, it's the what if, or it could be, or I've always done it this way. It comes down to uncertainty and fear. And that's why people will recommend those things. Of the 800 or so medical exemptions I actually reviewed with a committee in the last 8 years to 10 years, what we found is probably about 10% of the time it was a philosophical request. About 2/3 of the time, there was no medical contraindication at all. And a small percent of the time, it broke our hearts because we felt we should be recommending that this person get a vaccine. And yet you could not, I have spent as much as 40 minutes with people. Once their physician tells them not to, you can present all the science in the world to echo what the student nurse representative mentioned earlier. A lot of times you're not going to change their mind. They're scared, they're frightened, you won't change their mind. But in that case, we generally would recommend, because if you're somebody that's on immunomodulating therapy and you get perhaps, let's say, influenza, your outcomes are going to be horrific. If you're pregnant and you get influenza, you're immunosuppressed, you're going to have horrible outcomes. If you're elderly, it's the same thing. They have an innate immunosuppression. 1 year, and I think I'll never forget this, the first 5 people I saw die in a large healthcare system were over the age of 90. Most of them were independent before that. And it was just basically flu vaccines not that effective in the elderly, and they had contact with somebody in the community. So many times the people who have spoken today, my heart has gone out to them. They truly believe what they are saying, but in some cases, they probably have the indication to be vaccinated.
So, and thank you for that. And I'll close with this. I know you shared a very devastating story about a family in which an individual had pertussis and then it caused the death of someone in the family. But I will tell you that this committee has heard dozens, if not hundreds of stories of individuals who have suffered injury or death from vaccine side effects. So the idea that the side effects don't exist, they are real. We also know that from the VAERS report, where over 4 billion people have $4 billion has been paid out in injury. And I just want to say that, they do exist and those stories are real too. And
I understand that. I
Yeah,
understand, I accept that. And on the VAERS data, it's actually interesting. There've been approximately 7,000 claims in 30 years. Of those 7,000 claims, 1/3 of them were for influenza. So it's a rate of about 1 in 1 million influenza vaccines. So sometimes it's important to put it in perspective.
Yeah, and I thank you for that. I don't know if my numbers are exact. They could be off a bit, but I guess my point is that many individuals have suffered injury and death due to vaccines. And I just wanted to point that out, that they want to make those choices for themselves with regard to taking those risks. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Ross, for your work and for being here today. When asked earlier about why you thought there might be the rising concern that folks have to get the vaccine, you mentioned one reason being complacency and that most of us haven't seen an outbreak. While I agree with you, I find it so ironic since we are currently in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. And 28 million Americans have gotten COVID-19 and more than 498,000 Americans have died. I'm also hearing folks saying it's not kids, kids aren't the risk. And then hearing folks say that if kids are sick, just keep them home. My family, we were very fortunate, but we did experience COVID. And my daughter was entirely asymptomatic. And it spread so quickly through her 3rd grade class that they had to close down the class and the class next door, even though all the students were wearing masks. And I got COVID, my son got COVID, my son obviously exposed others to COVID. I pretty much just stay at home in this dining room on Zoom all day, so no one really came near me. And so even though I recognize that the bill we're talking about today does not pertain to the COVID vaccine, I wanted to ask you, why are vaccines most effective when the maximum number of people in communities are immunized?
It goes back to the concept of herd immunity and the way you have to have a certain number, put it more simply, I guess, you have to have a certain number of people who are immune to break the chain of transmission. There's only 2 ways to get that immunity. One is you can suffer the consequences of the disease, or number 2, you can be vaccinated, or you put the 2 pools together. So that's basically why we're talking about you need to reach a certain level of vaccination. And for COVID, that number has been thrown around anywhere from 60 to 70 to 85% as it evolves over the last 6 to 8 months. Nobody really knows what it is right now, but I'm going to go out on a limb today and say we're seeing a large decrease these last week or so. The amount of new COVID cases in the United States and here in Connecticut. I think part of that is the fact that we probably have about 30-35% herd immunity right now. The other thing is we're getting away from the holidays. We're seeing deaths still lag behind because if you're on a ventilator for 28 days or 42 days, you may die later in the course. But I think that's what we're seeing. It's going to be incredibly important to get people vaccinated against COVID so they can resume their lives, so they can get out of the social isolation, so they can do the things they want, and also so they can lose the fear that many older people have and that people with underlying conditions have today. I think the CDC has come around and it appears to be perhaps disjointed and not sequential in terms of what they've done with schools. But what we don't understand is there's always uncertainty with emerging infections. That's what COVID is. The science is not initially precise. And as time goes on, the science evolves and our thinking must evolve.
Thank you so much for your answer and your time today.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Summers, followed by Representative Kavros-DeGraw.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Ross. Nice to see you again. And thank you for being here today. I had a couple questions for you concerning how to approach this issue that we're having. Quite frankly, it appears that in the schools that we're falling below the herd immunity level, those are not schools that there's exemptions being taken in. So those are just non-compliant individuals. So how would you, or what would you suggest going forward is the best pathway forward? Is it through education? Is it for, a dedicated public health effort to go into the communities that I call, I don't know what to call it, so I call it under-vaccinated, where children might have 7 of the 72 vaccines, or be missing 7 out of the 72 vaccines that you need, but can still classified as unvaccinated, so that we have the actual data. From an infectious disease perspective, I can imagine, why you are so supportive of vaccines, because they cause death. Without them, there's great death with the diseases. And I can tell you, I have a friend who works on the border, and the first thing they notice is when people cross into this country, they line up for vaccines because they've seen disease in other countries. We have not, because we have vaccines, so we haven't seen the things that they have seen. But this bill is not just about vaccines, because vaccines are already mandated to go to school now. This is about, for some people, removing a religious right that they feel, as you've heard, very, very strongly about. So before we make that decision, should we as a body, as a legislative body, really focus on educating those who are just under-vaccinated, that either maybe they don't have the access, or they are not aware that they're supposed to be vaccinated, or the school nurse doesn't have the appropriate information on the form that hasn't been filled in. So we really know what the true data is before we take away something that is very personal, a religious right of someone here in the state of Connecticut. So there's the science, and there's the the quandary of the science versus your personal autonomy and your religious beliefs. How would you, as an expert, mesh those all together?
I think it's a 3-part question. Number one, the science versus the autonomy. I think as the rates of natural disease dropped in the 80s and 90s, the science piece went down, and the personal autonomy piece became more important. I think the second piece of it is it's a basic public health function. Public health, the committee that you represent, has 3 main things. You have the ability to determine what interventions are necessary. You have the ability to determine what police powers can be used to enforce that. And I use the term police very loosely. And then lastly, you have the ability to delegate to others, authorities, localities, and municipalities what measures they need to undertake to improve a situation that you find not to be acceptable. And correct me if you think that's the wrong role of a public health committee, but I see it as those 3 things. The third part of your question is grayscale. I was a primary care doc for 40 years, as well as being a subspecialist, and I'm an administrator. What I always learned is I had to accommodate people's beliefs. I didn't believe in black and white. I believed the world was grayscale. And if someone didn't want to add a second drug for hypertension, or if someone wasn't willing to start their lipid reduction, you gave them the 6 months. I think whatever approach you take, and I think hearing this today, that's one of the things I wrote down. It's just, I'm shocked in our state today, one of the most affluent states in the country, that we have vaccination rates like that in some of our schools. My first suggestion is you need to get in there and educate. Educate the administrators, educate the nursing staff if they have it, the local health departments about what needs to be done. You need to educate the parents too, and you can use PTOs or PTAs, things such as that. And then finally, if this doesn't work, I think you do have the enforcement power. Last time I looked, you put out a mandatory vaccination schedule every year that is broken into by school years. That would be the last resort you'd ever want to react to. But I think it's working collaboratively with the parties that are involved and at risk.
So thank you for saying that, because that's been one of the areas that I think this bill goes in a direction that is the last resort, as you said, because there hasn't been a full court press public health education push on vaccines in years. When's the last time we heard about the pros and cons of pertussis? We just don't do that because we don't see it. And I agree with you. The schools that we see falling below that ultimate 95% vaccination rate, they're not taking exemptions. So if we focused on maybe making vaccines more accessible at a school-based health clinic, doing an educational push, have pediatricians be able to be reimbursed for the time they spend explaining vaccines and the pros and the cons. We heard last year from Dr. Omar from Yale University, who's a epidemiologist, how getting people to vaccinate he thought it was a process that required education rather than a mandate that comes down with a hammer, because the opposite happens. So I'm glad that you responded, and I do agree that we need that, and I would like to see a more educational push of this, and also standardization of the school nurses and how they fill out the forms, and what's really an vaccinated child versus someone who's just missing a few boosters to be up to date, because I think we're swinging the hammer very heavily in some cases here. And I just wanted to tell you, Dr. Ross has been a panelist with myself on a forum to educate people on the COVID vaccine. And he is a wonderful speaker. And some of the forums that we've done one in particular where people were very hesitant. After they were able to have their questions answered honestly from the clinicians, we have seen a significant uptake in the people willing to take the COVID vaccine. And that same kind of effort could be done in areas where we're falling short or under the 95% rate that we need in these other areas, whether it be measles or pertussis going forward. So I just wanted to say I appreciate your time here. And I do believe, last thing, in the Orthodox community in New York, the first thing the public health they did was to go in and to start to educate through the religious leaders, through the rabbis, on why the importance was to get the vaccines. And they did it that way first, and it worked. So I think that's a good model for us to look at. But I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And that's actually a model that's been used across the globe to get vaccine acceptance. Go to the community.
Thank you, Senator. I think we're all getting to see what a good speaker the doctor is. And I'm glad he's a doctor, not a lawyer, because we'd be charging by the hour at this point. Next up is Representative Kavros DeGraw, followed by Senator Wong.
I just have a couple brief questions because I know it's already a long day for everyone. We want to get to as many speakers as possible. So thank you again for being here. On the education point, I just want to be clear because, obviously we're using the COVID vaccine to help stop the spread because we already had so much spread. But in the cases of the vaccines that we're talking about, we're using that more to prevent outbreaks from happening, correct?
Yeah, it's again my closing statement in our written testimony. It's more of a proactive approach versus reactive. New York City, California, with their outbreaks, had to take a reactive approach. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I think that all the members on the committee, I know we are getting emails and certainly, seeing all the information that's being sent our way. And I know personally, I'm doing as much research as I can, and I've heard from some of my colleagues they are as well. But, I think it was Representative Foster mentioned, paywalls and how hard it is sometimes to see the scientific research that, some of which you've referenced today. And so I guess, could you just maybe explain a little bit more for us how the research we do differs from the research you're doing?
I think it comes down to two things. It comes down to research and research longitudinally and experience and accumulation of knowledge. I think for some of you, you may be put in a situation you're having to learn this for the first time and seek it out for the first time. Most of the members of my society have been doing this for 20, 30, 40 years, so we have the accumulated knowledge. What we generally do, I spend still 3 or 4 hours a day reading, although I retired 12 months ago. That's how you keep up with it, particularly with COVID. You do have a great resource. You should have clinical librarians at UConn that if you ask them to do a search on any topic, they should come back with literally hundreds of references. And if they're good, I don't know if Valerie Banfi's retired and some of the others out there in the past, but they will star the 3 or 4 you want to do. There's articles off the top of my head, like Lancet 2003, autoimmunity and vaccination. Those are the type of things they could pull out for you. for the autoimmune question from before. Some of it you just won't find. A good article on shedding, you just won't. You'll have to look at every case report, then tabulate them, write them up for yourself, remember them, because nobody's done that one piece of literature and published it in a peer-reviewed journal.
Well, and I think that goes to Senator Summers' point about education is that, it really is challenging. I mean, we're lucky that we have access to that, but the general public might not. And so, continuing that education process is important because unfortunately, we know it's, we all get, certain symptoms and we go check on WebMD to see what we have, right? So, and that can lead to a lot of us scaring ourselves or misinformation. And certainly, it's important that everyone has access to the scientific and, really critical thinking resources that you've referenced. So I thank you so much for your testimony today. As Senator Haskell mentioned before about the person with the doctor for liver transplants, I actually have one of those recipients who's a child in my district. So certainly that herd immunity is critically important to people in my district. So thank you so much again for your testimony today.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong, followed by Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Ross, I cannot thank you enough for your time in the medical perspective. Your presentation was greatly appreciated by me, and the exchange really accentuates why this public hearing is so important for both sides of this issue, no matter how long it takes. The only remiss is I feel badly for all those people that won't be able to testify because we're having this thoughtful exchange. To me, your presentation really brings out the philosophical conflict. Whether it's standardized, acceptable medical experience or science that you're articulating, and you did it so well, there are the balance and the weight between the loss of personal autonomy and choice that was mentioned earlier. So I just want to get your perspective. You cited your personal experience, and thank you and congratulations on your retirement. You talked about your frustration and the multitude of times that you have tried to educate your patients on the necessary protocols they need to take care of themselves. And when they don't do that, you cite that frustration and you use the word from the standpoint of police powers. Have you ever at any moment felt that you needed to tell any of your patients who did not listen to you that you would, one, not take them anymore as a patient, or two, that you would report them and say that they're a potential health risk?
In my career, I have had to do that regarding tuberculosis and quarantine. In my time of practice, there were 7 people that we did quarantine within the state of Connecticut, New York, up at Shattuck and Boston. So yes, we have had to. It is always a last resort. In general, I have not dismissed patients from our practices. About the only time we ever have is if they threatened physical violence to one of my providers. But generally what we try to do is you try to work with, accommodate, and come to accommodation and a point of understanding. What I have learned over the years is generally given enough time, you'll get the person to where they need to be through that relationship.
I appreciate both of those perspectives. From the 7 cases that you remember, it's so obviously rare. And it is from a standpoint, isolated cases that you undertook this, but it was not a broad, overreach of saying that anybody with that would be exposed or you would report them. I think the second part is you have not denied services. And I think you have emphasized often and repeatedly and effectively that education is the way to go. And what I am sensing is for the testimony that you might be hearing down the road is people feel as though they're not given the opportunity, then rather than the education or the conversation, they're given the stick of denying their kids the opportunity to go to school. You never, from a clinician standpoint, would go to that position, would you? Unless they were physically threatened, as you stated.
I will go to the extent I have to. When I gave the example of the 3 functions of a public health committee, police powers being one of them, I always view that that is the absolute last, which should rarely be used. I think for myself, there are times where I have had to draw a line in the sand where I've had to say, and I feel for the pediatricians, I feel for the patients today you've had who could not get medical exemptions. There have been many times where I've had to draw a line and say, no, a medical exemption is not scientifically, ethically, morally relevant. I wouldn't use the word legal because there is no legal aspect to that, but there is really no indication for it. So I have gone to that point where I've said, no, you cannot do that. We in medical practice, I don't know if you're a physician or not, sir, but in medical practice, there's many times where you cannot acquiesce to a patient's request. It is a negotiation. It is a back and forth. It is an education with the hope that you can bring them to a view that's probably more practical and possible.
And I appreciate that perspective. And it's surprising to me that you think the Public Health Committee and the legislature would have a greater authority than the approach that you've undertaken to potentially mandate that kind of approach. And I think that's important. Is I believe for practitioners like you with the experience and the oath that you've taken, you want what is best for your patients. And for us as lay individuals and politicos, we sometimes should defer to the education and the information rather than mandating the hammer on people's decision-making process. And ultimately, your testimony and your presentation and your credibility is without doubt. And the science that you presented is great validity. But I also offer to you that there are certain parts of the healing art that goes to the mind and the conviction of people. We've never fully understood that. And from a pure science standpoint, we can't always make that determination. Would that be a fair statement?
I can say in my career, I saw many instances where that occurred, and you would have thought the patient would have died or had a horrible outcome. But by perchance, they survived, or they did much better than anybody ever gave them odds of succeeding.
Yeah, and you know, you and your professional colleagues and all the frontline workers deserve our utmost respect. But you also recognize the fact that you cannot legislate, you cannot mandate people's beliefs and values, and sometimes, as I would say, you can't legislate common sense. And perhaps this is the crux for me, and the balance and the conflict that's at foot here is the fact that we are looking to say that the state or any entity knows better than other people. And even for you, Dr. Ross, for your wealth of experience and incredible credibility, you wouldn't even say that. So I want to thank you for your time. And again, I do appreciate the insight that you've given and the flow that's been respected and accorded to you. But I feel very badly for those that are unable to speak because of the limitation we put in. So thank you, Dr. Ross, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I do believe that we got to more people, we limited the amount of commentary we have and really focus on questions. I'm going to beg the indulgence of Representative McCarty because this chain of thought, I'd like to interject a question. We've talked a lot about education, starting with Senator Summers. Doctor, you may be aware of another bill raised in this committee and which had a hearing last year, which would require reimbursement for an extended consultation between practitioners and families. Recognizing there are some people who are very fixed in their way of thinking, do you think this would be beneficial to actually get some people who might be hesitant or have concerns, have that kind of dialogue, that kind of negotiation that you referred to earlier, and that might lead to some better outcomes?
It is occurring today with some of my pediatric colleagues, and I can speak to firsthand discussions over the years with them. So yes, I also understand the perspective of, and I do not agree with the perspectives of productivity units of service, insurance companies, throughput, and corporations. Those are some of the things that work against that. I did travel medicine for 30 years. Those appointments run 20, 30, 40, sometimes an hour. The course of educating somebody for 6 vaccines. The reimbursement levels for some of those visits are very expensive. I think you have an interesting concept. It needs to go forward if you expect a clinician or provider in a healthcare system today to have the time to spend 30 or 40 minutes with a family. But do I think it's necessary and would be a good thing? I think it would very much be a good thing.
Thank you. We just want to emphasize that we really are focused on a clear medical exemption where this kind of dialogue takes place, and the physician and the family are in the best position perhaps to coming to some sort of accommodation. Representative McCarty, followed by Senator Kushner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Dr. Ross, and thank you for your great testimony today. Talking about the power of enforcement in the state, I think that's called parens patria, and that would be used in a real extreme emergency where the safety and health of the citizens were at risk. So my question leads back to the conversation that you were having with Senator Summers, because I agree that that type of parens patria should only be used as a very last resort. And I'm very pleased to hear you remark today that you do support doing more education. And let's try to get the immunization rates up. And right now we have flawed data. So I think it's important that we get into the schools, find out exactly what's going on with new data, and work with the health department and the Department of Education to try to get those immunization rates up before we would ever resort to anything more drastic by the state. So my question is simple. It goes, do you think, in your professional opinion, that the state of Connecticut is in a state of emergency at this point? When we looked at last year's data on the incoming kindergarten class, it did actually drop to the 2.3%. So that trend was going in the right direction. Overall, I'm very concerned about getting those schools that are below the 95% herd immunity up to acceptable rate. But would you, in your professional opinion, believe that we would have additional time? Do you think another year or 2 years, is that an ample, do you think that would be a safe time period for us to work on the education piece to get all the immunization rates up to a higher level? So I'm putting you on the spot a little, but thank you.
And I do not speak on this for the Connecticut Infectious Disease Society or the Connecticut State Medical Society. I have to acknowledge that the numbers I've seen from your school study do not constitute an emergency. I am going to waffle and play the politic and say whether or not you choose at this time to remove the deeply held philosophical exemption or religious exemption, I'm going to defer back to you.
Okay, but that you did answer my question, and I do appreciate that, and I very much appreciate your expertise today and sharing it with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just as a follow-up, doctor, do you recommend that we wait for an emergency?
I would prefer that you take a proactive approach, not a reactive. My society prefers you take a proactive approach. They would favor the removal of the personally held, deeply religious or philosophical belief.
Thank you for that clarification. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. And I actually was going to ask that exact same question because that was my thought as well. And I also wanted to say that I found this testimony really probably the most helpful testimony I've heard today. I was concerned by some of the earlier testimony about people who are immune compromised or suffer from some autoimmune deficiency. I have a member of my family who is immune compromised, and she's always very fearful of people who have not been vaccinated. And today I heard almost
to the contrary, that we should be more concerned about people who have been vaccinated. But I just wanted to ask you again, I think you clarified that in fact, people who are immune compromised do not have to be fearful of most vaccinations that others might have had around them. Am I correct in hearing you correctly on that?
You are correct. And to echo the pediatric liver transplant specialist, surround them with an envelope of immunity is the best advice.
I think that's really important to hear. I was really concerned earlier today because I live with this in my family, and I think a lot of us do, and a lot of us develop our views based on that. The second thing I wanted to clarify is I think it was also really helpful when you stated sort of the charge of the Public Health Committee, but I heard others question you in a way that would suggest they heard it differently than I did. But what I heard you say is that we as the members of the Public Health Committee and as members of the legislature have a responsibility to hear testimony, to take evidence, and then to do exactly what has been suggested, to carry out our responsibility to our best of our ability to protect the public health of our state and of our communities. And when I think of it in that way, then I think you are telling us that we have to mandate certain practices in order to really protect the health of our community. And I just wondered if I had heard you correctly.
You did. I basically delineated that in my mind for as long as I can remember, and from my first teachings in public health when I was in the U.S. Public Health Service a long time ago. Public health committees, organizations, particularly at the governmental legislative level, have three priorities. Number one is you have the legislative authority and initiative to implement effective public health measures, well-grounded in science, appropriate for the situation. Number two is you have the ability to use police powers, but I really believe that should be number three. And then the third thing is that you have the ability to delegate that authority to others, such as DPH, such as the Department of Education, to carry out these mandates, these interventions, and then to assure they succeed by budgeting and perhaps staffing. That's the way I've always viewed public health at the governmental level.
Well, I have to say, I really appreciate your testimony today because as a new member to the Public Health Committee, you've really helped me understand my role here and given me a lot of information to make my decision on. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, Doctor, I don't see any other questions. We may actually free you up to do something else for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
But on behalf of all the members of the legislature and particularly this committee, we can't thank you enough for your patience and willingness to answer so many questions. We believe you've added some real value to the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Next up, we skipped somebody. We messed up. It will happen. But C. Marcella Kurowski is on the phone. We didn't recognize that previously. And then we will go back to our list.
Thank you very much. Members of the Public Health Committee, I am Marcella Kurowski. I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. It is amazing that we live in a country that cares about civil rights and improvements on which have happened since our nation's birth. Please understand, special needs children's education matters. Disabled children's education matters. All of our children's current and future education matters. A century after women's suffrage, we are a children's voice until they are of age to vote themselves. I find it interesting that women's rights have the support from the majority of the legislature when she chooses not to be a mother. Now the majority of the legislature can vote to dismantle a woman's rights after she is already a mother. And grandfathering is an unacceptable compromise that disproportionately affects the education of multiple children households. For the state to make decisions about children instead of parents is a disrespect to the family unit. Parental rights are women's rights. Religious rights are women's rights. Bodily autonomy is a woman's autonomy. To hold all education hostage to the pharmaceutical industry leads one to question if we still live in a constitutional republic or a corporatocracy. To quote our 35th president, and if we cannot end now our differences, at least we can make the world safe for diversity. For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet, we all breathe the same air, we all cherish our children's future, and we are all mortal. John F. Kennedy, June 10th, 1963. Thank you and many blessings to you all.
Thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate your hanging in there until we got back to you. Yeah, sometimes it gets a little complicated with us, but we do appreciate your testimony. I don't see any questions currently. I think next up we have number 56, Laurel Dolan, followed by Stephanie Irwin.
Hi, are we on?
Yes, you are.
Hi, dear members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Laurel Dolan, and I'm here with my sister, children, and nieces. I'm asking you to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. As a mom of 4 in Weston, Connecticut, I use the religious exemption for myself and my children. Removing this exemption would cause us to flee the state in search of true religious freedom. My family has a history of allergic reactions and negative effects to the toxins in some vaccines. After my young cousin died, immediately after receiving his routine vaccinations, I made the decision at that point as a parent not to take a chance with my children's life. My religion requires me to do no harm. The US Supreme Court has declared vaccinations unavoidably unsafe. Knowing the risk associated with vaccines and the potential side effects, I cannot in good faith allow my children's health to be compromised. These new bills would require me to choose between their schooling and their health, or in the case of my cousin, even their lives. Additionally, as a traditional Catholic, I cannot participate in pharmaceutical products that are derived from the cells of murdered babies. Many hundreds of babies have been slaughtered for a specific purpose, and to me that is unacceptable. My faith objects to the killing of the innocent. No true Catholic can participate in this gruesome industry. Under the First Amendment, I must be allowed to practice my religion freely. I shouldn't be punished for my beliefs, and my children should not be discriminated against because of our beliefs either. They should be allowed to receive the education that they deserve. As a mother, I spend my days, hours every day weighing the risks and benefits of basically every aspect of my children's life. I research car seats, I research the food we eat, I research medication, I research anything I allow my children to do because it's my job to protect them. And if I see something that could potentially harm them, it is my job to keep them away from that as best that I can. In the case of vaccines, for us, especially with my family history, the risks outweigh the benefits. Now I can't get a medical exemption because my cousin died from vaccines, because it is easy for them to say there could be some other reason. But in my heart, I know that this would be a risk for my children. And I'm here today to ask you not to take my children's lives or livelihoods, their schooling, their college into your hands, and to allow me to continue to make the best choices for my family. And for those reasons, I ask you to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. I appreciate your time, and I have my little niece Lily here, who would absolutely love to say something if that's possible, and if not, if anybody would like to ask her a question just so she can introduce herself, she would love to do that. Is that okay?
How can we resist that opportunity?
Go ahead, Lily.
My name is Lily Sawicki. I am in 3rd grade. I want to be a veterinarian when I grow up. I want to stay in school. Please vote no HB 6423 and SB 568.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And I want to say everybody there has been very well behaved, but you said you had 4 kids. There seem to be more than 4 kids there. They're proliferating.
Well, I have 5 nieces and
Oh.
I own 4. Yeah, my baby.
All right, we have a question for you, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello to the Dolan family. Indeed, as a chairman, hi. As the chairman noted, that the kids are incredibly well behaved, so compliments to the parenting skills, which leads to the question I have. There is nothing you would ever do that to not protect your kids, and your thoughts and research, and we talked with Dr. Ross earlier, who I have great respect for, the emphasis to education. Can you share the amount of efforts and thoughts that you've given, and to reinforce first and foremost that there's nothing more important than the well-being and the choices you're making for your children?
Can you share? Can you repeat
Can
that?
I let Kristen answer that one?
Okay, you asked.
Yes. Sorry, were you asking me to share about our education or about how I go through my processes? I was confused.
As a parent, and,
Yes.
and with these wonderful kids that we see, I understand the process you've done and the passion and advocacy you have, and you represent so many of the parents that are speaking today. Can you share your thoughts in regards to what you would do to protect your kids?
Oh, I would die for my children. I would do absolutely anything to protect my children, of course. And if it came down to me taking it or them, I would take it. But I can't be that mother that watches her baby being taken away because of a medical choice that I made. So yes, absolutely everything that goes into their body that's, in my control. I look over very carefully. I research for hours in the middle of the night. I lose sleep over it. And what will you do? We would definitely leave. We are looking at other places if we need to, but I grew up in Connecticut. I went to Fairfield University. My kids would love to stay around here where my parents are. My dad works for the city in Fairfield as well. So it would be lovely if we could stay here with other family members and with our community without feeling like we might end up with a child that didn't make it due to, the medical industry or some new bill.
And you're receptive to receiving more information, getting more education, being more informed. And if there was some aspect of persuasion and validation, would you consider your mind? Would you consider yourself open-minded that if education and reinforcement of some of these particulars were persuasive enough, but if they were not, obviously you would want to always retain your choice as a parent?
I think choice is a huge issue here, but it's also about religion for me. And I might be in the minority here, but as a traditional Catholic, I have very strong beliefs in. And I do, I've done my research and I do know about the fetal cell lines in some vaccines. I realize that every vaccine isn't made that way. So even if you were to, convince me about the other vaccines and how, my kid is not going to have any, negative side effects for him, and I were to actually believe you and I, listen to the doctors and the scientists on that, and we can't put the same decision, you would have to also tell me that you were finding another way to make it that wouldn't conflict with my religion. And I think that's the key point here is, we live in Connecticut and I'd like to be able to practice my religion. I want my children to. And it might not be the religion that other Catholics practice. It's my personal belief that I'm supposed to be allowed to have under the, Constitution of the United States.
And if I may, I know your sister is there, Kristen.
Yes.
Is there anything she'd like to say, if I may, with the indulgence of the chair?
Am I allowed? Yes.
Speak quickly.
Thank you, Senator Wang. I would just say it's kind of appalling, the discrimination. I mean, I grew up in this state. We were all unvaccinated. I went to school abroad. We've all attended universities and gone on. I mean, as an educator myself, I can't imagine now telling the next generation of children, you need to now get 72 doses of vaccines before you can function in society. And I feel like most of us are going to, like the Holy Family had to flee to Egypt under King Herod, we will go anywhere to protect our children and we will be fleeing the state. And that's what New York saw last year. Thousands of people fled New York, many into Connecticut to preserve their religious freedom. And that same thing will happen here, but I will never, ever vaccinate my child for any reason. Thank you, Senator Wang.
And
thank you for
one more thing to add, I don't know if it's allowed, but what worries me even more, I know other people have brought it up, but once you have this mandate or this bill open, any vaccine that comes down the pipeline is then added in or can be added in, right? There's wording for that. So it's not even that you would have to convince me about the safety of the vaccines that they have currently, but anything that, there's another health crisis and it is, added to the list, they would then also be required. Is that correct?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. Is that our side? I was also concerned about the vaccines that would be then coming down the pipeline that would also be added in because of the wording of this bill, right?
Perhaps, yeah. And I appreciate you sharing the concerns and thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no other questions. And I think the patience of the little ones are wearing thin as well. So through you, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Say bye.
Chairman Steinberg, you're on mute.
There it goes again. I flick the button and nothing happens. Next up is Stephanie Irwin, number 57, followed by Trenton Steczkowski.
Hello.
Hello, please continue.
Hi. Okay, thank you. Hi, to the Public Health Committee. Thank you so much for letting me speak today. My name is Stephanie Irwin, and I'm an occupational therapist for 13 years and a mother of 3 healthy, beautiful children, all under the age of 5. I would like to state today that I oppose the 2 bills, HB 6423 and SB 568, for removal of unvaccinated children from public schools and removal of the religious exemption. Excuse me. We are a family of faith and we follow the practices of the Holy Bible. The removal of the religious exemption is contrary to its teachings. And as a healthcare professional, I am also a woman of science, and I am aware of the potential harms of vaccinations, as well as the lack of efficacy for many of them. My husband and I moved to our town for the excellent public school system. We both work full-time as healthcare professionals, and we are passionate about helping others. With the passing of this bill, we would be unable to continue working full-time and be forced to move out of the state, as this is a financial burden we would not be able to endure. My children love their friends and attending school, and to deny them free and public education is against the Constitution and against our human rights to follow our religious beliefs and moral obligations. My husband and I work tirelessly to protect our children, to foster their healthy growth and development, and to provide them with as many opportunities to grow emotionally, physically, and educationally. To remove the religious exemption would be stripping my family and so many others the ability to provide these opportunities. And to do so would be discriminatory and unjust. And also, as a healthcare professional, I am very much aware that we're not all created equally and physically not the same. And to say that vaccinations are good for everyone is definitely not accurate. I've witnessed vaccine injury. I've had 2 children in the NICU for extended periods of time from potential vaccine injury, which I was not aware of at the time. And now I have made it my biggest concern to protect my children and educate myself as much as possible on what the contents of certain vaccines are, as well as what would go against my moral and ethical beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. Could you just speak to how you feel as a healthcare professional, someone who's very well read in science, who has done your research, and who is probably often criticized for not believing the quote unquote science? Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, so I have spent the last year really educating myself because with COVID, we have definitely strengthened our faith in God, and also just practicing very healthy habits in our household. As a healthcare professional, I do believe that it's so incredibly important to take care of yourself by feeding yourself good foods and by fostering your own good health and hygiene practices. It's been very telling to me over the last year that there hasn't been more of a push for that. There's definitely an epidemic of obesity and other issues going on in school systems with children and not being provided healthy options. And my husband and I have made it our mission to do so in our household, and educating my children that it's always very important to keep up with those practices. And the science, there is science stating that some of these vaccines are not effective. The efficacy rate is not very high, not high enough to mandate something like this. Also, there are vaccines with high levels of heavy metals, which definitely can do damage if they do pass the blood-brain barrier. And I have been, continuously educating myself. While I may not be an expert, I would say that I've, gained a lot of knowledge over the past year. as well as my faith in God, and just that my immune system and my children's immune systems are capable of protecting themselves.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for your testimony. Were you on or watching this when Dr. Ross was giving testimony about the vaccinations?
In part, I'm actually between patients, so
Okay.
I have heard part.
Okay. I'm wondering, do you have a problem? I'm not sure where you live. Is there a problem in your school system with any kind of an outbreak, or has there been at all in the region?
No, not at all. And as a matter of fact, the town that we moved to, there, the children and staff and community, I've not heard one single instance of an outbreak at all. And even in the school systems, we've been in person this entire time, with only a few episodes of having to quarantine certain classrooms, but we've remained primarily in person. My husband and I have worked the entire time throughout the pandemic. We've remained healthy. We are both vaccinated people, but and our children are partially vaccinated. But we also have just gained different knowledge over the last year, and tried educating ourselves in other healthy practices, including alternative medicine that is just as effective, if not more so, in some cases.
Okay, thank you very much, and good for you for that education, because that really can be. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I see no further questions. We'll move along. Number 58, Trenton Staskowski, followed by Lisa Marie Molnar.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. What do we want to tell these guys, Trent?
I want to go to school.
Trenton here is 3.5 years old, and he goes to special education preschool. And he gets multiple services, but he would actually, if it's okay, if we could let his brother talk for 1 minute also, both of these children would be impacted by this bill if it passes.
Well, thanks to Trenton's brevity, there's plenty of time for his brother.
Thank you.
Go ahead, baby.
Dear members of the committee, we oppose both of these bills. My name is Tristan and I am 9 years old. I was here last year to talk to you all, and I am here again since it is such an important issue for me and my family. I have spent all of 4th grade remote learning on a computer. I miss so much being in school. It is not good to stare at a computer for so long, and my eyes hurt when I get off the device. It is nothing like being in school and being able to actually talk and play and learn with my friends. Last year I told you about being a Boy Scout and the Boy Scout oath. I'm still in Boy Scouts, but that is also remote now too. I'm still in judo as well. I love judo. I love being able to help kids learn that could help them out in all areas of life. It is important I stay in school. I miss helping my teacher and other kids. I recently came to love basketball also and want to go to UConn and make my parents and my state proud. It will take hard work, but I am ready. Please do not take me and my 3-year-old brother out of school. We are not sick. We do not have any diseases. I make sure to include everyone and love kids who need extra help at school. Can you please make sure to include me too? That is my time. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Wonderful testimony. I can only imagine how difficult it must be to do Boy Scouts and judo remotely. And I'm highly confident that you will make your family and your state very proud, whatever you do. If there are not further questions, thank you for your testimony today. We really appreciate your patience. Next up is 59, Lisa Marie Molnar, followed by number 67, Kelly Fronte.
Hello, my name is Lisa Marie Molnar, and I am from Killenly.
and I oppose bills SB 568 and HB 6423. First, I'd like to stipulate I am not an anti-vaxxer. As a matter of fact, as soon as my grandson was born, I had the Tdap booster. I attended religious affiliated schools, kindergarten through 12th grade, so I was groomed to follow the rules and ideas presented by people in power and held to a higher regard. My daughter also attended religious schools. I am compelled to speak out on the opposition to the loss of the right to choose to vaccinate or to select which vaccines are received. I never thought in 60 years I would have to address my body, my choice for me or my family, or that I would have to fight to preserve the fact that we do not co-parent with the government here in America. There isn't a parent here that would choose to withhold medical treatment for their children that is in their best interest to prove a point. I am pro-parental choice, informed choice, and request transparency from drug manufacturers. This mandate to remove the religious exemption removes the ability to make these decisions. It increases the need to justify our religious beliefs, which opens us up to debate about what we believe, which directs attention away from what is at stake. The tentacles of this bill are far-reaching and go beyond parental choice. This will affect the safety, emotional, developmental, social interaction, and ultimately the education level of our children.
Have you concluded, Ms. Molnar? Or did we lose you? It's not clear. Well, I do believe we got the gist of your testimony. I want to thank you for that. There are no questions. If you should return shortly, we'll try to get you back in, but we're going to move on to number 67, Kelly Fronte, followed by Denise Saltez. Ms. Fronte.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Oh, okay. Hi. Okay. I am writing today to oppose both HB 6423 and SB 568. I believe that the passing of these bills would be considered gross government overreach, to say the least. Medical treatment should never be forced upon anyone. By taking away my religious exemption, you're taking away my freedom and my right to protect myself and my children. My children should not be discriminated against because we as a family hold different beliefs and live our lives differently than other families. My children deserve an education free of discrimination and segregation. There is a great deal of uncertainty as to the safety and efficiency of vaccines. Toxins found in vaccines today include mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, and aborted human fetal cells. There are safety concerns in giving infants and young children multiple vaccines at the same time in order to dispense the recommended vaccine schedule by the age of 18. No one has done the research to determine what kind of harm might be done to someone receiving an influenza shot every year for life, as is recommended by the current schedule. Vaccines are not subjected to long-term safety studies. Sorry, I got a kid going nuts in the background. And also, please remember that these bills violate current statutes, which require the state to provide a public education to all children. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Fronte. Seeing no questions.
Sorry about that.
No, not
Okay,
at all.
yep.
All understand. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Next up is Alexandra Souza, followed by Molly Curry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Souza. I reside in Scranton. I am a mother of 3 young children. I work as a school nurse at a Christian school here in Connecticut. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 568 and House Bill 6423, as they will not only have a negative impact on my children's future of so many students at my school. This bill would cause severe emotional distress among so many children who thrive off social interaction with their friends, teachers, and after-school sports. The pandemic alone has had a detrimental impact on children mentally. Anxiety, depression, and suicide rates are at an all-time high. Our children are already suffering. By taking something away that they love so much would be detrimental to them. It is unconstitutional and unethical to deny any child a right to education because of their religious beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Souza. Seeing no questions, thank you for your time today. Next
Thank
up,
you very much.
you're welcome. Next up is Molly Curry, followed by Lauren Minicino. Molly? Let me give her one more second. Oh, she's not here. All right, Lauren Minicino, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lauren Minicino. I am here to ask you to oppose HB 6423 and HB 568. Today I'm here to reframe who we are. For the last few years, I've heard some representatives of this committee and other legislators call us a loud minority, a thorn in your side that you feel you can dismiss. That day is over. What we actually are is your activated majority. Your activated majority is here today testifying, writing emails to our legislators, attending town hall meetings, and giving of our time and energy. The people you claim you are protecting are not asking for your protection or for you to run interference. They literally don't care. Where are they? They don't outnumber us in any capacity. When we have play dates with new families, I have never once been asked, is your child vaccinated? I've been asked if I have guns in my home, or if I have pets, or if I can keep an area nut-free. But vaccination status, never. Your constituents aren't begging you to kick unvaccinated or partially vaccinated kids out of school. Most parents could care less about other kids' vaccination statuses. They can barely be bothered to email you a form email, let alone one individually written with careful consideration and sincerity on the topic. Your activated majority is here telling you we are not willing to give up our rights or our children's without a fight. We won't go quietly into the night. We have the resources and determination to fight long and hard. Our country has given us the right to an opinion and belief systems because they've given us an entitlement to freedom of religion, and you've given us an entitlement to a free public education. You have zero basis to take our rights away. We have one of the highest vaccination rates in the country. Our unvaccinated and partially vaccinated is too small to affect the larger community of immunity. Last year in my testimony, I handed you my heart, my suffering, and my knowledge as a parent of a child with a rare autoimmune disease. It clearly got me nowhere. This year, I am here to say, please keep your hands off my child's body, her rights to an education, my parental rights, and my religious freedoms. I've heard your tagline start stating that you aren't mandating vaccines. We have a choice. You just can't attend school without them. That's coercion, and it's wrong, morally and ethically. I'd sue the pants off my boss if he told me you don't have to sleep with me, but you won't get a promotion without it. Sure, he left me with a choice by your logic, but really, we know it's coercion. I'd like to thank the members of this committee who have helped support us through all of this. It is wonderful to be seen and heard. As for the rest of you, just a friendly reminder, I do not co-parent with the government. Please feel free to ask me the 3 reasons a doctor can write a medical exemption or about getting kicked out of urgent care with a very sick child.
Ms. Minicino, Representative Delphine has a question. Representative Delphine?
Hi, thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to ask you, I know that you talked about going last year to testify. We know that there were almost 5,000 people that showed up, that stood outside. We know that the hearing went on for almost 24 hours. It's said to be, I think, historically the longest hearing in the history of Connecticut. And we know that after all of that, you're sitting here again today trying to ask the state not to take away your freedom to choose. Could you speak to how frustrating that must feel? I mean, I guess, we also know that there's restrictions on this hearing. It's limited to 24 hours. It was put, right after a holiday, which a lot of people reached out to me and were frustrated that they couldn't reach out over during the week to ask questions with regard to how to get on virtually. In spite of our request not to have this be a virtual hearing, it's here we sit in this virtual setting. So can you just talk about that and maybe some of the individuals that are, if you will, speaking out with regard to this?
Yes. So even having done this a second year, my hands are shaking. This is something that I feel very strongly about. I want to thank Beverly because she's been fantastic. I didn't receive confirmation and I signed up about an hour after the link opened, and she was awesome at getting back to me and with helping. And I couldn't be more thankful for that. But it was very nerve-wracking to be able to speak in person. And then this year, I don't consider myself super tech savvy to try and figure this all out. I mean, I was sitting here just in this Zoom, I'm like, can they see me? Can they hear me? I don't know what's going on. And, if it's hard for me, I imagine that there are other people that it's super hard for, and we had to learn a lot of stuff to try and get ready. The 4 adults in my household, I live in a multi-generational home. My parents live with us, which is such a blessing. Trying to get us all ready and up to date and to be tech savvy was very, very difficult. And so, I'm super happy to be here, to be able to testify and hope that, people are listening. One of the things that, my daughter has a super rare autoimmune disease of her kidneys. Her medical team, there is a nephrologist, there is a pulmonologist, there is a pediatric ear, nose, and throat, an audiologist. We have a lot going on, and all agree that certain vaccines are not for my daughter. And I make those medical decisions with my doctors. And they would like to write me a medical exemption, but according to the CDC, there's only 3 valid reasons for that, in which they won't take the chance of losing their license. And that is a child is HIV positive, currently undergoing chemo, or has had an anaphylactic shock reaction to a shot. And then only then you are exempt from that shot. You still have to gamble with the rest. So, I'm all about doing what my doctors think is best for my daughter. And it's my job to protect her and take care of her. And that's what I'm trying to do to the best of my ability. And I feel like the state and even some governmental agencies are tying my hands as well as my doctor's hands.
Thank you for that. Have you faced any barriers in any of the healthcare or medical settings with regard to your choices?
Actually, so my husband is in the medical profession. He is a phenomenal RN, and we don't go to the hospital unless it's absolutely necessary. So one day my daughter didn't look well. She had a temperature that was 102.5 and climbing. And we live in New Haven County, and the only urgent care that I could find was in Norwalk and in Stamford. And we drove in a snowstorm. My daughter just, at that point, by the time we got to the doctor's office, had 103 fever, was passed out in my arms, and I knew we needed medical attention. She ultimately had pneumonia that was being caused by untreated early childhood asthma that we weren't aware of. But when I had walked into the doctor, the first thing to the urgent care, they asked me is if my daughter had had a flu vaccine. And I told them no. And literally holding her in my arms, they told me to get out and that I was disgusting. So the next closest was in Stamford, and in a snowstorm, again, drove over an hour to have my daughter seen. And the first thing they asked me when I walked in the door was, is your daughter fully vaccinated, including flu, for this year? And I sat there with my daughter in my arms looking at her, and I said, yes, she is. And I lied. And it was horrifying to me that you could see a child in somebody's arms, clearly in need of medical attention, and be willing to kick them out because of a shot or a flu shot. in retrospect, from now on, I will use the emergency room always, because it's just the best thing for my family, even if something's not an emergency, we go there. We have an awesome pediatrician, and of course we use them as well. But, we're second-class citizens to some people, and it's truly unfortunate. And this bill probably is only going to make things worse for us.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm sorry that you had that experience, and thank you for sharing your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné, and thank you, Ms. Minicino, apologies.
Minicino.
I don't see any more questions. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have my hand raised up.
Yes, sorry, Representative Betts. I saw the hand and then it went down, but please go ahead. Ms. Minicino, hold on one second. Representative Betts.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your testimony. One of the questions I'm looking to get an answer to about this whole situation is it a big problem in Connecticut? And the people I've asked before, has it happened to anybody in your school or in your region? There has been no affirmation of that happening. Has it happened in your school or in your region where this has been a problem? And if so, what was the response to it?
So actually one of my best friends, their pediatrician is through Pro Health, and Pro Health has written letters and kicked out children who parents don't have them vaccinated to the full schedule. Pro Health has kicked all of those children out of their practice, which it's a very big practice here in Connecticut. So it's absolutely a problem. And I fear that bills like this are going to cause further issues for these children, including mine. It's dangerous. It's a problem.
I understand. And let me ask it the other way, from the other point of view. What would you say to parents who are concerned that their kids might get sick as a result of some other kid that had not been vaccinated?
Absolutely.
What would be your reaction to that?
So, I absolutely see both sides on this. I believe that vaccination should be choice. I don't think it's a problem for anyone to vaccinate. I don't think it's a problem for people not to vaccinate. I am so careful with my child. I have friends who are teachers and are scared to take time off and have kids throwing up at 3 o'clock in the morning and send them to school at 8 a.m. because they can't take time off. I would never do that with my child. I am meticulous about taking care of her, about her supplements, her vitamins, what she eats. And if my kid has a sniffle, we don't leave the house. And I also am concerned too, because my child, she does have issues. Other children can make her sick, ones that are vaccinated and ones that are not vaccinated. But unfortunately, I have to weigh the pros and cons of that as a parent and decide what is best for her, along with her team of doctors.
Well, good for you. And you sound like an excellent parent. And I thank you for your honesty and for taking time to testify. And I thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Betts. We do have another hand raised, so hold on one second. Representative Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Are you okay? I'm sorry,
I'm
my daughter.
glad that Representative Betts got his hand up, because I tried to do that and couldn't get my hand off mute. So Lauren, first I want to thank you for testifying. I know that you've been here before. I just had two questions, if you don't mind. You had said earlier in your statement that the people that are testifying against this bill represents the vast majority. The majority, could you just clarify who you're referring to as the vast majority?
I did not say vast majority. I said your activated majority.
Okay.
The people who were showing up.
Clarification.
Yes, I did not say vast majority. I said activated majority.
Okay. Because I know that there was a petition of somewhere in the neighborhood of 15,000 people that had signed a petition. That represents about 0.000428% of the Connecticut population. I just wanted to clarify the majority comment. Then my other question was, you had
Oh,
said
can
you
I,
had
can
gone
I,
to-
can I say something to the majority comment? Like, again, like I said, activated majority. I don't see the actual majority here. I don't see a 15,000 petition signed by them. So we are your activated majority.
Okay, so
We're the ones
You
who
know-
are here. We're the ones who show up.
right, so 1,900 people, of which are on both sides of the conversation. But that wasn't my question for that. I was just clarifying what you had said. My second question for you is, now I'm a mother of 4. I've been in emergency rooms and doctors' offices more times than I ever want to count.
Same here.
3 out of my 4 kids have medical conditions of heart nature, and 1 has pulmonary issues. All vaccinated, but personal, my choice. But my question for you is, you had made a comment about the fact that you had gone to not 1, but 2 facilities, and they refused to see you, told you to leave. You had stated that one of them said that you were, I don't know if it was disgusting or I don't know what your phrase was. So my question for you is this: did you file a complaint with anybody in that regard? It is against the law to refuse medical treatment in a general facility. So I'm asking, as a parent, I know I would have made heads roll and bent over backwards and come hell or high water, you're going to treat my child. I'm just asking if you had made any formal complaints on those 2 facilities that refused to treat you.
So the first one that refused to treat me, I was more concerned with getting my daughter medical care. And also, I didn't know that that was an option at the time. This was a few years back. And with the second facility, I knew that they were getting ready to send me out. And like I said, against my better judgment, but in the need to get my child seen, I lied about her vaccination status because she was in my arms with 103 temperature, lying there, could barely open her eyes. And she had been in the car for over an hour and a half in a snowstorm between those 2 things. And it killed me not to tell the truth, because I should be able to walk into somewhere and get child care for my child, regardless of my vaccination status.
No, and I guess that was my point, because I've never been in a situation in 4 children that if anybody in any hospital in any state, Connecticut or the likes, and we've been in multiple, where anybody has said, I cannot treat your child until I know what your vaccination records are. So that was my question.
Asked when I went through the door.
Right. So what I'm asking you now, well past your situation of crisis, is have you ever filed a complaint against those facilities because you believe to your core that what they did was wrong?
No, I didn't know that was an option.
For anybody that's listening,
under the assumption that they're a business and I wasn't following their rules, so I needed to leave.
Right, but there's still medical situations that require medical professionals to treat the public. And so, yes, you're right, there's a Better Business Bureau, but there's also medical boards. And you have legislators, right? There's a group of public health legislators that listen all the time. You have, whatever town you live in, you have legislators, representatives, senators, and the like. That if there's problems, I beg of everybody that's listening to this public hearing, you got to let us know if there are truly things happening in the communities that are wrong. We need to know that. But we also need to empower people to file those complaints if those issues are happening, so we can also rectify those as well. Because the public health department, the state public health department, would never know if somebody's violating their ethical rules and obligations unless people tell them in the situation or after the situation.
Right.
So
And
I'm just asking you to do that.
I will. Absolutely. I never knew that that was an option before. I'm learning more as the years go on. I'm relatively new to all of this. This is my second hearing. And I really didn't get involved and really understand all of my rights and what has been going on for a very long time. And I've had a crash course in education in the last couple of years. So yes, in the future, if I ever see that, and I will even have some of my friends who've been kicked out of ProHealth Pediatrics get in contact with you guys.
So since you have all of us on here and we are on this committee and we have the ability to investigate complaints, do you mind giving us the names of the 2 facilities that you were kicked out of?
All I know, because at this point it's been 3.5, almost 4 years. One was in Norwalk, was in Stamford. I believe one was called Firefly, like PM Pediatrics or something like that. And then I don't remember what the one in Norwalk was called, but a Google search, there's literally only 3 pediatric urgent cares in the state. But the one in West Hartford, the one in West Hartford's awesome, but they didn't open until after this had happened. And so now West Hartford's much closer to me than Fairfield County. So I go there and they're fantastic.
Perfect. Thank you. And I will take the opportunity and the liberty to look these up and see what their protocols are as well. I appreciate all of your information. Thanks so much.
I'll be happy
Lauren.
to email you the names.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Be safe. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Representative Cook. Hold on, there's another hand raised. Senator Summers.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. And I have a list that was sent to me just early this morning of over 160 families in the state of Connecticut that have been kicked out of pediatric practices for not vaccinating their children. And they were either notified on the phone, some were notified in writing of a policy change. And I think that that is creating a very large access problem because these people don't have pediatricians. Many of the pediatricians are owned by one group. You've heard about it, ProHealth. But I'd be happy to share this with other members of the Public Health Committee. It just came to me today. So I want to say I'm sorry that's happening. I know that being somebody who has worked in healthcare and is married to a healthcare professional, even if you do not agree with what your patient's choices may be, you don't kick them out of your group. You try to, continue the dialogue. So I think that's really concerning. And Representative Cook, I'd be happy to work with you on this because it needs to be investigated, I think.
Not only, and, it's super concerning also that, being called anti-vax, being called science deniers, it's dangerous. And we're getting reputations and names from doctors. And I'm so thankful for the really awesome doctors that I have. But, in forums, I've seen people threaten to kill our children and to want to cast us out of society. It's dangerous. And I think bills like this add to that climate. And, it's the derogatory language. And I just think that some serious changes need to be made for everyone involved.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Summers. Representative Dauphiné, do you still have a question or are you all set?
Thank you for asking. I'm sorry, I'm all set.
That's okay. I don't see any other hands raised, so thank you so much for your time, Ms.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Craig Cameron, followed by Christina Carboni.
Is this thing working?
It is. We can hear you.
Oh, good. I don't know why my camera's not working, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna echo Lauren. Anti-vax is absolutely derogatory. It's exclusionary, and it should be stricken from our vocabulary. So I'm going to speak in some bullet points, and I'm going to use my time to address some previous remarks. I oppose both bills. First, I'm highly disappointed that the Department of Health isn't here to represent their data and have their data questioned by the members of this committee. It is embarrassing, disrespectful to the process, and the nearly 2,000 people who signed up to oppose this bill. So this begs the question, where are the parents who are concerned about their kids going to school with the unvaccinated or the under-vaccinated kids? We're 7.5 hours into this and we haven't heard from them. Certainly, if your child was at risk, you, along with thousands of others, would be lining up to testify. And yet there are no parents speaking in support of this bill. Secondly, I'm appalled and concerned that parents are expected to explain themselves to school nurses. At no point should there be a conversation regarding one's religious beliefs anywhere in a school or medical setting. That represents a huge failure on the part of the Department of Health with respect to educating their nurses on their role with the religious exemption. There has been no evidence of a child with a religious exemption starting an outbreak in Connecticut schools. Now, we should commend the Department of Health in showing a robust response in stopping the measles outbreak at the New York border in 2019. However, the baby who contracted measles in 2019, there is no indication that that baby actually had live measles or a vaccine strain measles. Obtaining a medical exemption is not as simple as demonstrating a need to the medical doctor. Medical exemptions typically happen after a child has been injured. Taking children out of school will only vilify Democrats and create more problems for our already struggling state, including thousands of families leaving the state, expensive lawsuits, and expulsion hearings. As Dr. Ross stated, there is no emergency, but what kind of emergency would we create by kicking thousands of children out of school? I agree that being proactive is always best, but wouldn't it make more sense to correct the vaccine hesitancy in the populations that are not compliant versus kicking the 1% to 2% out of school that hold deeply religious beliefs? In speaking with legislators, I'm hearing that you are being bullied by your party into making decisions against your beliefs for fear that your party will turn against you. I do not envy your position, but who are you serving right now? We, the people who are here every year, or your leadership? Bottom line, anyone who's voting in favor of this bill will be voting to expel.
Hit your 3-minute mark. You hit your 3-minute mark, Mr. Cameron.
Thank you. I'll finish my statement. Bottom line, anyone voting in favor of this bill will be voting to expel thousands of healthy children from school. That will be your legacy. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. I see that Representative Dauphiné has her hand raised. Representative?
Mr. Cameron, I don't think I heard you say whether you had children or not. Do you have children?
Yes, I do, too.
And would you be, if this bill passes, would you vaccinate your children or force the state to expel your children?
I will not comply. I will not vaccinate my children. It violates my religious beliefs.
How will that impact you and your family, Mr. Cameron?
We will be forced to move from the state. We do not have the means to homeschool our children. Yeah, and we're not gonna stay in a state that segregates and discriminates against people of different religion or have different religious beliefs.
And just one more question: which one of the 45 states would you choose to go to that offer the religious exemption?
Oh, that's a great question. I would choose Florida. But since you bring up the 45 states, earlier in testimony, we were discussing that there were 5 states. California, New York, and Maine did lose their religious exemption, but I don't believe that West Virginia or Mississippi ever had one. I think we should look into that. I don't think they ever lost it. I just don't think they ever had one.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné. Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will keep it relatively brief. Mr. Cameron, thanks for your patience in waiting to testify today. There have been some members of this committee and some folks who testified who have just repeated again and again that the key isn't to mandate any vaccinations, it's rather to educate the population. So I just want to better understand and follow up on Representative Dauphiné's question to you. There's no amount of education that would change your mind. You said in pretty clear terms, under no circumstances would I vaccinate my children. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I have no further questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Haskell, and thank you, Mr. Cameron, for your time today in testimony. Next up is Christina Carboni, followed by Tracy McCollum.
Hello, my name is Christina Carboni from Canterbury, and I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. This is my first time testifying, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet, but I think it should be a parent's choice on what they do with their children. Thank you.
That was short and sweet. Thank you.
First time, so breathe in.
Well, you did wonderful. I don't see any hands raised, so thank you so much for your time today and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Tracy McCollum, followed by Gary Gilbert.
Hi, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, go right ahead.
I'm Tracy McCullum, and I am here in opposition to SB 568 and HB 6423. I was trying to rack my brain thinking about what I wanted to say to you guys today. And really thinking, what am I going to say that's going to convince you to vote no to these bills, aside from what you've already heard today? And I decided that, it's not really up to me to be the one to say what you need to say. I've made a commitment to place my entire life and will into God's hands. He governs me, he guides me in every decision I make, including those regarding the welfare of my children. You may not understand that, but it is not my job to make you understand it. You don't get to determine whether or not my beliefs are valid. Thanks, honey. My daughter's here with me, and I'm going to say, I guess, a couple more things, and then I would like to turn my time over to her so that she can have a chance to say her little testimony that she wrote also. But one thing that I did want to say to you guys is that you do have an obligation to uphold the First Amendment and to protect our religious freedoms. You also have an obligation to ensure that all children in our state receive a free and public education. I don't know if you've thought about what may or may not happen to children, healthy children who will be expelled from school as a result of this, but not everyone has the ability to homeschool. I heard someone testify earlier talking about my body, my choice. And I heard someone say that, that should be exclusive to women's rights. And I will tell you that parents' rights are women's rights. And it is women that are mostly parents that are going to be affected by this bill and forced to give up careers and figure out how to stay home and take care of their children. And it is a disservice to women to not think that we have the right to say, my body, my choice, my child, my choice. So now I would like to turn this over to my daughter, who's going to read a testimony that she wrote. Can you say your name? So go ahead. My name is.
Hi, my name is Leah McCullum, and I am 9 years old. I oppose these bills, HB 6423 and SB 568. I am reading the diary of Anne Frank right now. Anne Frank was not allowed to go to school because of her religion. If you pass these bills, I will be like Anne Frank. I think that I would like to be a teacher when I grow up. How can I be a teacher if I cannot go to college? Please vote no to these bills. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you both. What is your daughter's name?
Leah.
Leah. Leah. She's
Awesome.
not 91, I believe.
Fantastic job, Leah. Thank you both. I don't see any hands raised. Thank you both for your time today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up is Craig Andrews, followed by Perpetual Taylor.
Great. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep, go right ahead.
Awesome. I wanted to first thank Leah. Thought that was a great excerpt from Anne Frank's diary. I think it hits the mark really well on how kids are feeling about these things today as parents bring them to the table. But good day, Madam Chair. My name is Craig Andrews. I'm a resident of Woodstock, Connecticut. I'm also a father of 2 elementary school students who love their teachers, their school. They love learning. They love the activities that school brings to them, and they enjoy hanging out with their friends. I'm also a husband who has seen firsthand the negative impact that vaccines can have on an individual. And I and my family are opposed to bills SB 568 and HB 6423. I think it's important to remember that force is not consistent with the American story towards how our own people interact, nor is force consistent with the liberty of how our forefathers saw it when they came to America. And I think in Thomas Jefferson's first inaugural address, he said, all too will bear in mind this sacred principle, that though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will to be rightful must be reasonable, and that the minority possesses their equal rights, which equal law must protect. And to violate that would be oppression. And therefore condoning the elimination of civil rights, including the right to opposition guaranteed under the First Amendment of the US Constitution, to enforce vaccinations creates a very slippery slope. We cannot be free to make informed voluntary decisions about which pharmaceutical products we're willing to risk our health and lives for, then we are not free in any sense of the word. We have to really stop to think, are the parents the caretakers and the ones making the decisions for our children, or is it the government? And if we're forced to vaccinate according to the CDC schedule, what will be forced upon us next? Coercion will destroy, not instill, public trust in the integrity of the medical practice and public health laws. And I think we all want the same thing, and that's our children to be safe and healthy. Forced vaccination is really not the answer. We should be celebrating the high vaccination rates our state has and encouraging parents to vaccinate through positive messages, educational programs, but not really violating these religious rights. Both religious and non-religious parents should maintain equal rights in order to exercise their children's right to bodily autonomy and informed consent. And so we're asking, please don't segregate and discriminate against the children of Connecticut. Lastly, while I'm appreciative of having the opportunity to speak today, I wanted to note that this forum, as we've already experienced today through some of the technology issues, is really not the best way to have people express their opinions. So many people will not have the same opportunity that I have and the other 76 people have had so far. And I hope that through these next several hours, maybe the team, the board, the constituents, public health committee, maybe rethink some of the process and either extends the time limit imposed or creates a second opportunity for people to share their testimony. So, with closing, please vote no on SB 568 and HB 6423 and defend our fundamental human, constitutional, and civil rights as citizens of Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Craig, for your testimony. The individual that just spoke prior to you started off her testimony by saying she wasn't sure if she could, what to say to have an influence on the outcome of this bill. And I wanted to ask her, but didn't get my hand up in time. But my question to you is, I know Senator Abrams had made a comment early on in the session with regard to being committed to the passing of the legislation of this bill. And we know Representative Steinberg has made the comment that with regard to the petition with so many names on it, well over 10,000 who were in opposition, that it wasn't a popularity contest. Do you think that the outcome of this bill coming out of this committee has been predetermined and people have their minds made up already, and that there's nothing you can say to change their minds?
I think there's an impression of that, given that last year when we all went to Hartford and there was thousands of people outside waiting in the cold, and this bill still passed after we had this same exact session last year, where more people than the 2,000 or so that have registered thus far had an opportunity to speak, and the bill still went through. I think that is a challenging question to answer, but I think that there are a lot of things that are pointing in that direction.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the answer.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you.
Next up is Perpetual Taylor, followed by Diego Delon.
Hello, can everyone see me and hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Awesome. Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee, and fellow Connecticut residents. My name is Perpetual Taylor from Cromwell, and I'm a first-year UConn medical student. I am in opposition to bills SB 568 and HB 6423. I want to make the disclaimer that I do acknowledge that we as a society have successfully been able to curtail the spread of communicable diseases as a result of the advent of worldwide vaccination. The following are some of my reasons for opposing the bill, though not in order. 1, according to CT Mirror, only 1,255 children in Connecticut were attending school unvaccinated due to religious exemptions from 2017 to 2018. To put this into perspective, the US Census Bureau Census Bureau states that the 2019 state population was about 3.6 million people. To achieve herd immunity for a given disease for which a vaccine is available, a certain percentage of people in the population need to be vaccinated against it to protect others. According to NPR, during the early months of the pandemic, Dr. Anthony Fauci originally claimed that we would need COVID-19 vaccination rates of 50 to 75% to achieve this herd immunity. This would mean that 900,000 to 1.8 million Connecticut residents would be able to remain unvaccinated due to the vaccinated population essentially serving as a protection. As the pandemic progressed, he later changed this suggested rate to around 90%. Still, this comes down to a limit of 360,000 unvaccinated people to remain protected from COVID-19. The number of current religiously exempt children does not even scratch the surface of this limit, as they would only account for 0.3% of allowable unvaccinated persons, meaning that the religious exemptions are statistically not a concern. 2, the consequences of this bill may cause undue suffering to these children who have little to no say in the religious convictions of their parents, hindering their access to public education. The repercussions of this decision may not be so apparent in the immediate future, but the impediment of these students from receiving an education will ultimately hinder the state's GDP by lowering the amount of people in the workforce and/or pursuing higher education. Besides, if these families choose to move to states where their religious exemptions will be honored, this will also attenuate the state's economic standing, further contributing to the financial losses that we have already seen as a result of the pandemic. In the end, this bill would not even lead to more people getting vaccinated, but political tension and vulnerable children missing from school instead. The targeting of such a small subgroup seems to be a subtle form of religious discrimination and violation of the First Amendment and Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Lastly, an underlying cause of religious exemptions is mistrust of the medical community. A bill that mandates that a parent must choose between their child's education versus their fundamental religious beliefs will likely not solve this issue of mistrust, but further exacerbate it, resulting in serious cognitive dissonance for the parents. Rather than removing these exemptions, shared decision-making between parents and their pediatricians with an emphasis on respecting the family's values, being transparent by fully informing them of the benefits and risks of vaccines, and taking the time to listen to their concerns and address them non-judgmentally are recommended ways to restore trust in the patient-doctor relationship. Thank you all for allowing me to share this information with you. I hope that we can reach a decision that will preserve American human rights to freedom of religion under the First Amendment and equal access to public education to all, regardless of sex, race, or religious expression under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Representative Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for your testimony. I do have a couple of questions for you. You said that you're going to medical school. What is going to be your expertise or your specialty?
So as of right now, I am a first-year medical student. So we don't actually specialize until our into let's say pediatrics or surgery. We don't specialize until residency, which is years down the road.
Do you have a direction that you're heading?
I am leaning towards pediatrics more, but I'm still open to all options.
So I'm not sure how long you've been on, but I've said earlier, actually, I think that it's not right for pediatricians to necessarily be kicking out families that have not been vaccinated and not be able to find a way to work with them. My question for you is, given the situation that you're in as an up and coming medical student and doctor, how do you handle that moving forward? If you are going to be a pediatric physician someday, which I hope that you are, and that's the path that you go, how do you handle that in regards to families not wanting to be vaccinated, needing to be vaccinated, so forth and so on? How would you handle that?
Well, under the impressions that I have already and the little experience that I have gained so far, a lot of the issues comes from not understanding the patient's side of the story. A lot of times people will express that their doctor, just brushes their concerns off and don't really listen to them. So I think really trying to empathize with the patient and actually listening to their concerns and addressing them and educating them non-judgmentally would help. However, I wouldn't really know how exactly I would handle that until I actually become a practicing physician.
And then my final question is, are you an individual that believes in vaccinating? Obviously, if you're in medical school, I believe you have to have your vaccinations to be in medical school.
Yes, I do have my vaccinations. My whole family is vaccinated. So yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Good luck with your studies.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for very succinct and cogent testimony. I wonder if you could just do me a favor and read your third point again. I've been looking for your testimony. I haven't found it. Can you just repeat that, your third point in your testimony?
My third point?
Yeah,
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
So my third point was that an underlying cause of religious exemptions is mistrust of the medical community, and a bill that mandates that a parent must choose between their children's education versus their fundamental religious beliefs will likely not solve this issue of mistrust, but further exacerbate it, resulting in serious cognitive dissonance for the parents. Rather than removing these exemptions, shared decision-making between the parents and their pediatricians with an emphasis on respecting the family's values, being transparent by fully informing them of the benefits and risks of vaccines, and taking the time to listen to their concerns and address them non-judgmentally are the recommended ways to restore trust in the patient-doctor relationship.
Beautifully stated. You state the cognitive dissonance we are all facing here in attempting to come to grips with the issue. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Pettit. That's all the hands I see. Thank you so much, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you.
Next up is Diego Delon, followed by Daniela Gentile.
Yes, hello, sorry. Thank you, committee, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Diego Delon, and I'm a father of 2 healthy elementary age boys. I oppose the HB 6423 and SB 568 bills. The religious exemption has been in place for decades, and according to the CDC data, there's never been major outbreaks among school-aged children of diseases covered by the current vaccination schedule within the last 40 years. I feel that trying to steamroll this bill through on the guise that COVID being a threat within elementary school setting, again, according to the CDC, there is no evidence of that, is a violation of our religious beliefs. The majority of our 50 states have religious exemptions in place. This bill will forcibly remove our children from school systems, deny our right to education, and will ultimately lead to many of us to leave the state. So I asked the proponents of this bill, what is your motivation for trying to remove these freedoms? Non-vaccinated people are not a health threat to vaccinated people. I feel that this bill is a government overreach claiming to be based on, quote, science. However, my religious beliefs do not want your science in our children's bodies. Dr. Ross previously spoke of the immunocompromised being vulnerable, and it's everyone else's job to protect them, and that we should educate and be proactive and not reactive. If that's the case, and this committee is truly concerned about public health, then I would rather this committee use this COVID crisis and not as an opportunity to massively educate their population on how to live healthily. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delon. I don't see any hands. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Cheers.
Next, we have Daniela Gentile, followed by Eunice Rodriguez.
Hi, this is Daniela here. I don't know why my video isn't working, but I think you guys can hear me.
We can hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay, perfect. I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. Removing religious exemptions is unnecessary, discriminatory, and supports the rejected policy of segregation. Religious beliefs are included in rights granted by the Connecticut Constitution, Section 20. Many families who experience trauma turn closer to religion. Vaccine reactions and deaths are traumatic. Vaccine exemptions need to be expanded and preserved for many vaccines in the future. Currently, America's biopharmaceutical companies, research companies, et cetera, are developing 258 vaccines. In closing, I also wanted to note that I currently have a young son and I have another child on the way. And before having my first child, I interviewed 5 pediatrician offices just to see, which ones I was going to like in my area. I'm from Stamford, Connecticut. And 3 of the 5 pediatrician offices denied services to me because my child wasn't going to be vaccinated as my choice of my religious liberty. So I, amongst all the other people that I've been on earlier, have experienced that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gentile. Representative Dauphiné has a question. Representative?
Hi, thank you, Rep. Gilchrist, and thank you for your testimony. Can you tell me again how many vaccines you said were in the lineup?
258.
258. I know this bill doesn't address future vaccines. In other words, it doesn't commit to not adding those to the list of required doses. Do you find that number very concerning?
I would. I don't see why anyone else that's not listening or that's an astronomical number.
Yeah.
We're
Okay,
already
thank
at
you.
72. We're already at 72. So if that's not concerning alone, then, then I really don't know what to tell other people.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Ms. Gentile. I don't see any other hands. Thank you for your time today. Next up is Eunice Rodriguez, followed by Stephanie Tornatore. Eunice, are you on? I'm going to give it 1 or 2 more seconds. All right, if you do join us, we'll let you go. But since I don't see you, I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie Tornatore.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here today as a vegan Catholic asking you to please oppose Senate Bill 568 and House Bill 6423. My entire family, including my husband, daughter, brother, and parents, are vegan and do not believe in consuming animal products of any kind. This includes animal products and aborted fetal cells contained in some vaccines. One has to wonder why you're pushing these bills, given last year's record 22 hours of testimony and this year's petition of 15,563 Connecticut residents that opposed this hearing and these bills. And more importantly, the fact that Connecticut has one of the highest vaccination rates in the country and 44 other states have upheld the religious exemption. In fact, the newest data uploaded to the Department of Public Health website shows that the use of the religious exemption for those entering kindergarten in Connecticut went down for 2019 to the 2020 school year. The religious exemption has been upheld in our state for 60 years, and there has never been a vaccine preventable infectious disease outbreak in that time, which means that public health and religious freedom can coexist. Of all the interviews I've seen of those of you who are in support of this bill, never once have I heard you share science that has proven that those who are unvaccinated pose a threat. However, there is science that proves that recently vaccinated with live virus vaccines can shed the disease to others and have caused outbreaks. There have been outbreaks of whooping cough, mumps, measles, and chickenpox in 100% vaccinated populations, including in New York and California, where the religious exemption was removed. We are not a family who can afford to homeschool, so if you pass this bill, you will be holding my child's right to daycare and a public education hostage, along with thousands of other families who are also not in a position to homeschool. You will be forcing my entire family to leave the Constitution state because of your unconstitutional bill. Your duty is to uphold the land of the free. Please do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Tornatore. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Next up is Megan Gallo, followed by Melissa Rest. Oh,
did it work?
Yes.
Hi, sorry.
Nope, go right ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Megan. I'm here to strongly oppose both of these bills in any shape or form. I'm also the mother of 2 children under the age of 6 who, if these pass, will most likely be negatively affected. I'm going to read from my dear friend's words because she wrote it out better than I could, and her number most likely will not be called, if that's okay. There are numerous concerns with this bill, but here are a few of the most pressing. What will happen to the children that are eligible for free or reduced lunch at school? Will they no longer be fed? Children who require 504s or IEPs will no longer receive the support they are legally afforded under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Under these bills, these children's rights and needs are no longer met. Is that a message you want to be sending? I am concerned that this will cause severe emotional distress to students who are removed from school, friends, sports programs, and the performing arts solely because of their religious beliefs. Simply put, segregating students is inexcusable. There is no vaccine preventable infectious disease outbreak in Connecticut, and there has not been one in the 60-year history of the religious exemption. Public health and religious freedom can coexist in Connecticut, and we know this is a fact because they have done so for 60 years. I would also like to note that the grandfathering component of HB 6423 proves that there is no compelling state interest or health crisis to validate this bill. Not to mention, grandfathering will tear families apart, and some children are worthy of their religious beliefs and public education, while their siblings are not merited that same education. Are you prepared for the direct impact this bill will have on families? The purpose of this bill is to coerce families to perform medical procedures against their will, and it is regressive in its entirety. Most importantly, it violates current statutes, which require the state to provide a public education to all children, regardless of their race, color, sex, gender, identity, or expression, religion, national origin, or sexual orientation. I ask you to carefully read through and listen to thousands of your constituents' stories about how this will destroy families, create hardships on school, and tarnish our Constitution state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gallo. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up is Melissa Spitz, followed by Sarah Batt.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Melissa Spitz, and I'm a resident of Torrington, Connecticut. And I'm a homeschool mom to my 8-year-old son, and I strongly oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. The freedom to practice or not practice religion without interference or coercion from the government is a fundamental guarantee of the US and Connecticut constitutions. These two bills directly discriminate against my religious beliefs as well as our federal and state constitutions. These bills before us strip parents like me of our religious and parental rights, resulting in the threat that our children would not be allowed their right to equal education. Freedom is for everybody, correct? Every child has the right to an equal education, whether they choose public, private, or homeschool, including daycare, summer camps, and other various activities. That choice should not be removed. If you are making decisions based on science, based on facts, please send all the individuals testifying today the accurate data you are basing this decision on. Our state has one of the highest vaccination rates in the country. Where's the public health emergency in the past 60 years that we have had the religious exemption used in schools that points to unvaccinated and undervaccinated children causing a problem? I've never been active in the political world, but these bills have pushed me to sadness, anger, and sleepless nights. I will not stand down, and my family will not comply. These bills are discriminatory, segregating, and isolating, and I pray that this committee will vote no on moving these bills forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Spitz. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Sarah Batt, followed by Luke Turner.
Hi.
Hi, Sarah.
My name's Sarah Batt. What a great example of problem solving. To hear testimonies online when we're not allowed to meet in person. So I bring that up. Speaking of problem solving, surely this committee holds the intelligence and skills to solve the problem of protecting the immunocompromised that doesn't supersede the First Amendment. I'm sure we all remember the Pilgrims and why they chose to set sail on an uncertain journey across the entire ocean. And that was, of course, for freedom of religion. And because of their bravery and initiative, we have a great country, a country founded on separation of church and state. The First Amendment prevents the government from making laws which interfere with religion. And yet, here we are. You all, a government agency looking to pass a law which will indeed interfere with religion. Separation of church and state is one of the things that makes this country special. It's a founding ideal. It's what separates us from other countries. Does this committee want to erase religious freedom? Passing this bill will lead us one step further away from what America means and one step closer to countries that don't let people practice their religion. Separation of church and state, the First Amendment. You're either going to uphold it or you're not. Do your duty as civic leaders and vote to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Oh, I'm muted. Thank you, Ms. Batt. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony today. Next up is Luke Turner, followed by Lisa Burrell.
Unmuted.
Say
hi. Say hi.
Hello, my name is Luke Turner, and I oppose of HB 6423 and SB 568. First off, these bills go against my religious freedom, which my forefathers set in place when they wrote the Constitution. And doing this removes my ability to make a choice based on my religion. Second of all, doing this will make me and other healthy children be forced to quit things like Boy Scouts, football, and summer camp, which all follow the same rules as the schools do. This would totally isolate homeschooling kids like me from public interaction with other kids. Finally, if this bill is passed, my family will be forced to move out of the state. This will be very sad for me because I've lived here my whole life and would be leaving behind countless relationships. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. You did a fantastic job. I don't see any hands raised. Thank you for your testimony today. Next up is Lisa Burrell, followed by Brandy Paolo. I'm going to give Ms. Burrell a few seconds. All right, moving on to Brandy Paolo. Okay, let's see. Oh, not present. All right, next up is Rebecca Zeff. Rebecca Zeff. I'm going to give you.
Go and unmute. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
I am trying to start my video, but it doesn't look like it's working, so I will proceed with audio. Hello, I am Dr. Rebecca Zeff, licensed and practicing physician in Washington State and mother of a 7-month-old boy. My testimony is that removing religious exemption means that the entire authority over whether or not someone can have a vaccine exemption lies with physicians. I am a physician and I oppose this vehemently. There is a tremendous financial conflict of interest, especially among pediatric practices. Physicians are routinely offered kickbacks or incentives for full vaccine compliance in their practices. And compensation by insurance companies can range from hundreds to tens of thousands of dollars and generally requires that a practice maintain a certain percentage of patients that are completely up to date with the CDC schedule. In other words, this bill would turn over medical authority from the people who have the greatest incentive to take care of their children to people who have a financial incentive to give medications and deny exemptions. In October, my sister gave birth to a 6-week premature baby. His first months of life were spent trying to catch up in development to the point that he didn't need to eat through a feeding tube or receive supplemental oxygen in order to nurse. When my sister took him to his first pediatric appointment, she refused most but not all vaccines, and the physician's assistant was fine with that. The next day, she got a phone call from the pediatrician, who had never actually seen my nephew, urging her to bring him back in and catch up with the CDC schedule. This, mind you, occurring in the time of COVID when they're limiting all human contact and caring for him exclusively at home. The doctor said it was important that she come back in for scheduling convenience of further immunization. The part of this that truly infuriates me, though, is that her pediatrician lied to her. The doctor told her that even though my sister had pertussis in her youth and therefore had immunity to it, that immunity would not confer protection through her breast milk. This is patently false. IgA antibodies do carry through breast milk and allow passive immunity to infants. Vaccines, furthermore, are not without risk. Vaccinated children are significantly more likely to develop acute cases of otitis media or ear infections, as well as pneumonia. And chronic allergies, eczema, any neurodevelopmental disorder and chronic illnesses in general. Vaccinated children were also more likely to use allergy medications, antibiotics, receive ear tubes that allow drainage for chronic ear infections, and to have spent one or more nights in a hospital. The role of healthcare providers is to help parents understand the risks of diseases, to understand the risks of vaccines, and then it is up to parents to weigh those risks and decide what they want for their children. The convenience of doctors and financial incentives cannot be allowed to influence healthcare decisions. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony. It's an honor to be here today.
Thank you, Ms. Zeff. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative Steinberg.
Hi, thank you, Representative Gilchrist, and thank you for your testimony. Can you describe how those incentives work that you were speaking about with regard to the pharmaceutical companies in the offices and getting the vaccination levels up?
Yes, I can speak to that a bit. It varies in different states. In my written testimony, I gave an example that applied, I believe, to Michigan. And in the case of my sister, she's in New York. In that state, it works like the medical office of the physician gets financial kickback, financial compensation for vaccinating children if the overall patient base that they treat has reached a certain percentage of complete vaccine. That means complete, meaning that they are caught up with the CDC schedule. So this, I believe, is a huge part of why there is this push to vaccinate along with the schedule and not allow for any wiggle room for delayed vaccinations, which many parents would like to have for their kids. And the case of a premature baby who's catching up and struggling already with their health is just one of countless examples of why someone might want something like that. Did that answer your question?
Yes, I believe it did. Thank you for that answer.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné. We have Representative Steinberg, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. I'm very glad you brought up the subject of kickbacks and penalties, because I've heard this before, but to date, I've never actually had any evidence that I could really explore further in terms of a practice or an insurance company that is engaging in this practice. Would you have any information that we could actually follow up on?
Let me pull up my written testimony. The example that I put in here was, here we go, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, which gives providers $400 for every 2-year-old who has received all of the 24 to 25 vaccines due by 2 years old. In that state, they get that only if at least 63% of their patients are fully vaccinated and up to date. The report that I heard from New York was different, with 95% full vaccination in those practices. And I also had, what I heard from that state was that it's in the order of $10,000 to $20,000 that these practices are receiving if they meet those standards.
It's very interesting that it varies by state. Do you have any information at all which relates to the state of Connecticut?
I do not. I do apologize. I hastily got my testimony together and am doing my best and would be happy to try and provide further information given time to catch up.
Well, thank you. I'd appreciate that. I know we really are focused on creating a robust medical exemption. And if these incentives or penalties are an impediment to accomplishing that end, it's something we definitely want to try to address in this bill. But the problem is I've never had anybody able to give me any tangible evidence of this taking place in the state of Connecticut. So I'd be very eager if you could help us explore this further. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. Senator Summers.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for your testimony. Now that you mentioned it with these, bonuses, I remember this from, and some of my colleagues might, from the last hearing we had. And I think we may have gotten some information on this last time, primarily with the larger groups of pediatricians, but I think that's worthy of maybe the Public Health Committee sending a request for information over to, it sounds like it's paid through the insurance company. So whoever the insurance company are that the doctors have privileges with, to see if that is in fact something that happens, and putting families perhaps at risk for not being able to find a pediatrician who, does not believe that people that are not vaccinated should be in their office. I wanted to see if you could speak to that. I think you said you were a pediatrician yourself. Is that correct?
I'm a naturopathic physician. My practice is a general practice, and I see people of all ages with all kinds of conditions.
I see. Okay. So I would love to get your thoughts on the ability to increase vaccination rates through education rather than through a mandate, and also perhaps your thoughts on being able to reimburse physicians for a longer consultation on vaccines, the pros and the cons, if you think that would help increase the education on vaccines themselves.
Well, I don't know what is standard in Connecticut. I can tell you that in my practice, I do not contract with insurance specifically so that I don't have time constraints or incentives, because regardless of the condition, an insurance company will decide what treatments they will pay for and what imaging or studies or lab work is warranted. And that was a choice that I made because I wanted full authority without having to make to factor in what the decision or what the insurance company would or wouldn't allow for my patients. So I do not contract with insurance myself, but it does depend state to state. And I will say a part of my practice is doing vaccine counseling. I do sit down with patients and I do discuss the diseases that we have vaccines for, what those look like, how each disease is transmitted, because each one is different, what the rates of infection are, what the rates of transmission are, what the possible consequences are if that disease occurs, if it goes untreated, et cetera, et cetera. It's a great, great deal of information that goes into that kind of counseling, and it takes a tremendous amount of time. It takes tremendous time just to rattle that information off, let alone to sit and really talk with patients and answer their questions. So I would assume that it would be beneficial to have that kind of visit reimbursed, but I don't know what is standard in Connecticut.
Okay, thank you. And for the, I guess, Representative Gilchrist, if you're still running the hearing, I was given a note that we might have skipped number 86 through 89 on the list. I can read the names if that's helpful.
We're all set. Thank you. We're going back to Melissa Rez next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I don't see any other hands. Thank you so much, Ms. Zeff, for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Melissa Rez.
Hi, thank you guys so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Melissa Reed. I am a physical therapist. I am a mother to 3. I have never done this before. I'm a little bit nervous, but it's been fascinating to watch all day. So again, I appreciate the opportunity. I believe in the freedom to choose what goes into or what happens to my body and the bodies of my children. I am a healthcare provider, and in my practice and in my profession, we are taught to treat ethically. And this means that any medical procedures or recommendations that I might give to any one of my patients is preceded with extensive patient education and informed consent. And in return, respecting the autonomy that my patients ultimately have the right to make the decision for what's right for them and for their families. And I believe that coercion or forced treatment goes against medical ethics and our Constitution. It's not my position, nor is it ethical for me to imply my beliefs onto others, nor do I believe it's the government's. I believe we must respect diversity, religion, and personal rights. I will always advocate for my patients, my friends, and my family's right to refuse any medical procedure, and that includes vaccines. And I believe that our government should do the same. You know, I said I'm a mother of 3, and I do appreciate the the comments that were given regarding public health issues and vaccinations. My kids are vaccinated, not all the way. There are some vaccines that I have withheld for my own personal beliefs. I'm not anti-vaccine, I am pro-choice. And my biggest concern is that this becomes a very slippery slope in the future for other vaccines to be on the docket. And that's why I'm here and, honored to have my voice heard even for just a little bit. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rez. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going back to number 88, Emma Lokaj. I hope I pronounced that right.
Hello. So this is my daughter, Emma Lokai, and she would like to speak to all the representatives who are here today. What are you going to say, Emma?
Hi,
What's your name and how old are you?
my name's Emma and I'm 6 years old and I go to kindergarten.
And do you like your school?
And I like my school.
And would you like to continue?
I would like to continue going to school
Do you have a lot of friends there?
because I have a lot of friends there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You did a great job. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, actually, there's a hand raised. Hold on one second. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, really quickly, thank you, Representative, and thank you, Emma, for the testimony. If this bill passes, would you vaccinate your children or force the state to expel your children?
Is that a question for me or for Emma?
Well, I probably more for you, but I just didn't know what the situation is with regard to you and your family.
No, I would not vaccinate them. We would probably choose to leave the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you again, both for being here today. Great job. Bye. Next up is Kristen Pollack, followed by Ariella Paquette. Kristen, I can see you. I'll give you, yep, no worries. We'll give you a second or two, Kristen, I'm going to go to the next person.
Here, I'm ready. I'm sorry. I was having a technical issue.
No, we got you.
So let me disconnect from the computer so it's not echoing and I will turn my video on. I apologize for that. Are we good to go? Thank you for your patience. So my name is Kristen Pollack and I'm from Avon. I adamantly oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. The power to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraints defines freedom. Today, our freedom is being threatened because of our family's religious beliefs. Today, the restraints that you want to put into place interfere with my ability to honor my family's belief system, ultimately taking away our God-given right to make decisions for our children without repercussion, discrimination, or segregation. By putting these restraints into action, you may be initiating catastrophic outcomes for my children and thousands of others in Connecticut. The consequences will far outweigh the benefits. In fact, from what we've heard today, there are very few benefits to passing this bill. My husband and I have 2 boys and reside in Avon. My oldest entered kindergarten in the fall where he is thriving, connecting with his peers, building experiences and learning. My youngest currently attends preschool and is also thriving within the in-person school setting. They truly love school. However, all of this may be stripped from them. They will become isolated from their peers simply because we use an RE that allows us to omit a few vaccines that don't allow with our belief system. Since your bill suggests that their exemption doesn't compare to the one their 14-year-old cousin utilizes for the same reasons, what do you suggest I tell them? Perhaps I can share with them that they must be isolated in the eyes of our state government because they pose a threat when there has been no study or evidence proving the removal of REs from school will improve overall health outcomes for students or will reduce the spread of any infection. Since you are now experts on what is appropriate for my children, maybe we could tell them that it is imperative they be removed from in-person learning within the public school setting because in the 60 years of the RE, there has been no dangerous vaccine-targeted infectious outbreak in Connecticut. You can kick our kids out of school, but they will still play with their neighbors, cousins, friends, and all the unvaccinated adults. They will not simply disappear. So what is this solving? I'd also like to speak on behalf of my sister, who is an RN and APRN, and since she received number 1809, she won't be able to testify today. She has worked for early child care centers throughout the state for over 9 years and has never seen a vaccine preventable outbreak aside from the influenza. However, interestingly enough, those that were vaccinated and those that were not vaccinated both contracted the flu in some cases. As an APRN and when prescribing medication to children, guardians are always provided with the risk, benefit, and reasonable alternatives before making a decision. It's an informed choice. This should be no different with immunizations. So today I come to you as a mother and resident of Connecticut, pleading with you to dig deep. If you have any form of doubt in the mind about passing this bill, vote no. Today you have a choice. This choice affects how I choose what I believe is right for my children. I hope I don't have to tell them our choice is no longer our freedom. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Pollock. I don't see any hands, so I'm going to move on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is Byron Turner, followed by Kylie Hayward.
Hi, actually, it's Brian Turner. Thank you. I'm a father of two, a retired veteran, a devout Christian, and I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. I strongly urge you to do the same. Decades ago, I swore an oath to defend both the U.S. and the Connecticut state constitutions and the God-given rights those sacred documents were created to protect for myself, my neighbors, my loved ones, and even for you. And now I'm asking you to do your part to protect my freedoms and my family. The First Amendment protects my right to worship God how I see fit. And our state's constitution states that no person shall be denied the equal protection of the law, nor be subjected to segregation or discrimination in the exercise or enjoyment of his or her civil or political right because of religion. It also says the exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination shall forever be free to all persons in the state. New England was settled in part by people of faith escaping tyranny. It's in our blood, the desire to have autonomy from government with matters between ourselves and our creator. The phrase separation of church and state is often invoked by those who do not understand its meaning. This concept was not intended to protect the government from religion, but rather to protect religion from the government. It was meant to be a hedge against tyranny, to protect our right and to practice our individual faiths free from government interference. I've been told no known organized religions nor the Pope prohibit vaccines. And I'm here to tell you that the Pope does not speak for me or my faith, nor does any organized religion's earthly leadership. Many parts of the Christian faith are not dictated by hardline legalism found in Scripture, but rather matters of biblically informed personal convictions between people of faith and God. Neither constitution requires my faith to fit anyone else's view of an established mainstream organized religion to be worthy of protection. Diversity of convictions and practices throughout Christianity is vast. And to be clear, I'm not opposed to vaccines, but I am opposed to losing my right to choose without the fear of state-sanctioned discrimination. Vaccines have mixed results on the health of those who take them. That alone warrants the right to the individual to choose. So in this matter, I'm pro-choice, which is interesting because my research has taught me that some vaccines were created and or tested with aborted fetal cells. As a devout Christian who believes in the sanctity of life, I could not in good conscience let something developed at the cost of a child's life enter my body. That would be a terrible sin, and any proposed law that would compel me or my family to sin is an infringement on my freedom of religion. These bills will force me to either profoundly sin or face religious discrimination in my community. This offends me as both a veteran and a devout Christian, and it terrifies me as a father and as a husband. These bills will put my family in a no-win situation. We'll be forced to seek a haven to avoid religious discrimination, much like those New England settlers of old. The hardships on my family will be great, but to offend God in such an abhorrent way would be worse. I'm deeply saddened that I even need to express these concerns just to justify my faith-based convictions and civil liberties. But after a lifetime in service to the Constitution, I feel I have to. I ask that you vote no on these bills, if not for my sake, for the sake of my wife and my two young children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony today. Next up is Kylie Hayward, followed by Yevgeny Gerasimov. I am apologizing for that name that I, sorry about that. But next up is Kylie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
There I am. Okay. Hi, my name is Kylie Hayward, and today I'm asking you to oppose bills SB 568 and HB 6423. These bills are an infringement on our religious beliefs as well as our First Amendment rights. I have 2 small children, and removing the religious exemption would force my family and I to flee the state in order to honor our religious beliefs. Freedom of choice, I believe, should always be protected. No one should ever be forced to inject their children with vaccines or any substances. I choose what's right for my children, not what the government thinks is right. I believe this is all about coercion. Their attempts to hold public and private education hostage. It's discrimination, segregation, encroachment on religious freedoms, plus a severe overreach for parents. My children have the right to use public services as much as any other children does, since I'm a property owner and a taxpayer. I respectfully remind all of you that you were hired to represent the will of the people, all the people. You are duty bound to follow the laws of both the Constitution of the United States and of the state of Connecticut, both of which you swore an oath to. Please uphold the religious exemption. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayward. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Yevgeny Gerasimov. I tried even better. Let's see if I got that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Yevgeny Gerasimov and I live in Stratford, Connecticut. I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. I am a devoted Christian and I cannot consent to vaccinations without violating my sincerely held religious beliefs. I cannot consent to vaccinations because some vaccines were developed and manufactured using cell lines taken from aborted babies. Human souls are sacred and thou shalt not kill. I cannot inject vaccines that resulted from killings of human souls. Moreover, my beliefs do not permit me to treat my body and body of my son in a way that will harm it. Our bodies are temples of God's Holy Spirit created in the image of God. God has given the authority to make medical decisions, including vaccinations, to the parents and not to the state. Parents are responsible for physical and mental well-being of their children, so we should protect our children from unsafe vaccinations. The cliche, vaccines are safe, is simply not true. At least they're not completely safe. Vaccine injuries are not extremely rare. There has been a US government study that found that adverse reactions to vaccines occur in 2.6% of vaccinations. That's 1 in every 38 vaccine shot administered. And this is just for reported cases because so many are not reported. In addition, I personally know several people whose children suffer serious adverse vaccine reactions. Vaccines can and do harm our bodies, and it's our duty to God to protect them. The idea that vaccines are not completely safe is also supported by the following facts. 1, injured families cannot sue vaccine manufacturers, so there's not enough of an incentive to manufacture a completely safe vaccine. Number 2, federal vaccine injury compensation program to date has awarded $4.5 billion to victims of vaccine injuries. Number 3, unlike drugs, vaccines are not being tested properly. The double-blind placebo method is not used, and monitoring of vaccine subjects is sometimes less than a week. If one of these bills is passed, it would expel my son from his pre-K program that he loves because of my family's sincerely held religious beliefs. This would be discrimination of the minority because of our religion. My only recourse would be to leave the Constitution state and move to one of the 44 states that would be, that would still honor my religious beliefs. The states that would still accept religious exemptions to vaccinations. I would not be able to homeschool my son because living in Connecticut is very expensive and we need 2 salaries to live here. I respectfully ask you to please consider all evidence and then listen to your conscience. Please do good and vote no on these 2 bills to preserve religious freedom. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. I see no hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Anna Simpson, followed by Basia Nartowicz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So good evening. My name is Anna Simpson and I'm a constituent. I come from a post-communist Czechoslovakia, now the Czech Republic, where religion was oppressed during the communist era. I came to America in 2005 and became a US citizen 10 years ago. I love this country for its freedom in many areas. I didn't know how fortunate I was, and many Americans are, until I became a mother. I oppose these bills, HB 6423 and SB 568, as they violate the Founding Fathers' First Amendment, freedom of religion. Religious freedom is our fundamental right, and the government should not force anyone to inject pharmaceutical products, animal products, carcinogens, aluminum, formaldehyde, foreign DNA, neurotoxins, and others into their bodies over their strongly held religious beliefs. It would affect our family and our children, as they would not be able to attend any educational institutions in the future. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak, and it's really, really fascinating to me to see some of the participants since this morning that support the bills had a much longer time to talk, were asked many questions, and honestly, it looked like an interview to me. There was a gentleman earlier, and Mr. Steinberg said, no, it's gonna go on like this. It's gonna be an interview. Dr. Jack Ross, to me personally, it looked like an interview. It seems that the people who are in opposition of these two bills are not being represented fairly. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson.
You're welcome.
Representative Dauphiné has her hand raised.
Hi, thank you, Representative. And a quick question, Anna, thank you for your testimony. If this bill passes, would you vaccinate your children or force the state to expel your children from school?
We homeschool for now. If my girls would like to go to college, but you know, there's no option. I would not force vaccinate them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Ms. Simpson.
Thank you all.
Next, we have Basia Nartowicz, followed by Robert Piazza.
Hello, hi everyone. My name is Basia Nartowicz, and I'm trying to, at the beginning when I'm the first timer doing this one, so I was trying to wrap my head around what everyone's saying. And I'm a parent of 3 children. I'm a high school educator, and I love both. And the idea that education right now, that some kids would lose their educational freedom because they're not vaccinated. The idea of walking to my classroom and all of a sudden I'm missing 5 students because we don't know whether they're vaccinated or not. And all of a sudden I'm missing my students because they're not vaccinated. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine my children going to school and all of a sudden some of their friends aren't there because they aren't fully vaccinated. The idea of the freedoms that my parents or my grandparents fled different countries. Someone just mentioned left Czechoslovakia. My grandparents left Poland for the same reason. And all of a sudden these freedoms are getting taken away from us. And it scares me. That's what it comes down to. And I was trying to, I wrote down 50 different things that I wanted to say, trying to figure out which side do I want to go. And I realized it all comes down to, I love my children and I would never do anything to hurt them. And so many of you are parents and you would never do anything to hurt them. As an educator, I would support and protect every single one of my students. We've all been through the different hardships as the educators have faced, and I just can't imagine it. So I oppose both HB 6423 and the SB 568 bill, and I hope that you think of all of that and all those educators that would have to worry about their kids missing if these bills do pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Dauphiné has her hand raised.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your testimony. I just want to ask you a question as a teacher. Have you ever heard any of the students, other teachers or parents express concern about individuals in the school that might not be vaccinated?
Absolutely not. That is, at no point are educators worried if this student's not vaccinated, what happens? That is not a concern because it's such a small population that the idea of taking away the medical exemption right now and having the kids not show up, I think is harder. We had a student pass away the other day, and walking to the building for 2 weeks, we've been trying to figure out how do we go on? And that was in a bad situation that happened. And all of a sudden, in this case, our government would be deciding to throw the kids out of school. And that I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. So no, educators are not concerned about this tiny population that isn't vaccinated coming into the building. At least not in my 15 years of teaching. Or my children that are in school either as well. You're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you for your testimony.
I don't see any other hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time as well, everyone.
Thanks. Next up is Robert Piazza, followed by Heather Dion.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. Great. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Public Health Committee. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Robert Piazza, and I'm a professional educator. I've taught here in Connecticut for 20 years at private schools, and now I'm teaching at community colleges in the Waterbury area. And I'm very concerned about this also. I am in opposition. I oppose bill number 6423, both bills, actually, the Senate bill as well as the House bill, for a bunch of reasons. People have already spoken a lot today about the constitutional right to religious freedom and the right to provide free and accessible education to all young people. So I agree with those arguments, but I just wanted to add something else. As a community college professor, my students are all trying to get 2-year degrees, associate's degrees, and both of these bills have a grandfather clause for grades 7 and up. And by the way, it's mostly been discussed today that these bills are for young kids. Both of these bills are for colleges too. Both these bills would affect students in all colleges in Connecticut, private and public colleges. So that's where I come in as a professor. And my situation is this: the students I teach are trying to get 2-year degrees, associates. So if they're grandfathered in now at their current community college, then when they apply for all of my students want to get 4-year degrees. Most of them want to transfer their credits to a 4-year college here in Connecticut. So when they transfer their credits, they have to apply as a new student to that school. And therefore, they would have to fill out, I've seen the form, they'd have to fill out they'd have to fill out a vaccination form for the new school. And so the thing is, I'm asking that, first of all, I'd rather not see these bills go by at all. But if there is going to be a grandfather clause, it should make sure that the grandfather clause enables the students to transfer not only their credits, but also transfer their religious exemption so that they can go on and get the 4-year degree. Because I know that the students I teach, they want to get the 2-year degree at my community college and then go on from there to get the 4-year degree. And they could only do that if they had the religious exemption follow them. I think all students should be able to keep going in their education regardless of their religious beliefs. But if the grandfather clause is in there, it should have this component as well, that the exemption should follow them the whole way through to as far as they want to go, if they want to get a master's or a PhD here in Connecticut, but at least let them get the bachelor's degree. So that's my testimony. I just wanted to share that with all of you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Piazza. And we do have a hand, Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your testimony. Just a quick question. Have you, as a teacher, ever heard of a student, parent, or teacher express any concern for the risk of being around an unvaccinated individual?
That's a great question. No, ma'am, I have not. I've taught at 4 different schools in the state of Connecticut. I've been teaching here for 20 years. As a professional teacher, and I've also been an administrator at 2 schools in Connecticut, supervising teachers, and I've never had a parent or teacher or student come to me and say, is Johnny or is Susie vaccinated? I don't want it's just never been an issue. So no, I don't see it as a threat or anything like that. And certainly the students I teach now are all young adults, so they don't need their parents' signature anymore. I'm teaching community college now, and all my students are 18 or above. And these two bills would preclude those students from continuing their education also, unless the grandfather clause is really highly specific, which at the moment it's not. So I'm concerned about it for these young people.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we have Senator Summers.
Good evening, and thank you for your testimony. One of the things that concerns me about the bill going into college level is that, especially in a community college, if you're not living on campus, you're telling now people that are adults that they are mandated to get vaccines, which we're not even doing in the hospitals. I want to be clear that, for example, Yale will say, we encourage you to get the vaccine, but if you don't get the vaccine, you just have to wear PPE when you deal with patients. So they're not mandating that you have to get the vaccine. So now we would be imposing a mandate on adults at a community college when you're not, you're not sharing a bathroom, that kind of stuff, like you would if you're living in a congregate setting, so to speak. So that's concerning. But I wanted to ask you, as an educator or as a teacher, one of the things that also concerns me is the fact that if you did have this population of students that are now going to be kicked out of school, what does that process look like? Do they have to go through like an expulsion hearing, and what does that cost the town? And have municipalities factored into, if they lose X amount of children, how does that impact their help from the state, and as far as our state ECS formula that's by pupil? It's a much more complicated, very complex bill than just what it says on the top. And again, it's removing a religious exemption. We already mandate vaccines. Can you speak to any of that at all? I know I put a lot on your plate, but nobody's talking about that. And I think that's another thing that we need to be aware of.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for asking. No, those are amazing questions. And I'm grateful because I wanted to bring out the point that these bills affect higher education in the state of Connecticut, as you just explained. And to your first point, yeah, my students are community college students. They do not live on campus. They don't share a dormitory. At the moment, all my students are online anyway. And so there's be absolutely no reason to further mandate vaccines than they already are. And I heard at one point somebody floated the idea of, well, since we've been learning that online education works, that the religious exemption kids could just stay online. I have to say, as a professional educator, and my students, I wish they were here to speak with me, they do not like being online. I'm teaching mostly inner city kids in Waterbury. You asked about the financial cost. I could tell you what would happen. I had a student last semester who, just because of being online, refused to come back. And they end up getting in trouble on the streets. That's what happens. They end up getting in trouble with drugs and crime on the streets. I'm helping these kids get an education and break free from that, so that they can be useful members of society in the city of Waterbury. So I really appreciate your questions. And as far as the online thing, many of my students struggle with attentional issues. So when they're online, they have trouble focusing in class. And so the education they should be allowed to get education in person, regardless of religious beliefs. And thank you for those questions, Senator. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Piazza. Next up, we have Heather Dion, followed by Nick Skatis.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Heather Dion, and I am speaking to oppose HB 568 and HB 6423. My daughter, Genevieve here, is 6 years old, is in first grade, and is thriving in the public school system. She would be devastated if she had to stop attending school because her right to health and our religious beliefs are being discriminated against. My daughter is half Black. I chose not to vaccinate her because her brother is severely autistic and her cousin has Asperger's syndrome. Both are males and are Black. I made this choice because it was very evident that my child's genetics are compromised and the risk involved with the introduction of vaccines could take away her right to live a healthy, high-quality life. I work for the capital city and see every day the environmental injustices that have been brought about our minority populations, and I will not stay quiet in terms of the inequity and injustice that could horribly impact my daughter's life. This is not a one-size-fits-all approach. Our right to raise our children as we see fit should never be questioned. It is our God-given right. I know many families that have been impacted by vaccinations. Their children's lives forever changed. Just because you and your family have received vaccines and have not had adverse reactions does not mean that the possibility is not there. Vaccine injury is real. It is my right as a parent to determine what is best for my child. I do not think that politicians should be playing God and allowing foreign substances to be injected in our babies' bodies where there are no legal repercussions to the manufacturer. To me, that is wrong in every way. Our children have the right to live as healthy individuals without an agenda. Our forefathers developed the Constitution to protect our freedom. I ask that you vote to protect our freedom as well and vote no to SB 568 and HB 6423. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Dion. I see a hand raised. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you, Representative, and thank you, Heather. I just, if this bill passes, would you vaccinate your children or force the state to expel your children?
They would have to expel her.
How would this impact you and your family?
It would impact me greatly because I am a woman in a man's world as far as my field of work. I do not have the opportunity to kind of call the shots. I'm there for public safety and emergencies and all of that. So having her home, and it would completely change our lives. I'm not sure what I would do, to be honest, but I would have to do something.
Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Nick Skatis, followed by Carrie Jacobson.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes, go right ahead.
Oppose Health Bill 6423, oppose SB 568. There's a reason why this is controversial and thousands of people in Connecticut are speaking up. Listen to the moms and dads in the state. Please don't pass a bill that forces medical procedures on children. The motivation of the pharmaceutical industry is financial profit. Me, my children, and Connecticut children are the profit center for the pharmaceutical and healthcare industry. Don't let pharmaceutical revenue interests and consenting CT politicians who may be receiving financial benefits through healthcare investments force an aggressive immunization schedule on children. Immunizations can have serious side effects, and parents need the ability to choose which medical procedures are best for their children. Our bodies are sacred, and to force medical procedures on children is a human rights violation here in Connecticut. At your best intentions, you're trying to protect those who cannot take vaccines. And at worst, you are supporting the profiteering objective of the pharmaceutical industry, who is receiving a blank check to cash from the CDC. The vaccines are free and widely available here in Connecticut. Children can take all 72 doses, plus the new ones that the healthcare industry will be creating to further the growth objectives of management and shareholders. But you cannot solve your dilemma or problem or crisis by forcing me and others to put bioengineering into my children's body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skates. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Carrie Jacobson, followed by Daniel Gleason. Carrie Jacobson. I'm going to give her one more second because it's a long time to wait. All right, we can always come back if you get on. I'm going to go to Daniel Gleason, followed by Jordan Eck.
Good day to all of you legislators and everyone who's on this Zoom call. It's a pleasure to talk to you. I'm Dr. Dan Gleason. I'm a chiropractor up here in Michigan. Been practicing for 42 years at a clinic that uses functional medicine, among other modalities, and we see mostly chronic patients. These are very different than the infectious disease doctor who sees acute patients, infections. We don't see those kind. We see people with chronic conditions. I have 2 grandchildren who attend a parochial school in Wallingford. Even though this is a religious school, your bills would force them from their classmates. I trust that your intention is to improve the health of all Connecticut residents. I come to you today to voice an opposition to these bills. As a practicing physician, the doctor-patient relationship is in my highest regard. Anything that stands in the way of this sacred relationship needs to be scrutinized with the utmost of care. The very foundation of this relationship is informed consent. It is my duty to tell my patients the pros and cons of any treatment, to weigh the benefits versus the risks. Then it is up to the patient or the parent to make the final decision as to undergo a treatment or not. These bills are in direct violation of this fundamental of human rights in healthcare. Only the doctor with an individual patient in front of them can make these life and death suggestions. You shouldn't be giving children vaccines unless they get a complete physical. You should look in their eyes, ears, throat, take their temperature, listen to a careful history. This is not something that should just be turned over to a physician's assistant or a nurse for a quick jab. The safety and efficacy of many vaccines are as yet equivocal. There have not been long-term studies done comparing vaccinated to unvaccinated populations. For many, mandated shots can lead to a lifetime of disability that is not covered by insurance or liability by the manufacturer or government. Vaccine injuries do occur, as evidenced by the fact that the federal government has paid out over $4 billion to vaccine-injured children. Science is never settled. It is the scientist's job to try to disprove a hypothesis. As we know, scientific dogma changes. As part of any published peer-reviewed article, conflicts of interest are published. I would challenge all legislators who are voting for these draconian bills to disclose all financial ties to pharma and recuse themselves when there is a conflict of interest. If you're going to coerce children into submitting to these vaccines, your bill should include robust and easily accessible measures to track vaccine injuries and to compensate those who are harmed. There are ways of determining who is at risk for vaccine injury. Those with mitochondrial dysfunction and methylation defects being several. Vaccines could also be avoided by pre-testing for antibody titers and only vaccinating those who lack protection. I've seen many patients, young and old, who have been injured by vaccines.
Excuse me, Mr. Gleason, you've hit your 3 minutes.
Do you want to wrap up, sir? Or are you all set?
Yeah, I'd like to wrap up. I've seen many patients who've been injured. On our intake form, we ask not only which vaccines have you had, but have you been injured? And we often see it. I have an example of a 3-year-old or 2-year-old who was injured and spent 5 years going from doctor to doctor trying to solve her severe asthma and skin conditions that occurred within hours of her vaccines. Also, I'd like to make one comment about Andrew Wakefield. He was
Could you wrap up, sir?
I would encourage all of you to read Dr. Andrew Wakefield's book and get his side to this story. He did not say MMR causes autism. He noted he was a gastroenterologist, and he noted severe damage to the intestines when he scoped them of these children who were vaccinated. And I think the characterization that the infectious disease doctor did of him did him a disservice. And I would really encourage you to look at Dr. Wakefield's work.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you, Representative, and thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to ask you a question. There are some on this committee that don't validate the expertise of chiropractors. And I just wondered if you could just make a comment with regard to that.
Well, I can understand the feeling of parents who are being discriminated against, because our profession has been discriminated against for many years. There was a huge lawsuit that settled against the AMA because their expressed written goal was to wipe out chiropractic, an anti-quackery committee, and they ended up spending millions and millions of dollars to compensate our profession. So we're also discriminated against when it comes to insurance coverage. So I have a real affinity for all these parents who are being discriminated against by the powers that be.
Thank you for that answer, and thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Gleason. Next, we have Barbara Claudio, followed by Sophia Gulino. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, I did skip. I'm so sorry about that. First, we are going to Jordan Eck. Sorry about that, Ms. Eck.
No worries. Thank you so much. And I apologize. My furnace just turned on right as I unmuted. So please don't mind the background noise. Good evening. My name is Jordan Eck, and I am grateful for the opportunity to express my opposition to these two bills. In October 2015, I laid awake in bed, tears streaming down my face, questioning my belief in God. I was clutching my screaming infant, unable to console her, unable to get her fever down, and listening to my pediatrician on the phone tell me that there was no reason to be upset. 12 hours previously, she had received her normal round of 4-month vaccinations. Her blood-curdling cries were not the normal ones of a fussy newborn. They were that of a human being in severe pain. But they told me not to take her to the ER. This was normal. They refused to report our incident to VIERS. When I simply asked them for more time before I vaccinated my daughter again, they kicked me out of the practice, the doctor raising her voice at me as she did it in front of other patients in the waiting room as if to make an example out of me. Unable to defend myself, I left the practice in tears and never went back. I was a timid new mom with no backbone in some ways until right at this very moment I have stayed that way. I have stayed a woman questioning God. I have stayed a mom questioning my own instincts. I have stayed a mom staying up all night reading, trying to convince myself that vaccines are safe. I have stayed silent amongst the brave community of men and women sharing their stories and fighting for religious and medical freedom. I have stayed in fear of losing family, friends, and clients for sharing my experience and subsequent decisions. You see, I am one of the parents that you believe is abusing the religious exemption. I do not attend church, so I do believe in God. I am not anti-vaccination. I am pro-choice. I am pro-freedom. I stand by our Connecticut Constitution that grants our children the right to an education, which would be taken away from thousands of Connecticut children at the passing of this bill. I stand by our constitutional right to religious freedom, which you are attempting to take away today. I stand by our right for every citizen to be heard, which is not happening today. We found a new medical provider, but despite the reaction and subsequent sensory and autoimmune symptoms, we have been unable to obtain a medical exemption thanks to deep fear instilled in medical providers by insurance companies and medical boards. Until you can provide a solid solution to remove all influence from pharmaceutical companies on the compensation of our lawmakers, our doctors, our hospitals, our researchers in their research, removing non-medical exemptions will remove my children's rights to attend school and extracurricular activities despite blanket statements about making better medical exemptions more accessible. But more than my personal concerns for medical exemption is my fear for the families and children who do not have the privilege of financial freedom needed to homeschool or to move out of state. The passing of this bill will lead to massive discrimination and educational inequality. It will set a state precedent in removing our right to religious freedom, and it will lead to an increase in vaccine injuries and deaths. Are you ready to carry the weight of that on your shoulders for the remainder of your political career and life? Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Eck. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony. Next is Barbara Claudio, followed by Sophia Gulino.
Hi, thank you all for this opportunity to speak on these two controversial bills, HB 6423 and SB 568. The reason that I oppose these particular bills is due to the unyielding beliefs I hold, which stand on the convictions of my Christian faith, as well as our diet, which aligns with a plant-based diet. The removal of all religious exemptions would put my children and I in disagreement with our religious practice, which rejects vaccines containing particles of aborted fetal tissues, as well as unkosher animal byproducts and particles. To do such a thing is an abomination and misaligns with our core beliefs, as scriptures defines our bodies as the temple of the Holy Spirit, belonging to God and regarding it as such. Not only is this a sacrilegious practice, but doing so can directly impact my children's and I's health. No one or any governing entity shall impose on anyone's bodily autonomy, and to mandate such a medical procedure is to mandate physical, psychological, and spiritual death, assault. If these two bills being considered are upheld in direct regards to our current situation, and it is based on fear or possible public safety and health concerns, rather than actual representation and data with regards to the possible danger it poses to children in their school communities, then this assumption is solely based on fear, and in doing so bears false witness. It is with high regard to the scriptures, which reads in 2 Timothy 1:7, that God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of sound mind. To impose a perceived fear or a misrepresentation of the facts and data for a lack of vaccination percentage number in school communities bears false witness. How does this give anyone a sound mind? It surely does not give me one, and does not align with my children's rights and my belief of equal opportunity to an education indebted to them. This kind of perspective creates unnecessary consequences while ostracizing healthy children who deserve to be in school while thriving and socially interacting in that kind of environment. I have seen this directly impacting my children's social and emotional well-being currently, as well as in the past with regards to medical care reluctancy avoidance from our family care practice. My children deserve to go to school without the choice being threatened by public health mandates, which would ultimately take away choice altogether. While many who simply think or state that parents have a choice to homeschool or to suggest that others are simply using religious exemptions to undermine or abuse mandates requirements to avoid taking vaccines is not grounds or basis to pass such a controversial bill, which only serves as a blanket statement and an insult for myself and my constituents who highly oppose these bills.
Excuse me, Ms. Claudio, you've hit
Yes.
3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
My son is he's 636 and he has his testimony. Will you allow him to speak?
I'm sorry, but I don't think we're allowed to do that. We have to stick to the list. You could have asked me in the course of your speaking, you could have given him some time, but you've already hit your 3 minutes. So I'm very sorry, Barbara, but I will see if there are any questions for you. And I don't see any hands at this time. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have on the list, Sophia Giulino. Sophia, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Sophia Gulino, and I oppose Bill 6423, as well as the proposed Bill 568. I am the mother of 2 children in elementary school in Connecticut. As we speak, my brother right now is at work working on a clinical COVID trial in Washington. I myself am in law enforcement, and I am enjoying a career as a frontline worker for 17 years now. But to my point, I understand that the public health officials and state legislators now are carefully considering how to balance 2 competing goals. One is individual freedom and the other is the community welfare in such a way that some individual freedom can be tolerated without substantially increasing risk to children attending school, including those kids who have impaired immunities because of underlying medical conditions. Whether the state's interest outweighs an individual's right to free exercise of religious belief is something that is very near and dear to my heart. That is the basis of my job. I do not believe that the state is in an informed enough position to find that they have to coerce citizens at this point into taking a vaccine with this much pushback. There's many things that the CDC on their own webpage admit to not knowing yet. They're still investigating the effectiveness of the vaccine. Scientists are still working to learn about new variants of the virus. More studies are needed to understand on how new variants might affect the effectiveness of the current vaccines. We don't know what percentage of people would even need to get vaccinated to achieve herd immunity. At this time, experts don't know how long somebody is protected from getting sick again, either from recovering just from having COVID naturally versus from the vaccine itself. We don't know how long the immunity produced by the vaccine lasts until we do have more data on how well they work. 8,000 people die each day in the United States. On May 24th, 2020, the New York Times published an article saying, remembering the 100,000 lives lost to coronavirus. And they had a big article with all these names all over it. So I scrolled through them last night and my heart broke for every one of those people. I looked up some of the names like Jordan Driver Haynes. However, when I did look at it, it was found that his cause of death was homicide. He was murdered on the side of a highway. However, his name by the New York Times is listed as somebody who died from COVID. There's another one, Fred Creasy, who the family knew he died from stage 4 colon cancer, and they insist that he did not die from COVID, but rather because of stage 4 cancer. At this point, I don't think that the state and our representatives are in a position to force myself to make my children be vaccinated in order to get the education that we're entitled to. It is the cornerstone of my work that I do every day, which is balancing and understanding the freedom of the people that I serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. And I don't see any hands at this time. Give me a minute. I don't see any hands, so I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Next, we have Mariella Manzo. Mariella. Give her a minute. I see you're there. Yeah, unmute yourself so we can hear you.
There. Okay. Say hello.
Hello. Oh.
Sometimes school is boring, but I still like it. She said she wanted to say, "Can my big sister talk?" Which is me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My name is Celia Manzo, and I'm in 4th grade, and I am 9. I oppose bills HB 6423 and SB 568. We moved to Connecticut 3 years ago from New York to be closer to my school. I love my home, and I love my school. I also love living in Connecticut. If this bill passes, we will have to move to another state. Please consider all the families like ours who have this difficult choice, and I want to go to camp. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariella.
Yeah.
Are you all finished?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm looking. I don't see any hands. So thank you, girls. I think we should mention that you look adorable.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Next on the list, we have Kelly Burrow.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the Public Health Committee. I am here tonight as a lifelong citizen, an active community member, business owner in the state, and a very concerned first-time mother. I strongly oppose HB 6423 and SB 568, as well as the format of this public hearing. I know numerous people, including my pediatrician, highly educated parents directly affected by this bill, and healthcare workers, just to name a few, who will be silenced because of the 24-hour time limit. Removing the religious exemption is, simply put, a complete violation of human rights. If passed, my 19-month-old daughter will have to be pulled out of her daycare where she is currently thriving. She will not be welcome to enroll in preschool when she is of age. This violates current statutes that require the state to provide a public education to all children. A bill to remove the religious exemption will cause severe emotional distress to students who will be removed from their friends, sports, activities. Pile this on top of what a stressful year 2020 was for all school-age children, and we sadly have a generation of severely traumatized kids. Our Constitution does not require that our religious beliefs be proven to anyone to be protected under the law. Excuse me. If a bill is passed to remove the religious exemption, my right as a parent to make the best decision for my child based on my beliefs has been utterly stripped away from me. Furthermore, there has been absolutely no study or other evidence linking unvaccinated school children to the spread of disease. And if vaccines work and are effective, then wouldn't the vaccinated children be protected regardless of how many unvaccinated children they come into contact with? My husband and I are both business owners in the state of Connecticut. We both employ numerous Connecticut citizens. I own a yoga studio in this state. I have worked tirelessly for many years to get my business to where it is today. Even through a COVID closure and restrictions still currently in place, my business is surviving. My business is a place where people come to seek out healing, peace, and relief from stress and trauma. Before and especially during COVID, I have heard from a number of my members, many whom are teachers, healthcare workers, that my business has been a place of deep relief and refuge. If this bill is passed, my family and I will immediately begin the efforts of relocating, and the doors to my business will be forced to close. My 100+ members will need to find an alternative place to practice yoga, a scientifically proven practice that increases mental and physical well-being. If this bill is passed, my family and I, along with many others, will be leaving Connecticut for good to move to one of the other 44 states that will honor my right as a parent. My husband and I just bought our first home where we both grew up.
Ms. Burrow, you've hit your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Yep, I'm finishing up. We had visions of raising our family here in our hometown, our home state. If this bill is passed, we will have to uproot our lives, leave the state, and that dream will no longer come to fruition. Thank you for your time and considering voting no to taking away our religious freedoms in Connecticut.
Thank you, Kelsey. And I don't see any hands here.
Thank you.
So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next on our list, we have Christina, and I'm going to say it's Boyce O'Keefe.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, good.
Hi, thank you. My name is Christina Boyce O'Keefe. I am a mother of two, a clinical nutritionist, and a Connecticut small business owner of a wellness and spiritually based business. I oppose these bills for multiple reasons. They are both written to remove the right of the religious exemption and for parents to make their own educated decisions on part of the health care of their children. First, let me pose a question to the committee. Has there ever been a time in the 60 years that Connecticut has had the religious exemption that there was a public health emergency due to a child with a religious exemption and not having had a particular vaccine? The answer is no, as far as I've ever known. And now this tells you that the attempt to take away this religious freedom is really unnecessary at this point in time. There are over 1,000 people signed up for this public hearing to give testimony. Imagine the numbers if everyone knew and realized what was going on. That you're considering taking away a parental right to make an informed decision about their children. That several of our state representatives that write these bills and want these bills to go through have ties and connections to the very industry that these pharmaceutical, or to the very, can you talk? To the very industry that makes these pharmaceutical products. The religious exemption is vital for many of us with deeply held faith-based beliefs. It really is as simple as that. For my family, there are ingredients that we do not ever put into our bodies, such as human fetal cell tissue, to mention one. We oppose the abortions and the methods needed to acquire these cells, and the testing and the use of animals in the safety testing and as growing mediums. We also believe that we are made by our higher power and that we are made perfectly. We were not put on this earth to get sick. We were given the ability to live healthfully, and it's called our immune system. My family does not use pharmaceutical products. Our dietary consumption, high quality supplements and vitamins, and lifestyle aim to keep our immune systems in top shape, avoiding sickness and disease. It is our own healthcare, and it works. The very idea that the purpose of this bill is to either force people to take pharmaceutical products at a one-size-fits-all rate is asinine. To withhold public education and paid daycare services, private and paid higher education is insane. Since there is no public emergency related to the writing of these bills, and ones like them year after year, they should be dismissed. They are unconstitutional, as practicing our sincerely held religious beliefs is our right, as is the right to public education. I plead you all to vote no on HB 6423 and HB 568. Do not force thousands of children to leave school to protect their beliefs and their health. Remember the 22 hours of testimony from last year and the data on adverse effects, and worse, that is also related to immunizations. Do you want to be responsible for the potential of injuries and deaths to those children whose parents are unable to homeschool to withhold their beliefs, and they're forced to catch up their children to the vaccine schedule? Another reminder for you, there has never been a long-term study as to the safety of the vaccine schedule as a whole on children, though the 54% of American children having a chronic health issue should tell us something. Please do the right thing for our children, thousands of families that live faith-based lives. Thank you. Oops.
Thank you. And I'm looking now to see if there are any questions. I don't see any questions. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carrie Racian. Is Carrie here?
Hi, I'm here. Sorry. I apologize for that. Dear committee, thank you for having me this evening. I support removing the religious exemption for vaccinations in daycares and schools. My testimony today will be in the minority for one simple reason, because vaccines work and are safe. We take this life-saving medical invention for granted. And my story is rare, but I hope it helps you understand the implications of your responsibility to protect public health. A little over a year ago, our youngest, Rory, contracted chickenpox. He had just celebrated his first birthday, and Rory just simply hadn't made it to the varicella well baby visit. He got chickenpox, and he had well over 400 lesions on his tiny body. It was difficult to hold him, to soothe him, and he was in pain, and it broke our hearts. While some people think that chickenpox is just a nuisance, it can kill children, and in infants especially, it can have other complications. Secondary infections are also a risk. Rory did recover, but those few weeks were torture for him, for us, his parents, and his siblings. No child should have to go through something like that, especially when it's preventable, and especially in the name of religion. Rory was and is in daycare. At the time, he was in the infant room with other children that were not yet able to be vaccinated, but he was there before he was symptomatic. And other children too young for the vaccine also got chickenpox. And it broke my heart every time I learned about another child in his daycare getting chickenpox. And I prayed that none of those children were immunocompromised and that each one would be fine. And I prayed for those parents who had to take time off work unexpectedly to care for their children. And I hoped they were not living paycheck to paycheck. I was also angry because a break in herd immunity is unconscionable in 2019, even more so in 2021. You might be interested to know that Rory, to our knowledge, only transmitted to other children in his daycare. And I believe this speaks to the public health benefit of requiring vaccinations participating in group care or school. I want to close with a conversation I had with my, at the time, 5-year-old son, Mac. He asked me, "Mama, why did Rory get chickenpox, but I didn't?" "Well, Mac, it's because you've had your superhero serum. That's what we call vaccines." "Mama, why didn't you give Rory his superhero serum?" "Well, Mac, because Rory was too young and he needs us to take his superhero serum to protect him." And Mac, with all his 5-year-old resolve, said that he was always going to take his superhero serum to protect the babies and anyone else. That conversation made me cry, but it also made me proud because my 5-year-old gets it. He understands we have a responsibility to take care of ourselves and others. Vaccines are not optional for going to a group care situation. They're part of our social responsibility for the communities that we want to belong in. Being in a community comes with a responsibility to ourselves and to others. Rory and all children have a right to go to school and to daycare that keeps them safe and healthy. And it is your job to make sure that happens. You need to be the superhero for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. And I do see hands. I see Representative Dauphinais.
Hi, thank you, Senator, and thank you, Carrie, for your testimony. Have you been listening to the testimonies throughout the day?
Off and on, I've been working, but I have been listening throughout the day, yes.
So, I mean, I don't know if you know my background.
In 2019.
So I am a nurse, and I can tell you that there's no medication or vaccine or treatment, medical treatment that is completely 100% safe and 100% effective. And I just wondered what you say to all the parents that have had injury or death as a result of vaccinations.
I say to them, well, so I should also say that I'm not sure that some of those injuries are actually attributable to vaccines. I heard Dr. Ross's testimony that sometimes correlation is not causation. And without knowing the details of all of those cases, it's hard to be able to respond to any given individual. As a parent, of course, my heart goes out to every parent. But keep in mind that if you allow herd immunity to lapse, you will have far more children with vaccine preventable illnesses than vaccine injury that is not proven. We don't know that much about vaccine injury. We do know that vaccines work. And I'm asking you to do the thing that promotes public health the most. Furthermore, if children are predisposed to vaccine injury, this bill, as you know, does nothing to remove the medical exemption. And I fully, of course, support medical exemptions. Part of your role in removing the religious exemption is, in fact, to protect children that cannot get the vaccine. Children that are too young or children that are medically fragile and cannot receive the vaccine.
So it's been determined that several hundred, perhaps thousands of children have had injury and death, and over $4 billion have been paid out in compensation for that. So I guess I would differ with you when you say that you're not sure they've all had injury and or death. And they know per the CDC that they believe that less than 1% are actually reported. So there's a very small amount that have been reported.
I don't think that comports with Dr. Ross's testimony, and I would defer to Dr. Ross.
So Dr. Ross is one doctor, and there's several doctors out there, and I would just say to you that there are doctors on both sides.
Bring them all before your public health committee. I guarantee you will have the number of doctors supporting the safety of vaccines will grossly outnumber the number of doctors thinking about the any vaccine injury. Bring them all if that's what you wish to do.
There were several experts signed up but won't get in to testify due to the limitations of the hearing. But thank you so much for your answers and your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see next Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rysian, for your testimony. I'm so glad your daughter is well now. I'm sure you know about the fact that chickenpox is associated with toxic shock syndrome and encephalitis. A number of children die from it. So you're thankful, and I'm thankful that you can at least share that she's well. Again, I think if I understood you correctly, from a public health perspective, if this was not a communicable process, then we may have had the luxury to say, it is okay for my child not to get the vaccine, but because there is a risk of transmission to a number of other children and adults for that matter, that's why you're speaking out so strongly in favor of the vaccine. Is that correct?
That's right. And also to your point, one of the other complications with varicella is blindness. And we were really concerned when some of the lesions were very close to Rory's eye and had to get consultations with his eyes. We were worried about blindness. He's a boy, but it's okay. He will take whatever. But yes, that's exactly right. We worry about transmitting this disease to others. And it was probably the worst moment of being a mom, watching other children get this disease because of us. And we are careful. I never thought that something like this could happen to us because we vaccinate on time according to the schedule, religiously, no pun intended. But, you know, even when you do that, you are not vaccinated there, you know, throughout your life. You have to wait to be vaccinated. And Rory was vulnerable, and somewhere the herd immunity let him down. And I am simply asking that we ensure that the herd immunity is as safe and as sure up as possible, especially in group care situations.
Again, in this public health committee, I'm probably the only member who has actually seen a number of children die from some of these communicable diseases as a volunteer in different capacities in different parts of the world, and I have seen these illnesses. So that's why I have deep respect about the illnesses, and thankfully in our society we have not seen as much of this, so therefore people do not have the historical memory. So and you bring about the real life example, which was so much needed at this point, because most of the people have no experience of that directly, of number of cases that we used to see in the past.
Well, and Senator, to your point, it actually took 2 pediatricians to diagnose him, because the first pediatrician was unsure that what she was really seeing was chickenpox, because chickenpox has largely been eradicated from our community because of vaccines. So she went and got another pediatrician who has had was providing care when we had chickenpox, when that was much more common, to come in and confirm the diagnosis. Because to your point, we've done a good job with vaccines and we can do better.
Thank you again for sharing your experience, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And next we have Representative Terziak.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Welcome, Ms. Race, and thank you very, very much for coming. I just wanted to speak up as a nurse and thank you for your logical, scientifically sound and fact-based testimony. That in addition to the story of your son, but your realization about vaccines, you're referring to Dr., you remember his name, I don't, was very refreshing. And thank you very much for taking the time to sit through this and to come testify by Zoom. We really appreciate it. It was necessary. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me, sir.
Thank you. And I don't see any more hands, so thank you for testifying today.
Thanks. I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Next up, we have number 124, Robin Southard. Robin,
hi, good evening. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm here today to express my opposition to bills HB 6423 and SB 568. and to share my personal experience on being one of the many families who are directly impacted by New York's religious exemption repeal, which occurred in June of 2019. After the repeal, my husband and I have taken on the tremendous task of homeschooling our 3 children ages 7, 9, and 11. While some may say that homeschooling is an option for families who choose not to vaccinate for religious reasons, this option is not feasible for many families. Additionally, it is not one that we would have chosen, but instead we were forced into because of the repeal. My husband and I both work full-time. I work as a school psychologist in a middle school, and my husband works as a network administrator at a New York State college. Our first year of homeschooling was difficult, to say the least. Because we cannot afford to live on one income, my husband and I were given no other option but to pay a babysitter to watch our children during the day while we both worked. This created a significant financial burden on our family, but we felt fortunate that we could afford to do so. Our homeschooling primarily took place when I returned home from work at 3 p.m. As you can imagine, working an 8-hour day and then coming home to homeschool my kids, sometimes until 8 p.m., wasn't easy. There were often times when we just couldn't get through the curriculum because there wasn't enough time in the day, so we had to make it up on the weekends. That's not exactly what we wanted to be doing with our precious family time. My husband started working a second job as we struggled to save money since any additional income went to the babysitter and homeschooling costs. This year has been particularly hard on our family given what has occurred with the COVID-19 pandemic. Last year, our kids had many opportunities to participate in sports and community activities. They attended dance, cheerleading, field hockey, soccer, and art classes. They practiced with their sports teams at our local elementary schools, attended cheer competitions, and marched in our school and town parades, but sadly could not attend their schools. This year, many of those activities have been put on hold due to the pandemic. While we try to involve them in as much as we can, I cannot help but to think of what this isolation is doing to my children psychologically. My husband and I are strongly contemplating moving out of state in order for our children to be able to attend school. We both have state pensions and have considered what walking away right now would mean for our futures. It would be worth it if our children could once again attend school, and we could be a family again, so to speak. We would be leaving behind family, friends, and our careers, all for religious freedom. I urge you to please do what is right for the families of Connecticut and do not vote in favor of these bills. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robin. And I don't see any hands at this time. So thank you for being here and testifying. Next up, we have number 125, Rachel Ibbotson, followed by 126, Gavin Roberts. Oh, I'm sorry. Robin, if you're still there, I did miss Senator Summers. I think your hand just went up.
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay.
Actually, thank you, Robin, for your testimony, but I wanted to let the chair know there has been a lady, Evelette Akari, number 118, who has been skipped over, and she's been on hold this entire time. So I wanted to let you know. I don't know how that works, but she's been waiting patiently. She was number 118. And that's all I wanted to say, but thank you for your testimony. And I wanted to make sure that got to you as the chair. I didn't have your phone to text you.
That's fine. Thank you, Senator Summers, and thank you, Robin, again for being here. And I was notified that Evelette was not there, so let me go back before we call the next person, and I will call Evelette Akari. Evelette, are you still here? Well.
Okay, I'm sorry. She said she's waiting in the room.
She might be in the wrong place because we did not have her on the list. We had her on the list.
Madam Chair, she wasn't in the room. When it was her turn to speak, she was not on the platform. And we keep going back looking for her and we don't see her.
Okay.
Okay, Beverly. And so I will move on, as I had said, to our next person is number 125, Rachel Ibbotson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony. I'm asking you to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. As a mother of an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old and a full-time special education teacher, this bill would greatly impact my family and my career. I am proud to live in this Constitution state and have been a hardworking special education teacher for 15 years. As the federal and state law states, all students with disabilities receive an appropriate public education at no cost to the family. FAPE, or free and appropriate public education, differs from student to student because each has unique needs. In order to provide FAPE to a student, schools must provide students with an education including specialized instruction and related services where necessary, designed to prepare the child for further education, employment, and independent living. What happens if this bill passes? What happens to all of the special education and regular education students' educations that currently have a religious exemption? I hear some discussion on virtual learning as an option. I want to point out that virtual learning, while schools are making it work, students are missing a huge proponent of what public schools are about, such as socialization and hands-on activities. Virtual learning does not work for certain students, and they need to be in school. Where would their fate be then if they are told they can no longer attend school due to their religious beliefs? We have worked so hard as Americans to stop segregation and discrimination, yet now there is a bill up for discussion to take away innocent children's education because of their religious backgrounds. This bill promotes and encourages hate speech, discrimination, and segregation of a minority population. It violates current statutes which require the state to provide a public education to all children. Segregation and discrimination has no place in education. In closing, as a teacher and a mother, I'm strongly opposing HB 6423 and SB 568. As of 9 a.m. this morning, I would like to point out that 15,563 signatures have been made to postpone this virtual hearing, along with 11,367 signatures to oppose these bills. Please continue to defend our First Amendment rights and continue to let your people decide what is best for their body and their children's bodies. For this reason and so much more, I strongly oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I see Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you, Senator, and thank you, Rachel, for your testimony. Can you expand a little bit on what you faced as a teacher during this virtual learning over the past year and how detrimental it's been to some of those special needs children and how it's affected them?
It's been very difficult to teach virtually as a special education teacher. As you know, the kids that I work with are all ranges of disabilities, and there are specific disabilities that have a very difficult time with the screen and connecting with a human being through a screen, and some that even have that can't see the screen, that need to, see things from peripheral vision. And it's been very difficult. We've seen a lot of referrals for special education due to the virtual learning. While we're doing our best, we know that it is not best case scenario for students. We know even for regular education students, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Even for the regular education students, it's not best case scenario. We want the students in school. And luckily my school has been there 5 days a week now. And we're seeing that the kids are moving along much better, and the special education students are given the opportunity to work with their teachers and with their related services much easier. Even with the mask, it's still not perfect, but we're doing the best we can. But virtual learning has been very difficult for special education.
Thank you for that. And have you ever heard any of the students, parents, or teachers express concern about perhaps being around an unvaccinated child?
I personally have not.
And how will this bill specifically affect you and your family if it passes?
That's something that I would have to discuss with my husband, and it's not something I would like to discuss on here.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony and answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I see no further hands. So we will go to the next person on the list, 126, Gavin Roberts, followed by Francis Hogan.
Do you see yourself? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, buddy.
Hi, my name is Gavin Roberts. I've decided to speak today because my parents are too far down on the list to have a voice. I'm here to oppose HB 6423 and 5B 568. If these bills pass, I will be kicked out of school, and so will my brother and sister. I really love school. I love my teacher, my friends, and learning. I play basketball and baseball and soccer. I do not want to do online school or move away. Online school is not as good as real school because it is harder to learn. I would miss everybody at my school, and I am scared to accept a vaccine because my father treats injuries from vaccines a lot. I don't want to be one of those people that he treats. I would never tell anyone what they have to do something with their body. And I'm confused why people are telling me what to do with my body. Please vote no.
Thank you, Gavin. And I see looks like there's one hand. Give me a minute. Yes, Representative Dauphinais.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Gavin, for your testimony. I was curious, what does your dad do for a job that he's treating vaccine injured individuals?
Am I allowed to answer that, or?
Yes, you may.
I am a manual physical therapist that's been trained in integrated manual therapy, and I've been practicing for 23 years. We get vaccine injuries all the time, from allergies to anaphylaxis to just about everything. What happens is the lymph system gets tight, the liver gets tight, the kidneys get tight, and there's a manual way to treat those things to try to relieve tension so that the body can try to drain what's been given through the vaccines, and that's what we do. You'll see a person has a vaccine, you'll see their kidneys, you'll see their ureters go into such spasm that, you know, clinically on a test, medical test, it won't show up, but they go to eat some food or they go to do something that they're mildly allergic to and it will cause a severe reaction. And I think that's really why people are having such a reaction to foods, to environmental things, because they're at a low level anaphylaxis all the time because their kidneys, their ureters, their liver, and the tissue around them is so tight and in such spasm. And that's what we try to relieve so that the body can naturally drain what the person comes in contact with on a normal basis in their environment. Because the human body is supposed to be able to come in contact with a lot in their environment and deal with it. That's what we're made to do. But in the face of vaccines, we're really at a disadvantage because the body is already in a heightened state. The tissue, the liver, the kidneys, the nervous system, the ureters, they're all very tight. They can't act to detoxify or drain anything. So as a manual therapist, we act manually to open those tissues so that the body can kind of return to a more normal state in order to combat things in people's environments that they're coming into contact with every day.
Thank you for sharing those experiences. We had a testimony, just a couple of individuals before you that testified that she didn't believe that vaccine injury was real. And I appreciate that you share your experiences that you've seen. Do you believe
it can be from something as small as allergies and anaphylaxis, and I think that's why it's such a big problem now. And I took part in a autism program for about 5 or 6 years, and I treated many children with autism. And you know, I heard one thing all the time. The mother would bring their child in, and they'd say, "My child was," and I might get a little emotional here because this was really difficult. They would bring their children in and they'd say, "My child was talking, walking, communicating, making eye contact before they had a vaccine, before they had the MMR, before they had some other things. And after they had these vaccines, the day after, these children stopped crawling, stopped walking, stopped making eye contact, stopped talking." And the mother was just beyond upset, just crying, coming to me for help. It was undisputable evidence. It was the day after the vaccines that these children had such a functional decline. They didn't want to make eye contact with their mom. They didn't want to connect with their mom. They didn't strive for the love from their mom. It's like it took away their humanity. It was really awful to see, and I saw it a lot, and it was the same story, and it was just heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking.
Thank you. And have any or all of these individuals qualified for the medical exemption?
You know, it was I took part in the autism program a few years ago, and I had asked about that. And a lot of the kids were too young. You know, the parents didn't know at this point that the kids were medically compromised, and they vaccinated the kids because they thought that was the right thing to do, and they were injured. I've heard many parents say that they have a very difficult time getting a medical exemption. And in these cases, they tried to get the medical exemption. They were faced with a lot of pressure from their doctors, from the community to get vaccinated. So they went ahead and gotten vaccinated, not being able to obtain the medical exemption or being refused by their doctors for the medical exemption. And the injury was ensued after that. You know, there's those two cases that I witnessed.
Do you believe it's a good idea for there to be a state oversight committee to evaluate medical exemptions as proposed by the section 7 and 8 of HB 6423?
I personally believe that it's a person's choice to be vaccinated or not. And I believe that it's a family's choice and religious right to say no to a vaccination. I don't believe that the state should be a guardian for my children. I mean, that is just crazy. I think that if a child's old enough to make the decision, they should. If the child's not old enough to make the decision, then the parent really has to step in and do what's right for the child. With the information they have at hand, they have to make the best decision with all the information and what they've seen in their life. And I think that to have the state make a decision for you or your children is just absolutely crazy. It's mind-boggling to me to be living in the United States and be living in Connecticut and having to do these hearings. I'm beside myself. I don't understand it. And with my history, seeing these things every day, it scares the crap out of me. It absolutely terrifies me.
Thank you so much for your testimony and answering my questions.
Thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you. We have a hand from Representative Carpino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for testifying. I listened to the entire hearing last year and I've been listening since this morning. Gavin, did we lose you?
Put it back on. Put it back on.
If you don't mind answering my question.
Oh, hello?
Hi there. Do you mind answering my question?
Are you talking to me or Gavin?
I can talk to either of you. I suspect it's for you. You testified to your ability as a physical therapist to manually release toxins that might result from either vaccine injuries or allergies, which was news to me. So I was wondering if there are some studies or some documentation you can send along, because that's something I haven't heard about till now.
Yeah, it's I'm trained in a couple different manual therapies. Would actually training around the world from different manual therapies and integrated manual therapy. And they teach you how to relieve different stress patterns and tensions in the body after vaccines or after different insults. There is a lot written on it. You could look up the manual therapies themselves, like integrated manual therapy. It's on the internet.
My question is specific to how it relates to vaccine and vaccine injuries. So if there's something available to you and you don't mind sending it over to the committee clerk, that would be great. I understand the process, but as it relates to vaccine and vaccine injuries, it would be helpful.
Oh, certainly. Thank you. Yes, I will definitely do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative Cabros de Gra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have some questions. Oh, did I lose you? I just am unclear. I had not heard of manual therapy before, much like Representative Carpino. And I guess my question is, was your initial training as a physical therapist, and if not, how frequent, how often? Like, I guess what's the length of the program to train for manual therapy?
Yeah, certainly.
What's the actual training that goes into this? Because I've never heard of this either.
Yeah, definitely. I was trained as a physical therapist, which when I went to school, it was 4 years plus a few affiliations, so about 4.5 years. Then I went to school for 3 years to be an integrated manual therapist. And then the training is, it's 3 years for the base degree, and then, which is about 36 four-day classes. But I've had about 120 4-day classes because I'm more advanced in that in that field. And I lectured in manual therapy across the country as well for about 5 years, 6 years, teaching other manual therapists and physical therapists. And I'm also do a lot with functional medicine. So I've listened to a lot of lectures from different companies on homeopathics and supplements and all that kind of stuff as well.
Okay. Okay, and then
So
just to follow up.
it's a
okay,
program on top of the physical therapy, yes.
Okay, and just a follow-up question to that in terms of, is this a practice in terms of what you do? Is that, accepted by physicians, in terms of the vaccine injury? Because there were several things that you said that I know are not accepted medical terminology, medical terminology, et cetera, in terms of, autism, that's been a debunked thing, that autism is linked to vaccines. So I'm curious, is what your protocol and how you treat folks, is that accepted by medical physicians?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd have to say that I don't think that it's debunked that vaccines cause autism. I think it's very disputed. And a lot of physicians do refer to us. Obviously, some are a little questioning because there's a lot of different feelings on vaccines. As you can see here, there's a lot of different feelings on vaccines. So obviously, a lot of doctors feel the way I do, and some doctors do not. That's just the way it is. That's just the way everything is. We have a broad referral basis, and we have a lot of patients, but
Well, I thank you so much for your testimony. Your son's adorable, and thank you for the patients that you're able to help. Have a good night.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. And I do see a hand, Representative Cook.
Thank you, Senator. Gavin, did your dad leave? Well, while we're waiting for him, I wanted to say thank you for testifying. It's very important that you're able to have the courage to get in front of a whole bunch of people, probably more than you ever wanted to know was watching. And good luck in school. And I'd like to, if I could ask you a question or two really quick. So listening to your testimony about the manual therapist and so forth and so on, do you specifically get training in vaccine related therapies, or is this something that you've just integrated on your own?
No, we get training. It's why we get training in a lot of different things, and that's one of them.
And so is that called is there specific courses for that in your training?
Yes.
Could you explain?
Could I explain?
Like what that coursework is called, what you learn in there? I mean, I know like reflexologists often say that some of the things that they do with pressure points and things help relieve toxins. Is that similar to what you're talking about? Or is this vastly different?
It's different. It's much more medical than that. It doesn't have anything to do with reflexology or anything like that. It's purely, it looks at the tension patterns in, like, say, the lymph system, the liver, the kidneys, the ureters. Some of the main players that you see are having a difficult time after vaccines. And there's a manual ways to relieve the tension that has happened in those systems. And some of the training teaches you how to do that. And that's what we do.
So where can I locate the coursework structure that you took? So if I'm trying to investigate this to increase my, where would I look? What university or college teaches this type of practice?
The person that used to teach it is passed. It was through Westbrook University, and there was an active school in Bloomfield, Connecticut for many years. And when the teacher, the main person that developed it passed away, it's kind of diminished a great deal. And there's only a sprinkling of classes now.
So you said there was a school, you said that there was a school in Bloomfield. What was that called?
It was called the School of Integrated Manual Therapy.
And is that no longer there?
That is no longer there. The founder of that passed away about 4 years ago, and they don't really teach.
So is this something, I'm just intrigued, not anything that I've ever heard. and not something after we sat in 23 hours of hearings last year was this discussed. And so I'm even more interested. So is this something that like medical professionals, you have to go back and get retrained and update certain things and stay, you know, if you will, on the up and coming parts of medicine? Or is this something once you have some type of degree or certification in this, it's with you forever?
As a physical therapist, I need to do continuing education. But since there's really no school anymore, there's really no rules around continuing education. I continue my education on an ongoing basis. But as far as integrated manual therapy goes, no, there's really no school anymore. There's no.
So there's no way for you to increase your knowledge in that integrated medicine or integrated manual therapy because it's not really taught anymore, is what you're saying?
Well, I learn every day on patients. There's no school, and I really took all the classes that were available. So there wouldn't, even if there was a school, there wouldn't be anything that would be afforded for me to learn from at this point anyway. But all of us are always learning with every patient, so.
So my naivete, I'm not a doctor, don't play one on television. So my question would be this. So how do you learn the things that change? Reactions, therapies, treatments, if you don't, if you will, perfect your craft and go back to learn more things.
Yes.
Obviously, you know, science has changed, medicine has changed, vaccines have changed, our environment has changed. So how do you perfect that arena if you are not going back to be educated ongoing?
That's a good question. I think every healthcare provider is educated every day from their patients. You know, my patients come in with a history. I see what's going on and treat accordingly. There is many assessment tools that we use to determine what's going on in the body. So, you know, you can assess manually what's going on in the body and learn from that with the history. So we're all learning every day, every single patient that comes through our door. We're learning on every single patient, and they're teaching me things every single day. And I think that's the real learning that doctors and physical therapists and all these people, I think that's the most valuable learning, is the learning that we get from our patients every day as we treat them.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that it's vitally important that physicians listen to their patients and so forth and so on. I think that we know our bodies in a lot of ways. Yep. You know, we know something's happening before it happens. But I also understand the sciences of certain things as well, and the fact that things do evolve and things change. And so that's kind of why I was asking about your, you know, how you would increase your knowledge in that regard. My final question is, would you then liken your position or your expertise to like a naturopath, where it's not necessarily, you're not practicing with medicine, but you're practicing with non-medicine type therapies?
Well, it's
I get the OT-PT part. Let's talk about that. We're not talking about that.
It's more manual medicine. It's more like old osteopathic techniques. Osteopathic physicians used to be practitioners of manual medicine, and they became more like an MD. And I think there is a section of physical therapy that picked up the old osteopathic techniques and ran with them. So, you know, I'm not saying I'm a physician at all. I'm just saying manual therapists kind of picked up on the old osteopathic techniques and practiced manual medicine.
All right, and then my final question is, do insurance companies recognize your treatment for this type of therapy?
Well, it's a section of physical therapy, so yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And again, good job on your testimony over there.
Thank you. You did a great job.
Thanks, Senator.
Okay, there is another question before you leave, Mr. Roberts. I see that Senator Anwar has raised his hand.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Roberts, your first name is not Gavin. What's your first name?
My first name is Christopher.
Christopher. With the Department of Public Health, what are you registered as?
Physical therapy and integrated manual therapy.
And if I heard you correctly, you said that you have mastered a technique which allows you to manipulate the lymphatics and take the toxins out from the lymphatics through your manual manipulation. Did I hear you correctly?
Well, we we use manual techniques to optimize the body's ability to drain that, taking out tension patterns. Yes, and it could be in the lymph system, yes.
So in other words, your manipulation gets the body rid of the toxins.
Well, it's akin to lymphatic drainage. You're taking the tension out of the lymph system so the body the lymph system in the body can work more effectively.
And did I also hear you say that all of these patients have a swollen liver or tense liver, and there's a low-grade anaphylaxis that is going on in these patients? So you are able to use your hands and get rid of the anaphylaxis that the patients are undergoing, and also the ureters. I understand you said they were stretched. Were able to manipulate.
What we do is we take tension patterns out of those structures. There's tissue that tightens up around those structures, and those structures have smooth muscle that tightens up. So we try to relieve the spasm, relieve the tension in those tissues so that the body can effectively work more properly.
So, okay, so you are able to touch the body and you reach the ureters, and the ureters start to improve, and then you're able to touch the liver, and the liver swelling starts to go away with your hands. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying we treat tension patterns, fascial patterns, smooth muscle in the body, and that allows the body to work more efficiently. There are a lot of different practices around the world employ these techniques, and a lot of different lecturers and physical therapists get lectured on this stuff. Yes. Because there's a lot of smooth muscle and fascia within the body that reacts, and that's what we're working on.
And so you were right now the only person in the world, because the only one who knew it has died, and he sort of transmitted this technology to you, and you.
No, there's many manual physical therapists. There's many of us. There's many different schools.
Okay, all right. Very interesting is what I would say. This is the first I've heard about it. I've heard quite a few interesting things, but this is amongst the very interesting ones that NFS is being fixed in their hands. But thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair. This helps me even understand things better. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question myself, Mr. Roberts, and that is there a registry of manual therapists that we could look to, a registry or a listing anywhere maintained by the Department of Health or any other medical entity?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. I'm not sure about that.
All right, thank you very much. I don't see any other hands. So I will go to our next person on the list. Actually, we're going to go back to number 118. Evelette Akari is with us now. So Evelette, you have the floor.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Hello, my name is Evelette. I'm 9 years old. I oppose. Please vote no on SB 568 and HB 6423. Someday I want to go to college, and while I'm homeschooled now, you can't homeschool college. If these bills pass, I won't be able to fulfill my dreams just because it goes against my religious beliefs. I'm healthy, I'm strong, I am not sick. My future matters just as much as other kids. Please vote no. I am murder too. I would like to share the rest of my time with my brothers and sister. Hello, my name is Lyra and I'm 7 years old. Please vote no on HB 6423 and SB 568. I love my friends and all my classes. I don't want to move, but if these bills pass, my family will have to. I would miss all my friends, my grandparents, and our beautiful state. It's not fair that I would be treated differently from the other kids just because of my religious beliefs. I am healthy and strong. I am not a danger to others. I just want to be able to follow my dreams here. I matter too.
Hello, my name is Phoenix and I'm 11 years old.
Please vote no on SB 568 and HB 6423. I really love going to camps, spending time with my friends, and learning new things. When I grow up, I want to be a marine biologist. But to be a marine biologist, you have to go to college. And if this bill passes, that won't be possible for me to do. I won't even be able to go to camps or join the clubs and sports I've been waiting to do. It's not fair that some of my friends will have more opportunities than me just because of my religious beliefs. Please vote no. I matter too. Hi, my name is Azure. I am 12 years old. Please oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. Currently, I'm a homeschooler, but I have big plans for my future. I have a passion for science and engineering. I want to join our local robotics team and attend high school. I want to go to college and pursue my dreams. If these bills are passed, those dreams would not be possible in Connecticut. I wouldn't be able to go to camp or do robotics team. I wouldn't be able to get the education I have a right to have. My family are lifelong residents of this state. My father comes from one of the founding families in Wallingford, or of Wallingford. If these were to pass, we would be forced to sell our home and move. I would hate for this to happen. I love my home, this state, my friends and family. To leave them all behind would be heartbreaking. In our country, we have freedom of religion and a right to education. My religious beliefs should not limit my future. I am healthy. I am not a threat to others. I matter too. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do see a hand, so please stay with us for a moment. I see Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, all of you, for your wonderful testimony. I just couldn't pass up thanking you and telling you what an excellent job you did. Very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we're finished with you now. So thank you for being here. And next on the list, we have number 127, Frances Hogan. Is Frances here? I will give him 1 minute. If not, I don't see Frances in the room, so I'm going to move to number 128, Phil Adducci.
Hold on.
Okay, thank you. We hear you. Take a minute.
Hello? 1 minute.
Sure.
Hello? Hi, my name is Phil Adducci. Can you just give me a moment, please?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for that. One moment, just getting myself together because. Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking today to oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. I strongly believe that any bill that would infringe on our religious beliefs or our constitutional rights should not be passed ever. These bills would also take away our religious freedoms and our First Amendment rights. I believe, as many have testified before me and will continue to testify after me, that this would not only considered immoral, unethical, but also should be considered illegal. It would, as the children have spoken before me, it would take away their rights to a public, not only a public education, but a private education as well, and their right to go to college or any university. It would force many families to move out of the state and possibly out of the country eventually if this continues. As also, as you have heard in the previous testimonies, there are many vaccine injuries that have occurred in the past years, and zero liability for the vaccine companies that manufacture these vaccines since 1986, when Reagan enacted that bill. There have been over $4 billion in lawsuits that have been paid out to those that were injured from vaccines and their families of those who have died from the vaccines. So we cannot continue saying that vaccines are safe and effective when we have evidence in front of us that it is not. I don't feel that anyone or any government official should be dictating what we put into our bodies or into our children's bodies. Parents should decide what is right for their children, not politicians. As I said, the scientific data as seen also on the CDC website under the VAERS, we see many vaccine injuries and continue to see them from the COVID vaccines as well, and deaths that have occurred. Now, those that have been reported are estimated to be only 2% of what actually has occurred. So you can multiply that another 98 times to get the true numbers that those who have been affected by these vaccines.
Mr. Arducci,
Because
you've
so
got
many-
your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Yes. In conclusion, these bills would only serve to harm our children and families and force them to leave the state. And it would be stripping away our rights and constitutional rights and First Amendment and religious freedoms that we have now. And we have for so many years, people have died and fought for. So I urge you not to pass these bills and to have a conscience about what would happen in the future if this occurs. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate everything, and have a good night.
Thank you, Phil. I don't see any hands up at this time, so thank you for coming tonight to testify. Next up, we have number 129, Sean Brady, followed by number 132, Kristen H.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Sean Brady. I'm a 40-year resident of Connecticut, a Catholic, a physician assistant, and most of all, I'm a father. I'm here today to oppose HB 4623 and SB 568. First, I oppose SB 568 as I don't see the purpose of this bill. I do oppose HB 4623. This bill used the DPH data as the backbone to remove constitutional rights from Connecticut children. As you're aware, the data was collected and showed higher numbers of religious exemptions in some Connecticut schools. The data was flawed, as acknowledged just yesterday in a local news report, indicating that the numbers were actually better than initially thought due to people not filling out the health forms. So they're actually being considered unvaccinated when they're really vaccinated. Some local news stories had quotes from a legislator saying, at the end of the day, you have to fall back on the science. And there is a requirement in society that if you're going to go to school, you can't put others at risk. On the eve of Ash Wednesday, decisions are being made to infringe on religious freedoms, constitutional rights, and kicking children out of school based on the DPH data and false assumptions. One major assumption has been made that a child with a religious exemption is a risk to others. When we fall back on science, we have to be honest with ourselves and acknowledge that there has been no evidence-based science presented to show that a child with a religious exemption is putting others at risk. Therefore, removing the religious exemption will have no bearing on public health and just create collateral damage to a vulnerable population. Our children deserve better. During the last year, we have seen distance learning and isolating children is very harmful to their mental health and well-being. We see increased anxiety, depression, and suicides among our children. It's horrifying to imagine this can happen and devastating to our future. Please do not vote in favor of this regressive legislation that will cause this type of collateral damage to our children. What about the vulnerable population of school children with developmental disabilities and special needs? The ones that need one-to-one aid, support from speech and language pathologists, social skills instruction from school social workers, behavioral support from the school's BCBA, and ones that need modified curriculum from their teachers. I have not seen anything in writing in this bill to provide for them, since under this bill, they will be kicked out of school as well. This bill will force parents to homeschool their children and segregate these children and families of faith from school community. There's also wealth-based segregation going to happen, as homeschooling would take on financial burden that will generate the destruction of many families and force them to pick up and leave Connecticut. If families choose to stay in Connecticut, the unfortunate truth is that we will see many women, mothers, have to retreat from our workforce to homeschool their children. Do we in Connecticut really want to restrict our women from the workforce? I know many of you may be on the fence with this issue, but please listen to reason. Please use your conscience. Please make sure you're not denying a child an education. We cannot act out of fear. When we look at the facts, there's no compelling reason to permanently remove our constitutional right and cause this type of collateral damage to our children. Please vote no on HB 6423 and SB 568. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I see one hand, Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Sean, for your testimony. Have you ever denied, or would you deny an individual who has not been vaccinated medical care?
No. In fact, we in the medical community, we offer everyone medical care. It's actually illegal to not give medical care, especially in an emergency situation. But no, I have not.
So what's an alternative solution that you might propose to this bill?
Well, I mean, at this point, I don't know if I have a solution. I mean, I don't see this as the biggest issue in our world right now. I don't see the fact that it's causing an issue. And we don't have the data saying that a religious exemption is causing harm to anybody. And if we're going to strip constitutional and religious rights from people, we really need to be cautious and need to have a serious problem to change our constitution and really redirect history, because this is a landmark decision we are doing right now.
Do you believe it's a good idea for there to be a state oversight committee to evaluate medical exemptions as proposed by Section 7 and 8 of HB 6423? Or do you have any concerns about that?
No, I really think that the medical decision should be made with a patient and their medical provider. I don't think a board of state employees know the person. There's intricate relationship between the patient and the provider, and it's a sacred relationship. There's a lot of trust that goes into building patient relationships, and it takes years to build the trust of your medical provider. You could probably think of maybe different doctors you've seen and you just don't feel it. So for somebody that you wouldn't know to make kind of a oversight on what's happening in the medical world, I don't think that's fair to patients. I mean, when it comes down to a personal medical issue, and then also people's medical and religious freedoms.
Do any of the clients or individuals that you give medical advice to express any concern about being around or exposed to children that are unvaccinated?
I haven't come across anyone that has expressed concern about that.
And can you speak to a little bit to perhaps the primary failure that we've heard a little bit about in terms of how they might, if you will, be exactly like an unvaccinated child, right? Someone who has no immunity.
Yeah, I know that there's a population of people that don't make an immune response when you have a vaccination. You just don't build up that immunity. Just like they talk about too, some people just don't build immune antibodies. We might have heard that with COVID. Some people just don't build up antibodies. So there are people that, for whatever reason, their immune system just doesn't take to synthetic vaccination to cause that robust immune response, and it doesn't cause it. I'm not an immunologist, but I do know there is that failure for some people, and we don't know unless we would do it tighter to know. When we have hepatitis shots for medical employment, we usually do it tighter to follow up to make sure that you're still good to work. And some people I know have actually had a few and never responded. So they've had 3 or 4 different shots and never actually made antibodies. So there are people that have that.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you for the answers to the question and for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next, I see Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sean, good to see you. Hope you're well. I've been in touch with Marie as well, and just wanted to mention here that I think somebody else had also testified about while this bill in its current form, we need to have a strategy to have protections for children with special needs, because if they are going to, because of this bill, not get the support from the school systems, there's going to be major problem for the families. So I hear the conversation that we have had offline, and I understand and respect those. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't get to listen to the testimony today, so I wouldn't have repeated that, but thank you.
No. This was somebody else. This wasn't somebody. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sean. I think I see no further hands, so no more people with questions. So thank you very much. Next up, we will go to number 132, Kristen H.
Hello, my name is Kristen. I am a social worker as well as a children's therapist and a former child advocate. I know there's a possibility a lot of you have already made up your minds on this issue, and that there's also a possibility that many of you think that a lot of the people here are kind of just crazy anti-vax conspiracy theorist individuals. But I want to make it clear that that's not the case, and that that's a narrative that's kind of been created to really discredit families who have a religious belief that vaccines are just not the right choice for their families, or they started out vaccinating their children and vaccine injury occurred, which we know with theirs and we know with the vaccine inserts is a possibility. And unfortunately, when that occurs, it means that families that even want to vaccinate their children are not able to do so, even if they wanted to be able to vaccinate them fully. So what this bill means is that those children now can not only not receive the vaccine, but now also have to be homeschooled, can't participate in sports, and if they're like my son, can rarely even get medical care because doctors will not accept patients who are not vaccinated fully. So we've been kicked out of our pediatrician's office. My son hasn't seen a doctor in about 3 or 4 months, and he's got 2 lumps on his throat, and I can't get a doctor to see him because he's not fully vaccinated. So it does make me wonder what the agenda is there and why it's okay to deny people medical care, as well as schooling because of not being fully vaccinated. If I chose to vaccinate my son partially, he still wouldn't be able to attend school. So I just wanted to represent the point that many parents who want to be able to vaccinate fully, and because of their reactions, they can't, and because of the fact that doctors won't sign an exemption unless your child was on their deathbed. It's very difficult to get a medical exemption. And so I just wanted to make that point so that you know that not everyone, that's opposed to this bill is a crazy anti-vax conspiracy theorist, and that many of us are going out of our way every day to do research to see if there is a way to make these vaccines more effective and also safer for our children, because we want to be able to fully vaccinate them, and we want it to be done in a way that's safe and in a way that respects our religious beliefs to not have aborted fetal tissue in our vaccines. And so I just wanted to represent those points.
Thank you. And I do not see any hands, so we will let you get back to caring for your child. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on our list, we have Heather Hendricks, 134. Heather, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you.
Hi. Hi, thank you.
You can go ahead.
Okay, great. I'm here to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. I want to start off addressing the statement earlier that West Virginia removed their religious exemption. West Virginia never had a religious exemption, and New York removed theirs, and they have litigation pending against the state California and Maine removed personal belief exemptions, not only a religious exemption. I'd like to remind the public that there are 44 states that do have religious exemption. While there may not be language in this bill about a COVID-19 vaccination to date, it is fair to note on page 16 of the OLR report discussing major issues for 2021 legislative session, it mentions under school immunization requirements, quote, proposals to include COVID-19 vaccinations as part of school and child care facility requirements, end quote. Again, this is, echoing what has been asked earlier, but where is the evidence that under or unvaccinated children are putting others at risk? Last year, we heard numerous testimonies with scientific data disproving this claim. It simply can't be labeled misinformation because it highlights different evidence. You say that you're going to expand the medical exemption, but we have seen how poorly that played out in other states like California and New York. Families took their children out of schools, they left the state, and there isn't confirmation it helped from a public health standpoint. If anything, removing the religious exemption did far more harm than good. What concrete data do we have that people are misusing the religious exemption? It's possible to have a medical exemption and religious beliefs. In fact, there are many instances where people turn to faith after a health issue occurs. That's our story, and it can be both. What about the other children in families with medical concerns? Do I need to wait until one of my other perfectly healthy children has an adverse reaction that could lead to chronic health issues before getting them exempt? Again, I want to emphasize on chronic. What about the families that have religious objections to some or all vaccines, but will not fit the medical exemption in any of its form? You can't take away religious exemption and simply vow to expand medical exemption. I don't see enough evidence at this time that removing the religious exemption would benefit the public health of Connecticut. So let's call it what it is. These bills discriminate against families' personal religious beliefs. It's segregating children, taking away their right to an education. It takes away parental rights. You have no place making medical decisions for my children ever, especially for a liability-free for-profit medical procedure. It is never one size fit all. In lieu of a 4 to 10 day hearing, I sincerely hope that legislators take that time to read each and every written testimony, listen to the people. Please oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. And I do see a question from Senator Haskell.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair, and not a question so much as a comment. Well, I guess I'll phrase it in the form of a question. Heather, you mentioned a report from the legislature concerning the implications that this bill, you allege, could have on the COVID-19 vaccine. Could you reference exactly where that was written?
So that was in the OLR on page 16 for this year's legislative thing. And
Thank you. And are you familiar with how that OLR report is written and who writes it?
I'm not privy to that knowledge, no.
No problem. Let me just explain for folks who are watching that it's not written by legislators and it's not written actually in relation to any specific legislation. Certainly should not be viewed as a summary of the bill that we're considering tonight. It's written by nonpartisan analysts on the fifth floor, usually without a tremendous amount of input from the legislature itself and prior to any bills actually being written or proposed. And I think, again, for the purpose of clarity, I know I've beaten this drum earlier in the hearing, but for those who are watching from home and might conflate the issue of the COVID-19 vaccine, which has neither been tested nor approved for minors, and the religious exemption for MMR and other vaccines that have been tested and approved on children for many decades now, I think it's important that we distinguish between the two, and that OLR report, to the best of my knowledge, was not written by a legislator or any member of this committee. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I see that there is another hand, and that would be Representative Dauphinais.
Yeah, thank you, Senator, and Heather, thank you for your testimony. I just off a spin-off of what Senator Haskell said, I do believe that in addition to that OLR report, that the Speaker of the House, Matt Ritter, did come out publicly and say that he was definitely open to adding that to the schedule. So that's been publicly said, to my knowledge. Do you believe it's a good idea for there to be a state oversight committee to evaluate medical exemptions as proposed by Section 7 and 8 of HB 6423? Do you think that's going to be helpful to have a certain group of doctors who are going to be in charge of determining who gets a medical exemption and who doesn't, or do you think that's something that you have concerns with?
I personally have some concerns with that. I think in theory, you know, when you hear it, it sounds great. But as we seen from earlier today, there's doctors with varying opinions. And, you know, I want to choose the doctor that I work with my family. I don't want to necessarily go by a group of doctors that don't know me, don't know my children's personal history or family history to the extent that the doctors and team we have now do.
Okay, thank you so much for answering my questions and for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather, and I do not see any other hands, so I will go on to our next speaker, and that would be number 136, Matteo Solari.
Hi, my name is Mateo. I am in first grade. I love school and I will want to let my mom speak.
I'm here today to strongly oppose House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 568. No matter how many times we say something, it doesn't make it true. So I ask you to bear with me as I share some uncomfortable truths. During the time of World War II, we heard that Jews were an inferior class, carrying diseases and dirtying the bloodlines of others. This statement was not backed by science and it was not true, yet mass genocide took place based on this premise. During the time of segregation, right here in the United States, there were laws prohibiting Black people from using the same bathrooms, schools, and other facilities as white people. Black people were said to carry different diseases than white people. This statement was also not backed by science and not true, no matter how many times laws were passed based on this idea. In the 80s, we used to hear that gay men were carriers of HIV and that other populations couldn't get it. This statement was also not backed by science and not true, yet we heard it over and over again. We must learn from our history and from our mistakes of our past and do better. No matter how many times that we say that unvaccinated children are carriers of illness, it does not make it true. By this logic and the current schedule, most of the adults on this committee are considered unvaccinated and therefore carriers of illness and should not be allowed in schools because we pose a threat to others. The goalpost justifying the proposal of this bill is always moving, but most recently, I keep hearing about protecting the immunocompromised children. But children, or adults for that matter, cannot spread illness which they do not have. No matter how many times you tell your colleagues that unvaccinated children are vectors of illness, it will not be true. So today you have a choice. You can stand up for what is right and just. You can stand up to keep children in school and not believe the divisive untruths being said about our young people. What kind of hatred and intolerance are we encouraging with this discriminatory and prejudicial legislation? Thinking about the above mentioned historical events, which side of history will you be on with regard to this bill? I speak as a parent and an educator. In a time of no child left behind, in a time of school inclusion, and a time of nearly impossible expulsion criteria, when did kicking kids out of school become a viable solution to any problem? Do not vote on this bill. Thank you.
I see a hand. I see Representative Claritas Detria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mateo, for your testimony. You did a great job.
I was also just about to read the sheet I also have.
You have more to read?
Do you want to quickly?
Go ahead.
I love school because with my friends and playing outside. Last year, I did not like learning on the computer. It was really hard to not be with my classmates. Last year, I learned about soap for my project topic. Washing your hands is the best way to not spread illness and allergens. It is my mom's job to keep kids safe. It is her job to keep me safe with all of my allergens. Thank you for all of your kindness.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Great job, Mateo. I think you have a future in public service. Mom, Mom, I'd like to ask you a question. Did you say, and I could be confusing with another speaker, did you say you were an educator?
Yes, I was a former special ed teacher, and then prior to going out on maternity leave, I was the
And now she's
interim
a
principal. No, I work with legislators.
Okay.
Mom,
So I'll ask you, as an educator, would you vaccinate your child if you were required for him to go to school?
Absolutely not. So my son had a vaccine injury. We literally watched the injuries happen right before our eyes. We had a pretty traumatic story that I did share with some of you in the past. And if it is required, from my perspective as an educator and a former principal, you will need to expel my child from school in order to remove him. The way that it works is you need to have criteria showing that my child is a disruption to the educational environment, and his vaccine status does not indicate that he is a disruption to the educational environment. So I will not intend on homeschooling my child. I don't intend on vaccinating my child. I intend to send my child to school.
Okay, thank you. And do you believe parents would sit through an education session on vaccines?
I think that's a great question. I mean, you know, as an educator, I'm a big proponent of education. I think that if there is a comprehensive educational session on this topic, I mean, to be quite truthful, I would have loved that when I was pregnant. I would have loved to have had an educational session on this topic. I was not afforded that. I know that I had to leave my doctor's office because we were told I cannot continue to have conversations with you on vaccinations when you come in. You either need to follow the schedule or maybe this isn't the right practice for you. And I just said, I'm a teacher. I just want education. I just want to learn. And if I can't ask you, who am I supposed to ask? So I certainly think any opportunity for myself or others to learn, you know, no matter how much knowledge I have, there's always more that I can learn. So
exactly. Thank you. I think education is key with everything. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mateo.
Thank you. I will next call on Representative Kennedy. You have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, Representative Claire Desditra asked two of my questions, but I just wanted to say thank you to Mateo. Mateo, how old are you?
Six and a half.
6.5. You did a fabulous job.
I'm 6.5.
The half is important.
I wanted to thank you and your mom. Gabrielle, you started to talk briefly about you would not vaccinate your child if you were forced to, and you started to delve into the process of removal from the school. Can you just quickly, because it may be a little bit off topic, how would that work if Mateo does get removed?
Yeah, so to be honest with you, things may have changed. You know, when I first went out on maternity leave with Mateo, I planned on returning to my career earlier than I did, but through a host of health issues, which have now led to a long list of life-threatening food allergies. He's had pretty bad asthma. He's been in the hospital more times than most little ones should. I did not end up returning to my career at this point in time. But when I was still teaching, I can tell you that in order to expel a child from school or remove a child from school, I worked at a regional educational service center. I worked with kids with emotional and behavioral disorders. So they were kids who had some pretty severe behavioral issues, and they could no longer be successful in their district. Even those children who were in those districts were not expelled from school. They found a place where they could be provided education, and that was when they would get sent to a program like mine. So the children who were actually expelled from school have to go through a process of what is called an expulsion hearing. And there has to be evidence that the child is disruptive to the educational environment. Unless things have changed, which again, I'm always open to learning something new, that is the process for expulsion.
Thank you, Gabrielle. I think it's important for all of us to know that part of it if this bill should pass. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mateo and Gabrielle.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will recognize Senator Haskell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Mateo, you were great. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Solari, I just need to respond briefly. I have to say that I think it's inappropriate to bring up the Holocaust, to bring up decades of LGBTQ discrimination, to bring up this country's history of racial segregation. But since you brought it up, I do want to dive into the history here and find out if you're familiar with the case Bob Jones University versus United States, a Supreme Court case from 1982. Is that something you're familiar with?
Not off the top of my head, no.
So in that case, there was a university that didn't want to allow Black students and white students to date or marry one another. And the Supreme Court in 1982 decided in an 8-1 decision that Justice Berger wrote at the time that, an important part of this is that they justified that sort of segregation on the basis of a deeply held religious belief. And the court found that on occasion, this court has found that certain governmental interests are so compelling as to allow even regulations prohibiting religious-based conduct. I guess what I'm trying to say is we've heard again and again this evening from folks that any regulation, any limitation on religious freedom is not permitted constitutionally under the First Amendment and therefore should be dropped by this committee. But there is precedent in the Supreme Court to say that some government interests are so compelling that if somebody says it is my religion to make sure that Black students and white students can't mix, we say, you know what? No, the government interest of making sure that we have integrated school systems is so important as to override potential religious beliefs. I guess my question for you is, do you believe that the health of children who are immunocompromised, who don't receive vaccines, rises to that same level of what I trust you believe segregation rises to, which is a compelling government interest, making sure that we are, respecting religious beliefs whenever possible, but also advancing the most fundamental values of our society, making sure that public schools are available to every student regardless of their underlying conditions.
Yeah. So I definitely appreciate that. And I please want you to recognize that I certainly know that the nature of some of the comparisons are things that can evoke emotion in us. And I think, but I don't think that it is that far-fetched. Just because we're talking specifically about segregation. Now, I certainly, again, I'm always open to education. So I even appreciate you sharing that particular case with me, which I was not aware of. The thing that I certainly have an issue with is I hear you talking again about, immunocompromised children and their right to have an education as well. And I guess, my question would be, or my follow-up would really be, do we actually have that data? And I can speak again only from my own experiences, and my own experiences are that of this. I do know a few people who are truly immunocompromised. Now, we often will use the words immunocompromised and autoimmune, and they don't mean the same thing. Many of us have autoimmune illnesses, and they do not make us immunocompromised. Now, I do know a few people who have children and themselves are truly immunocompromised, and those kids are not in school because even the common cold is something that's detrimental to their health. Now, I certainly cannot speak to every individual, but I can also speak for a situation that I had experienced. There was a child who I knew, and he was at school functioning with his peers, and he went and had blood work done because he was starting to get sick and having some issues. During that time period, he was pulled from school because he was considered immunocompromised, and it was not safe for him to be around his peers. So for a 2 to 3 month period, he went on homebound tutoring. And then once whatever therapies that he needed, he received, he then came and his blood work and everything else. Again, I apologize, I don't know all of his specifics, but this is one story that does stand out to me. It was safe enough for him to return to the educational setting. So, the other thing that pops into my mind is if we truly think that it's a reasonable solution to remove a group of people from school for any reason, I am not suggesting this, but then wouldn't that be the same as saying, well, then if this is already such a small population of kids that use the religious exemption, well, then let's look at the kids who are immunocompromised. That's an even smaller population. And if it is a viable solution, well, then let's just remove them. And again, I don't think that's a reasonable solution because I don't believe in removing kids from school. But I think that we need to, no matter how many times we say it, I don't know that we have evidence. And in my personal journey of research, I have not found evidence that vaccine status equates someone's health and whether or not you can transmit an illness. You know, any of us on this panel right now, if we're sick, we can get someone else sick. If we don't have a particular illness, whether it's a vaccine preventable illness or not, I don't know how we would pass that on to someone else. So
Sure.
I think
Well, I do understand that we have a lot of other speakers waiting tonight. I appreciate that answer, Ms. Solari. I think the difference, of course, between a student who's immunocompromised and a student who's claiming a religious exemption is that one's an immutable characteristic. But I guess it's good that we're back talking about the substance of the bill. And I would just ask, in all future conversations, and I will remain engaged and will continue listening, I think we should refrain from drawing comparisons to the Holocaust or to segregation, if for no other reason than not only is it inappropriate, but it's deeply ironic that those same, specifically with segregation, not all that long ago in the United States, it was once at least justified in the minds of some under the same guise of religious freedom. Anyways, I appreciate the indulgence,
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
and I appreciate
Thank you.
your
And thank you. Move now. I see Senator Summers has raised her hand.
Yes, thank you for calling on me. I just wanted to go over a few things. I wanted to be clear on what I heard. So as an educator, you don't believe that removing students or children from school is appropriate, correct?
Absolutely not. The kids that I worked with were kids who had some severe emotional and behavioral disorders. There would be desks flying across the classroom at times. You know, these were kids.
I have a few more questions that I want to ask you, and I know we have a lot of people to speak. So, so because you don't believe in removing them from the school setting, especially because of a religious exemption that has not been proven to show is causing any kind of infection or risk at this point. You know, we heard some arguments about the government has a compelling interest to keep people safe. If this bill grandfathers some so that they can continue with a religious exemption, but then others cannot, doesn't that lose the argument of a compelling government interest? Because you're allowing some to have a religious exemption and some to not. If religious exemptions are that risky, which we have not heard, and you know, I really take offense to people saying claiming religious exemptions, because I'm going to take people at their word. If they're saying they're a religious exemption, they're a religious exemption. That we have two different classes of people with religious exemptions now. So if there was that much of a public health interest and that much of a compelling government issue, wouldn't it be true to say that no one can have a religious exemption? Not half can and half can't. Can you speak to that as an educator?
Yeah, it's very disheartening to me, because my whole thing is you are allowed to have a religious conviction against something, and it's okay to have a safety issue with something as well. You know, and in our instance, I'll give you an example. I think that my son, maybe he should qualify for a medical exemption based on his history, but I don't want one because my religious beliefs do not change where we are at right now and how they've evolved. But when I think about honoring the religious beliefs of a family, I mean, that is absolutely disheartening and appalling to me, that we will have families torn apart. And families, I don't know how you explain that to a child. I don't know how you explain to your older child, well, it's okay for you to go to school, but it's not okay for your brother or sister to go to school. And I think that we're imposing undue stress on many families. And if nothing else that we've learned from this past year, I mean, you know, the mental health of our communities and state at large is so important, especially our young people. And I just, you know, I don't know, it's very discouraging to me to see this happening, especially right now.
Okay, thank you. I have more questions, but I'll hold them for later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no other hands up at this time. So thank you, Mateo, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have number 37, and that is Leanne O'Leary, to be followed by Laura Minzio, number 141. So next up, Leanne.
Hello, good evening. To the lawmakers of Connecticut, my name is Leanne O'Leary, and I am the mother of four children ages 17, 15, 11, and 10. And I apologize, this is my first time doing this. To be able to, and I'm honored to have the number that I was given. And I'm not just speaking on behalf of my family, but of many other families across the state of Connecticut. In strong opposition of the two proposed bills, SB 568 and HB 6423. Not only are these two proposed bills unconstitutional, and they are, regardless of how receptive lawmakers in other states have been, these remove the Americans' rights of freedom, and these bills overstep on the inalienable rights of human beings. Vaccines and medical intervention are not a one size fits all. I've heard many other people say that, so that's confirmation for me. And proposing mandated vaccinations is dangerous territory to enter, which will result in serious consequence to many. The primary role of government is to protect the rights of the people, which includes faith beliefs and personal convictions. It is not the place of the government to dictate and mandate health and life-altering choices of others. I am asking you to, without hesitation, withdraw bills SB 568 and HB 6423. They have no place in Connecticut. It is up to individuals and families to make their own health decisions. Discrimination comes to mind when I think of these proposed bills. I have a 10-year-old who was diagnosed in 2008 with Lyme's disease. I have a couple of my own autoimmune struggles that I've dealt with. Attempting to override someone's personal convictions is unacceptable, and we must remain intolerant of such overreach. Thank you very much. And again, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Leanne. And I don't see any hands up, so thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you so much.
The next person is Laura DiDomizio. I see Laura's here. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Laura DiDomizio, and I oppose both SB 568 and HB 6423. Certain legislators claim that no organized religion is anti-vaccine, but this argument is irrelevant because our Connecticut Constitution does not require personally held religious beliefs to be part of an organized religion. That being said, I am testifying today as a lifelong practicing Catholic whose sincerely held belief on this topic is informed by my faith. First, the Catholic encyclical Casti Connubii, which is considered a part of the Catholic tradition and church teaching, states that public magistrates have no direct power over the bodies of their subjects, and they can never directly harm or tamper with the integrity of the body for any reason. Second, as Catholics, we are called to treat the dead with dignity and respect. This is why, although Catholics may practice cremation, they are never allowed to scatter the ashes of the dead. Following this line of thinking, it is a fact that aborted fetal DNA fragments can be found in some vaccines, meaning that their bodies were not disposed of properly. Therefore, when one chooses to be injected with a vaccine like hepatitis A, varicella, rubella, etc., the argument can be made that he or she is essentially complicit in the scattering of these children's ashes, ignoring their dignity as a human being. Next, according to the Catechism of the Catholic Church, parents' respect and affection are expressed by the care and attention they devote to bringing up their young children and providing for their physical and spiritual needs. One of the ways that I express my respect and affection for my children is by not injecting them with DNA fragments from humans and animals, or with ingredients that I know may injure them. Case in point, according to the CDC, vaccines contain many questionable ingredients such as aluminum, mercury, polysorbate 80, fetal bovine serum, monkey kidney cells, dog kidney cells, acetone, and MSG. And some vaccines have even tested positive for levels of glyphosate. These ingredients can be carcinogenic and or injurious to the body, and that is why I choose not to inject them into my children. Now, I'm well aware of the argument that vaccines are not just for ourselves, but for the greater good. But this argument really only works if vaccines are always safe and effective, which unfortunately they are not. Vaccine injury is real and occurs more often than is reported and believed, to the point where the Supreme Court even ruled them to be unavoidably unsafe. Although Christ did say there is no greater love than to lay down one's life for one's friends, he never mandated it, which brings me to my final point. Free will is one of the most important tenets of Catholicism. The Catechism says God created man a rational being, conferring on him the dignity of a person who can initiate and control his own actions. Man is rational and therefore like God. He is created with free will and is master over his acts. The recent note from the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith says that vaccines are permitted, but not that they are good. Catholic teaching says that Catholics may be permitted to cooperate in a remote way with evil, aka abortion, but they may never be compelled to do so. Furthermore, the note says that vaccines must be voluntary, and vaccination is not, as a rule, a moral obligation, and that therefore it must be voluntary. This legislation, if passed, by holding both public and private education hostage, will force families to choose between their religion and their government, much like the early Christians in Rome. Rome eventually fell.
You've reached your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Yes. Rome eventually fell, but the church continued and still continues to thrive. Please continue to fight for religious freedom and oppose both SB 568 and HB 6423. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do see one hand, Representative Truziak.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that at least in the Hartford Diocese of the Catholic Church, a child is not allowed to enroll in Catholic school unless they are current with all their vaccines.
That is
Thank you, Madam
actually
Chair.
that is actually
That is actually
untrue.
what we got from the
Okay.
Archdiocese last year, and they haven't said they changed their mind on it.
Okay, may I have personal experience with this. I actually talked about this last year during the hearing at, 3:45 in the morning.
I was there, and this is what the Catholic
Yes.
Church said then.
And so my daughter was enrolled in our local Catholic school, Catholic Academy of Waterbury, last school year, right before the pandemic hit. The Friday night before school was to start, we did receive a letter from them saying that she would not be allowed to come to school on Monday morning because her vaccine status was not as they wanted it. They told us not to show up, but I also know the law of Connecticut. I know what our rights are. We showed up on Monday morning with a letter from our lawyer, who also contacted the Archdiocese of Hartford. And my daughter was allowed to attend school that day and was allowed to attend school for the entire school year last year. And we did not
what
vaccinate.
that shows is if you show up with your unvaccinated child and a letter from your lawyer and you're in an organization and you can threaten a lawsuit, they'll feel you can get them to accept your kid, but they didn't change their policy. Their policy remains exactly the same. Policy of the Archdiocese for education in the Archdiocese schools is you have to be current in all your vaccinations, as they told you before you showed up with a letter from your lawyer threatening a lawsuit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
But when we showed up and they let her in, didn't that then undermine? And also the law currently
Undermining
states-
doesn't change. Undermining doesn't change.
also
If the
the
cop
law-
pulls you over for speeding and then lets you go and ignores that you immediately start speeding again, we haven't changed the law. They let your child in, but it didn't change the rules. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, but I just want to.
Madam Chair, I'm not here to be questioned.
I'm going to rule on that. I agree. You're not here to be questioned or necessarily to engage in a debate. So Laura, thank you. I do see another hand, and that would be Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Senator, and hello, Laura. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted, could you just give a little bit of detail as to the case that the attorney made? Because as I understand it, the law is that if you have a religious exemption, you must be allowed to attend school. So I'm assuming that that was what the case was, not that you were breaking the law and he was if you will, saving you from that. I think it was that he was proving that you were doing all that you were supposed to do. You got a religious exemption, and that was the case at hand. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, because the law currently states that the exemption is for public and non-public schools. So therefore a Catholic school is considered non-public.
Thank you for that answer, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I do see one more hand, and that's Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's more of a comment. As we continue along, it's nearly 8 o'clock. We've been going since just after 9 o'clock this morning. And Chairman Steinberg very eloquently made a point of being respectful throughout this hearing. And we have many more people to hear and many more hours. And as we get tired, he talked a great deal about respect, and I totally agree with him. I think also, more importantly, we have to watch our tone when we speak to our constituents, whether they're actually our constituents, but just anyone that's testifying. And I'm sorry, I just had to make that point. I think it's important that we just do hear from everyone, and it's been a long day and it's going to be a very long night. And so I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. And I would like to move to the next person. I don't see any hands up at this point, so I would move on. I believe we're at number 142, Michelle Wynn. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Michelle, you have the floor, and I am going to turn over the chairing to Senator Anwar, who is here with us now. So thank you, Michelle. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My name is Michelle, and I live in Collin County. I am here to oppose House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 568, both bills concerning removing the religious exemption. There are 44 states that respect religious beliefs. We will not comply, and we will leave the state of Connecticut if either of these bills pass into law. The emotional and mental damage it would cause our daughter to be pulled from school, the discrimination she and our family would be subjected to, and the growing discrimination we have faced in finding medical care is not something we will stand for. We will be leaving behind our entire family to protect our daughter. While our daughter's health is our #1 priority, we have to drive 2 hours away for a pediatrician because there are no local pediatricians or family doctors that will see my daughter due to our religious beliefs. Over a year ago, we were discriminatorily removed from the practice she had been at from the time she was born. Nothing changed in our number of visits, our plan of care. We paid our bills on time, came in for every milestone appointment, and were exemplary patients. I have good insurance, but yeah, we were discriminated against and denied by at least 13 local medical offices I called after losing our pediatrician. Being a victim of discrimination and having a professional medical office deny care for your child is not a feeling I would wish on anyone. I was terrified and distraught. One pediatrician we tried in another border state made us come through the back door because she wasn't vaccinated. She wasn't even there for a sick visit. She also cornered me, demanding I tell her what religion I was. My daughter and I were treated so poorly, I left in tears. None of these things changed our belief, but we continue to be victims of discrimination. Our daughter is severely speech delayed to this day, even with 2.5 years of weekly visits with a private SLP. Her public preschool was the one place after all this time that started to make all the difference for her. After being afraid of other children and not even being able to try to speak to any of them, she's just now beginning to thrive and is learning to play with other children. Our daughter is sad and cries on days she is not even able to go to school. I can't imagine the devastation and depression that would be caused by these bills to our daughter. She's just beginning to speak more in general, and her anxieties have been slowly decreasing since September 2020. Without school, that never would have happened. We were at the park daily, activities daily. Prior to her attending school, no progress. Due to year-long wait lists and costs of at least $3,000, we're not even able to get her evaluated for some of the issues she's having that need to be addressed. Don't embarrass these children and families by removing them from school and segregating them from their peers. I ask you to vote no on both these bills. And if you do vote in favor, I ask you to sit down with my daughter and tell her why you think she doesn't deserve equal and fair education and why you have chosen to discriminate against her for religious beliefs. The data and health do not support these bills. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lynn, for your testimony. I see no questions or comments, so thank you so much, and we appreciate your sharing your experience. The next person on the list, before I go to the next person, actually, I just want to pick up where Representative Kennedy had mentioned. Many of us have been sitting for about 8+ hours, 9+ hours at least. So don't get clots every 30 to 50 minutes. Just move your legs, please. We don't want like 30 legislators with deep vein thrombosis tomorrow morning. So keep those legs moving. Next is Gina Koritowski. Gina.
Good evening, members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Gina Koritowski, and I urge you to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. Historically, women have been dismissed, marginalized, and their stories scoffed at. I testify before you today in hopes it's not just another woman's story to be dismissed as misinformed or anecdotal, and that my religious beliefs are not brushed aside. My deeply held religious beliefs are strongly rooted in not harming my children. This legislation conflicts with those beliefs. On a Tuesday night in November of 1997, my tongue started to go numb. Then I couldn't blink my left eye. Soon the left side of my face lost all feeling. Then a horrible headache set in. After a long night in the ER and a dutiful resident searching for answers, I was diagnosed with Bell's palsy, facial paralysis, a reaction to the hepatitis B vaccine I had just received at a wellness visit. I had to tape my eyes shut at night so it wouldn't dry out because I couldn't blink. I bit my tongue to the point of bleeding more times than I can recall due to numbness while trying to eat. I vividly recall giving an oral report in English class while literally talking out of one side of my mouth, all the while trying not to break down crying when explaining why I was suddenly disfigured. By the grace of God, I recovered after many months. Others are not so fortunate. This vaccine injury was never reported anywhere other than the files in my pediatrician's office and ER records. VAERS was not well known at the time and arguably still isn't. Experiencing this vaccine complication firsthand, I cannot in good faith allow my children to be put in harm's way from this vaccine. Parents are increasingly forced out of medical establishments to find care elsewhere without much guidance. I was asked to leave 2 separate Connecticut offices within 2 years' time because my religious beliefs did not align with their requirements to strictly adhere to the CDC schedule. I traveled over an hour across state lines because that was the only medical practice I could find willing to treat my children. As a former high school teacher and dormitory parent for over a decade, I was never concerned about unvaccinated students that I taught with or that I lived with. I am troubled by the grandfathering amendment. In 2020, where everyone is encouraged to be better and do better, we should not echo back to a time of increased segregation and discrimination. Grandfathering tears families apart and tramples on their religious freedoms in the Constitution state. Please protect our civil liberties, religious liberties, parental rights in Connecticut, and oppose these bills. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you so much, Ms. Koritowski, for your testimony and sharing your experience. I don't see any comments or questions. Thank you. And the next individual is Christine Aloya. Christine.
Hello. My name is Christine Aloya, and I strongly oppose both of these bills. The removal of the religious exemption is going to cause more harm than good. If this bill passes, we will be looking to relocate out of the state. There has never been any study or any evidence linking unvaccinated children to the spread of any disease. I know this because my mother-in-law had a bone marrow transplant in 2018. In her discharge paperwork, and her doctors told her that she could not see her recently vaccinated grandson, but could see my unvaccinated children. If that doesn't tell you that unvaccinated children aren't a threat, then I don't know what will. It saddens me that so many of you representatives have already made up your minds regardless of what we have to say. Please vote against these bills. My friend Stacey Hebler is testifying number 572 and is afraid she's not going to make it. So she asked me to say she is a school nurse and she is not against the exemption. Okay. And this is my son, Caden, and he wants to say.
What do you want to say, bud?
You're okay.
You can do it.
I want to stay in school.
Say, I love my friends.
I love my friends.
Good job.
And I'm a healthy boy.
Thank you so much. I know this is a lot for you all sitting there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine, for your testimony and the 2 additional beautiful testimonies. We appreciate your comments. The next, I don't see any questions or comments. So the next individual is Evelyn Olihars. If I got actually Amy Piana. Go ahead. I think Amy Piana is here. If I am, oh, okay, so 146 to 149 are not present. So I'm just going to jump on to Douglas Sanford. Is Douglas Sanford here?
I'm sorry, hold on one moment.
Okay, good.
I don't know what happened. They just skipped everyone.
Are you somebody we had skipped? Because you may not have been in the room, so I got instructions that.
They see me?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi.
Okay, good. Douglas, I think there are some people because they were not present. So don't worry. You can take a few seconds to get ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Go for it.
Okay.
You can hear
So
it.
I just want to let everyone know that I oppose these bills. A lot of people are coming on and saying, everybody seems to be acting like just because we have a right not to get vaccinated that we won't. And one of the big things that I want to point out is a lot of us still do. It's just not right for us to be forced to. I have an autistic son. I have one, 3 that are not, 1 that is. My wife and I talk about it all the time, and we honestly believe that it was one of the vaccines that caused it. So I just think it should be our choice whether or not the other ones get that vaccine. Like, all humans are not created the same. So I just wanted to get that point out there. And I oppose both these bills, the 568 and the HB 6423. I just don't feel we should be forced to have something injected into our bodies. It's my choice. And my other thing is, if we have the choice to get vaccinated or not, right, then it's up to us. If you force us to get vaccinated and something goes wrong, and even one kid or one adult all of a sudden can't walk, can't talk, I mean, how does that weigh on your conscience, right? If it's up to us to go, well, you had the choice to go. You could have, you didn't have to. It's kind of on you. It's my body. It has to be left up to us. That's it. That's all I have to say. Nice, easy, quick, done.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanford, for your testimony. I have a question from Representative Michelle Cook.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Hi, Douglas. Nice to, well, I can't see you, but nice for you to be
Oh,
with
I'm
us.
sorry. Hold on.
No, that's totally fine.
It's
I just
okay.
had a really quick question for clarification. I understand you were saying that you have one child with autism and you believe it was a vaccination that gave him the autism or a reaction to it?
Yeah. So I have four sons total. My youngest son had the vaccine done. He was very, very young, and he was standing up in his crib before this, and you could play with him, and you'd walk into the room and you'd get a reaction. It was normal. It was the same thing we had with my other 3 sons. After this vaccine, he had a very high fever, very, very high fever, and everything changed. I remember after that, like, you would put him in a car seat and you would bring like the car seat into grandma's house, and this kid would sit in this car seat for like an hour, not make a sound, not anything. Like, you would be going over like, what's wrong? For a while, I actually thought he was deaf. Finally, my wife did a lot of research, and right, we had Birth to 3 come in, and thanks to everybody in Connecticut that makes those programs possible, because Birth to 3 is a lifesaver.
He just lost.
Sorry.
Our
But
son went mute, nothing.
Hold on.
There was nothing
The
there.
thing is that his older brother is 16 now. He's a normal kid. He's a normal boy. Does all kinds of stupid boy stuff and has a blast doing it. I'm just concerned that if he gets this vaccine and something goes wrong, it's on us to now raise 2, what could possibly be 2 nonverbal. I mean, Sergio is 13. He's not fully potty trained yet. Sometimes he gets it, sometimes he doesn't. You get a couple of words here and there. And again, just because you guys are saying, hey, you know what, let's leave this up to the parents, doesn't mean we won't go. I mean, we're going to talk to our 16-year-old. We're going to let them know, this family got hit hard with Corona, right? I caught the coronavirus. I was in bed for 20 days. We own 2 small businesses and almost put one of them completely under. There's a good chance I'm going to go and get that vaccination. I just don't want to be forced to. And the 2 people I caught it from, just so everyone knows, showed no symptoms. None at all. One of them actually got tested 3 times because he didn't want to take 14 days off work. I just feel it should be up to us.
So you're more concerned about the COVID vaccination as opposed to all vaccinations?
No, not at all. Not at all. So, and looking back in history, right? And I don't want to get off on a tangent, but the CDC and vaccines change constantly, right? Like back in the day, they used to spray kids' hair with DDT to get rid of lice, right? I mean, in the 70s, homosexuality was a disease. It was supposed to have a cure. These things are constantly changing. And for you to, or for anybody to say, nope, this one's a definite, you're going to do this, I just don't feel is right. And I do have a quick question, if I can. These bills, I was reading it today, and again, I run 2 small businesses. I don't have a whole lot of time. But I think it said that any vaccine deemed necessary by the CDC would just be administered. That's scary. So in Connecticut, if the CDC says, listen, we all need this vaccine, you guys aren't going to vote on that. Like, no one's going to speak up. According to these bills, they can just vaccinate our children. That's way too fast, guys. If I read it right, and I may not have, but that just seems very quick.
So I would have to tell you that I would have to go back and read. I'm not sure which one what you're referring to would be in. I would need to go back and read it before I responded to that.
I understand.
So I'm sure that there is somebody else on there that might be able to have a more clear answer on that specific question. But my question to you would be this. I know that autism, and I have 4 kids myself. So, I mean, I understand the pains and pressures and of children that do not have a hurdle to jump through, let alone you all and your patience for getting your son where he is today. My question specifically is, which vaccine do you believe he had a reaction to, and how long after his vaccination did you see a reaction?
So the reaction.
Or did you see the temperature come?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I said, or when the temperature started, because you were referencing the
started
temperature.
it was
that day.
Yeah.
That same day.
So it was the
same day.
MMR vaccine, and later that night, started a fever, but he's a baby getting vaccines, a small fever, no big thing. The next day, I believe we were back at the doctors, right? ERs and.
No, they didn't see him. We called. It was a lot of back and forth with the doctor over the phone.
And we've gone back and forth, a few times on it. And again, like I said, but that vaccine changed everything. I mean, everything. You could walk up behind this baby now, and again, I don't want anybody to be upset. We just didn't know what was going on. So at one point, I actually clapped my hands right behind his head, figuring loud noise, right? We're humans. This is one of our programmed fears. He's going to move. This kid did nothing all of a sudden. And this was a baby that you could walk in the room and, daddy's here, and yay. And you know what I mean? Like just normal kid stuff.
Not after that.
So it's
and
just
how old
scary.
was he at this point?
Not very.
He was 15 months old. We didn't have insurance, so we had to wait to get his vaccinations. So he was late receiving them.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And so now, your other sons,
Yep.
do they have you given them the MMR?
Cole and Dylan both did.
Yes.
Hunter also.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. He's the only one that reacted that way. So he's the youngest. So all of the other ones, we did, you do what you're told to do, and
Hunter does have allergies, asthma, and
but nothing
as severe as Sergio.
Okay. Thank you all for sharing your story and for being with us, and good luck to each and every one of you. And I'm glad that you have survived the COVID. Hang in there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Representative Cook. Thank you, Mr. Sanford. I do not see any other questions at this point. Thank you for your testimony and sharing your experience.
Thank you for letting me.
I know the Philip Jimenez family is ready, but we had skipped Sarah Castro earlier, so you guys will have to wait for a few more minutes. But if Sarah, would you allow me if I take Philip Jimenez family? There are these beautiful children who are there, and it's going to be past their bedtime if it's okay. Okay, she gives me permission. So Philip Jimenez, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Philip. Please vote no. I love school because I like making new friends. I don't want to get out of school. Thank you. This is my brother. Can he take the rest of my time, please? Thank you.
Hello, my name is James. Please vote no. I love school because I learn a lot at school, and school makes me smarter. I get to see my friends. Staying home is boring. If you take me from school, I will not see my friends anymore, and I will miss them. How come seventh graders and up will keep their rights, but my brother and I will be kicked out of school? We have rights too. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You guys were great. Thank you again, parents, for time and waiting for the testimony and your very important words. With that, I don't see any questions or comments. Thank you and get some rest. Next is Sarah Castro. Thank you, Ms. Castro, for yielding for a second earlier. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. My name is Sarah Castro, and I'm testifying in opposition of SB 568 and HB 6423. Earlier, my son Liam, he was the first child to testify, and he and my two younger children would not be grandfathered under the current bill language. When I testified last year, I shared a story of both my husband and my mother's severe vaccine injuries. My mother, who is a frontline worker, was actually a case of a primary failure. But today I want to begin by underscoring the fact that my husband and I are both deeply religious. We deliberately prayed and fasted about the choice to use the religious exemption. We find it very concerning to see children being ostracized, discriminated against, and denied their right to equal public education because of their religious beliefs. I believe this is a dangerous precedent to set. I'm also concerned that by proposing bills such as these, some members of the Public Health Committee may have lost sight of what public health is all about. To paraphrase a renowned epidemiologist and professor of medicine at Stanford University, public health is not just about infection control. Public health is promoting the holistic health of the population, mental health, emotional health, and other aspects of physical health like diet, sleep, etc. All of these are priority and vital for human well-being and flourishing. During the pandemic, children have been the canaries in the coal mine when it comes to remote learning. We have created a mental health crisis even among our youngest students. Are these bills trading a theoretical health emergency for an actual real-time crisis? As has been mentioned already, there continues to be outbreaks in fully vaccinated populations and in New York and California, both of which have already removed the religious exemption. Total compliance does not equal total protection. Meanwhile, you control the impact of these bills with your vote, and the impact may be irreversible. Schools are the nexus for children's lives, and this regressive legislation will cause emotional distress to students removed from friends, sports, and camps. It creates isolation and segregation. A practicing psychotherapist in Connecticut testifies, quote, "My caseload of angry, depressed, anxious, and suicidal children and adolescents has grown exponentially since the pandemic began. As a therapist who worked with families after the Sandy Hook tragedy, I know firsthand that anger and isolation is a dangerous recipe. This bill puts families and society at large in an unsafe situation," end quote. Expecting children to distance learn or homeschool is discriminatory against one-income, single-parent, and lower-income families. Many of us have learned from this past year that we have to show up as legislators and residents for those who do not have the same privileges that we do. A vote in support of SB 568 and HB 6423 will cause many children to suffer, as it will not convince families to turn their backs on their religious beliefs and follow the will of the government. I hope you will take the full spectrum of public health into consideration. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. It was very clear, and I don't see any questions or comments. Thank you again for waiting for this time and for your testimony. Next, I have Sophia McAdden. Sophia.
All right, go ahead.
Hi,
You
my
are,
name is Sophia. Hi, my name is Sophia McPadden, and I wanted to tell you to please vote no to the HB 6423 and SB 568. I like school and I like seeing my friends, and I only had 2 sick days and I'm healthy in kindergarten. and I would like to give some time to my brother.
Please vote no to HB 6423 and SB 568. I really enjoy school and I want to keep going to school. And I want to give the rest of the time to my mom.
Hello, I'm asking you to vote no to HB 6423 and SB 6868 and not move forward with these bills. I ask for your consideration and cooperation, not only on the behalf of myself and my children, but on the behalf of every Connecticut resident. This bill poses to take away religious, medical, and parental freedoms. It breaks my heart that my children's lives would be disrupted for no reason and that they would miss out on school experience, making friends, playing sports, and general community that comes with that environment. When it came time for my children to be vaccinated, I actually read the package inserts, questioned the data, and investigated the ingredients, which led me to discover the use of aborted fetal cells in vaccine. More than 23 vaccines contain cells, cellular debris, proteins, DNA from aborted healthy babies, and as well as various other animals, including pigs, dogs, and monkeys. One's beliefs are personal, but I believe in the sanctity of life and that my body is a temple and that my children are a gift from God. Therefore, my personal convictions have led me to reject the use of vaccines due to the ingredients, which include cell lines of aborted fetal tissue and other toxic ingredients. If this bill passes, they will strip my children from their right to a free public education. It segregates them and is discriminatory. It takes healthy kids out of school and away from their peers and mentors. It violates the patient-physician relationship by taking away decisions that should be made by a parent after discussion with their physician. Why does another child's right to a public education outweigh my child's right? Why is my child only a risk to the immunocompromised Monday through Friday, 8 to 3? My unvaccinated children still go to stores, still have play dates, still do cheer, football, baseball, gymnastics, camp, and go to restaurants. Will there pose no risk there? Never once have I been asked the vaccination status of my children or my family. Will every person in the school be mandated to be vaccinated? Teachers, aides, security guard, lunchroom workers, student teachers, parent volunteers, or do they pose no risk for the immunocompromised? My sister-in-law, who is fighting pancreatic cancer on aggressive chemotherapy, was constantly around my children. Never once was she told that she could not be near unvaccinated people. Right now in Connecticut,
Patton,
we
your
have
3
one of the
minutes have been reached. If you'd like to conclude.
I'd like to just conclude that healthy kids cannot spread diseases or infections that they do not have. Unvaccinated does not equal the spread of disease. And wouldn't those children that had a medical exemption also still be a risk to these immunocompromised kids? I'm asking you to take our people's religious beliefs and do not discriminate against these children and keep an open mind and an open heart when voting against for or against these bills. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McPadden, for your testimony and your beautiful children's testimony.
Thank
We
you.
do not see any comments or questions. We will move on to Kelly C. Kelly, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly, you're on. Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well. Thank you.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Kelly. I am a mom of a 7.5-year-old. I am asking you to please oppose bills HB 6423 and SB 568. We should not be discriminated against due to our religious beliefs. This is a freedom that should not be taken away. We are a very healthy family of 3 living in Fairfield, County. We are not a threat to anyone. My son loves school, and although he is doing great, he needs the proper education and resources to keep him up to speed. He needs the help and educational structure of public schools. I do not want to be forced to move out of Connecticut, where I was born and raised. It will split up my family, as my husband cannot relocate due to the nature of his job. Please vote no for both bills. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your comments. I do not see any questions, so we appreciate it. I just wanted to give heads up to everyone. We will in a little bit take a 1-minute break, and I'll let you know it's not for any specific reason. It's a reason you'll have to shift our channels for YouTube. The YouTube time duration is 11 hours and 49 minutes. So we'll have to switch it to another channel. I think I can smell smoke from YouTube coming out from this testimonies for such a long time. So we'll just have to change the gears and then get to the next one. So we do that. I'll let you know in advance, but that'll be a good time to move your legs and stretch your arms and legs and everything. With that, the next person on the list is Harold Parisi. Mr. Parisi.
My name is Ted Parisi. I'm a retired teacher and a guidance counselor. I'm opposed to both of these bills. My daughter and her husband are currently Connecticut teachers. They have 4 children, ages 6 to 14. They are all solid students, enjoying the schools they're in, doing very well, and involved in a number of extracurricular activities. If these bills were to be passed, they will be forced to sell their house and move to another state. All of their lives, as well as mine, will be changed forever. I'm the grandfather. I can remember as a 7, 8-year-old young boy, the big saying in my neighborhood to cover many situations was, "It's a free country." Has something changed? I have my granddaughter, 10 years old, Jolan. She has a couple of things she'd like to run by everybody.
Hi, my name is Jolan Betty. You might recognize me from last year because I was testifying for the same reason, to protect my constitutional right to go to school. I'm 10 years old now and I'm in 5th grade. I'm a vegetarian. It is my family choice for what is going in my body, and I do not think my education should be taken away because of the choices that we make for our own health. Our belief is that nature made us perfect and nature can heal us when we are sick. We don't believe that the healthiness comes through a needle. I have never had even one shot and I do not plan to. If this bill passes, I will need to take all of the shots I have not gotten. That is a lot. Would you want to take all of the shots I would need to take just to go to school? This thought scares me. What if they make me sick? The other choice is for me to homeschool and never see my friends or pursue my dream of being an elementary school teacher. I'm a straight A student, the youngest on my gymnastics team, and I've been playing piano since I was 4. How I take care of my body is my choice, not yours. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I can tell you, listening to you last year and listening to you this year, you were excellent last year and you're even better than the last year. And you look even more cute. So with that, I will have Representative Dauphiny. She actually has a question.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Harold, for your testimony and your beautiful granddaughter. You did a great job. Harold, I just wanted to ask you, you said you were a retired teacher, and any time during your career, did you ever hear anybody with any concern, students, parents, teachers, of being exposed or around an unvaccinated child?
In my 40 years, that was never an issue, in my experience, not once.
Okay, thank you, sir, and thank you for your testimonies.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiny. With this is the moment we'll take 1-minute break. We'll switch the channels. You don't need to log out. You just need to stay where you are. Time to stretch your arms and legs. And in 1 minute time, we will restart. The next person is